Traversing through the journey to the west, one becomes the venerable Tang Sanzang, equipped with a gaming system that allows for monster slaying, level advancement, and equipment acquisition. Henceforth, the demons along the path of the journey found themselves in peril. Sha Wujing, Master Brother, trouble is afoot. The demons have once again captured our master. Tang Sanzang, listen well, all of you. It is not you who protect me on the pilgrimage to the west, but rather I who must bear the burden of your incompetence. Without you, I would have long since reached the west. Chapter 1. The Gift of Incense. Xīyóu, this is a coarse salt. Your task for tonight is to refine it into edible salt. Since your father has entrusted you to me for culinary training, we shall commence with seasonings that I tell you, those second-rate chefs who rely on a haphazard array of spices are beneath notice. A master chef employs only salt. A tall man, garbed in pristine chef's attire and wearing a towering chef's hat, bore a stern expression. The process of transforming coarse salt into edible salt requires purification and filtration of impurities. Before the young boy lay various tools such as filter paper, beakers, and glass cups, while he held a smart device in hand, searching for the information he sought. At that moment, a voice message arrived. Lugo, hurry online. Tonight, we are strategizing to defeat the ultimate boss, the Bull Demon King. We need you. In a dimly lit internet CF, 3 empty water bottles lay on the table, while the boy, eyes bloodshot yet brimming with excitement, gazed intently at the computer screen. Watching as the health bar of the game's formidable boss dwindled to near emptiness, his heart racing with exhilaration. Finally, as the boss collapsed, a myriad of lights erupted forth, and in that instant, the boy's taut nerves relaxed, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. Cluck, cluck, cluck. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, the faint sound of a rooster crowing penetrated the air. Xīyóu slowly opened his eyes, sitting up. His gaze swept across the window, observing the still dim scenery outside, where he could vaguely discern the outlines of mountains and trees. With a sigh, he thought, "It has been nearly half a month since I arrived in this world, and I still hold onto the hope that when I open my eyes, I shall return to the modern era." Rising in the dark, he lit an oil lamp, the faint glow barely dispelling the gloom of the meditation room. By the light, he could see the simplicity of the chamber. A bed constructed from a few wooden planks, a short table propped up by stone, and a bamboo stool that could hardly be described as aesthetically pleasing. He donned a tattered gray monk's robe from beside his bed and retrieved a small amount of pure, white salt from a clay jar beneath the bed, mixing it into a bamboo cup to rinse his mouth. Alas, in this world devoid of toothpaste or toothbrushes, one must resort to salt water for oral hygiene. Originally, he had been merely an apprentice chef, drawn to the internet CAF by friends for a gaming session. Little did he know that after battling through the night, he would awaken in this realm. Having spent nearly half a month here, although the initial shock was difficult to bear, he had gradually settled into a semblance of calm and gained insight into his current surroundings. That he now resided in a place known as Xīyóu Temple, a small and dilapidated monastery with only a handful of inhabitants. The temple's incense offerings were meager, however. He had cultivated a vegetable garden and farmland, allowing for self-sufficiency. Yet, the prospect of playing online games was utterly impossible, for he found himself in the Tang dynasty, under the reign of Emperor Li Shimin. Of course, if he were to live for a millennium or so, perhaps he might witness the dawn of the internet age. Shaking his head, he spat out the last of the salt water and gathered his scattered thoughts. Heading to the kitchen to retrieve the dough he had prepared the night before, stuffing it with chives and placing it in a pot to steam slowly. Then he laboriously set up a stone mill, extracting the yellow beans that had soaked overnight, grinding them meticulously. In this Xīyóu temple, his role was that of a humble acolyte, with the culinary duties constituting his work. Though he had merely been an apprentice chef in the modern world, his culinary skills proved exceptional in this era. For instance, the oil lamp in the meditation room was a reward from the abbot, who had found the recent meals particularly delectable, a luxury not shared by the other inhabitants. As time passed, the other monks began to stir. When the ancient bell of the temple tolled, the sky had brightened considerably, its resonant sound echoing far and wide. This bell marked the commencement of daily life at the temple. Morning prayers, breakfast, and tending to the fields, contrary to the portrayal of monks on television, who appear solely responsible for reciting scriptures and receiving visitors, The monks of this temple also labored in agriculture. To sustain their livelihoods, at least in this dilapidated Jinshan temple, at the foot of Jinshan temple lay a small village. Yet Jiang Lu had never ventured down, only catching glimpses from the mountain above. As the bell tolled each day, the village below gradually came to life, as though the sound served as an alarm clock for the villagers. Importantly, this bell also signified the temple's readiness to receive pilgrims, though it had been quite some time since any visitors had ascended the mountain. Before long, the soybean milk was ready, poured into 5 bowls, accompanied by 2 vegetable buns. This constituted their breakfast. Soon, the monks who had completed their morning prayers began to arrive. The first among them was an elderly monk with graying whiskers. Exuding a warm and amiable demeanor, he was the abbot, Fa Ming. Accompanying him were 3 young monks, clad in grayish-white robes adorned with various patches. Alongside Jiang Lu, the entirety of Jinshan Temple was present. "Let us partake in our meal," Abbot Fa Ming declared as he took his seat, lifting a bowl of soybean milk for a sip, prompting the other monks to begin their meal. Ever since Lu Er fell into the water half a month ago, it seems he has experienced a revelation. His cooking has improved remarkably, and these steamed buns surpass even those made in the village below. I do hope Lu Er will remain in the temple to cook indefinitely. This soybean milk is delightful, and the steamed buns paired with it are truly exquisite. As they began their meal, the monks extolled Jiang Lu's culinary skills, though their breakfast was simply a mere combination of vegetable buns and soybean milk. The taste had improved significantly. For the monks of Jinshan Temple, the meals of the past half-month had transformed their understanding of food from mere sustenance to genuine culinary delight. The term steamed bun referred to what we understand as baozi in modern parlance, a term from the Tang dynasty. While steamed buns with soybean milk are delightful, the true pairing is fried dough sticks with soybean milk. Alas, in this impoverished Jinshan temple, I cannot afford to use so much oil to fry dough sticks. Jiang Lu mused inwardly as he listened to the praises of the nearby monks. Of course, fried dough sticks only emerged during the Song dynasty. Enough chatter. Silence is preferred during meals, Abbot Fa Ming admonished, casting a glance around to quell further conversation. After leisurely finishing his breakfast, the abbot set down his empty bowl, turning his gaze toward Jiang Lu. "Lu Er, you are 15 years of age now, are you not?" "Indeed, Abbot, I am 15, Jiang Lu responded, puzzled as to why the abbot had suddenly inquired about his age, yet he nodded in affirmation. At the age of 15, one reaches the customary age for binding the hair in ordinary families. According to tradition, you should participate in the incense offering ceremony. In just half a month, it will be the annual incense offering day at the Great Buddha Temple. Let Brother Wukong accompany you then." Chapter 2, Slaying Beasts and the Gift of Incense. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Lu cast an inquiring glance at the venerable Master Fa Ming, perplexed by the meaning of the so-called gift of incense. It appeared that the incident of falling into the water had indeed caused him to forget many things. Noticing Jiang Lu's curious gaze, Master Fa Ming sighed gently and elucidated, "A novice like you cannot be deemed a member of the Buddhist order. For without the gift of incense, one cannot truly be considered a monk. Only after undergoing this rite and marking the incense scar can one claim to be a true adherent of the Buddha." The notion articulated by Master Fa Ming was met with resistance in Jiang Lu's heart. Having traversed into this realm and found himself at Jinshan Temple, he had no choice but to remain, lacking understanding of this world and any place to go. Thus, the idea of acquiring an incense scar to become a legitimate monk was naturally met with reluctance. Firstly, who would wish to become a monk for no reason? Abstaining from meat and wine, and forsaking the companionship of a wife, this was far from the professional monkhood of the modern era. Secondly, the thought of pain was daunting. The notion of having burning incense directly sear scars onto his head was frightening to contemplate. Despite his internal reluctance, Jiang Lu concealed his feelings, pondering furtively whether he might seize the opportunity to slip down the mountain in secret. With his culinary skills, he believed he could find work in a tavern 30 miles away in Chang'an, earn some money, open a restaurant, and marry a wife, thus embarking on a path to success. "Lu Er, I hope you can successfully undergo the gift of incense and choose to stay," suddenly interjected a stout, short monk beside him in a hushed tone. Is there a possibility of failure in the gift of incense?" This question interrupted Jiang Lu's train of thought, and he turned to gaze at his fellow disciple, Xianming, with intrigue. "Have you truly forgotten everything?" Jiang Lu's words momentarily startled Xianming, who then quietly explained, "The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. Yet he only saves those with affinity. Only those with a connection to the Buddha can successfully receive the gift of incense and become true monks. Otherwise, they cannot even mark a single scar and must depart. Your culinary creations are quite enjoyable. If you were to leave, I would indeed miss you." Indeed, our Buddhist teachings emphasize the principle of affinity. The deeper one's connection to the Buddhist path, the more incense scars one may bear. Over the past decade, Jinshan Temple has seen 3 to 4 dozen novices, yet only the 3 of us remain, added another robust monk, Xian Kong, who had also been listening intently, gesturing toward his own head. Aside from Master Faming, who bore 2 scars, the other 3 young monks each had 1. Although Jiang Lu had noticed the scars on the monks' heads in recent days, he had not given it much thought. The meaning behind it had eluded him until now. What kind of world is this? Understanding the significance of the gift of incense left Jiang Lu utterly bewildered. Ever since he learned he was in the Tang dynasty, under the reign of Emperor Li Shimin, he had assumed he had merely traversed time to this era. However, the revelation regarding the gift of incense made him realize that this Tang dynasty might not be the same as the historical one he knew. The rite of incense, wherein monks earned scars, was something Jiang Lu grasped. Yet, the fact that some could not receive the scars, and that their quantity was used to evaluate one's connection to the Buddhist order, seemed exceedingly fantastical. Jiang Lu was momentarily dumbfounded by this surreal notion. While the nearby monks misinterpreted his silence as concern over the newfound information, Master Faming spoke again. "Luer, if you cannot pass the gift of incense, you should gather your belongings and descend the mountain. Thankfully, your culinary skills remain intact, and I believe you can sustain yourself after leaving." After speaking, the venerable master quietly recited a Buddhist chant and returned to his meditation chamber to recite scriptures. The other disciples approached Jiang Lu to offer words of comfort. However, his thoughts were tumultuous, and he could only respond half-heartedly. Recognizing that Jiang Lu needed time to process the situation, the monks gradually dispersed. Once they had departed, Jiang Lu rose to tidy up the bowls, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. In truth, the prospect of not becoming a monk brought him a sense of relief. What was so appealing about monastic life? With stringent rules and regulations, he had already contemplated descending the mountain to seek a livelihood when the time was right. As the master had said, his culinary skills were valuable. He had secretly considered running away. However, upon learning of the gift of incense, Jiang Lu felt compelled to witness it for himself. The idea that one might fail to receive an incense scar was a spectacle he wished to behold firsthand. As for his connection to the Buddhist order, Jiang Lu was well aware that he likely would not earn a scar, given his lack of devotion to the Buddha. Moreover, having traversed from modern society, he was undoubtedly an outsider in this world, thus lacking any true connection to its Buddhist teachings. Furthermore, judging by the words of his fellow disciples, the elimination rate for the gift of incense was over 90%. Upon further reflection, it seemed rather advantageous. If he failed to receive an incense scar, he could legitimately descend the mountain. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Lu nodded, temporarily setting the matter aside. Soon, he completed his chores in the kitchen and stepped outside. The master was reciting scriptures in the meditation chamber, while Xian Kong and Xian Wu were busy in the fields and vegetable garden, respectively. Meanwhile, the plump Xianming lay in the main hall, acting as the guest monk, awaiting the arrival of pilgrims. It was not unusual for Jinshan Temple to go several days without visitors. Noticing that he had nothing pressing to attend to, Jiang Lu returned to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and made his way to the back mountain of Jinshan Temple. At 15, he was at a stage of growth, and daily vegetarian fare was insufficient. He sought to explore the back mountain to see if he could improve his diet, having never intended to adhere to strict monastic rules. And now aware of the fantastical rite of the gift of incense, he felt no guilt about breaking the rules, especially since, strictly speaking, he was not yet a disciple of the Buddhist order. Upon reaching the back mountain, he inspected several traps he had previously set, and his eyes lit up when he discovered a homemade animal trap that had ensnared a white rabbit. Without hesitation, Jiang Lu seized the kitchen knife and swiftly dispatched the rabbit. Ding! Experience points gained, 1. Money gained, 1. However, as Jiang Lu killed the rabbit, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 3. The maiden Gaoyang. The unexpected notification jolted Jiang Lu from his reverie. Had he truly gained experience points from slaying this little rabbit? Was he merely imagining things? Yet, as he looked down and noticed a copper coin beside the rabbit. He realized he had not been hallucinating. In addition to earning experience points, he had also acquired one. Was this what one obtained from defeating a foe? In modern society, the concept of transmigration was prevalent across novels, films, television series, and animations. Thus, upon arriving in the Tang dynasty, Zhang Lu had taken some time to acclimate. Naturally, it was a common trope in such narratives for protagonists to gain special abilities upon their arrival. However, after staying for nearly half a month, there had been no sign of any developments, leading Zhang Lu to believe he lacked any extraordinary abilities. It now appeared that he indeed possessed some. When I traversed into this realm, I was engaged in gaming at an internet CAF. So perhaps my abilities resemble those found in video games. Could I level up by defeating monsters? He picked up a copper coin from beside a rabbit, and a general understanding of his powers began to take shape in his mind. In the temple, killing was prohibited, which explained why he hadn't triggered any monster-slaying abilities during these past weeks. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his head, Zhang Lu's hands continued to move deftly. He quickly prepared the snow-white rabbit, smeared it with his specially crafted sauce, ignited a bonfire, and began to roast it, turning the meat gently on a stick to ensure even cooking. Having crossed into the world of the Tang dynasty, regardless of whether this era corresponded to the historical Tang of my original timeline, I had acquired a significant advantage upon entering this realm, an extraordinary ability akin to a game system that required defeating monsters to grow stronger. Thus, it seemed I was ill-suited for the monastic life. Well, in about half a month, the so-called incense ceremony would take place. With my recent experiences and the emergence of my game-like abilities, perhaps this world truly was a fantastical one? I must take the opportunity to explore it. Once I fail the incense ceremony and descend the mountain, I will have a legitimate reason to do so. With one hand gripping a stick and the other toying with the newly acquired copper coin, Zhang Lu quietly plotted his future path. Just then, a voice rang out, startling him. He turned to see a girl striding towards him with an air of authority, as if she were pursuing a thief. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, possessing delicate features and clad in a fitted dress. With exquisite deer-hide boots adorning her feet and a long whip coiled at her waist, her demeanor evoked the image of a spirited heroine. "Are you a little monk? Caught breaking your vows, and yet you remain here?" the girl exclaimed, observing Zhang Lu's nonchalant gaze fixed upon her, seemingly indifferent to her presence. "I see you are trying to scare me off so you can feast on my roasted rabbit meat," Zhang Lu retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. A flush of embarrassment crossed the girl's face, realizing her intentions had been discerned. Nevertheless, she maintained her bravado. "You little monk, secretly breaking your vows to consume meat. Do you think you have any justification? Which temple do you belong to? Do you dare to challenge me to report you to your abbot?" "Apologies, but I am merely a novice. I am not a true monk yet," Zhang Lu replied bluntly. The girl momentarily faltered, noticing the absence of any incense scar upon his bald head, and then scoffed, "With your appearance, you will surely fail the incense ceremony. Thank you for your concern." Zhang Lu responded dismissively, having never believed he would pass the ceremony or wish to become a monk. Seeing Zhang Lu's indifference only fueled the girl's frustration. Yet before she could express it, her stomach growled audibly, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "Well, this rabbit meat must weigh at least 2 or 3 pounds. I can't finish it alone. Would you care to share some?" Zhang Lu suggested, glancing at her. "No, I've had my fill of delicacies. Why would I eat your rustic fare? I'll head to the natural pavilion for a feast of exquisite dishes. It's the finest restaurant in Chang'an," she retorted. Had she been invited earlier, she might have considered accepting, but after being rebuffed twice and experiencing the embarrassing growl of her stomach, she felt it would be humiliating to accept now. She thought that if she were to eat, she would require more insistence from him before reluctantly agreeing. With a shrug, Zhang Lu chose not to press further, noting the girl's hunger and the fact that he could not possibly consume an entire rabbit himself. He had been willing to share, but since she refused, he saw no reason to plead with her. After a moment of silence, he simply mentioned his rejection of her earlier refusal, which caused the girl to stomp her foot in frustration before turning away, feeling that the little novice was quite bothersome. At that moment, regret washed over the girl. She should have accepted the offer when it was made. Unfortunately, she had already voiced her refusal, and to retract it now would be to sacrifice her pride. Even if it meant going hungry, she would not eat a single piece of his rabbit meat. However, just a few steps later, her nose twitched as a peculiar aroma wafted through the air, stopping her in her tracks. After a short while, the enticing scent proved too alluring. The girl sat beside Jiang Lu, a large leaf beneath her, upon which lay half of the rabbit meat. She produced a small knife with a rosewood handle, expertly slicing the meat into bite-sized pieces. Though her manner of eating was elegant, her pace was brisk, as she swiftly devoured the rabbit meat. In contrast, Jiang Lu exhibited less refinement, directly gnawing on half of the rabbit. Regrettably, despite the enhancement of flavors with spices like star anise and cinnamon, the absence of cumin and pepper rendered the roasted dish lacking in soul. He shook his head in quiet disappointment as he savored the meat. "Little monk, your culinary skills are truly remarkable," the girl complimented between bites. "I have tasted many delicacies from across the land, yet the flavor of your rabbit is uniquely exquisite." As she spoke, the girl introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Gao Yang. Miss Gao, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jiang Lu. I am not yet a true monk, so I do not have a dharma name," he replied, glancing at her as he shared his own name. You will likely never receive a dharma name in this lifetime," she remarked. Though she acknowledged that the saying, "eating soft food makes one docile," held true. Observing Jiang Lu's half-eaten rabbit, she doubted he would succeed in the incense ceremony. Jiang Lu paid little heed to her words, even feeling a twinge of amusement. If he were to gain an incense scar, perhaps the desire to renounce the monkhood would come with complications. Wait a moment. At that moment, Gao Yang's gaze sharpened as she spotted a white rabbit pelt beside Jiang Lu, her expression shifting. "Is this a snow rabbit? A snow rabbit?" Jiang Lu inquired, puzzled by her reaction. Most wild rabbits were generally grayish-brown, and pure white ones were indeed rare. What did she mean by snow rabbit? In modern society, creatures with snow in their names, such as snow leopards and snow wolves, typically inhabited icy terrains. The back mountain of Jingshan Temple was not far from Chang'an. How could a snow rabbit exist here? Surely, not every white rabbit could be classified as a snow rabbit. Do you not know? There is only one population of snow rabbits near Chang'an, ruled by the demon lord of frost and snow, Gao Yang responded, regarding Jiang Lu with a curious expression. One would expect a monk to be familiar with such basic knowledge. Demon lord? Are you implying there are demons in this world? Jiang Lu asked, incredulity evident in his voice. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Lu was taken aback and inquired with astonishment. Although the previous remarks from the elder monk regarding the incense offering ceremony had struck him as somewhat fantastical, he had intended to witness it for himself. However, the sudden revelation that there were indeed demons in this world left him utterly surprised. "Which temple do you belong to, young monk? How can you be unaware of such matters?" Jiang Lu's incredulous words only deepened Gao Yang's astonishment. The existence of a temple serves not only to welcome worshippers, but also to assist in exorcising malevolent spirits and offering salvation. How could someone from a temple be ignorant of the existence of demons? This was not the Tang dynasty of history. Had he been transported to a realm inhabited by monsters and spirits? After confirming the existence of demons from Gao Yang, Jiang Lu was convinced that the Tang dynasty he found himself in was far from the familiar one recorded in his history books. It was only logical, he thought, considering he had experienced time travel and even possessed a gaming system that allowed him to slay monsters and gain levels. Thus, the presence of demons in this world seemed entirely plausible. Enough of this. Let us hastily bury this rabbit hide before it is discovered by other snow rabbits, or we shall find ourselves in trouble. Realizing that the rabbit they had consumed was not a mere wild rabbit, Gao Yang urged, and the two promptly dug a hole to bury the snow rabbit hide. Once they had disposed of it, Jiang Lu and Gao Yang extinguished the campfire, covering it with a layer of dirt before departing. They merely exchanged names, lacking further acquaintance. After returning, having walked for about half an hour, it was nearly noon. Jiang Lu entered the kitchen, washed rice, and went to the garden to cut a cabbage, also plucking a few mustard greens. In modern society, a dish of steamed pork is savory and well-loved. However, within the temple, meat consumption was forbidden, so Jiang Lu ground some rice, 5 spices, and star anise to prepare a steaming mixture for stir-frying with the mustard greens, creating a delectable dish that was fragrant and enticing. With cabbage, rice noodles stir-fried with mustard greens, and a simple vegetable soup. Although the meal was light, Jiang Lu's culinary skills imparted a unique flavor to it. Before long, the elder monk Fa Ming and several senior monks arrived one by one. It smells wonderful," exclaimed the slightly plump Xian Ming as he entered, his large nose twitching in delight. Meanwhile, the other 2 senior monks, Xian Kong and Xian Wu, remained silent but shared glances of appreciation as they took their seats at the table. Once the elder monk began to eat, the other 3 monks quickly followed suit with their chopsticks. As a chef, witnessing others savoring his culinary creations brought Zhang Lu great joy. Observing the satisfaction on the faces of his fellow monks, he felt content and cherished the remaining half-month of his stay. In this dilapidated temple, Zhang Lu's duties as a handyman involved not only kitchen work, but also occasionally sweeping the main hall. Time passed swiftly. By evening, after preparing dinner, he peeled some beans to soak in water, intending to sprout them for a change of flavor for the monks. Thanks to the rigorous training from his uncles before his time travel, he possessed knowledge tied to culinary arts. Sprouting beans was not a particularly challenging task. After completing these chores, he took a bath, rinsed his grayish-white monk robe, and hung it up to dry, estimating it was around 8 p.m. And with no entertainment options in this ancient realm, Zhang Lu retired early to bed. Lying on the hard wooden plank bed, he held a brand-new copper coin. Lost in thought, this world was fantastical, inhabited by demons and monsters. He realized he must be more cautious. Yet, with a gaming system at his disposal, he could slay monsters and level up, presenting a path to strength. The question remained, where should he venture to confront monsters? Should he, as he did today, hunt small animals? If the elder monk and his peers discovered this, he would undoubtedly face severe reproach. Perhaps it was wiser to wait until after participating in the incense offering ceremony and to revert to his original life. Gaoyang. Who was that girl? Why was she alone on the back mountain? From her attire and demeanor during the meal, she seemed to come from wealth. Clutching the copper coin, Zhang Lu's mind swirled with thoughts before he drifted into a deep slumber. Night fell, enveloping the world in silence. In the back mountain of Jinshan Temple, shadows danced among the trees, shrouded in darkness, with only a few fortunate beams of moonlight filtering through the dense leaves to touch the ground. Suddenly, amidst this shadowy landscape, a pure white rabbit emerged, its size comparable to a small wolf dog, entirely unlike an ordinary rabbit. In the dim light, the rabbit's eyes glowed with an eerie crimson hue, and its nose twitched slightly. After sniffing the air, it approached a clearing, and with its paws, it began to dig, unearthing a blood-stained white rabbit hide. A piercing and shrill cry pierced the quiet, reminiscent of steel scraping against iron, a sound that resonated powerfully through the stillness. For Zhang Lu, the night passed in silence, and with the crowing of a rooster at dawn, he rolled over in bed a few times before finally sitting up. Feeling somewhat dazed, he realized he had not slept well the previous night. The revelations regarding the incense offering ceremony, the existence of demons, and his ability to slay monsters had left him restless, resulting in a fitful night of sleep. Yawning, he found that his monk robe hanging outside had dried. After putting it on, he quickly searched for the copper coin he had found on the bed. Ah, it's still here, confirming that this is not a dream. A smile spread across his face upon rediscovering the coin, which he kissed before tucking it close to his heart. After washing up, he kneaded a piece of dough in the kitchen and then made his way to the garden. This morning, he planned to pick some young greens and fragrant scallions to prepare a pot of noodle soup. However, upon arriving at the garden, he was left speechless. The garden resembled a battlefield, as if it had been trampled by a pack of wild boars. Chapter 5. Team formation. The temple's garden had been ravaged by wild beasts, and naturally, Zhang Lu reported this to Elder Fa Ming. Before breakfast, all 5 individuals, including Zhang Lu, gathered to inspect the garden. It must have been a wild boar, Xian Ming speculated, surveying the chaos. Ordinarily, wild animals would not cause such destruction merely to nibble on vegetables. Ba, Elder Fa Ming murmured. Observing the ruined garden before addressing the sturdy Xian Kong, I leave this to you to handle. Master, I understand, Xian Kong replied, his face displaying anger as he nodded firmly. He was responsible for the temple's garden and fields, dedicating much of his effort to them. Witnessing the devastation of the garden naturally incited his wrath. Remember, those who renounce the world are filled with compassion. If the culprit is apprehended, they should simply be frightened away, and one must never take their life. It was evident that Xian Kong's face was etched with anger, prompting Elder Master Fa Ming to offer another caution. As for the situation in the vegetable garden, though there were some losses, it was merely the mischief of wild beasts. After understanding the matter, everyone returned to the kitchen. Each received a substantial bowl of vegetable and scallion noodles, even in the absence of any other dishes. Everyone relished the meal. Particularly, the rather corpulent brother Xian Ming could not help but praise Zhang Lu, especially for the food he prepared, which never bore a hint of bitterness. In response to Brother Xian Ming's accolades, Jianglu merely smiled faintly. Upon arriving at Jinshan Temple, it was uncertain whether it was due to the constraints of the era or the temple's impoverishment, but the salt used in the kitchen was of a coarse variety. While it sufficed to replenish the body's salt, the resultant dishes inevitably possessed a slight bitterness. Therefore, Jianglu procured some tools to refine the salt used in the kitchen. By the way, Master, I must descend the mountain today. The residence of Zhang Yuanwei at the foot of the mountain is disturbed, suspected to be haunted by vengeful spirits. He has offered me 1 tael and 2 qian of silver to recite sutras for their liberation. Brother Xian Wu suddenly spoke up at the dining table, where he had remained silent until now. Oh, is that so? Then make haste and return swiftly. Upon hearing this, Elder Master Fa Ming's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. Jinshan Temple was exceedingly poor. It often went 3 to 5 days without a single pilgrim, let alone receiving any offerings. Conducting a ritual was naturally more lucrative than the donations from visitors, even if it was merely a simple service for the liberation of souls. 1 tael and 2 qian of silver? Zhang Yuanwei is indeed a notable family in Jinshan village, down the mountain. That amounts to a staggering 1,200 copper coins. 2 copper coins can purchase a steamed bun. 600 buns could sustain me for many days. Brother Xian Kong mused, counting on his fingers. Enough with the eating. All you think about is food. Hurry to the Buddha Hall and occupy yourself. It's been 5 days without a single pilgrim here, Elder Master Fa Ming retorted, exasperated by Brother Xian Ming's words. As the temple steward monk, Brother Xian Ming was responsible for receiving visitors. It was typically bearable when there were no pilgrims, as he had grown accustomed to it. However, today, Brother Xian Wu had a ritual to perform and would earn some silver. While Brother Xian Ming had gone 5 days without a visitor, the disparity was stark. Indeed, Jianglu did not interject in the conversation between Elder Master and the brothers. But within, he pondered deeply. Brother Xian Wu's descent to recite sutras for the liberation of souls. Was there truly an existence of demons and spirits in this world? Initially, Jianglu was quite intrigued by these fantastical supernatural occurrences and wished to accompany him down the mountain to broaden his horizons. However, upon considering that Brother Xian Wu was to deal with souls, a slight tremor passed through him, and he quickly dismissed the thought. By the way, Xian Wu, once you receive the silver, remember to buy some lamp oil and incense. Elder Master Fa Ming interjected after a brief chat. And we're running low on cooking oil. Salt and soy sauce in the kitchen, Jianglu added. The hoe is broken. Please pick up a new one on your way back. Brother Xian Kong hurriedly chimed in. The temple was in dire straits, and upon hearing of the impending income of 1 tael and 2 qian of silver, everyone shared their needs. Brother Xian Wu calculated privately. If he were to procure all these items, he would spend at least half of the silver, shaking his head in resignation. After finishing breakfast, the discussions concluded, leaving Jianglu to wash the dishes while the other brothers busied themselves with their respective tasks. Elder Master Fa Ming returned to the meditation room to chant. Brother Xian Wu tidied up briefly before heading down the mountain for the ritual. Brother Xian Kong took a moment to rest in the vegetable garden. As for Brother Xian Ming, he lay sleeping in the main hall, being the most relaxed among them with no pilgrims to attend to. By evening, Brother Xian Wu returned, appearing somewhat fatigued, laden with various items, including 5 qian of silver remaining. It was an uneventful day, devoid of significant occurrences, for Jianglu. It merely marked another day closer to the ritual of incense offering and his return to secular life. That night, however, Brother Xian Kong deviated from his usual routine of resting in the meditation room and instead guarded the vegetable garden. After washing up, Jianglu contemplated and, not rushing to sleep, walked over to join Brother Xian Kong, intending to chat and alleviate his boredom. In truth, he sought to glean as much information about this world from him as possible. For instance, did demons and spirits truly exist? Were there cultivators or deities in this realm? Demons and spirits have existed since ancient times. What is so surprising about that? As for deities, at the mention of this, Brother Xian Kong's expression grew exceedingly serious. Fixing a stern gaze upon Jianglu, deities and bodhisattvas indeed exist. Are you doubting their reality? If such thoughts linger in your heart, you shall never succeed in your incense offering ritual. Remember this. Seeing Brother Xian Kong's solemn demeanor for the first time, Jianglu nodded, preparing to acknowledge his error. However, before he could speak, Brother Xian Kong swiftly covered Jianglu's mouth, signaling for silence. Rustling under the moonlight, a large, pure white rabbit, the size of a wolfhound, appeared. its blood-red eyes glaring fiercely. It leaped several feet high, effortlessly clearing the fence of the vegetable garden, wreaking havoc amidst the crops. What a massive rabbit! Zhang Lu was inwardly astonished at the sight of the enormous white creature. Such a large rabbit was beyond his experience. He had neither seen nor heard of anything like it. This white rabbit, could it be? Zhang Lu recalled the words of the maiden Gao Yang, who had mentioned the Snow Rabbit clan, rumored to possess demons, and even a so-called demon commander. Zhang Lu was unaware of the status of a demon commander, yet it sounded rather formidable. Such a large rabbit? Surely it had attained sentience. How dare it come to Jinshan Temple to wreak havoc? It seeks its own demise. Observing the wolfhound-sized rabbit ravage the garden he had painstakingly tended, Brother Xin Kong showed no fear but rather bore an expression of irritation. As he spoke, Brother Xin Kong rose, his palms glowing faintly with a golden light. System prompt. Would you like to form a team? Team target. Xin Kong. Chapter 6. Level up. Skill book. The sudden prompt left Zhang Lu momentarily stunned. He was well aware that online games often featured team modes, but never expected that the game system he had acquired upon crossing over would also include such a feature. Though momentarily bewildered, Zhang Lu's reflexes were swift. He immediately accepted the offer. Subsequently, he noticed the world before him transforming drastically. For instance, a small icon depicting a human face, Brother Xin Kong's visage, hovered perpetually in the corner of his view, a clear indication of their successful team formation. At the same time, Zhang Lu could see that both Brother Xin Kong and the enormous snow rabbit sported health bars above their heads, reminiscent of a three-dimensional game interface. Had he not spent over half a month in this world, he might have suspected he was merely dreaming of playing a game. While Zhang Lu contemplated the team formation and the sudden visual changes before him, Brother Xin Kong had already charged towards the giant snow rabbit. As Brother Xin Kong moved, the snow rabbit naturally became aware of his presence. A person and a rabbit are engaged in a fierce struggle. The snow rabbit, of considerable size and strength, bears little resemblance to its more delicate counterparts, instead evoking the image of a ferocious tiger. As for Brother Xin Kong, he is robust and powerful, his hands emanating a faint golden glow, resembling solid iron in their might. With a powerful kick, the snow rabbit creates a small crater in the ground, sending dirt flying. When Brother Xin Kong strikes with his palm, even a stone shows signs of cracking. Zhang Lu knows full well that if such force were to be directed at him, he would surely break at least 2 bones. He is entirely unable to intervene in their conflict. Though he cannot assist, he possesses a keen eye. Observing the situation, he notes that the rabbit lacks claws and sharp fangs, and as a herbivorous creature, even if it had gained some intelligence, its combat abilities would still be relatively weak. From this perspective, Brother Xin Kong appears to hold the advantage. After a brief struggle, the snow rabbit realizes it is no match for the human and begins to retreat, seeking escape. Humph, you think you can flee? With a voice that booms like a great bell, Brother Xin Kong, seeing the rabbit attempt to turn and run, lets out an angry snort. He charges forward, kicking up earth like a rampaging buffalo. Brother Xin Kong, wait. Don't kill it. Zhang Lu, noticing the rabbit's health diminishing to around 20%, realizes that if caught, it would surely be slain by his brother. He feels a pang of guilt, having set off this chain of events by having killed a snow rabbit for its meat. Yet Brother Xin Kong pays no heed to Zhang Lu's cries, rushing forward to deliver a decisive blow to the rabbit's head. The snow rabbit collapses, its legs twitching a few times before falling still. Zhang Lu watches, his expression a mix of complexity. Brother, is it dead? No, it is merely unconscious, Brother Xin Kong replies, shaking his head as he observes the fallen rabbit. Without hesitation, he raises his hand again and strikes down, showing no sign of a monk's compassion. With a sharp crack, the rabbit's head is crushed, leaving no doubt that it is truly dead. Notification: gained 102 experience points, 15 coins. Notification: level up, now level 1. As the snow rabbit meets its demise, the corresponding notifications arrive, and Zhang Lu feels a refreshing current coursing through him, as if cleansing his very essence, leaving him invigorated. He senses a slight increase in his strength and a clarity of mind. Luer, why did you stop me? Brother Xin Kong inquires, not allowing Zhang Lu a moment to revel in the sensation of leveling up. Brother, didn't the abbot say that monks should be compassionate and never take a life? Despite having done nothing in the team mode, Zhang Lu still received experience and leveled up, yet he finds little joy in it, weighed down by guilt. The abbot's words are meant for beasts, not for demons, Brother Wukong dismisses Jiang Lu's concerns with a shake of his head. Yet, must all demons be evil? Jiang Lu mutters softly in response to Brother Wukong's remark. Having traversed from the modern world, he recalls countless tales of human-demon romances, such as the legend of the white snake and a Chinese ghost story. Not all humans are virtuous, and similarly, not all demons are wicked. Lu Earth. Humans and demons cannot coexist. Do not entertain such thoughts. Remember, although Jiang Lu's words are but a whisper, Brother Wukong clearly hears him. His expression grave as he admonishes Jiang Lu sternly. All right, brother, I understand my mistake. Seeing the seriousness in Brother Wukong's demeanor, Jiang Lu makes no further argument and readily admits his fault. After all, in less than half a month, he must descend the mountain and return to secular life. Very well, I shall return to rest now. I will tend to the vegetable garden tomorrow. Bury this demon in a pit, Brother Wukong says, his expression softening slightly as he turns back to his meditation room. As Brother Wukong departs, Jiang Lu remains silent for a moment, gazing at the snow rabbit, which is as large as a wolf dog, before lifting its body. Indeed, beneath the rabbit lies a copper coin, but there is also a thin booklet. The night deepens. In Jiang Lu's room, an oil lamp flickers, casting a weak light that barely dispels the darkness within. On the rickety table, a row of 15 copper coins lies, freshly acquired. Alongside them is the thin booklet. Jiang Lu brings it closer to the lamp, revealing 3 large characters inscribed, Silent Zen. Is this a skill book? Jiang Lu realizes upon reading the title. Notification. Do you wish to consume 1 skill point to learn the skill Silent Zen? As Jiang Lu opens the booklet, the prompt appears. Without hesitation, he opts to learn the skill. The skill book transforms into shimmering starlight, gradually merging with Jiang Lu's being, while a sense of enlightenment blossoms within him. It feels as if a forgotten memory has resurfaced, and he gains an understanding of the Silent Zen skill. Silent Zen requires level 1, long-range release. Silences the target for 2 seconds, during which no skills can be cast. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. Indeed, akin to the character he played in online games before his journey, the monk's initial skill is a silencing technique. Reflecting on this, Jiang Lu is reminded of the late-night gaming sessions he spent in internet cafes. However, while being a monk in a game may have been carefree in this new world, he feels a twinge of concern, for in the realm of reality, the monk's role tends to lean towards assistance and control. In contrast, the martial hero role, characterized by swift vengeance, or the dazzling Taoist, wielding elemental powers, seem far more exhilarating. Chapter 7. The Talking Demon Before His Journey. Jiang Lu was well versed in the intricacies of the game, aware of the 3 main classes, monks, Taoists, and swordsmen, each with their unique traits. The Taoist primarily uses magical attacks, and can later specialize as either a pure spellcaster known as a celestial master or delve into the dark arts of curses. The swordsman, focused on physical attacks, can evolve into a powerful fighter or a defensive shield bearer. As for the monk, Jiang Lu is most familiar with this class, having played as one prior to his adventure. The monk is primarily supportive, with the potential to transition into a healer known as the compassionate bodhisattva or into the formidable immovable king adept in various control and combat techniques. Initially, Jiang Lu's character was the compassionate bodhisattva, proficient in healing spells, buffs, and even resurrection. However, now that he finds himself in a living world, he contemplates that transitioning into the immovable king might be more suitable. After all, in the game, death could be reversed, but in reality, the stakes are far more serious, and he is reluctant to gamble with his life. In the early stages of the monk's profession, the role primarily leaned towards that of a support character. Thus, I must strive to level up diligently, aiming to reach level 20 as soon as possible to facilitate my class change. Contemplating my future transition, Jiang Lu felt a sense of distance, particularly since he was only at level 1. After a night devoid of conversation, the subsequent 2 days passed in serene tranquility. Each day consisted of cooking and tidying up, and Jiang Lu cherished these final moments of peaceful existence at Jinshan Temple. One day, after finishing lunch and washing the dishes, he found himself with nothing much to do, so he gathered his belongings and headed towards the back mountain. As he was in the midst of his growth spurt, he deemed meat essential and hoped he would not encounter any snow rabbits this time. In the dense grass of the back mountain, a spirited young girl named Gao Yang traversed, deliberately causing a commotion to stir any lurking creatures. Sure enough, a wild chicken took flight in fright and fled into the distance. With a flash of cold light, A throwing knife in Gao Yang's hand struck true, hitting the chicken squarely in the neck and bringing it down. Holding the wild chicken, she sighed softly, recalling the little novice monk she had met a few days prior. His culinary skills were quite impressive, but regrettably, he had not ventured to the back mountain in several days, leaving only a few of his animal traps behind. Thinking of Jiang Lu made her stomach growl, and she absent-mindedly patted her belly in frustration. Previously, when she caught a wild animal, she had assumed it would be simple for the little monk to roast, yet the result had been burnt, bitter, and nearly inedible. For the past 2 days, she had survived on wild fruits found in the mountains. I refused to believe that a heroine like myself could be stymied by such trivial matters. Today, I will surely roast this wild chicken to perfection. As she contemplated her recent culinary woes, tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Just as Gao Yang was resolutely motivating herself to succeed with the chicken, a series of loud shouts broke the tranquil atmosphere of the mountains, drawing her attention. "Ah!" Jiang Lu, cupping his hands into a trumpet shape, shouted into the expansive mountains, feeling a rush of exhilaration. After walking for a short while, though fatigued, the fresh mountain air invigorated him. A few shouts helped clear his lungs, and he felt quite refreshed. After a brief trek, Jiang Lu arrived at his destination and began inspecting his simple animal traps. Several days had passed, and he wondered if he had successfully captured any prey. Fortune seemed to favor him, as his eyes brightened upon discovering that one of his traps had successfully ensnared a wild chicken. Approaching it, he sighed in resignation. Unfortunately, it was already dead, and had he dispatched it himself, he would have gained an experience point. Ordinary creatures, like the snow rabbit he had initially caught, yielded only a single experience point upon death. However, the demon rabbit slain by his senior, Xian Kong, had granted over 100 points. It seemed that to acquire substantial experience, one must hunt formidable beasts or even monsters. While lamenting this missed opportunity, Jiang Lu swiftly retrieved the wild chicken and walked to a nearby mountain stream to process it. With deft movements, he cleaned the chicken, and as its blood mingled with the stream, he noticed something peculiar. Aside from the wound left by his trap, the chicken bore a hole in its neck. "Oh, you little monk, seeking to take a life for meat, and now you've been caught." A familiar voice chided from behind him. Turning around, he saw the girl, her gaze fixed on him, echoing words nearly identical to those from their previous encounter. "If you want to eat, just say so. You specifically hunted this chicken and secretly placed it in my trap, didn't you?" Upon seeing her approach, Jiang Lu realized the origin of the bloodstain on the chicken's neck. His little ruse had been uncovered, and a hint of embarrassment crossed Gao Yang's face. However, since the truth was revealed, she did not deny it. "You cannot possibly consume this wild chicken alone. We shall share. What if I claim I can finish it myself?" Jiang Lu muttered inwardly. It is often said that a growing boy can devour his father's resources. At the age of 15, when appetite peaks, a chicken weighing over 2 kilograms could indeed be consumed by a single individual. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. Since Gao Yang had hunted the chicken, she was entitled to her share. Swiftly, Jiang Lu instructed Gao Yang to gather some dry twigs, ignited a campfire, and began preparing the chicken. Gao Yang watched intently, her eyes wide with curiosity. Though Jiang Lu's techniques appeared uncomplicated, she wondered why his culinary results were so delectable while her attempts had ended in charred failure. As Jiang Lu focused earnestly on his cooking, perhaps influenced by the stringent expectations set by his relatives, he devoted his full attention to the task at hand. It is often said that a man who is serious exudes charm. With Jiang Lu engrossed in his preparations, Gao Yang found herself captivated by him, and the atmosphere turned quiet. Downstream, a wolf approached the creek. Had anyone been present, they would have surely gasped in astonishment. This wolf was not like other beasts. Crawling on all fours, it stood upright, walking like a human. Despite its wolfish form, it moved bipedally. Upon reaching the water's edge, it crouched to drink, and suddenly, its eyes gleamed as it spoke. "Is there blood in this creek?" Chapter 8. The demon soldier Jiang Lu sat upon a green stone, clad in a tattered gray-white monk's robe, a wooden stick skewering a roasted chicken beside a youthful and radiant girl, engaging in both gluttony and lust. If other monks were to witness this, they would surely deem him a debauched monk and expel him from the temple. Flames danced, and the spices he had applied to the chicken slowly infused into the meat, mingling with its natural aroma, filling the air with an extraordinary fragrance. Gao Yang, sitting beside him, subtly twitched her nose and swallowed hard. "Ah, the meat smells divine." However, just at that moment, A low, hoarse voice interrupted. Jiang Lu turned to see a robust gray wolf emerging from the nearby underbrush. This wolf was muscular, yet it bore numerous scars, and a claw mark on its left eye indicated it was blind in that eye. It was a one-eyed wolf demon. Did that wolf just speak? Jiang Lu gasped, startled. Though he was aware that this world was inhabited by demons and was steeped in fantasy, he had only ever heard tales of such beings. He had never witnessed one firsthand, not even the oversized snow rabbit that had attacked Jinshan Temple a few days prior. But here was a wolf, capable of human speech. Jiang Lu was taken aback, both by the creature's appearance and its ability to converse. A mere demon dares to show itself so brazenly? Are you not afraid of being hunted down by demon slayers? In contrast to Jiang Lu's astonishment, the girl beside him, Gao Yang, displayed no hint of panic, merely chiding him lightly. Hee, while this chicken is indeed fragrant, nothing compares to the sweet and tender taste of human flesh. After feasting upon the two of you, I shall not only heal completely, but also advance in my cultivation. The gray wolf's gaze swept over the mountain chicken roasting in the flames. Yet his greedy eyes ultimately settled upon Jiang Lu and Gao Yang. How dare you consume human flesh? Such a crime deserves punishment. The wolf's words ignited Gao Yang's fury. She sprang to her feet, raising her delicate hand, two gleaming daggers appearing instantaneously, aimed straight at the gray wolf. However, with a nimble leap, the wolf effortlessly dodged the flying knives and lunged toward Gao Yang with the ferocity of a tiger. Gao Yang reacted swiftly as well, unsheathing a whip from her waist and cracking it with a resounding snap, sending it hurtling like a fierce dragon toward the gray wolf. Their back-and-forth exchange revealed the intensity of their battle. Though Jiang Lu could not join the fray, he discerned that both the wolf's and Gao Yang's strength surpassed those of the previous Snow Hare and Brother Xiankong. How can I intervene? In the team-up state, Jiang Lu's perspective had shifted entirely. Observing the clash between the gray wolf and Gao Yang, he felt a rising urgency within. On the surface, their struggle appeared evenly matched, with claws and whips striking back and forth. Yet Jiang Lu could clearly see that while the gray wolf seemed to endure, its health bar diminished at a slow rate. In contrast, Gao Yang's health had already dwindled by about a third after only a brief encounter. With a growing sense of urgency, Jiang Lu yearned to assist. Despite the terror of the creature, how could he allow a woman to fight while he, a man, cowered behind? Yet, despite his desire to help, Jiang Lu found himself with no opportunity to act. In the midst of such fierce combat, his level 1 status rendered him akin to an ordinary person. Should he charge in, he would only become a burden to Gao Yang. From the outside, the wolf appeared to have sustained injuries, making the fight seem evenly matched. However, as time passed, signs of its impending defeat began to surface. Yet Jiang Lu's keen eyes revealed that the wolf still possessed a substantial portion of its health, over 60%, while Gao Yang, looking increasingly tragic, were numerous gashes from the wolf's claws, blood streaming down her body. Particularly alarming was the health bar above her head, which Jiang Lu alone could perceive. It was now reduced to about half. This situation bewildered Jiang Lu. Outwardly, it seemed victory was within Gao Yang's grasp, but the health bar indicated she was utterly suppressed. What could account for this discrepancy? In his confusion, a passage from a middle school text suddenly flashed through his mind. The Wolf, a work by Pu Songling, detailed a butcher who, after selling his meat, encountered two wolves and engaged in a battle of wits against their cunning. Be careful, Gao Yang. This wolf is feigning weakness. Realization struck Jiang Lu, and he shouted a warning. Wounded, Gao Yang gripped her whip like a bloodied warrior. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's urgent call, her expression shifted. The gray wolf, too, experienced a flicker of vitality in its eyes. Its previously listless demeanor suddenly invigorated. It stood upright. Can it walk on two legs? You are a demon soldier? Gao Yang exclaimed in shock, gazing at the wolf now standing before her. With a savage swipe, the wolf's claws tore into her shoulder, sending her crashing to Jiang Lu's side. The bloodied claws of the wolf, now upright like a human, advanced toward Gao Yang and Jiang Lu step by step, licking the blood from its claws with an insatiable gleam in its eyes. Indeed, this wolf was deviously cunning. It had merely pretended to be weak. Jiang Lu's suspicions were confirmed, and his heart sank. Was this truly the nature of a demon? Capable of standing and walking like a human, even speaking before him. Jiang Lu witnessed the true visage of a monster. In a sudden rush, a shadow hurtled toward the wolf. With impeccable timing, the wolf snatched the object from the air, Jiang Lu's roasted chicken. A flicker of disdain crossed the wolf's eyes. It initially intended to discard the chicken, but, upon catching a whiff, its tongue flicked out in anticipation. After savoring a taste, the wolf's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, this roasted chicken crafted by the little monk is delightful. That girl can be devoured to restore my strength. But as for the monk, there's no rush to kill him. I shall have him prepare chicken for me daily until I grow weary of it, and then I shall feast upon him. As the wolf consumed the chicken, Xīyóu helped Gao Yang to her feet, and they began to flee. Xīyóu, it's futile. This wolf demon is far too swift. We cannot escape. Gao Yang, pale from blood loss, weakly protested as she shook her head. I am well aware we may not escape. But we cannot simply await our demise. Xīyóu urged her as he supported her. Observing the two struggling figures retreating, the wolf demon did not immediately pursue. After swiftly finishing off the chicken, it dropped to all fours and, like a bolt of lightning, began its chase. Naturally, its speed far surpassed that of Gao Yang and Xīyóu. As they ran, the wolf demon closed in, raising its paw to strike at Gao Yang's back with tremendous force. The girl would not succumb quietly. Sensing the chilling wind behind her, she conjured a flying dagger, aiming for the wolf's throat, knowing that only by targeting its vital spots could she hope to vanquish it. However, upon seeing her action, the wolf demon let out a haunting howl. The invisible sound waves struck Xīyóu and Gao Yang, leaving them dazed. Xīyóu felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, his consciousness spinning, and soon he found himself sprawled on the ground, feeling as though he had been run over by a train. Beside him, Gao Yang fared even worse, her face ashen, blood trickling from her lips. Alarmingly, her health bar had plummeted to about 1/10, placing her in a perilous state. Coughing violently, the girl expelled more blood, her gaze fixed in horror upon the wolf demon. She had not anticipated that the creature could incapacitate them with its howl. Indeed, their previous battle had been a ruse to lull her into a false sense of security. The wolf demon, now standing tall, glanced at Xīyóu but chose not to attack him immediately. Its single eye gleamed with greed as it fixated upon Gao Yang, extending its crimson tongue to lick its lips. For the demon race, human flesh was a delicacy. Gao Yang, can you still move? Try once more. Aim for its eyes. Xīyóu whispered urgently, despite both of them being on the brink of immobility, knowing their lives depended on this moment. No, it is futile. The howls of the wolf echo ominously. The young maiden, Gao Yang, shakes her head slightly, her voice weak, clearly at the end of her strength. Listen to me, just try. As the wolf demon approaches step by step, Xīyóu has no time to explain further and murmurs urgently. The girl does not respond, lying on the ground, her breath shallow and uneven, seemingly at death's door. The wolf demon recognizes that Gao Yang has little strength left to resist. It is acutely aware of the injuries inflicted by its previous attack. Standing before Gao Yang, the wolf demon opens its gaping maw and lunges viciously for her throat. Its sharp fangs could easily sever even the toughest iron. At that moment, Gao Yang grips a flying dagger with the last vestige of her strength and plunges it toward the wolf demon's lone eye. Though uncertain of Xīyóu's intentions, believing it to be ineffective, she has no choice but to trust him in this life-or-death situation. Observing Gao Yang's desperate counterattack, the wolf demon's eyes flash with derision. It perceives this as nothing more than a futile struggle before death. As it inhales slightly, preparing to unleash a howl, Xīyóu suddenly points decisively at the wolf demon. In an instant, the demon realizes that the magical energy within it has become stagnant, impossible to mobilize. The howl it attempts to emit transforms into mere noise, devoid of any mesmerizing effect. With a sudden thrust, unaffected by the howl, Gao Yang's dagger pierces the wolf demon's singular eye, penetrating deep within. This blow may have reached its brain through the eye socket. A blood-curdling scream erupts as blood splatters. The wolf demon, already one-eyed, clutches its wound in agony. Its health bar, previously at half, visibly diminishes with this critical strike, and the wolf demon's cries of torment resonate as its health continues to wane. Within mere minutes, the wolf demon's howls grow weaker until it collapses, limbs twitching involuntarily before falling silent. Although Xīyóu possesses the abilities of a game system in this world, making monster slaying seem akin to a game, this is still reality. Fatal wounds such as severed heads or slit throats will indeed lead to death. A notification appears, experience gained, 2,800, currency obtained, 1 tael. As the wolf demon succumbs, the notification arrives promptly and simultaneously, A refreshing sensation sweeps through Jiang Lu, instantly alleviating all his injuries and fatigue. He rises, vibrant and vigorous, with no trace of his previous injuries. Glancing at himself, he notes that his character status has changed. He has ascended from level 1 to level 4, having defeated the wolf demon beyond his level. Is this truly a game system? The elevation in his level comes with a complete restoration of health, suggesting that the system's mechanics are indeed consistent. Are you all right? Beside him, Gaoang, initially relieved at the demon's demise, is now dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Lu in disbelief as he appears completely rejuvenated. What happened to you? Your injuries were severe. Jiang Lu approaches her, assisting her to sit up. Her health bar dwindles to a mere 10th, indicating the gravity of her condition. Luckily, I'm not dead. Let me rest, the girl murmurs, her taut nerves finally relaxing as she drifts into a deep sleep. Jiang Lu watches her unconscious form, hesitating. Her wounds are severe, marked by deep gashes from the wolf's claws, and as she sleeps, he wonders if her blood loss might lead to fatality. After a moment of indecision, he gently nudges her, receiving no response. Murmuring a silent prayer, he carefully extends his hand, trembling slightly as he tears her clothing into strips to bandage her wounds. After a brief effort, though his makeshift bandaging is less than elegant, it seems to have staunched the bleeding considerably. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he feels that this task is more exhausting than battling the demon. Reluctant to gaze upon the disheveled girl any longer, Jiang Lu decides to move the wolf demon's corpse aside. Indeed, something lies beneath it, a silver ingot, weighing 1 tael, which he gleefully collects. The purchasing power of a tael is quite substantial. He recalls that the fee for summoning Brother Wukong from the mountain for rituals is 1 tael, bringing joy to all at Jinshan Temple. Moreover, he discovers 2 red potions, a blue one, 2 skill books, a pure white ring, and a string of prayer beads. The red potions are health potions, capable of replenishing health. In essence, they are restorative items. The blue potion replenishes mana, serving to restore energy. Both types of potions are common in gaming contexts. Examining the skill books, one is a martial arts skill named Flowing Clouds, while the other is a monk's skill. Diamond spell, suitable for a level 5 practitioner. Jiang Lu, now at level 4, is just a step away from advancement. He then turns his attention to the equipment. The white jade ring, common quality, offers an attack power of 10 and durability of 1010, while the rosewood prayer beads, fine quality, enhance skill effects by 15 and come with a special effect that allows the simultaneous release of 108 beads, creating a knockback effect within a fan-shaped area, with a cooldown of 1 day and durability of 1010. Indeed, it seems that both in gaming and reality, defeating foes above one's level is a path to prosperity. By vanquishing the wolf demon, Jiang Lu has skyrocketed to level 4 while acquiring such valuable treasures, filling him with joy. This marks his first significant windfall since his arrival in this world, replete with potions, skill books, and equipment. Chapter 10. Will you marry me after I renounce my vows? High risks yield high rewards. This adage holds true. Jiang Lu's perceptiveness reveals that Gaoyang's strength is evidently superior to Brother Wukong's. Yet even so, she is far from being a match for the wolf demon, illustrating the latter's formidable power. Moreover, the experience gained from defeating the demon, 2,800 points, resulting in a 3-level advancement, speaks volumes. The rosewood prayer beads, being of fine quality and lacking level requirements, are quickly donned by Jiang Lu. The enhancement of 15 is perfectly suited for a support-oriented monk like him. Most importantly, the skill effect they confer is precisely what he currently needs. As for the level 5 skill book diamond spell, Jiang Lu decides to keep it for later, intending to learn it once he reaches level 5. The other martial skill book, Flowing Clouds, enhances mobility, and he ponders whether Gaoyang can learn it once she awakens. Can others learn skill books dropped by the game system? In Jiang Lu's heart, curiosity and anticipation stirred. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the white jade ring. Although it was merely an item of ordinary quality, with a mere increase of 10 in attack power, it was better than nothing, he thought. However, as his profession leaned towards support, it would hardly serve him in battle. Hey, Jiang Lu, what did you do to me? After a brief period of unconsciousness, Gaoyang slowly regained her senses and, upon noticing her disheveled appearance, gasped in shock. You're awake? If you can shout that loudly, it seems you're in decent condition. Jiang Lu replied, turning to face her. After a moment of slumber, Gaoyang's complexion appeared somewhat better. Could it be that, like in a game, health and mana would recover during a resting state? Quickly tell me, what exactly did you do to me? In a fit of anger, the young girl stood up, clutching her tattered clothing tightly in one hand while brandishing her whip in the other. I did nothing. I merely noticed you had fainted and were bleeding. So I helped to bandage you, Jiang Lu clarified hastily, recalling how a single strike from her whip could splinter stone. He was acutely aware that if she struck him, it would surely result in a broken bone. Hearing his explanation, Gao Yang lowered her gaze to assess her situation. Indeed, the wounds inflicted by the wolf's claws were wrapped with several unsightly knots, and the fabric was clearly from her own attire. Her face turned pale and flushed, her breath becoming heavy, leaving her at a loss regarding how to address Jiang Lu. To express gratitude? As a girl? Should she thank him for seeing her in such a state? Yet to retaliate? After all, he had acted to save her. Moreover, he hadn't abandoned her to flee when confronted by the wolf demon, which stirred a touch of gratitude within her. Well, you know, I am a monk. In saving you, I have broken my vow of chastity, which is quite a sacrifice, Jiang Lu remarked, observing her internal struggle to decide how to deal with him. Although his words carried a hint of self-justification, they were not entirely untrue. You, Gao Yang shot him an incredulous look, stepping forward to seize his garment. You monk, consuming meat and killing, and now you've broken your vow of chastity. You'll never be able to return to the monastic life, and you certainly won't pass the incense offering ceremony. For other novices, her words might be considered a vicious curse, but for Jiang Lu, they were music to his ears. Thank you for your kind words. I, too, hope to fail the incense offering ceremony, renounce my vows, open a restaurant, marry a lovely wife, and live a peaceful life. Jiang Lu confessed, having originally contemplated this path. You rascal. Gao Yang found his response sincere, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, she smiled again. If that is truly the case, then you must first marry me. What? Jiang Lu was taken aback by her bold declaration. You took off my clothes while I was unconscious. Do you intend to shirk responsibility? She asked earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him, at a loss for words. Jiang Lu realized the disparity between modern norms and the customs of this ancient era. In contemporary society, young women in bikinis might freely display themselves, frequently changing partners without raising eyebrows. Yet, even in the relatively liberal Tang dynasty, women held their chastity in the highest regard. Reflecting on this, Jiang Lu observed Gao Yang, a charming young girl of 15 or 16, and considered that marrying her might not be such a bad idea. Then, would you consider marrying me? He asked after a moment of contemplation, nodding to himself. Absolutely not. Gao Yang decisively shook her head in refusal. Jiang Lu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hey, that's a bit much. You refuse to marry me, yet you won't allow me to seek another? You foolish bald donkey. We've only met twice. And you expect me to agree to marriage? Do you have your parents' blessing, or a matchmaker? Besides, aren't you still a monk? What right do you have to marry? Gao Yang retorted indignantly. Oh, I see. Jiang Lu finally grasped her point. So, you mean that after I renounce my vows, I can legitimately marry you? Well, that would depend on whether I agree, Gao Yang said, her cheeks flushing slightly as she averted her gaze. Though Jiang Lu lacked high emotional intelligence and had never engaged in a romantic relationship in either life, he sensed that, while she had not accepted his proposal, she also did not reject him entirely. After all, they had only met twice. Discussing marriage was indeed premature, yet she seemed open to further acquaintance. Both young and inexperienced in love, they found the conversation awkwardly intimate and somewhat embarrassing. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lu retrieved 2 healing potions from his pocket and offered them to her. Here, I have 2 healing potions. You should drink one to aid your recovery. Without hesitation, Gao Yang accepted the potion, downing it swiftly. Her complexion brightened significantly, and her wounds visibly healed. The effect was immediate. What remarkable potions! She exclaimed, astonished by the potion's efficacy as she gazed at the vial in her hand. She proceeded to unwrap a bandage from her arm, revealing that the previously gruesome wound had begun to scab over. Since you possess such exceptional potions, why didn't you use them earlier? And why did you tear my clothing? I just acquired the potions, Jiang Lu replied defensively. Chapter 11. Already considering the child's name after consuming the healing potion, Gao Yang's injuries improved considerably. However, she refrained from using the second vial, opting to save it for a critical moment. Jiang Lu agreed with her choice and, after a moment of contemplation, presented her with the skill book Flowing Clouds and Waters along with the white jade ring. These are for you. What is this? A manual on agility skills? she inquired, flipping through the skill book and quickly understanding its significance. Upon seeing the white jade ring, her cheeks flushed, yet she accepted it with grace, slipping it onto her slender finger. Take a look to see if you can cultivate the skills in this manual. As for the ring, although it is merely an ordinary item, if I find something better in the future, I will gift it to you, Xīyóu said after handing over the skill book and the ring. No, I truly like this ring. I will wear it for life, Xīyóu declared, holding her hand up to admire the ring, increasingly fond of it, and refusing to take it off. Xīyóu had given her the white jade ring purely because it provided a modest enhancement of 10 in attack power, nothing more. It was evident that Xīyóu had misunderstood his intentions. However, as she spoke, Xīyóu felt a warm sensation in his heart. Since this was merely a beautiful misunderstanding, there was no need to clarify it. By the way, Xīyóu, how were you able to render that wolf demon's howl ineffective? Xīyóu curiously inquired, recalling the heart-stopping scene they had just witnessed. That was my ability. I can nullify the powers of others. Xīyóu succinctly explained the effects of his skill, Silent Zen. Unexpectedly, although you have not undergone the incense initiation, you have managed to secretly learn the esoteric techniques of Buddhism. You truly are a rogue who disregards the rules. Xīyóu chuckled in response to Xīyóu's statement. Generally, disciples of the Buddhist order cannot study the arts of subduing demons and monsters without the incense initiation. Xīyóu, being merely a novice monk, understanding such methods naturally led Xīyóu to believe he must have learned them illicitly. Not wishing to dwell on the matter of his game system, Xīyóu shifted the topic, saying, by the way, I recall you mentioned that this wolf demon is a demon soldier? Is there a classification of strength among demons? Naturally, there is. I once read in an ancient text that all creatures, from fish to insects, can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the quintessence of the sun and moon, to become demons. Based on their performance, they can be roughly categorized. Nodding slightly, Xīyóu briefly described the nature of demons. The lowest level of demon is referred to as a demon sprite, which, as the name suggests, is an animal that has attained a certain level of intelligence and has an abnormally large physique, qualifying it as a demon sprite. I see. Xīyóu nodded in realization upon hearing the description of demon sprites, recalling the snow-haired demon that had been slain by senior brother Shin Kong. That must have been a demon sprite as well. Subsequently, as demon sprites deepen their cultivation and enhance their intelligence, they gradually attain human-like qualities. And through refining their throat bones, they can speak human language, thus becoming known as monsters. As their cultivation progresses further, they not only acquire the ability to speak, but can even mimic human physical movements and walk upright, at which point they are referred to as demon soldiers, with soldier signifying a human aspect. No wonder, when that wolf demon spoke in human language, Xīyóu felt confident in battling it. But upon seeing it rise and walk like a human, he believed himself no match for it. Upon hearing the classifications of demon sprites, monsters, and demon soldiers, Xīyóu felt enlightened and gained a clearer understanding of Xīyóu's strength. And what comes after that? After pondering for a moment, Xīyóu curiously asked again. Beyond that, I have heard that above demon soldiers, there are demon generals, and above them, demon commanders. I have even read in some strange tales of the existence of demon saints, who are said to slay immortals and annihilate Buddhas, but those are merely fanciful tales. Xīyóu shook his head, indicating that he was not very familiar with the subsequent classifications. All right, those indeed seem quite distant, Xīyóu acknowledged, and Xīyóu did not press further. Let alone the so-called demon generals and commanders, even if another wolf demon like the one we encountered appeared. He had no idea when he would be able to defeat it. No matter how much he learned, it seemed utterly meaningless. Having experienced the wolf demon incident together, the two had forged a bond of life and death. Moreover, having implicitly agreed upon the matter of the incense initiation, Xīyóu, having returned to secular life, was now eligible for marriage. Thus, Xīyóu and Xīyóu could now be considered as lovers. Xīyóu's injuries had healed significantly, and after catching some game, Xīyóu roasted it again and offered it at the altar. They agreed to meet at their usual place every afternoon for the next 10 days. With a light step, Xīyóu returned to Jinshan Temple. Little did he expect that the destined one he encountered here, as guided, would turn out to be a monk. After Xīyóu left, Xīyóu sat alone, a somewhat sorrowful expression on her delicate face. However, when she glanced at the white jade ring adorning her finger, a smile of happiness gradually returned to her countenance. Yes, he is merely a novice monk, not a true monk yet. After some time, once he undergoes the incense initiation, he will formally return to secular life. What girl does not harbor romantic dreams? Contemplating the day when Xīyóu would return to secular life and they would wed, Gao Yang felt a sense of anticipation and sweetness. As for whether Xīyóu would become a true monk after the incense initiation, Gao Yang had no doubts. This unruly novice monk would never adhere to the rules. Even if he were to light the incense, as long as he wished, he could still return to secular life. In the future, we should at least have one boy and one girl, right? What should we name the boy? And what about the girl? The young woman sat deep in thought, already pondering names for their future children. Meanwhile, at the back of the mountain, Gao Yang had already chosen names for her and Xīyóu's future children. Down in the village, the most prominent household was that of Zhang Yuanwei. Although they were merely villagers of Jinshan village, Zhang Yuanwei was the wealthiest due to owning a shop in Chang'an. A few days prior, restless spirits had troubled their home, prompting Zhang Yuanwei to invite Master Xuanwu from Jinshan Temple to chant sutras for their peace. Days had passed, and it seemed the restless spirits had indeed vanished. Zhang Yuanwei's wife insisted on bringing offerings to the temple to express their gratitude. Reluctantly, Zhang Yuanwei followed his wife up the mountain, accompanied by their servants and maids. Though Jinshan Temple was situated halfway up the mountain and not particularly high, it still posed a considerable burden for Zhang Yuanwei, who was unaccustomed to physical exertion. After a short while, he was already panting heavily. "Sigh, I invited Master Xuanwu. Hasn't the issue been resolved? Moreover, I even paid him a couple of taels of silver. Why must we come up the mountain to express gratitude? What a waste of money." Finally, Zhang Yuanwei caught sight of Jinshan Temple and, still out of breath, expressed his unwillingness. Coming to the temple to express gratitude is a way of showing respect to the Bodhisattva. How can one say it is a waste of money? "My lord, we have come this far, let us go on." The woman beside him, who held strong beliefs in Buddhism, patiently urged him on. After some hesitation, the group of 4 finally arrived at the gates of Jinshan Temple. After waiting for so many days, it was a relief for Xu to see the arrival of a guest, and he immediately went to greet them. Meanwhile, having returned from the back mountain, Jianglu pondered about spending more time with Gao Yang in the coming days. Perhaps they could form a team to hunt monsters and level up together. Once he returned to secular life, they might even become a pair of heroic figures in the martial world. However, just as Jianglu returned, Brother Xiankong quickly found him. "Luer, hurry to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Today, Zhang Yuanwei and his party are coming to express gratitude, and they will likely dine on vegetarian dishes. You must perform well today." Chapter 12. The burden of possessing beauty when guests ascend the mountain. They generally leave behind offerings of incense money after paying their respects. Naturally, if guests dine on a vegetarian meal while on the mountain, they tend to leave a bit more. After all, isn't a meal free? Zhang Yuanwei, being the wealthiest person in Jinshan village, would undoubtedly leave a generous offering today in gratitude for the meal. Upon receiving Brother Xiankong's instructions, Jianglu nodded and began his busy tasks in the kitchen. Before long, Jianglu had washed the rice and placed it in the pot, then proceeded to stir-fry several delicious vegetarian dishes. In particular, the bean sprouts that had been planted a few days ago had now sprouted. Crisp and refreshing, even a simple stir-fry of the bean sprouts would surely be a delightful novelty for the people of this era. Although vegetarian dishes are typically prepared quickly, this time, Jianglu devoted considerable thought and effort, resulting in an exceptionally refined meal. By the time he finished, dusk was gradually falling. At that moment, Zhang Yuanwei and his companions had also completed their tasks, and Brother Xiankong soon arrived to serve some dishes. He mentioned that the old abbot was currently hosting Zhang Yuanwei for a vegetarian meal. After the old abbot and his guests had their meal served, Brothers Xiankong, Xinming, and Xuanwu joined Jianglu for dinner. During the meal, the brothers nodded in approval, acknowledging that Jianglu had indeed put more care into today's dishes than usual. Particularly noteworthy were the bean sprouts, which were crisp, refreshing, and translucent, a novelty they had never tasted before, leaving them utterly intrigued. However, shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Jianglu noticed the old abbot approaching, accompanied by several individuals. Besides 2 servants and maidens, there were a middle-aged couple, likely Zhang Yuanwei and his wife, who had come to Jinshan Temple to fulfill a vow. Upon seeing the old abbot leading Zhang Yuanwei and his wife, the brothers set their bowls down and stood up. "Zhang Yuanwei, today's vegetarian meal has been prepared by Lu Er," the old abbot said warmly, introducing Jianglu with a cheerful demeanor. Zhang Yuanwei appeared to be around 40, slightly plump, and though his attire was not of the finest silk, it was certainly of decent quality, far from coarse fabric. As Jiang Lu observed him, Zhang Yuanwei scrutinized Jiang Lu in turn. Little brother Lu Air, these dishes you've prepared are quite delectable. May I have a look at your kitchen? After a brief appraisal of Jiang Lu, Zhang Yuanwei inquired. However, without waiting for a response, he strode directly into the kitchen. What is happening? Jiang Lu was bewildered by Zhang Yuanwei's sudden urgency and looked at the old abbot with a questioning gaze. Wasn't he supposed to be dining with Zhang Yuanwei? Why had he brought Zhang Yuanwei here? Lu Air, Zhang Yuanwei does not only own shops in Chang'an, but has also partnered with friends to open a tavern. The old abbot explained softly, offering no further elaboration, before following Zhang Yuanwei into the kitchen. The old abbot's words left Jiang Lu somewhat enlightened. Although everyone in the temple hoped he would successfully undergo the incense offering ceremony, the elimination rate was over 90%. Thus, was the old abbot preparing a fallback plan for him? If he failed the ceremony and had to leave Jinshan Temple, he could seek employment at Zhang Yuanwei's tavern. Touched by this thought, Jiang Lu followed the old abbot into the kitchen. Inside, Zhang Yuanwei seemed particularly fascinated by Jiang Lu's spices, such as the steamed meat powder made from rice and 5-spice anise, his self-crafted sauces, and a jar of salt as pure as snow. Zhang Yuanwei's gaze finally settled on the small jar of salt. He reached out, pinched a bit, and tasted it. Little brother Lu Air, where did you acquire this fine salt? As far as I know, even in Chang'an, such quality salt is hard to come by, he asked, his eyes sparkling with interest. Jiang Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. This salt was filtered and refined from what the temple provided, but considering the era, this technique seemed quite remarkable. Hesitating in silence, Jiang Lu's lack of response led Zhang Yuanwei to quickly deduce that the salt was not purchased. Little brother, I am willing to offer 10 taels, no, 20 taels of silver. Would you be willing to teach me how to produce this fine salt? Zhang Yuanwei asked, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. 20 taels. The surrounding brothers gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting shock. Such a sum could cover the temple's expenses for over a year. I apologize, but I obtained this salt by chance and do not know the method of production. While 20 taels is indeed a large sum, I can earn money by slaying monsters. So I am not in urgent need of it, Jiang Lu replied. Moreover, while refining fine salt was not particularly difficult for him, it was an invaluable method in this era. To think he could acquire it for merely 20 taels felt like a trap. How unfortunate, Zhang Yuanwei lamented, shaking his head upon hearing Jiang Lu's response. Even the nearby brothers looked disappointed. They believed that a mere method could fetch 20 taels, which would be a windfall for Jinshan Temple. Alas, Jiang Lu was unaware of such significance. For Jinshan Temple, Zhang Yuanwei's visit to the kitchen was merely a minor episode. As night drew near, Zhang Yuanwei and his companions did not linger. Recognizing Jiang Lu's ignorance regarding the salt refining method, they did not press further and left the mountain with a sense of regret. Sir, was that salt truly remarkable? You were willing to offer 20 taels. Such an amount could buy a house. Mrs. Zhang could not contain her curiosity as they descended the mountain. What do you know, woman? If I can master this method, 20 taels is insignificant. In that case, acquiring a grand residence on Zhuke Street would be effortless, Zhang Yuanwei replied. Zhuke Street? That is the most prosperous area in Chang'an. A grand residence there? It would cost at least 1,000 taels. Mrs. Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. 1,000 taels? That is an astonishing figure. Though the Zhang family was the wealthiest in Jinshan village, they only possessed a little over 100 taels. Even with their assets combined, it amounted to no more than 300 to 400 taels. A residence costing over 1,000 taels was beyond their wildest dreams. What a pity that the young monk does not understand the value of this method. Mrs. Zhang sighed, realizing its worth. Does he truly not understand? Zhang Yuanwei, without speaking, turned back to glance at Jinshan Temple, his eyes glinting with greed and ferocity. Chapter 13. Non-System Skills. Luohan Fist. The night deepened. For Zhang Lu, the appearance of Zhang Yuanwei was merely a fleeting episode. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Jiang Lu lay quietly on his wooden bed, his mind swirling with thoughts. Reflecting on his abilities, he recalled that the Diamond Sutra was a level 5 skill, and he was still a bit short of the required level to learn it. However, after leveling up 3 times, he had acquired 3 skill points. Should he allocate them all to the silent meditation skill? It was merely a silence-inducing control skill. Even if he raised its level, it would only extend the duration of silence, offering little utility. Moreover, with thoughts of skills in mind. He could not help but recall the movement technique of flowing clouds and flowing water. The skill book provided by the system could be instantly learned with one skill point. But what about others? Could they also learn it? As he pondered flowing clouds and flowing water, Jiang Lu inevitably thought of Gaoyang. A slight smile gracing his lips as his heart filled with anticipation. He longed for the dawn to arrive quickly, so he could visit her in the afternoon. "Lu'er, are you asleep?" Just as Jiang Lu was lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice resonated from outside the meditation room. "Brother Xiankong, I am still awake. Is there something you need?" Jiang Lu replied, rising and opening the wooden door of the meditation room with a creak. "In just 9 days, the ceremony for the offering of incense will commence." Xiankong, with a mysterious demeanor, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Lu and spoke, "Come with me for a while." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. Jiang Lu, bewildered, followed him. They arrived at a vacant field adjacent to the farmland beside Jinshan Temple. The sky was adorned with a slender crescent moon, casting shadows that obscured Xiankong's features, revealing only a vague outline. "Luo, the incense offering ceremony is just 9 days away. You are still quite young. Once you descend the mountain, do not allow anyone to bully you. I shall impart to you a form of Luohan Fist, hoping that you will possess some means of self-defense after your departure from Jinshan Temple." Xiankong's voice echoed in the night. "Brother, do you doubt me so? Do you truly believe I will fail the incense offering ceremony?" Though Jiang Lu had no intention of becoming a monk, he had recently been tasked with finding work at an inn. And now Xiankong was secretly teaching him martial arts for self-protection. This sentiment left him feeling rather uncomfortable. "You scoundrel! What do you sneak off to do in the back mountains on ordinary afternoons? Do you think I am unaware? Killing and eating meat. You hardly resemble a disciple of the Buddha," Xiankong admonished, his tone sharp. Jiang Lu felt a pang of embarrassment at this accusation, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Xiankong was oblivious to his other indiscretions with Gaoyang. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more awkward. Enough of this idle chatter. The Luohan Fist is a martial art meant for those disciples who have successfully passed the incense offering ceremony. Yet Jinshan Temple has few such restrictions. So I shall pass it on to you in secret. I hope you will practice diligently after you leave the mountain. While I do not expect you to engage in fierce competition, at the very least, it will strengthen your body." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Xiankong chose not to dwell on Jiang Lu's indiscretions regarding meat consumption and returned to the matter at hand. "Thank you, brother." Although Jiang Lu had the means to level up by battling monsters and directly learning skills through skill points, he appreciated Xiankong's goodwill. After all, aside from the system's skills, he was curious whether he could learn other abilities. Without further ado, Xiankong explained that Luohan Fist was not particularly difficult. The key was persistent practice. The longer one trained, the deeper the skill would become. However, even with a few seemingly simple stances, Jiang Lu struggled to master them completely. As for the accompanying breathing techniques, he was utterly perplexed and unable to comprehend. Their instruction continued deep into the night. 2 hours passing as Xiankong observed Jiang Lu's inability to even execute a few basic moves correctly. After a long silence, Xiankong finally spoke, though his expression remained obscured by the darkness. "Brother, do you think my aptitude is somewhat lacking?" Jiang Lu, feeling a bit embarrassed by the prolonged silence, ventured to speak. "It appears that martial arts may not be your forte," Xiankong replied, shaking his head slightly. His hesitation made it clear what he thought of Jiang Lu's potential. "Very well, this is how Luohan Fist is. Try your best to remember the stances. Fortunately, I have compiled a small booklet detailing the related breathing techniques and stances. Take it with you and study it when you have the time." Clearly, lacking confidence in Jiang Lu's martial arts aptitude, Xiankong produced a prepared booklet from his robes and handed it to Jiang Lu before turning to leave. Sighing as he watched Xiankong's figure vanish into the night, Jiang Lu felt a sense of resignation. If given the choice, who would not wish to become a martial arts prodigy? However, judging by the circumstances, it seemed unlikely for him. Yet, the thought of leveling up and directly using skill points to learn skills shook off his disappointment. After stowing the booklet on Luohan Fist, Jiang Lu returned to his meditation room and fell asleep in his robes. After a night of rigorous training, the fatigue from lying on the hard wooden bed dulled his thoughts, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. With the crowing of the rooster, Jiang Lu awoke, feeling particularly refreshed after a night of restful sleep following his training. He rose, freshened up, and as dawn broke, prepared to head to the kitchen. While folding his bedding, he noticed the small booklet on Luohan Fist and picked it up to glance through. Indeed, it contained Xian Kong's handwritten notes, detailing some breathing techniques and illustrating the basic stances of Luohan Fist. How should one describe it? Xian Kong's drawings were quite abstract. Had he not practiced alongside them for 2 hours the previous night, he would have struggled to discern their meanings. A prompt appeared. Would you like to consume 1 skill point to learn Luohan Fist? The sudden notification caught Zhang Lu off guard, quickly filling him with delight. While he lacked the talent for martial arts, he realized that if he could write down the skills as a manual, or rather a skill book, he could use skill points to learn them instantly. Could it be that, apart from the system's skill books, other skills could also be learned by consuming skill points? In a sense, it seemed he was also a martial arts prodigy. Chapter 14, Shadow's Luohan Fist. Beginner increases personal attack by 15 for a duration of 150 seconds. Upon spending 1 skill point, Zhang Lu instantly learned the skill and clearly read its description. Though it was merely a status skill, it represented his sole offensive capability. Having reached level 4, Zhang Lu had spent skill points to learn both Closed-Mouth Zen and Luohan Fist. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to invest another skill point to elevate Luohan Fist to an intermediate level. As anticipated, the enhancement in skill level also improved its effect significantly. Luohan Fist, intermediate, increases personal attack power by 20 for a duration of 180 seconds. Upon reaching the intermediate level, not only did the increase in attack power improve, but the duration of the effect also extended, leading Zhang Lu to nod in satisfaction. After a brief moment of reflection, he abandoned the idea of further elevating Luohan Fist to an advanced level. Since real-world martial arts could also be enhanced using skill points, it was prudent to reserve skill points for emergencies. Moreover, since the skill points were readily available, he could always elevate his skills in times of crisis. Having finally learned an offensive skill, Zhang Lu eagerly stepped out of his meditation room, scanning his surroundings before selecting a stone about the size of a brick. After some consideration, he threw a punch at the stone. With a resounding crack, Zhang Lu felt a jolt of pain in his fist. Yet a hairline fracture appeared on the stone's surface. At level 4, his strength had notably increased, enabling him to inflict damage that was clearly beyond that of an ordinary person. After testing his ordinary combat prowess, Zhang Lu nodded to himself and entered the state of the Arhut Fist. A faint golden glow visibly flowed between his hands, reminiscent of the day when his senior brother Xinkong battled the snow-haired demon. At that time, Xuankong's hands were enveloped in golden light. This must be the state of the Arhut Fist. With the enhancement of this state, Zhang Lu could feel a slight stiffness in his fists, akin to wearing finely forged steel gauntlets. He then raised his fist and struck down hard on a large boulder before him. With a crack, the already fractured stone shattered under the impact of his blow, like a heavy hammer crashing down. Indeed, with the augmentation of the Arhut Fist, even when faced with ferocious beasts, he would possess the strength to fight back. Seeing the stone split from his punch instilled Zhang Lu with newfound confidence in his abilities. At the very least, he would not be defenseless against venomous insects or wild beasts in the future. The next 3 days passed swiftly for Zhang Lu. Mornings were spent attending to various duties at the temple, while afternoons were often dedicated to visiting the back mountain to see Gaoyang. Each time, he would secretly bring along a food box to share a meal with her. Their relationship blossomed rapidly, as young lovers often do, yearning to be together every moment. The back mountain was home to many creatures, from small rabbits and pheasants to more formidable threats like bears and tigers. This ancient realm felt primal, with wildlife that far surpassed anything in modern society. During these days, working and enjoying time with Gaoyang, they also teamed up to battle monsters and level up, leading to a very pleasant existence. After 3 days of monster hunting and leveling, Zhang Lu made a significant discovery when fighting in a team. If he actively attacked a monster, it would not die upon depleting its health bar, but rather become gravely injured and unconscious. However, if a threatening target attacked him and its health bar was emptied, it would signify death. This was similar to the distinction between the snow-haired demon in the vegetable garden and the wolf demon that had once attacked him. This realization led Zhang Lu to believe that the game system exhibited a degree of humanity. After all, this was not an online game. Defeated monsters would not respawn. So if he chose to incapacitate a monster rather than kill it, he could potentially farm it again later. As the system notification chimed, Zhang Lu and Gao Yang defeated a stout python, and a refreshing sensation surged through his body, spreading to his limbs, akin to the invigorating feeling of a cool shower on a hot summer day. Jiang Lu was well aware that he had reached level 5. Noticing the time, he waved goodbye to Gao Yang, saying, "It's getting late. I should head back. See you tomorrow," Gao Yang replied reluctantly, her delicate features reflecting her unwillingness to part. Yet she held her tongue. In just a few days, the day of the incense offering ceremony would arrive, and Gao Yang eagerly anticipated the time when she could officially live alongside Jiang Lu. After bidding farewell, Gao Yang turned to leave, and once she was out of sight, Jiang Lu retrieved 15 copper coins from beneath the python's body. Unfortunately, aside from the monetary gain, no other items dropped, not even a potion. Although he had been hunting monsters alongside Gao Yang, he had kept the detail about loot drops a secret from her, not out of malice, but rather because it was an extraordinary notion. Furthermore, everyone has their own little secrets, even couples, and Jiang Lu believed that Gao Yang had her own undisclosed matters. For instance, what was her true identity? Despite their lengthy acquaintance, she had never mentioned her family situation. Why was she alone on the back mountain of Jinshan Temple? She had never revealed that either. However, Jiang Lu had no intention of prying. Respecting one another's secrets fosters a more relaxed and natural relationship, and he trusted that in due time, Gao Yang would share her truths with him. After collecting the coins, Jiang Lu returned to Jinshan Temple with a light step, preparing for dinner. Once he completed his evening chores, he retreated to his meditation room and took out the skill book for the Diamond Sutra, learning it directly. Diamond Sutra, beginner summons the mysterious power of the diamond to bestow protection on an ally, reducing the next incoming damage by 80. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Jiang Lu was pleased with the efficacy of the Diamond Sutra. With this skill, both he and Gao Yang would enjoy significantly increased safety during their adventures. While Jiang Lu envisioned a future of wandering the world with Gao Yang as a heroic couple, battling monsters and leveling up, a band of thieves lurked in a ravine a dozen miles from Jinshan Temple. That night, the thieves' den was ablaze with firelight. A man with a scarred face lounged on a tiger's skin, and 2 men with menacing expressions approached him. "Boss, we've discovered that the little monk from Jinshan Temple goes to the back mountain alone every afternoon. That's our perfect opportunity. Ha ha ha. A mere little monk will be easy pickings. We can easily make 30 taels of silver off him." Chapter 15. The Malevolence of Human Hearts After Lunch. Jiang Lu donned his purple sandalwood prayer beads and made his way to the back mountain. Perhaps eagerly anticipating a meeting with Gao Yang, or simply yearning to battle monsters for experience and enhance his strength. The primary function of the purple sandalwood beads was to amplify the effects of enhancement skills, but unfortunately, the 3 skills Jiang Lu had learned, Silent Zen, Arhat Fist, and Diamond Sutra, were not enhancement-based. Thus, the beads' value for him lay mainly in their inherent skill effects. The tranquil mountain forest offered clear air, and walking through it was a refreshing experience. Wildflowers bloomed along the path, birds chirped joyfully in the branches, and now and then, small squirrels or monkeys would leap between the trees, painting a picture of primal beauty. However, just as Jiang Lu was happily walking forward, he suddenly heard low moans that piqued his curiosity. Following the sound, he came upon a woman in her 30s lying on the ground, a medicinal basket on her back, containing several unknown herbs. Her legs were stained with blood, indicating she had been injured. "Miss, are you all right?" Jiang Lu asked, quickening his pace upon seeing her plight. "Little monk, I am from Jinshan village below. My husband is ill, and I came to the mountain to gather some herbs. Could you assist me down the mountain?" The woman's face was filled with desperation. Her words made Jiang Lu hesitate for a moment. Gao Yang should still be waiting for him at their usual spot. But could he really leave this woman here? This was not something he could do. After a brief moment of doubt, he nodded and bent down to help her up. Just as she barely managed to lift the woman from the ground, a sudden glint of malice flashed in the woman's eyes. She then raised her hand and struck a heavy knife-hand blow to Jiang Lu's neck, rendering him unconscious. Indeed, she was cunning. As she watched Jiang Lu succumb to her deceit, a triumphant smile spread across her face. Meanwhile, from the depths of the forest emerged 2 burly men wielding knives. Their faces brutish and their gazes fierce, unmistakably no good. "Mission accomplished. Let us go." The 2 bandits grinned as they looked at the unconscious Jiang Lu. To them, he was merely a young monk, easily subdued, and the 30 taels of silver they anticipated felt almost like free money. Who were they? They appeared to be mountain bandits. But what prompted them to target me? Carried on one of the bandits' shoulders, Jiang Lu stealthily opened a slit in his eyes, contemplating. He had not truly lost consciousness. Although the woman's timing had been impeccable, catching him off guard, The game system activated just as she struck, displaying her health bar, indicating he had entered a combat state. Reflexively, he cast a defensive spell upon himself, the Diamond Shield, granting him an 80 damage immunity. Thus, the woman's strike, while seemingly effective, had no real impact. He merely feigned unconsciousness. The bandits intended to rob him, but as a destitute monk residing in a dilapidated temple, he possessed no wealth. Furthermore, they had not searched him after knocking him out, indicating they sought something beyond mere theft. If not for money, then was it vendetta? But as a secluded monk who rarely ventured down the mountain, how could he have made enemies? Thus, if it was neither for wealth nor revenge, it was most likely at someone's behest. Their intention appeared to be merely to incapacitate him rather than to kill, which pointed to this conclusion. Who could possibly have hired these bandits against him? Soon, a name surfaced in Zhang Lu's mind, Zhang Yuanwei. It was not that Zhang Lu was particularly astute. Rather, his sheltered existence at Jingshan Temple left him with only Zhang Yuanwei as a plausible suspect. Indeed, business is often treacherous. Reflecting on the situation, it seemed highly probable that Zhang Yuanwei was the mastermind behind this scheme, igniting a fire of rage within Jiang Lu. Initially, he had attempted to swindle him for 20 taels of silver, and now he had enlisted bandits to do him harm? Lying still on the back of one bandit, Jiang Lu remained motionless, biding his time for the cooldown of the Diamond Shield spell. Surrendering was not an option, should he be taken to their lair. Escape would be impossible. Thus, he resolved to act while en route. The Diamond Shield was a vital survival skill, hence he patiently awaited its cooldown period of 50 seconds, which felt interminable. Unbeknownst to the three bandits, 2 men and 1 woman, who believed Zhang Lu to be unconscious, he subtly let a faint golden light swirl around his hands. In this life-or-death moment, Zhang Lu dared not be careless. The skill points he had previously reserved were now invested into the Arhut Fist skill, elevating it to an advanced level. Arhut Fist, advanced, increases attack power by 25, lasting for 180 seconds. With all preparations in place, Zhang Lu launched his assault. His palm, radiating golden light, seized the throat of the bandit carrying him. With his life at stake, he showed no mercy, twisting his wrist with a sharp crack. The level 5 bandit, amplified by the Arhut Fist, felt as though even a wooden stick would snap under his grip. Indeed, the bandit's throat was effortlessly crushed. Zhang Lu watched as the bandit's health bar plummeted, and it continued to dwindle. Though this was merely a game interface, the reality of the situation was undeniable. Having his throat crushed meant certain death. The bandit, unable to cry out, collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. What audacity! The sudden turn of events left the other 2 bandits, a man and a woman, astonished. They had perceived the young monk as harmless, akin to a defenseless kitten, easily subdued. Their prior assumption had been confirmed when they knocked him out with such ease. But who could have anticipated this seemingly unconscious boy would spring into action with such ferocity? Rather than a kitten, he had transformed into a fierce tiger in disguise. With a swift motion, the male bandit drew his long knife, aiming directly at Zhang Lu's head with a rapid, desperate strike. In a life-threatening moment, the bandit disregarded any semblance of a mission. Facing this impending blow, Zhang Lu maintained the Diamond Shield and raised his hand to block. Seeking death, the bandit sneered at Zhang Lu's attempt to defend himself with his bare hand. The force of his strike should have severed the monk's arm completely. However, when the blade met Zhang Lu's arm, it merely inflicted a shallow cut, hardly significant. The bandit stared in disbelief, feeling as though he had struck thick cowhide instead of flesh. What is this? The Golden Bell Shield? Chapter 16. Dare to lay hands on this heroine's man? The female bandit reacted swiftly, drawing a short knife from her bosom and lunging at Jiang Lu. While the Diamond Shield absorbed the blow from the front, the attack from behind could not be evaded. Yet, Jiang Lu remained composed. Perhaps his recent experiences with Gao Yang had equipped him with combat skills. Or perhaps he had mentally rehearsed the ensuing battle while feigning unconsciousness. Sensing the female bandit's assault, Jiang Lu swiftly removed a string of purple sandalwood beads from around his neck, activating the skill associated with the beads, Starry Array. The 108 beads transformed into a fan-shaped wave, enveloping the advancing female bandit. The impact from the beads sent her flying backward. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Lu's golden glowing fist descended upon the male bandit before him. Although this bandit had years of experience in bloodshed, the combination of Zhang Lu's level 5 status, the enhancement from the Arhut Fist, and the earlier display of invulnerability rendered him utterly outmatched. Bang! 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 The Arhut fist landed blow after blow upon the bandit, who lay on the ground, struggling momentarily before becoming motionless. System notification, experience gained, 95, money gained, 10. System notification, experience gained, 120, money gained, 13. Simultaneously, the system notifications indicated that Zhang Lu had dispatched both targets. He then turned his gaze to the female bandit, who, terrified, took a step back. You. Why did you attack me? Between us, there are no grievances, are there? Only the last female bandit remains, and she does not rush to attack. Zhang Lu's gaze falls upon her as he inquires. If I tell you what you want to know, will you spare me? The female bandit glances at her two companions lying on the ground and swallows hard. As long as you tell me, I am willing to spare you. Rest assured. A monk does not speak falsehoods. Amitba. With palms together, Zhang Lu calmly declares, whispering a Buddhist chant. The identity of a monk is inherently trustworthy to some extent. And more importantly, he currently has little choice. After a brief hesitation, the female bandit responds, it is Zhang Yuanwei from Jinshan village. He offered 30 taels of silver to capture you alive. Indeed, it is as he suspected. Zhang Lu is not surprised, for this merely confirms his conjecture. Now, I ask you again, what is the situation at your stronghold? Where is it located, and how many people are there? After understanding the circumstances, Zhang Lu follows up with another question. Why do you ask this? What do you intend to do? The inquiry makes the female bandit wary, her gaze fixed on him. You need only answer me, he says, his expression darkening as he looks earnestly at her. No, I will not speak. Her resolute demeanor makes it clear that Zhang Lu's inquiry is malevolent. If you refuse to speak, then you may depart. Since she is unwilling to divulge information, Zhang Lu has no intention of forcing her. He picks up the knife from the ground and strikes toward the female bandit. Due to his initiative, the 3 bandits, 2 men and 1 woman, do not perish after their health is depleted. They simply lie motionless on the ground, in a state of near-death unconsciousness. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lu raises his weapon and delivers a final blow to each, ending their lives. It is not that he possesses a murderous nature, but when others seek to harm him, can he still maintain a compassionate heart? Even if he were to spare these bandits, would they, in turn, spare him? Killing 3 individuals, these are not mere monsters, but living beings. Confronting the 3 corpses, Zhang Lu feels a surge of nausea. He discards the knife and leans against a tree, retching for a long while until he nearly expels his stomach acid. Although he has slain numerous beasts and even monsters in recent days, this is his first experience taking a human life. Despite not regretting his actions, the act of killing still weighs heavily upon him. After a considerable time, Zhang Lu's emotions begin to settle, and he walks over to the corpses, collecting the copper coins beneath them. The experience gained from killing 3 people amounts to only around 300 points, clearly indicating that these bandits were not particularly strong. However, aside from the copper coins, Zhang Lu discovers that a weapon has also dropped. Ancient ebony staff, ordinary quality, requires level 5, attack power 25, durability 810. Examining the staff, which appears somewhat worn, he notes the stats that appear before his eyes. An increase of 25 in attack power is satisfactory. Indeed, it is a primary weapon, significantly superior to the jade ring of 10 attack power he had previously acquired. Zhang Lu secretly anticipates what might happen if he were to acquire equipment of superior, perfect, legendary, or even epic quality in the future. Shaking his head, he sets these thoughts aside, glancing at the 3 corpses before picking up a nearby knife to begin digging a grave. Though these individuals sought to harm him, the dead deserve respect. Leaving their bodies exposed in the wilderness is not acceptable. As he digs, Zhang Lu's gaze falls upon the knife. At the same time, its stats appear before him. Knife, ordinary quality, attack power 3, durability 710. Only an increase of 3 attack power? Is the quality of the equipment dropped by the game superior? Or is it simply that this knife is of the lowest tier, lacking even a level requirement? As he digs, Zhang Lu muses to himself. Hey Zhang Lu, what happened here? Just as he is sweating profusely digging the graves, a familiar female voice calls out. Gao Yang, startled by the sight of the 3 corpses, approaches him with an expression of shock. As usual, she had waited for him in their usual spot, but after a long wait without seeing him, she took the initiative to search for him, only to stumble upon this scene. Zhang Lu halts his actions, revealing the circumstances to her without concealment, briefly recounting the events that led to this moment. Upon learning the details and realizing that Zhang Lu had narrowly escaped danger, Gao Yang's brows furrow in anger, her beautiful face radiating a fierce intensity. How dare that unscrupulous merchant lay hands on my man? Chapter 17. Stunned in awe, Gao Yang's forthright nature resembles that of a heroine. Upon hearing what Jiang Lu has endured, her wrath towards Zhang Yuanwei from Jinshan village is palpable. Regardless of their relationship, even if Jiang Lu were merely a stranger, she would not stand idly by upon learning of such an incident. Jiang Lu is not surprised by her reaction. After all, they have known each other for several days, and he understands her chivalrous character to some extent. Not only is Gao Yang furious, but Jiang Lu himself also feels a surge of anger. Heartless for the sake of wealth, he reflexively thinks of Zhang Yuanwei. He also recalls the incident from a few days prior when Master Xuanwu descended the mountain to assist him in exorcising vengeful spirits. Today, it appears that his family is indeed plagued by lingering spirits, and it seems that the matter is not merely coincidental. Perhaps he has committed some heinous act? After all, a saying goes, those who do not harbor ill intentions need not fear the knocking of ghosts at their door. Jiang Lu, let us descend the mountain at once. Filled with righteous indignation, Gao Yang is eager to descend and right the wrongs, pulling Jiang Lu along as she strides down the mountain. Wait, let us discuss this later. Jiang Lu replies, shaking his head as he is led down. What? Are you afraid? If you are, I will go alone. Gao Yang turns her head to glance at him, visibly displeased. It is not appropriate to go in broad daylight, is it? I intend to return to Layman soon. But if I leave hastily, it will negatively impact the temple and the others there, Jiang Lu explains, looking at Gao Yang. One must consider the consequences of their actions. He cannot act impulsively and endanger the temple. Hearing his reasoning, Gao Yang hesitates slightly and nods in agreement. After spending time together, she understands that Jinshan Temple is merely a dilapidated little temple. Such a brazen act of seeking revenge in broad daylight could indeed reflect poorly on it. Very well. Then we shall go tonight, she concedes, suppressing her eagerness for justice. The afternoon passes quickly as they chat and slay monsters together. Unlike before when Gao Yang took the lead, this afternoon Jiang Lu wields the ebony staff and enters a state enhanced by Luohan Fist, demonstrating considerable strength. A single strike can shatter even a piece of blue stone. In the force he exhibits rivals that which Xin Kong displayed the previous night. Jiang Lu, you are truly a martial prodigy. Gao Yang, observing his remarkable progress, expresses her astonishment at his ascendant prowess with an impressed look on her face. It's nothing much. Jiang Lu smiles modestly, though inwardly he revels in his achievements. The combination of Luohanquan and the ebony staff significantly enhances one's offensive capabilities in terms of sheer power. Even ordinary demons are no longer a match for me. As the sky darkens, let us meet at the foot of the mountain during the transition between the Wu and High hours, around 9 o'clock in modern terms, suggested Jiang Lu. Glancing at the evening sky, in ancient times, devoid of entertainment, most people would have already succumbed to slumber by this hour. Very well. Gao Yang nodded in agreement and turned to depart. After watching Gao Yang's figure recede into the distance, Jiang Lu returned to Jinshan Temple. However, upon entering the temple, Jiang Lu did not rush to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Instead, he sought out the venerable Abbot Fa Ming, who, coincidentally, was also in the temple at that moment. As the guardian monk of the temple, Brother Xian Kong was meant to be informed of this matter. Is there something on your mind, Luo? Abbot Fa Ming inquired kindly, his gaze subtly scanning Jiang Lu's ebony staff as he spoke. Abbot, some troubling events have transpired. Jiang Lu replied candidly, succinctly recounting the encounter with bandits he had faced on the mountain's rear today. Zhang Yuanwei's heart is truly wicked. To conspire with bandits and abduct you for the sake of your salt refining technique? The abbot's expression darkened, his brow furrowing slightly. Humph. Brother Xian Kong remained silent. But a cold snort escaped his lips, expressing his disapproval. Although Jinshan Temple was merely a dilapidated small temple, it was not one to be easily bullied. More importantly, as the temple's guardian monk, Xian Kong felt a sense of failure for allowing Jiang Lu to nearly fall victim to such treachery. Abbot, I merely intend to raise everyone's vigilance. Those bandits may seek revenge, Jiang Lu added as a reminder after detailing his assault. Revenge? Luer, do you mean those bandits? Initially, Abbot Fa Ming thought Jiang Lu had merely been fortunate enough to escape the clutches of the bandits. However, upon hearing the mention of revenge, both he and Brother Xian Kong froze, suddenly aware of the implications. In my struggle, I may have acted too forcefully and inadvertently killed a few of them. Jiang Lu admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. You, A mere novice. How could you possibly contend with such ferocious bandits? Abbot Fahming gazed at Zhang Lu in astonishment. At just 15 years of age and having grown up in the temple, the abbot believed he knew the boy well. Yet, the revelation that he had slain several ruthless bandits was astonishing. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lu glanced at Brother Xiankong before extending his hands. A radiant golden light swirled between his palms, signifying the practice of Luohanquan. Forgive me, abbot, but I secretly observed Brother Xiankong training and learned a few things. He confessed. Abbot Fahming was momentarily speechless, captivated by the brilliance of the golden light that illustrated Zhang Lu's profound mastery of Luohanquan. Though not a martial monk, the abbot possessed a discerning eye. Judging by the intensity of the light, it seemed Zhang Lu's self-taught Luohanquan surpassed even that of Xiankong. Had he secretly practiced for an extended period to achieve such prowess? Was he truly a martial prodigy? Abbot Fahming was internally astonished, while Brother Xiankong widened his eyes in disbelief, alternating his gaze between Zhang Lu's hands and his youthful visage, as if witnessing a ghost. Though the abbot may have surmised that Zhang Lu had been practicing Luohanquan for some time, Brother Xiankong was acutely aware that he had only shared the art with him a mere few days prior. Chapter 18. The Joy of Revenge. Despite their astonishment at Zhang Lu's proficiency in Luohanquan, Abbot Fahming, recognizing that Zhang Lu had acquired martial skills through clandestine means, decided to impose a minor punishment. He assigned him the task of overseeing irrigation in the fields for the next few days. Zhang Lu accepted this without protest. Understanding that Jingshan Temple was just a small establishment without stringent regulations, in a more prosperous temple, the consequences would have been far more severe. As for the potential retaliation from the bandits, after a brief discussion, Abbot Fahming and Brother Xiankong concluded that they must remain vigilant against any forthcoming threats. As for Zhang Yuanwei, he was merely an ordinary man. Once they dealt with the bandits, Zhang Lu would descend the mountain to seek justice. Having conveyed his warnings, Zhang Lu took his leave. However, as he stepped out of the abbot's quarters, he was halted by Brother Xiankong. Luo, please be honest with me. Have you really never practiced Luohanquan before? Brother Xiankong inquired earnestly, holding Zhang Lu's gaze. Zhang Lu remained silent, merely meeting his brother's eyes, offering no response. All right, go about your business, Brother Xiankong sighed, waving his hand after a long, thoughtful pause. He understood that his question was superfluous. Having grown up in the temple, he could not be unaware of whether Zhang Lu had surreptitiously learned Luohanquan. Moreover, he had observed that Zhang Lu had no prior martial foundation when he had clandestinely taught him. Yet, despite a decade of his own practice, his accomplishments paled in comparison to Zhang Lu's rapid progress in just a few days, a reality that was difficult for him to accept. Thank you, Brother Xiankong, for your guidance, Zhang Lu said, pressing his palms together and bowing deeply. While Luohanquan may not seem significant for his future, it was undeniably beneficial at present. Above all, it was a testament to Brother Xiankong's affection for him. Regardless, Luo, your martial talent is a cause for great joy. I need not worry about you being bullied in the future, Brother Xiankong remarked, feeling somewhat relieved as he watched Zhang Lu sincerely express his gratitude. After helping Zhang Lu rise, he turned to leave. As Zhang Lu watched Brother Xiankong depart, he felt a tinge of melancholy, understanding his mentor's sentiments. He returned to the kitchen and skillfully prepared the meal. Typically, Brother Xiankong was not very talkative, so his companions, Xianwu and Xianming, remained oblivious to any change in Zhang Lu's demeanor. After dinner, they each went their separate ways. Zhang Lu tidied up the dishes and retreated to his quarters. Sitting quietly on his wooden bed, he took out a cloth and began to meticulously clean his slightly worn ebony staff. His emotions regarding the impending confrontation at Zhang Yuanwei's home were mixed. He felt an urgent desire for revenge alongside a sense of unease. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer to resolve matters without resorting to violence, having grown up in a modern, lawful society. Yet, in this primitive world of the past, villagers were willing to collude with bandits for their own gain, and if he remained weak, he would only invite further bullying. To endure for a moment may bring tranquility, but such situations are often fleeting. More commonly, enduring leads to further encroachment. After all, even the Buddhist teachings, which espouse compassion and kindness, have their moments of fierce wrath, do they not? With no hint of sleepiness, Zhang Lu estimated it was nearly time. He donned his Zetan prayer beads, firmly grasped his ebony staff, and quietly pushed open the door to his quarters, descending the mountain. On the hill where Jingshan Temple is situated, There lies merely a modest mount. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, in a mere span of half an hour, one could reach the foot of the hill. Beneath the silvery beams, a graceful figure awaited, none other than Gaoyang. Below the hill, in Jingshan village, there stood a small courtyard, the residence of Zhang Yuanwei. It is said that perhaps only Zhang Yuanwei's household possessed such a charming abode with a courtyard in all of Jingshan village. The courtyard gate faced south, flanked by rooms and guest quarters on either side to accommodate visitors and maids, while the main house, facing north, was the residence of Zhang Yuanwei's family. However, today, an unexpected guest had arrived at Zhang Yuanwei's home, a youthful monk, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, donned in a crescent white monk's robe, wielding a demon-slaying staff. With a serene demeanor, he approached Zhang Yuanwei's dwelling and gently knocked on the courtyard door. "Who is it?" came a male voice from within the silent night, startled by the knocking. After a brief moment, the courtyard door was pulled open, revealing a servant peeking out. "Revered donor, this humble monk is from Daming Temple. I have come to attend a ceremony at Dafu Temple and kindly request a night's lodging," the young monk said, hands clasped in humility. "Please wait a moment as I inform the master of the house," the servant replied, noting the monk's dignified appearance before retreating. Before long, the door swung open again, and Zhang Yuanwei, draped in a casual garment, stepped outside. After assessing the monk, he shook his head and said, "Young monk, it is not that I am unwilling to offer you shelter, but my household includes women, making it rather inconvenient. You might consider looking elsewhere. There is Jingshan Temple atop the hill." However, before Zhang Yuanwei could finish his sentence, the young monk picked up a small stone from the corner. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the stone shattered into several fragments. "Revered donor, I humbly request your favor. In the future, you shall be rewarded," he said. Zhang Yuanwei, taken aback by the monk's strength, inhaled sharply and quickly changed his tone. "Master, please come in. I shall have someone prepare a guest room for you." "Then I shall impose upon you," replied the young monk, still maintaining his calm demeanor, graciously accepting Zhang Yuanwei's invitation as he stepped inside. The night had deepened. Zhang Lu and Gaoyang walked together into Jingshan village. Although Zhang Lu had traversed time and space and had not descended the mountain, he was aware that Zhang Yuanwei's household was the wealthiest in the village. With only about 180 households in Jingshan village, after a brief search, they soon located the finest residence, which was undoubtedly Zhang Yuanwei's. Having come with a purpose, they saw no reason to knock before entering. With a nimble leap, Gaoyang vaulted over the courtyard wall, landing lightly within, and quietly opened the courtyard door, allowing both to stealthily enter. Although a large dog stirred awake at the commotion, before it could bark, a flash of cold steel glinted. Gaoyang's flying knife struck true, silencing the dog instantly. Ignoring the system's notification of gained experience and currency, Zhang Lu and Gaoyang stealthily infiltrated the main house. Chapter 19. The young monk Daoji. Since they had chosen to arrive under the cover of night, they had no intention of causing a stir. After dealing with the guard dog, Zhang Lu and Gaoyang quietly unlatched the door to the main house and slipped inside. In the master bedroom, Zhang Yuanwei lay asleep, cradling a young and beautiful woman, while his lawful wife rested in an adjacent bed. Gaoyang swiftly incapacitated both the wife and the concubine, allowing Zhang Yuanwei to awaken. As he opened his eyes to find two strangers in his room, panic surged in him, and he instinctively sought to scream. Yet, a knife pressed against his throat silenced him, accompanied by Gaoyang's low, menacing voice, "Do not scream, or this warrior's hand may tremble." Feeling the cold blade against his throat, Zhang Yuanwei's heart raced, and he swallowed his words, trembling as he stammered, "Gentlemen, let us discuss this calmly. If it is wealth you seek, I am willing to offer you 5 taels of silver. No, 10 taels." As Zhang Yuanwei's voice echoed, Zhang Lu lit an oil lamp on the table, casting a dim light that dispelled the darkness within the room. Holding the lamp aloft, he approached Zhang Yuanwei. "Zhang Lu, is that you?" Zhang Yuanwei gasped in shock, recognizing the figure advancing with the lamp. A young monk, raised in Jingshan Temple, had stealthily entered his home in the dead of night, an occurrence Zhang Yuanwei had never anticipated. Zhang Yuanwei's life, it seemed, was worth little. "Holding the lamp before you, I calmly inquire, for the purpose of capturing me, you were willing to part with 30 taels of silver and collude with bandits. Yet now you offer only 10 taels to save your own skin? How do you know?" Zhang Yuanwei stammered, astonished that Zhang Lu had uncovered his dealings with the bandits. It appeared he had underestimated the young boy's capabilities. Since Jiang Lu could mention the 30 tails and the bandits, it was evident he had investigated thoroughly. Realizing further denial was futile, Zhang Yuanwei promptly confessed. Master Jiang, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. I apologize sincerely. I am willing to provide you with 30 taels to atone for my error. As a monk, you embody compassion. I implore you to forgive me for the sake of our shared homeland. Tears streamed down Zhang Yuanwei's face as he begged for mercy. His remorse evident. These words brimmed with sincerity. 30 taels of silver, coupled with Jiang Lu's identity as a monk, invoked the bond of their shared origins. If one were to relent even slightly, witnessing Zhang Yuanwei's penitence, it would indeed be difficult to press him further. 30 taels of silver weighed heavily on Zhang Yuanwei's heart, yet when faced with the prospect of losing his life, the money seemed trivial. Zhang Yuanwei was well aware that the situation at Jingshan Temple would likely convince Jiang Lu. If he could present the money and sincerely admit his fault, surely he could stabilize the situation and navigate through this crisis. After all, a 15-year-old boy was still brimming with youthful vigor. Who could predict what he might do if truly enraged? Zhang Yuanwei had no desire to gamble with his life. Yet, despite Zhang Yuanwei's reasonable thoughts and choices, Jiang Lu appeared unmoved. What? Do you believe I have come for wealth? Jiang Lu was acutely aware of his true purpose. He sought vengeance, not riches. Must you resort to violence? Are you not afraid of facing the consequences for master faming? Zhang Yuanwei's fright escalated as he realized that pleading for mercy had failed. He now resorted to invoking the abbot. A monk should embody compassion, and even if he had erred, true repentance would surely sway master faming against any notion of revenge. Those who kill shall be killed. Having conspired with bandits against me, you must be prepared for the consequences of your actions. You are no longer a child. Every individual must take responsibility for their actions. Jiang Lu offered no further explanations, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuanwei as he raised a dark wooden staff, the air thick with the intent to kill. Ba, a monk embodies compassion. Since this esteemed donor has sincerely repented, why must my junior succumb to hatred? Letting go of the sword can lead to enlightenment. However, before Jiang Lu's staff could descend, a sudden chant of Buddha echoed, and a young monk clad in a crescent white robe entered the room. Both Jiang Lu and the newcomer appeared youthful, resembling boys of 15 or 16. However, Jiang Lu was clad in a worn grayish-white monk's robe, while the monk who entered donned a striking crescent white robe, exuding an air of opulence. Master, save me! Zhang Yuanwei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he beheld the young monk. The memory of the monk effortlessly crushing a stone during his previous stay loomed vividly in his mind, leading him to believe that this monk could indeed be his savior. Who are you? Jiang Lu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as he scrutinized the young monk. The latter radiated an extraordinary demeanor, handsome, well-dressed, and possessing an admirable aura, clearly distinguishing him as a monk from a grand monastery. In contrast, Jiang Lu felt that his only merit was his good looks. I am Daoji, a monk from the Great Ming Temple, here to partake in the annual incense offering ceremony at the Great Buddha Temple. I have heard whispers of the grievances between you two. Since this benefactor has sincerely repented, why not grant him an opportunity? The young monk spoke with grace and courtesy. Daoji, is this the legendary Qigong? Jiang Lu silently scoffed at the monk's name. Surely, that was impossible. The mythical Qigong was not from the Tang dynasty. This is absurd. We are to participate in this year's incense offering together, making us contemporaries. Having grown up in the temple, it is clear who is the senior and who is the junior. Jiang Lu's gaze fell upon Daoji, pausing momentarily before continuing. I understand the principle of letting go of the butcher's knife to become a Buddha instantly, and I am aware of the compassion that should dwell within a monk. However, before having experienced the suffering of others, one should refrain from lightly advising others to be magnanimous. Ba, it seems my junior is quite obstinate. Very well. You have a score to settle with this benefactor, and seeking vengeance is understandable. Yet, this benefactor has shown me kindness, and I cannot remain an idle observer. Thus, I propose a contest to see our respective demon-slaying techniques. I have already stated that I am the senior, Jiang Lu declared, raising his ebony staff, its golden radiance shimmering between his hands. The light merged into the staff, and he thrust it toward Daoji, taking the initiative. Ba, is that the Arhut fist? As it happens, I have a modicum of understanding of it as well. Daoji murmured as he observed the golden brilliance emanating from Xīyóu's palms. If he was not imagining things, a dragon's roar resounded, and simultaneously, the golden light between Daoji's palms seemed to morph into a spectral dragon, entwining around his fists. As Xīyóu's ebony staff descended, Daoji's radiant fists met it head-on. Chapter 20. Another exquisite equipment skill levels are generally categorized into 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and grand perfection. With 3 skill points invested, Xīyóu had elevated the Arhut fist to an advanced level, granting a 25 increase in attack power for 180 seconds. Coupled with the inherent enhancement of the ebony staff, his strikes unleashed a flurry of staff shadows, capable of shattering stone and splitting boulders effortlessly. Daoji appeared to be of a similar age to Xīyóu and was also practicing the Arhut fist. However, despite lacking a weapon, his fists glimmered with golden light, subtly entwined with the spectral dragon, suggesting that his strength might surpass Xīyóu's. The collision of staff and fist left Xīyóu's hands tingling. Was Daoji's mastery of the Arhut fist superior to his own? Or was it a matter of higher cultivation? Or perhaps both? Xīyóu pondered, sensing that Daoji's prowess was indeed formidable. In the midst of the skirmish, it was evident that Xīyóu and Daoji were evenly matched. Although Xīyóu held a weapon that provided an advantage, the outcome of their contest remained uncertain. As a punch from Daoji approached, Xīyóu skillfully tilted his head to evade. Yet, the blow struck the wall behind him with a resounding crash, sending debris flying and leaving a deep imprint, causing Xīyóu's brow to twitch. With a swift motion, Xīyóu swung the golden staff toward Daoji, creating a cascade of golden shadows. Daoji nimbly dodged, but the force of Xīyóu's strike shattered a nearby table, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Daoji, who now regarded Xīyóu with trepidation. Zhongyuan, observing Xīyóu's ferocity, turned pale as a ghost. No one had anticipated that a mere 15-year-old novice from the Golden Mountain Temple could possess such formidable strength. Had he known, he would have thought twice before conspiring with bandits against him. Gao Yang, too, watched anxiously as the 2 disciples of the Buddhist sect clashed. Aware that this was a duel meant to remain personal, she had no intention of intervening unless Xīyóu's life was at stake. Despite the fierce intensity of the battle, it did not last long. After several minutes, Xīyóu's Arhut fist state faded, and the golden glow dissipated from his hands. Daoji, having practiced the same technique, found his own state waning as well. The bout had ended without a clear victor. Amitba, Jr., it seems neither of us can best the other. Shall we not cease hostilities here? Daoji suggested, hands clasped together in reverence. Humph, I have already asserted that I am the senior, Xīyóu retorted, raising his ebony staff for another strike. Without the enhancement of the Arhut fist, Xīyóu still wielded the advantage of his weapon, while Daoji had nothing. In Xīyóu's estimation, his chances of victory were now greater. Prepare yourself for my green lotus finger, Daoji warned, his brow furrowing as he extended a finger, gathering a surge of azure energy that took the form of a blossoming lotus, poised for release. Silent Zen. In response to Daoji's impending assault, Xīyóu activated his Silent Zen skill. The quietude of the technique caused the azure lotus to dissipate into nothingness. What? How can this be? Daoji gasped in disbelief as his concentrated green lotus finger vanished, though he could still feel the flow of true essence within him. Forming an attack had become impossible, a situation he had never encountered before. Boom. But Xīyóu had no time for Daoji's astonishment. He brought the ebony staff crashing down upon him, eliciting a pained cry. Ah! Daoji's cries echoed as Xīyóu relentlessly struck him, leaving him battered and bruised. Abandoning all pretense of composure as he scrambled for the door. Tell me, who is the senior? Speak up, Xīyóu shouted joyfully as he continued to rain down blows. It's you are the senior. Daoji, overwhelmed by pain, immediately conceded. Very well, Junior, will you dare to meddle in your senior's affairs again? Xīyóu persisted, unrelenting in his assault. I dare not, Senior. I swear I will never do so again. Daoji whimpered, though the silence of Silent Zen was fleeting. Seizing an opportunity, he thrust out a finger, launching a burst of energy toward Xīyóu, the azure lotus flickering at his fingertip, swift yet less defined than before. Vajra mantra. As he faced the impending assault, Xīyóu felt a mixture of surprise and admiration for his opponent's ability to channel their chi externally. However, he reacted swiftly, activating the skill of the Diamond Sutra. In a hasty motion, he unleashed a finger strike, but its inherent power was lacking. And when diminished by the Diamond Sutra's 80 reduction, the remaining force merely struck Jiang Lu, causing him discomfort, yet failing to inflict any serious injury. The pain ignited a surge of anger within him, and brandishing his ebony staff, he delivered a forceful blow to Dao Ji's head, leaving the latter in a state of shock. With a resounding thud, Jiang Lu observed Dao Ji's health bar deplete entirely. Dao Ji collapsed to the ground, motionless, slipping into a near-death coma. A notification chimed. 325 experience points gained, 80 coins acquired. Additionally, his level increased by 1, bringing him to level 6. As Dao Ji succumbed to unconsciousness, a refreshing sensation coursed through Jiang Lu's body, instantly erasing all injuries and fatigue, rejuvenating him entirely. Approaching the defeated Dao Ji, Jiang Lu turned him over and without hesitation, collected a pile of copper coins beneath him. Moreover, he discovered a red wooden ring. A rare item. Jiang Lu exclaimed with delight as he picked it up, his gaze drawn to its attributes. Redwood ring, excellent quality, requires level 5, attack power 20. Passive, Unleash Strike. The first attack after disengaging from combat for 300 seconds deals double damage, with a duration of 910. What a splendid find. Jiang Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, this excellent quality equipment boasted an attack power increase that nearly rivaled that of his primary weapon, the ebony staff. Jiang Lu. Are you alright? Due to the angle, Gao Yang could only see Jiang Lu facing her, seemingly rummaging through Dao Ji's belongings. Are you merely searching for loot after knocking him out? She pondered, but Jiang Lu assured her it was just a casual look. After stowing the copper coins and slipping the redwood ring onto his finger, he stood up. Chapter 21. The Assault on Jinshan Temple. Bang. 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 The tranquil night was shattered by the clear sound of gongs and drums. Inside Zhang Yuanwai's residence, a servant gazed at the raging inferno engulfing the estate and shouted, "Water! Bring water!" The villagers of Jinshan, awakened by the commotion, looked on as flames consumed Zhang Yuanwai's home. Although many donned their garments and rose from bed, the number of those willing to assist remained scant. In fact, many bore expressions of satisfaction. The villagers, simple in nature, often reciprocated kindness with kindness. If one treated them poorly, they would naturally withhold goodwill in return. Although Zhang Yuanwai was affluent, his reputation in Jinshan village was far from commendable. Had it not been for his wife's efforts to cultivate relationships with the neighbors over the years, even the few who had come to help might not have done so. What is the situation? Are there still people inside? Some villagers, faster than others, approached the gong-beating servant, inquiring. Both the lady and the second lady have been rescued. But the master is missing. What should we do? The absence of the head of the household, Zhang Yuanwai, felt akin to losing the very backbone of the family. On a small hill, Jiang Lu and Gao Yang ascended to the mid-slope, glancing back to see the blaze at Zhang Yuanwai's residence, vividly visible in the inky darkness. Jiang Lu pursed his lips, remaining silent, yet his heart brimmed with reflection. In the brief span of just over half a month since his arrival in this era, he had already encountered murder and arson, an inconceivable reality in a modern, law-abiding society. Had he changed, or was it the fault of this era? Jiang Lu, do you truly believe releasing that monk, Dao Ji, will have no repercussions? Gao Yang glanced at the flames consuming Zhang Yuanwai's home, her thoughts drifting to the unconscious Dao Ji. Isn't he the sole witness to the crimes? Shouldn't he be silenced? Those deserving of death should indeed be punished, such as Zhang Yuanwai. However, Dao Ji holds no grievance against me. His previous actions were merely a response to Zhang Yuanwai's past kindness. To kill merely to silence him would make me no better than Zhang Yuanwai, who would harm others for gain. Shaking his head, Jiang Lu replied earnestly, underscoring the importance of maintaining one's moral compass. But are you not concerned that Dao Ji may awaken and report you to the authorities? That would spell trouble for us. And for Jinshan Temple as well, Gao Yang argued, recalling the ruthless principles of the so-called nefarious individuals who favored killing the innocent over allowing threats to persist. I have no intention of becoming a saint or a paragon of virtue, yet I do not wish to be a callous villain who disregards human life. Jiang Lu paused briefly before continuing. Furthermore, I believe Dao Ji is not a fool. He must understand the implications of his actions. After all, he readily surrendered when confronted, indicating he is sensible enough to avoid unnecessary troubles. Very well, you make a compelling point. I, too, do not wish to become a villain. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Jiang Lu's stance on moral conduct. As they resumed their ascent up the mountain, the hour grew late, and the path became shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Gao Yang lost her footing, letting out a startled cry as she fell to the ground. "Are you all right?" Jiang Lu hurriedly squatted down. Concern etched on his face as he observed her twisted ankle. "I can't go on. My foot hurts. Please, carry me," she murmured softly in the obscured night. Without a second thought, Jiang Lu nodded and turned his back to her. With Gao Yang resting on his back, Jiang Lu, now at level 6, possessed strength and endurance far beyond that of an ordinary person. He felt no burden as he navigated the rugged terrain with steady footing. Gao Yang clung to his neck, her cheek brushing against his back, finding solace in his presence. Yet, sensing his slight stiffness, she playfully remarked, "Have you never carried another woman before?" "And no. I have often embraced other girls," Jiang Lu stammered, feeling the weight of her gaze. "What about you? Have you often been carried by other men?" After a brief silence, he countered with a teasing inquiry. "Only my father, when I was a child." "You are the first." Gao Yang tightened her grip around him, her voice barely above a whisper. In the stillness of the night, the young couple fell silent, the only sounds being Jiang Lu's footsteps crunching against the gravelly path, the atmosphere thick with unspoken feelings. Resting against Jiang Lu's back, Gao Yang became acutely aware of her heartbeat, which seemed to echo louder in the silence. "By the way, the day of the incense offering ceremony is in just a few days. Even if you light the incense, you must not let the monks know, or I shall dismantle your temple. Fear not, for I have never considered becoming a monk. I wish to marry you and have many little ones, perhaps even enough for a football team." Their playful banter continued, the warmth of their connection blossoming in the darkness. However, as Jiang Lu approached the entrance of Jinshan Temple, a piercing scream echoed through the night, tightening his chest with alarm. The familiar voice belonged to Brother Xiankong. "Trouble has arisen." In the dead of night, anguished cries echoed through the temple, and Gao Yang instinctively understood that calamity had struck. He swiftly dismounted from Jiang Lu's back, stealthily advancing toward the source of the commotion. Observing Gao Yang's agile movements, Jiang Lu's lips twitched slightly. Was her foot injury truly healed, or had she been deceiving herself from the very beginning? However, there was no time for such musings. Jiang Lu crouched low and cautiously proceeded forward. Several torches illuminated the small plaza outside the main hall of Jinshan Temple, where the elderly abbot, Fa Ming, lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. The two senior disciples, Xian Ming and Xian Wu, bore visible signs of a brutal beating, their faces bruised and battered. Xian Kong, the most unfortunate among them, clutched his shoulder, with one of his arms lying in a pool of blood, evidently severed. On the plaza stood 7 or 8 burly men wielding steel knives, their fierce countenances betraying their nefarious intentions. Some bore injuries, clearly sustained during their skirmish with Xian Kong. The leader, a slender man dressed in scholarly attire and holding a feather fan, sat nonchalantly upon a chair, embodying the very picture of a refined scholar. Yet he was the chief of these ruffians. "No one can kill a member of the Black Bear gang and live freely," he proclaimed, waving his feather fan with an air of pretentious elegance. "Since that little monk, Jiang Lu, managed to escape down the mountain early on, let us treat these bald donkeys as interest and eliminate them all." "Stop!" Jiang Lu shouted, disregarding the odds against him as he brandished a dark wooden staff and leaped forward. Given the dire situation and the villainous remarks of the scholar, Jiang Lu surmised that these men were the bandits previously hired by Zhang Yuanwei seeking vengeance. "Luer," Xian Kong gasped, his face paling as he saw Jiang Lu emerge. He had assumed that Jiang Lu had secretly departed Jinshan Temple, yet here he was, appearing at such a critical moment. "Courageous lad," the seated scholar mused, feigning an air of sophistication as he prepared to deliver a few words to demonstrate his poise. However, before he could finish, his expression shifted to one of shock, impudence. With no time for hesitation, Jiang Lu chose to act decisively, knowing that engaging the enemy was imperative. He aimed his staff at one of the more severely injured bandits, seeking to seize the initiative by incapacitating him first. As the staff descended, the bandit raised his steel knife to defend himself, yet the dark wooden staff in Jiang Lu's hand struck with the force of iron, shimmering with a golden light. With a resounding crack, the bandit's knife shattered, and the staff followed through, striking the bandit on the head, causing him to roll his eyes back and collapse into unconsciousness. The passive effect of the rosewood ring allowed Jiang Lu's initial strike to deal double damage. enough to shatter the knife with a single blow. Experience gained, 32. Gold acquired, 6. The game system chimed in, but Jiang Lu paid it no heed. After incapacitating one bandit, he swept his staff toward the others. Time was of the essence, as the skill of Arhut Fist lasted only 180 seconds. Without its enhancement, his attack power would significantly diminish. The remaining bandits, witnessing Jiang Lu's swift defeat of a comrade and the shattered knife, were struck by fear, momentarily paralyzed by his formidable presence, and began to retreat hastily. Gao Yang, ever resolute, moved in tandem with Jiang Lu. As Jiang Lu struck, Gao Yang, like a startled swan, lashed out with her whip, cracking it against one bandit's arm with precision. The force of the blow shattered the bandit's arm, eliciting a scream of agony. Although these bandits were fierce and seasoned from years of bloodshed, their spirits faltered against the overwhelming prowess of Jiang Lu and Gao Yang. Gao Yang was already a formidable fighter, capable of contending with evil creatures, while Jiang Lu, despite being only at level 6, possessed formidable strength augmented by Arhut Fist, the Rosewood Ring, and the Dark Wooden Staff. Has Lu Er's martial prowess grown this formidable? Xian Kong pondered, initially planning to assist, but faltering upon witnessing the shattered knife on the ground, realizing he was inadequate for the task. In mere moments, the bandits were scattered like leaves in a tempest, each falling into unconsciousness. The last bandit, having had his knife shattered by Gao Yang's whip and a dagger lodged in his shoulder, retreated in terror to the scholar's side. Alas, a waste is ultimately a waste. It seems I must rely on myself, the scholar sighed, lowering his feather fan and rising from his chair. Jiang Lu's expression turned grave as he regarded the scholar. Clearly, as the leader of these bandits, his strength was likely considerable. In a world rife with demons and monsters, judging a person's power solely by their physique was a grave mistake. With a sharp crack, to Jiang Lu and Gao Yang's astonishment, the scholar made his move. But not against them. Instead, he executed a precise palm strike against the last remaining bandit, knocking him unconscious. Experience gained, 5. Jiang Lu and Gao Yang exchanged incredulous glances. Yet, Jiang Lu's astonishment was not merely due to the scholar's action. He was equally surprised that he had only received 9 experience points from the fallen bandit. Had he been robbed of the kill, resulting in diminished experience? Caw, caw, caw. Following the last bandit's collapse, the scholar's laughter rang out, sharp and grating, like a night owl, starkly contrasting with his earlier pretentious demeanor. Now that all the ruffians are unconscious, no one will remember my true identity. As he spoke, an odd bulge emerged from his chest, and suddenly, his robe tore open, revealing a pitch-black crow with a third eye on its forehead, which emerged from within him. A demon? Jiang Lu and Gao Yang's expressions shifted in alarm at the sight of the three-eyed crow. It could infiltrate a human's body, manipulating their actions undetected. Had it reached the level of a demon soldier? Gao Yang's expression grew somber as he contemplated the three-eyed crow. A demon soldier could mimic human behavior, much like the wolf demon that walked upright, or this crow, which could control human actions without revealing a flaw. Is it truly a demon soldier? Jiang Lu's mind raced with a mix of trepidation and anticipation as he beheld the crow emerging before him. Though they are both demonic soldiers, the strength of this three-eyed crow is likely inferior to that of a wolf demon, as wolves are inherently fierce beasts. Moreover, both I and Gao Yang have significantly enhanced our abilities since then. Perhaps we might be able to slay this three-eyed crow. After vanquishing the wolf demon, not only did I acquire numerous items, but I also received a substantial amount of experience points that allowed me to rise 3 levels. If I succeed in defeating this three-eyed crow, I should be able to gain quite a bit more. Typically, hiding in the mountain stronghold and trying to seize a few human brains is quite troublesome. I must express my gratitude to you for knocking them all unconscious, as now I can feast to my heart's content. The three-eyed crow flapped its wings, its 3 eyes brimming with ominous and malevolent energy, fixating on Jiang Lu and the others. 1, 2, 3. Its gaze swept across Jiang Lu, Gao Yang, and even the others behind, such as Xingkong. Its sharp voice cawed. It seems today I can have a hearty meal, 6 brains to savor. You wish to consume us? I fear your appetite may exceed your capacity. Seizing the fleeting moment while the Arhut Fist still lingered, Jiang Lu brandished his ebony staff and struck fiercely at the crow. Crack! However, in response to Jiang Lu's assault, the crow opened its beak and pecked. To Jiang Lu's astonishment, the finely crafted ebony staff was shattered by the three-eyed crow's beak. a mere chi refining youth. And a girl beside him who was only at the meridian opening stage, dared to be so audacious before me, the demon-eyed general? After breaking Jiang Lu's staff, the three-eyed crow leisurely preened its feathers and calmly spoke. Demon-eyed general? You are a demon general. The crow's words drained the color from Gao Yang's face. Chapter 23. Gao Yang's identity, a demon general? Upon realizing that this three-eyed crow possessed the strength of a demon general, Jiang Lu's heart sank. Although he was unsure of the exact level of a demon general, he recalled that the wolf demon which nearly killed him and Gao Yang was merely a demonic soldier. Clearly, a demon general's strength far surpassed that of a demonic soldier. With the recent improvements in his and Gao Yang's abilities, Jiang Lu felt he could still muster the courage to challenge a demonic soldier. However, now that he knew the three-eyed crow was a demon general, he felt utterly disheartened. Jiang Lu, you must flee. Although Gao Yang understood their chances of winning were slim, she did not intend to surrender easily. Instead, she drew her whip and lashed it toward the three-eyed crow, shouting loudly, Flee? Is that what you suggest? Hearing Gao Yang's words, the imminent threat of death ignited a desire to escape within Jiang Lu. After all, one's life is singular. Fearing death is a natural human instinct. Facing an insurmountable foe, Jiang Lu believed that fleeing was not an act of shame. Yet, after reflexively taking a step back, he glanced at Xiankong, who had lost an arm, and the defenseless Fa Ming, along with Shi Wujing and the others. His feet felt as though they were leaden, and despite his desire to escape, he found himself rooted in place. Jiang Lu understood all too well that if he fled, these people would undoubtedly perish. On that day, Fa Ming had hoped to facilitate Zhang Yanwei's acceptance of him, providing Jiang Lu with a lifeline should his attempt to offer incense fail. He held this gratitude close to his heart. Furthermore, Xiankong had secretly approached him to teach the Arhat fist, ensuring he would not be bullied upon descending the mountain. This bond of loyalty was similarly etched in Jiang Lu's memory. Moreover, the vows exchanged between him and Gao Yang to marry after the incense offering and bear numerous children. How could he abandon that? Despite Gao Yang's fierce determination, the disparity in their strengths could not be bridged by mere conviction. In the face of Gao Yang's attack, the three-eyed crow merely fluttered its wings. The azure wind blades that emerged from its flapping not only severed Gao Yang's whip into several pieces, but also sent her flying, leaving several wounds upon her body. Blood flowing profusely, Jiang Lu leaped forward to catch Gao Yang, his heart aching at the sight of her injuries from the wind blades, his fury igniting. Jiang Lu, you must escape. We are no match for this demon general. A demon general has mastered sorcery. Ordinary martial skills cannot contend with it. In Jiang Lu's embrace, Gao Yang urged him urgently. Without responding to her pleas, Jiang Lu retrieved a crimson potion from his belongings, pouring it into her mouth. This was the blood vial he had obtained from slaying the wolf demon, which Gao Yang had preserved. Now, with her injuries severe and her vitality diminished to a quarter, Jiang Lu administered it to her. In no use. Though the potion rapidly healed her wounds, the demon general remained. The potion had proven futile. It seems today, we may become a pair of star-crossed lovers, Jiang Lu murmured, glancing into Gao Yang's anxious eyes. As he spoke, Jiang Lu rose and charged at the three-eyed crow. Brave, indeed. Individuals like you have the most delectable brains. The crow screeched, its voice grating. As it spoke, the crow's wings flapped. Although they were but small wings, their motion stirred a tempest, compressing the winds into massive blades. Silence. Observing the crow's movements, Jiang Lu's heart shouted, while he pointed at the three-eyed crow. The skill of silence activated, rendering the wind blades that Jiang Lu had conjured to dissipate into nothingness. What? How is this possible? The three-eyed crow, astonished to see its spell vanish without warning, cried out in disbelief. Seizing the moment of the crow's distraction, Jiang Lu dashed to its front and unleashed a powerful punch toward it. Despite its status as a demon general, the three-eyed crow was not particularly large for otherwise. It could not have infiltrated a human's body and manipulated their actions. With a resounding thud, Jiang Lu's fist struck the crow's body. Yet he felt as if he had struck something extraordinarily resilient. Though a stone could shatter, the crow appeared entirely unharmed. Moreover, Jiang Lu noticed the health bar above the crow's head slightly fluctuating. It seemed to hover around 60. This did not imply that Jiang Lu's punch had reduced the crow's health to 60. Rather, the crow had been in a weakened state from the outset. Jiang Lu's attack had evidently inflicted no substantial damage. An intriguing ability, yet far too feeble, the three-eyed crow screeched, seemingly unscathed by Jiang Lu's blow. As the words left its beak, a powerful gust assaulted Jiang Lu, akin to being struck by a speeding train. Spinning and tumbling, he crashed to the ground, his body aching as if his very bones had shattered. Struggling to rise, he found himself unable to do so. His health bar plummeted to a mere 10. Powerful. The strength of a demon general is indeed terrifying, Jiang Lu reflected, recognizing that even a wounded demon general could nearly annihilate him. Caw. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Then, I shall commence by feasting upon the very essence of your intellect. With a powerful flap of its wings, the three-eyed crow, its gaze laden with avarice, swooped down upon Jiang Lu. Strangely, despite its diminutive size, Jiang Lu felt as though an immense entity was descending upon him, rendering him akin to a minuscule insect. With merely 10 health points remaining, should this strike land, his demise would be inevitable. Just then, however, a figure burst forth, positioning itself before Jiang Lu. It was Gao Yang. Gazing at the girl who had intervened, Jiang Lu's heart raced with alarm. The lethal blow struck Gao Yang instead, leaving Jiang Lu aghast. In his dire state, he could only watch helplessly as the three-eyed crow aimed for Gao Yang's head. Suddenly, a faint dragon's roar resonated, and a golden light emanated from Gao Yang, manifesting as a dragon-shaped shield that enveloped her. This seemingly delicate radiance successfully thwarted the crow's assault. What is this? A dragon hatchling talisman? You are of the Leaf family. The crow shrieked, its voice tinged with disbelief upon realizing its attack had been blocked. With a panicked cry, it turned and fled into the distance. A dragon hatchling talisman? What might that be? The Leaf family? Isn't Gao Yang's surname Gao? Witnessing the once formidable three-eyed crow retreat in fear, Jiang Lu felt a surge of astonishment. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of sword light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, appearing remarkably clear against the dark backdrop, though it had originated from a great distance. It reached Jinshan Temple in the blink of an eye. A scream echoed as the fleeing three-eyed crow met its swift demise beneath the radiant blade, its health bar promptly depleting. As the sword light retracted, it revealed a sprightly elder bearing a long sword before Jiang Lu and Gao Yang. I have heard of Princess Gao Yang. The elder bowed slightly. Princess. Jiang Lu's heart stirred at the elder's address. Though he had always sensed Gao Yang's mysterious identity, he had never probed into her secrets. Now, with the revelation of her royal status, he felt a profound shock. In the realm of the Great Tang, being called a princess clearly indicated her elevated standing. Furthermore, the crow's cry had referred to her as belonging to the Leaf family, which added further weight to the revelation. Sword Elder, might we converse privately? Gao Yang's voice was faint as she addressed the elder. The elder cast a glance at the gravely injured Jiang Lu, paused in contemplation, then nodded, stating, I shall await your return. The Emperor has greatly missed you during your absence. With that, the elder stepped away. I apologize, Jiang Lu. I did not intend to deceive you, Gao Yang murmured, her head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. This isn't deceit, it's just that you are a princess. What does this mean for us in the future? Jiang Lu's heart harbored no anger, understanding that he too held secrets from her. Yet, the thought of their solemn vows weighed heavily on him. Realizing his implication, Gao Yang's cheeks flushed slightly. When the opportunity arises, I shall sneak out again. Once we elope, we shall never return to the palace. Her words warmed Jiang Lu's heart, yet he straightened his expression, declaring, a man without ambition allows a woman to elope with him. Rest assured, I will one day boldly seek the Emperor's blessing to marry you. The prospect of marrying a princess was indeed daunting. But with the game system at his side, Jiang Lu retained confidence in his future. If he continued to fight and level up, achieving the strength necessary to wed a princess was within the realm of possibility. His words ignited a swell of affection in Gao Yang, who impulsively embraced him and planted a soft kiss on his cheek before turning to flee. A joyful voice floated back to him, reminiscent of silver bells. I will wait for you. The crowing of roosters heralded the dawn, yet Jiang Lu was already awake, quietly seated at his desk. Scattered across the table were the spoils from the previous night's battle against the bandits, yet he did not rush to sort through them, instead lost in thought. From the words of the elder monk, he had come to understand Gao Yang's true identity as the beloved daughter of the emperor, known as Princess Gao Yang. Lure, we are but humble commoners. To marry a princess is akin to climbing to the heavens. The elder's earnest counsel echoed in Jiang Lu's mind, though unspoken. Its meaning was clear. The disparity in their statuses rendered such a union nearly impossible. It seemed I must strive diligently to level up. Reflecting on his promise to Gao Yang, Jiang Lu's resolve solidified. He turned his attention back to the table, where the spoils from the fierce battle lay. Although he had not delivered the final blow to the three-eyed crow, he had participated, earning 500 experience points upon its demise. It appeared that experience gained while in a party was significantly higher than when adventuring solo. Remembering the 2,800 experience points awarded by the wolf demon, he began to understand the mechanics at play. Additionally, the last bandit, whom he had knocked unconscious, yielded only a meager amount of experience. Shaking his head, he set aside thoughts of experience for the moment. Despite losing out on some monsters, the three-eyed crow had still dropped a fair number of valuable items. Among them were 2 health potions and 2 mana potions, along with a skill book from the Daoist series titled Swiftfire Pearl. Due to his current class, Xīyóu could not learn it just yet. Besides the potions and skill book, the crow had also dropped 2 pieces of equipment. The demon subduing staff, perfect quality, requiring level 10, boasting an attack power of 70, with a passive effect that increased damage by 30 against demonic targets, and the skill book box, special accessory, which could store 3 skill books from other classes, meeting their learning requirements. Truly, to acquire exceptional items, one must defeat foes of higher levels. The greater the level disparity, the better the rewards. Gazing at the items before him, Xīyóu felt a mix of astonishment and joy. While the demon subduing staff would have to wait until he reached level 10 to equip, its 70 points of attack power far surpassed the 25 points of his current wooden staff, not to mention the significance of the skill book box, a special accessory that was already rare to obtain and had immense potential. In the game, there were a limited number of 8 keepable items: 1 main weapon, 2 rings, 2 bracelets or gloves, 1 helmet or headband, 1 piece of armor, 1 pair of shoes, 1 belt, and 1 necklace, totaling 10 equipment slots. Beyond these 10 slots, there were also 3 special equipment slots. The 3 special equipment slots do not necessarily enhance attack and defense. Rather, their effects tend to be quite extraordinary. For instance, the skill book box allows me, as a monk, to learn skills from 3 other professions. Simply placing the skill book inside suffices, indicating that I may switch skills in the future. Last night, after vanquishing the mountain bandits and defeating Daoji, I received a reward of 500 experience points from the three-eyed crow, elevating Xīyóu's level to 7, which granted me a total of 7 skill points. I allocated 1 to Closed Mouth Zen, 3 to Arhut Fist, and 1 to Diamond Mantra, leaving me with 2 skill points remaining. Without much deliberation, I placed the skill of Fiery Pearl into the skill book box and equipped the box in the special accessory slot. A prompt appeared. Do you wish to consume 1 skill point to learn the skill Fiery Pearl? Indeed, it was possible. The notification from the game system filled Xīyóu with joy. Without hesitation, I chose to learn it, contemplating that I would also allocate my final skill point to the Fiery Pearl skill. Fiery Pearl, intermediate, launches a ball of flame that inflicts single target damage within a 10-meter radius, with an attack power of 60 and a cooldown of 10 seconds. Such destructive power! Xīyóu marveled at the skill's effects. While Arhut Fist had reached an advanced level and merely increased by 25, the intermediate Fiery Pearl skill boasted an increase of 60. Although Arhut Fist is a buff-type skill that lasts for a duration, a boost of 60 remains formidable. Indeed, among the 3 primary professions in the game, the Taoist class possesses the highest destructive capability. The monk class primarily focuses on control and support abilities, as exemplified by the system's Closed Mouth Zen and Diamond Mantra. Without Gao Yang and my team, leveling up alone without powerful attack skills would inevitably be much slower. The Fiery Pearl skill, being a Taoist ability, was truly a timely boon for Xīyóu. Chapter 25. New function unlocked. Inventory space at the back of Jingshan Temple. Xīyóu clenched his fists, activating the state of Arhut Fist, and struck forward. Before him stood an injured black bear, which staggered back a few steps, roaring in anger. After being pushed back, the bear suddenly dropped to all fours and charged at Xīyóu, its massive paw raised to strike him down. The weighty paw carried tremendous force. Observing the diminishing health bar above the bear's head, Xīyóu inwardly exclaimed. The originally forceful paw struck his shoulder, and Xīyóu only felt a slight pressure and scathed. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed another golden punch, striking the bear on the head and causing its health bar to drop further. Simultaneously, he stepped back, raising one hand as crimson flames gathered in his palm. The flames coalesced into the size of a basketball, which Xīyóu propelled towards the black bear, striking it squarely. A piercing scream erupted as the bear's health bar was instantly depleted, collapsing to the ground in a severely injured state. Notification: gained 60 experience points, 20 coins. Notification: level increased by 1, current level 10. With the game system's notifications, Jiang Lu retrieved 20 copper coins from beneath the bear and placed them in his pocket. Noticing the late hour, he turned to head back. Since the attack on Jingshan Temple a week ago, when Gaoyang was taken, Jiang Lu had diligently sought beasts at the back mountain each day to level up. Fortunately, he had not encountered any particularly formidable monsters, mostly just minor spirits. Only the day before, he had faced a demon that could speak, but now, Jiang Lu was no longer the same. With the enhancement from the Redwood Ring and the synergy of Arhut Fist, Diamond Mantra, and Fiery Pearl, he had successfully slain that demon despite sustaining some injuries, earning a significant amount of experience and a pair of ordinary quality shoes. Canvas shoes, ordinary quality, defense 5, movement speed 10, durability 8-10. Though merely ordinary quality, the additional attributes were better than nothing. After a week of battling and leveling, Jiang Lu had finally risen from level 7 to level 10. Upon reaching level 10, he recalled the perfect quality demon-subduing staff obtained from the Three-Eyed Crow. The thought of that staff quickened his pace, as he could not yet equip it. Having left it in the meditation room, he was eager to test its power, which boasted an attack increase of 70, promising to significantly elevate his strength. Notification: level increased to 10, unlocking new function, inventory space. Simply think it to activate. However, just as Jiang Lu hastened home, an unexpected notification from the game system caused him to pause in surprise. Inventory space unlocked? Could it be the game's inventory function? Following the system's guidance, Jiang Lu silently intoned inventory space. Suddenly, a semi-ethereal space opened before him, the inventory space appearing as if only Jiang Lu could perceive it. With a capacity of 58. It wasn't vast, but it could hold 40 items. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Lu placed the shoes he held into the space. A slight pull was felt, and upon releasing his grip, the shoes shrank and vanished into the inventory slot. Indeed, the inventory function could only be activated at level 10, much like he had anticipated. What about other functions, such as quest features, crafting professions, the marketplace? He pondered these other functions in silence. Alas, they seemed entirely non-functional, perhaps requiring a specific level like the inventory space to be unlocked. On his way back to Jingshan Temple, Jiang Lu delightedly played with the shoes, repeatedly placing them into and retrieving them from the inventory space. To an onlooker, it appeared as if Jiang Lu conjured the shoes into his hands effortlessly, only for them to vanish again, a spectacle that seemed quite magical. Upon returning to Jingshan Temple, Jiang Lu made his way to the kitchen to prepare dinner for everyone. However, before he could enter, he heard commotion and coughing from within. Entering, he found senior brother Xianming busily working in the kitchen, his round face slightly scorched, evidently struggling to kindle a fire for cooking. Yet, he appeared rather flustered. Senior brother Xianming? What is the matter? Jiang Lu asked, a look of surprise crossing his face. Ah, Luer, tomorrow you will depart for Chang'an to attend the incense bestowal ceremony. If all goes well, you may never return, so I must learn to cook. Xianming replied with a smile, wiping his face. With Xian Kong having lost an arm, and Xian Wu often going down the mountain for rituals, the cooking duties will naturally fall to me. Xuanming's words left Jiang Lu in contemplative silence. Indeed, the upcoming incense bestowal ceremony was merely a formality for him. Regardless of whether he could light the incense mark, Jiang Lu had no intention of remaining a monk. Someone would need to cook for the temple, and it seemed Xianming was the most suitable candidate. Since I am leaving, I shall prepare one last meal for everyone. Jiang Lu finally spoke after a moment of reflection. No, Luer, you have been cooking for us for such a long time. Today, allow me to prepare a meal for you. But let it be known, you must not mock my culinary skills. Absolutely not. The dinner turned out to be quite unpalatable. The rice was undercooked, the dishes were either overly salty or bland, and some were burnt. Yet, this final meal was shared in silence among the few gathered in Jingshan Temple, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Even the undercooked rice was consumed meticulously, each grain savored. Luer, I initially intended for Xiankong to accompany you down the mountain, but due to his injuries, I shall have Xuanyu, your senior brother, accompany you instead, remarked the venerable abbot Faming after dinner. Xuanyu bowed sincerely in gratitude to Jiang Lu. There is no need for such formalities between us, Luer. Do not feel too pressured. The offering ceremony is governed by fate, not something that can be altered by human effort. Approach tomorrow with a calm heart. Consider it merely a spectacle. Xuanyu waved his hand dismissively at Jianglu's thanks, adding a comforting note. Indeed, the offering ceremony at the Great Buddha Temple is a significant event in the Buddhist community, drawing many participants from temples within a 100-mile radius. When I attended years ago, Xīyóu seemed lost in reminiscence about his own experience at the ceremony, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. Enough said, Luo. You should rest early tonight. It is over 20 miles to the Great Buddha Temple, and we must rise early tomorrow. Faming interrupted Xīyóu's reminiscence with a gentle admonition. Xīyóu took it upon himself to clear the dishes after the meal, and as night fell, Jianglu returned to his meditation room. He tidied up his belongings and placed them in his spatial pouch. Lying quietly in bed, Jianglu pondered the significance of the offering ceremony. Tomorrow, he would leave Jingshan Temple, and thereafter, he must diligently train and level up, for Gao Yang awaited him. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, he gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 26. The first monk of the Tang dynasty, Jianglu, with a small satchel on his back, descended the mountain alongside Xuanyu, making their way toward Chang'an City. Although he had a spatial pouch to store his belongings, Jianglu refrained from placing the bundle that Abbot Faming had prepared into it in front of Xuanyu. Such an ability akin to conjuring from one's sleeve would be difficult to explain. The offering ceremony is an essential step for monks, imbued with profound significance. To Jianglu, if all monks were akin to students, then the offering ceremony was akin to the Gaokao, the National College entrance examination. Almost no monk would miss this grand occasion. While Jianglu had no plans to remain a monk, his presence at the ceremony was obligatory to honor the brothers and masters at Jingshan Temple. It resembled how a student with poor grades, fully aware of their impending failure to enter university, would still attend the exam. Not every temple can host an offering ceremony. The Great Buddha Temple, as the foremost temple of the Tang dynasty, is undoubtedly the liveliest venue for such an event. All eligible novices from temples within 100 miles of Chang'an City would gather at the Great Buddha Temple to participate in the ceremony's assessment, akin to the regional divisions of modern society's college entrance examinations. Today marks the day of the offering ceremony, and as Jianglu and Xuanyu entered Chang'an City, they were greeted by an extraordinary spectacle. Along the streets, many youthful monks, their heads bare and devoid of offering marks, were clearly here for the ceremony. Typically, these young monks were accompanied by senior brothers or elders from their temples. Some donned simple robes, their heads adorned with a few offering marks, indicating their limited connection to the Buddha, while others, clad in fine silk robes, bore multiple marks, signifying a profound bond, accompanied by numerous young disciples. Observing the surrounding monks, Jianglu sighed inwardly. Other temples might boast several young monks, yet Jingshan Temple had him alone, revealing its dwindling population and near extinction of incense offerings. Moreover, after a cursory glance upon descending the mountain, Jianglu recognized the significant correlation between a monk's status and the number of offering marks on their heads. However, this was to be expected. Those with a deeper connection to the Buddha bore more marks, naturally leading to a more prosperous temple. Even without active engagement, they could attract a steady stream of patrons. Conversely, those with shallow connections, like Jingshan Temple, had to resort to self-sustenance through agriculture, leading to a meager existence. The Great Buddha Temple is truly remarkable, Jianglu mused as he and Xuanyu navigated through the throngs, reaching the vast expanse of the temple grounds. As the capital of the Tang dynasty, the establishment of such a grand temple within Chang'an City spoke volumes of its significance. Luo. This is the largest temple within the Tang dynasty, the Great Buddha Temple, which venerates the Tathagata Buddha. Although this was not Xuanyu's first visit, the grandeur of the temple, juxtaposed with the dilapidated buildings of Jingshan Temple, still left him profoundly moved. Indeed, it is a prestigious temple, Jianglu acknowledged, feeling a surge of admiration. It was unfathomable that Emperor Li Shimin would allocate such a vast space within Chang'an City for a temple. Perhaps he had underestimated the influence of Buddhism in this world. It is said that the abbot Longhai of the Great Buddha Temple received divine guidance from the Tathagata Buddha in a dream, earning 9 offering marks. With such fortune, upon his passing, he is destined to enter the Western paradise to expound teachings under the Tathagata. Xuanyu's face bore an expression of deep envy as he spoke. Ordinary monks might possess 1 or 2 offering marks, as seen in Jingshan Temple, while those with 3 to 5 marks often held positions of authority in most temples. Revered as masters by the people, those with 6 or 7 marks were renowned figures, sometimes referred to as living Buddhas. It is rumored that individuals from the Western paradise, such as Vajras and Bhikshus, descend to the mortal realm to cultivate their profound connections to Buddhism. As for those adorned with 8 marks, they are exceedingly rare, transcending the realm of ordinary beings, often reincarnated disciples of celestial bodhisattvas. Master Longhai of the Great Buddha Temple, having received divine insight from the Tathagata, possesses a unique bond with the Buddha, making him a singular figure in the realm, akin to the Buddha's representative in the Tang dynasty. Thus, Zhang Lu began to grasp the intricacies of the Buddhist connections, realizing that monks with 3 to 5 offering marks might still be ordinary. But those with more were likely intertwined with the Western paradise. They could either be disciples of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas or reincarnated beings from the realm of Arhats, Vajras, and Bhikshus. Do the Buddhas of the Western paradise truly exist? Zhang Lu pondered silently, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, having previously been reprimanded by Xiankong for similar inquiries at Jingshan Temple. Moreover, the existence of demons and supernatural beings in this world is an undeniable truth. If such entities exist, the presence of deities and enlightened beings, such as bodhisattvas and Buddhas, seems less surprising. The Great Buddha Temple is an immense structure, and on the first day of the incense offering ceremony, it is bustling with activity. Monks of appropriate age from temples within a 100-mile radius gather here, accompanied by their elders, creating a lively atmosphere within the temple grounds. However, the Great Buddha Temple has long mastered the intricacies of the incense offering ceremony. All the monks who required incense offerings have been registered, and, under the guidance of designated individuals, they proceed to a vast square where they line up in an orderly fashion. The accompanying elders are arranged around the perimeter of the square to observe the proceedings. Zhang Lu scanned the area. The square was indeed vast, reminiscent of a modern university sports field. Surrounding it were many spectators, some mingling within the crowd, like Brother Xuanwu, while others sat on benches, likely adorned in luxurious silks or accompanied by esteemed monks bearing multiple incense marks on their foreheads. At the forefront of the square, there were several opulent seats, conspicuously empty, presumably designated for distinguished guests. As more young monks entered the square, orderly positioning themselves, Zhang Lu estimated that there were already several hundred present, evoking a sense akin to students preparing for morning exercises in a contemporary school. After a brief wait, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, a resonant chant echoed, reminiscent of the solemnity of a bell tolling, instantly quelling the surrounding noise. Amitabha, the esteemed Master Longhai has arrived. With this proclamation, the entire square fell silent. All eyes turned to a procession of monks, both young and old, clad in resplendent crimson robes, exuding an extraordinary presence, each adorned with at least 6 incense marks atop their heads. The leading monk appeared to be around 70. His white beard meticulously groomed, clad in a robe embellished with golden threads, and with 9 distinct incense marks on his bald head. He radiated an air of solemnity and dignity. Behold the revered Master Longhai. At the sight of the venerable elder, the crowd, both monks and the elegantly dressed nobles alike, voiced their reverence in unison. Master Longhai is indeed regarded as the foremost monk in the realm of the Tang dynasty. His Majesty has arrived. Princess Gaoyang has arrived. Just as Master Longhai finished his bow, before he could utter another word, another voice rang out in greeting. With the sound of the greeting, a ceremonial procession formed, revealing a man of approximately 35 or 36 years, striding with commanding grace, none other than the current Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Lu turned to regard Li Shimin intently. Regardless of whether this world was indeed the historical Tang dynasty he recognized, as the renowned emperor of history and the sovereign of the current era, it was only natural for Zhang Lu to observe him closely. Beside Li Shimin walked a young maiden of about 15 or 16 years, draped in an extravagant gown, exuding an air of nobility with every step, her poise impeccably refined. Her exquisite features and elevated status evoked a sense of inadequacy in others, perhaps due to their similar ages. The gazes of the young monks in the square were predominantly fixated on Princess Gaoyang. Zhang Lu's own attention fell upon her, for in just a week's absence, he had grown quite fond of her presence. Unlike others who only perceived the princess's poise and nobility, Zhang Lu discerned the constraints of royal decorum that bound her, contrasting sharply with the lively and carefree days they shared behind Jingshan Temple. Greetings to His Majesty. Greetings to the princess. As Li Shimin and Princess Gaoyang approached the center of the square, with Master Longhai leading, all the monks of the Great Buddha Temple bowed in respect. Master, you have toiled tirelessly over the years. Today is the grand day of the annual incense offering ceremony, and I naturally must be present, Li Shimin stated, exhibiting no airs of superiority as he extended his hands to assist the bowing Master Longhai to rise. The honor is ours, Your Majesty. Please take your seat, though bowing. Master Longhai spoke with dignity, guiding Li Shimin toward the honored position. The Master presides over this incense offering ceremony. I am but a humble observer. The honored seat belongs to the Master. Shaking his head, Li Shimin chose instead to sit in a secondary position alongside Princess Gaoyang. Greetings to His Majesty. Greetings to the princess. Following their seating, the young monks and those witnessing the ceremony around the square all knelt in unison, calling out loudly, "Rise." Li Shimin raised his hand to bid them stand. Jiang Lu watched the emperor's seat with astonishment. Even the emperor could only occupy a secondary position? It seemed he had underestimated the great Buddha temple and Master Longhai's influence. Upon reflection, the perennial struggle between temporal and spiritual authority was evident, particularly in a realm where genuine deities and enlightened beings existed. As the most esteemed monk of the Tang dynasty, it was reasonable that even Emperor Li Shimin would defer to Master Longhai's status. Moreover, Li Shimin's earlier words acknowledging the Master's efforts. What could he mean? Was he referring to the incense offering ceremony? Surely, it was a matter of the Buddhist domain, not requiring the emperor's consolation. Ba, a singular chant resonated. Though not loud, it clearly reached every ear as Master Longhai began to speak, silencing the crowd. In my youth, I received teachings from the Tathagata Buddha in a dream. Having acquired the Dharma, I must bear the responsibility of spreading it to benefit all sentient beings. Yet, the suffering of all is profound, and our Buddhist community remains diminutive. The words of Master Longhai lacked grandiose rhetoric, imparting a sense of sincerity. However, Jiang Lu's thoughts were not on the discourse, but rather on Princess Gaoyang. Seeking solace in his yearning. Under Jiang Lu's watchful gaze, while Princess Gaoyang maintained her dignified demeanor, her eyes subtly scanned the square. And he understood she too was searching for him. Yet, with the multitude of young monks, each bald-headed, she would find it difficult to locate him amidst the throng. Today, 810 disciples shall receive incense offerings at our great Buddha temple. I hope that each of you can light an incense mark and truly become disciples of our Buddhist community. Master Longhai concluded. As he spoke, 6 esteemed monks beside him stepped forward, each holding a large red incense stick, inscribed with the swastika symbol of the Buddha, approximately the thickness of a finger, igniting spontaneously into a shower of starlight. With the formal commencement of the incense offering ceremony, the young monks approached one by one to receive their blessings. The 6 esteemed monks simultaneously presided over the first round, where only one among the initial 6 young monks successfully lit an incense mark, while the other 5 saw their offerings extinguished upon contact with their heads, signifying failure. The disciple who succeeded wore a joyous expression, remaining aside, while those who failed retreated with downcast faces, some even stifling sobs. For a 15-year-old boy, failure in the incense offering meant he must return to secular life, akin to a modern youth forced to leave home and fend for himself, filled with uncertainty about the future. The incense offering ceremony brought both joy and sorrow. Jiang Lu silently observed the scene from the crowd, refraining from uttering a word. However, after several rounds of offerings, he noted that the success rate was indeed quite low. In the ceremony of offering incense, 90 young monks ascended, yet only 8 succeeded in igniting their incense marks. Among them, 6 managed merely a single mark, while the vast majority faced failure. Despite the discouraging statistics, both the onlookers and the young monks in the square maintained a tranquil demeanor, indicating that such outcomes were deemed normal. Amida Buddha, my junior brother, you still retain your charm after several days apart, came a voice from behind Jiang Lu as he observed the ceremony. Turning around, he saw a young man clad in a crescent-white monk's robe. Gazing at him with a serene expression, it was Dao Ji, whom he had encountered at the Zhang family residence. Have you forgotten? You should refer to me as your senior brother. Dao Ji's presence at the incense offering was not surprising, but Jiang Lu was taken aback by his keen eyesight, able to spot him amidst the crowd. Even more astonishing was that Dao Ji, who had previously been knocked unconscious by Jiang Lu and had called him senior brother, was now addressing him as junior brother again. This remark reminded Dao Ji of his recent defeat, causing a slight unease to flicker across his face. However, he spoke softly. In recent days, I have lingered within the great Buddha temple, where by chance, I have acquired new demon-slaying techniques. After the incense offering, I would like to spar with you a few rounds. Jiang Lu found himself smirking inwardly at Dao Ji's words. Did he think Jiang Lu had been idly wasting time these past few days? With a rosewood ring, a demon-slaying staff, and having attained level 10, Jiang Lu felt confident in his own progress. Naturally, he welcomed any opportunity for experience points that came his way. However, Dao Ji continued, of course. It all hinges on whether you can successfully complete the incense offering. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to call me junior brother. Ah. It seems you are quite confident in your ability to pass the incense offering? Dao Ji's statement prompted Jiang Lu to retort. With a nearly 90% elimination rate, who could truly guarantee their success? Dao Ji did not dispute Jiang Lu's words, but instead inquired. You do not believe that the test of one's connection to the Buddha is limited to the incense offering, do you? I have spent these past few days at the Great Buddha Temple, and Master Long Hai has stated that my connection is profound enough to ignite at least 5 incense marks. Achieving 3 to 5 marks would allow one to ascend to high ranks in most temples, even to the position of abbot, and be regarded as a master. 5 at least? Jiang Lu exclaimed, astonished. Does that not suggest the possibility of igniting a 6th? At this point, Dao Ji seemed to embody the reincarnation of a celestial being from the Western paradise. How could he possess such a deep connection to the Buddha? Jiang Lu's surprise brought satisfaction to Dao Ji. With plenty of time remaining, Dao Ji was more than willing to engage in further conversation. Junior brother, your temple, Jinshan Temple, I have some knowledge of. I suspect you may not fully grasp the significance of the number of incense marks. Each year, the incense offering ceremony is held simultaneously in 49 temples across the Tang Empire. Based on previous years, each temple typically has around 50 to 60 disciples successfully complete the offering. Thus, throughout the year, fewer than 3,000 disciples manage to succeed. The vast majority are those with only 1 or 2 marks. The higher the number of marks, the fewer the disciples. Those who can ignite 5 marks are exceedingly rare, and those who can achieve 6 marks are encountered only once every few years across the entire Tang Empire. Dao Ji's words were nothing short of boasting in Jiang Lu's eyes. Master Long Hai had proclaimed that he could ignite at least 5 marks, leading Dao Ji to believe he was undoubtedly the star of today's ceremony at the Great Buddha Temple. Jiang Lu understood the implications behind Dao Ji's words. If all the monks attending the incense offering were akin to students taking a college entrance exam, then Dao Ji had secretly taken a practice test and scored high, filling him with confidence. However, Jiang Lu found little merit in Dao Ji's boasting. Unlike other monks, he had no aspirations of becoming a monk himself. Suddenly, as Jiang Lu and Dao Ji conversed, or rather, as Dao Ji flaunted, an uproar erupted throughout the crowd. A young monk on stage had ignited 5 incense marks, but extinguished the incense just as he prepared to ignite the 6th. The emergence of this monk with 5 marks sent shockwaves through the audience, drawing envious gazes from many. Such a connection to the Buddha would undoubtedly secure a position as an abbot in any other temple. Amida Buddha, your disciple possesses a profound connection to the Buddha. Would you care to join our great Buddha temple and delve into the study of Buddhist philosophy? As the 5-marked disciple appeared, even Master Long Hai stepped forward. His demeanor kind and gentle, speaking softly. Disciple is willing. Hearing the personal invitation from Master Long Hai, the young monk was overwhelmed with joy, trembling with excitement. Your disciple possesses a deep connection to the Buddha. I wonder if you would grant him a Dharma name? After accepting this disciple, Master Long Hai turned to the emperor. Indeed, a disciple with 5 incense marks is a rare find. I shall grant you the Dharma name Xin Fan. May you diligently study Buddhist philosophy and master the art of subduing demons. Emperor Li Shimin nodded, pondering for a moment before bestowing the name upon the young monk. Thank you, Your Majesty. The young monk expressed his heartfelt gratitude for receiving the emperor's Dharma name. Clearly, you are not the only one capable of igniting 5 incense marks, Jiang Lu remarked, observing the young monk who had suddenly become the center of attention due to his 5 marks. He smiled teasingly at Dao Ji. In the Tang Empire, with 49 temples simultaneously holding the incense offering, those who could ignite 5 marks were exceedingly rare. Given the distribution among each temple, such individuals were indeed a rarity to encounter over several years. I can at least ignite 5 marks. Perhaps I could even achieve 6 or 7. Dao Ji, momentarily forgetting his earlier bravado, now wore a serious expression as he gazed at the young monk with 5 marks, his facade cracking. Jiang Lu simply smiled at Dao Ji's stubbornness, choosing not to press further. To him, Attending the incense offering was merely a chance to partake in the festivities and provide a legitimate reason to leave the monastic life behind. Fulfilling his obligations to Jinshan Temple, nothing more. With the appearance of the monk who had ignited 5 incense marks, the atmosphere of the offering reached a fervent climax. One after another, young monks ascended the stage, and amidst the spectators' watchful eyes, more successfully ignited their incense, becoming true disciples of the Buddhist order. After about half an hour, it was finally Dao Ji's turn to take the stage. Clad in a crescent white robe, he approached with a calm smile, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. "This disciple seems rather exceptional," murmured Emperor Li Shimin as he watched Dao Ji ascend the stage. "Your Majesty, this is a disciple I recently accepted, named Dao Ji," Master Longhai replied softly. "Oh, a direct disciple of the saintly monk. No wonder," Emperor Li Shimin remarked, casting a more astonished glance at Dao Ji. Even before the incense was offered, Dao Ji had already caught Longhai's attention enough to be accepted as a disciple, demonstrating his remarkable connection to the Buddha. Jiang Lu's gaze was also fixed on Dao Ji, filled with curiosity. Dao Ji, appearing humble and courteous, bowed to the master who would grant him the incense. The high monk, clearly aware of Dao Ji's identity, smiled warmly in return. Dao Ji knelt down, slightly bowing his head, as the master before him grasped the large incense stick. Without the need for fire, the incense ignited, shimmering like a constellation of stars. The burning incense was placed upon Dao Ji's bald head, searing his skin. Due to his lowered gaze, it was impossible to discern whether his expression bore any trace of pain. Yet, in but a moment, the large incense was lifted, leaving a scar from the burn upon his bare scalp. The incense continued to smolder, and the master pressed on, igniting a second scar. At this juncture, the other 5 young monks had extinguished their incense, all eyes fixated on Dao Ji, who now bore 2 scars. The monk before him remained unhurried, proceeding to mark the 3rd and then the 4th scar, 4 in total. The crowd held their breath, eager to see if this could continue. The incense fell once more, unextinguished, marking the 5th scar upon Dao Ji's head. A gasp rippled through the audience. Another had achieved 5 scars. The sight of those 5 scars upon Dao Ji's head sent waves of astonishment through the great Buddha temple. The master before Dao Ji paused for a brief moment, then lowered the incense once again onto Dao Ji's head. At that instant, Emperor Li Shimin of Tang straightened in his seat, the brows of Master Longhai furrowed in anticipation, while countless spectators craned their necks to behold the spectacle. The incense, still burning, rose again, marking the 6th scar before the eyes of all present. An uproar ensued. The sight of 6 scars upon Dao Ji's head caused the entire great Buddha temple to erupt in commotion. The monks on the audience platform and in the square were rendered speechless. Even Emperor Li Shimin's face revealed astonishment. Master Longhai sprang to his feet, taking the still burning incense from the master's hands. "Disciple, I will personally bestow this incense upon you." Gazing at the 6 scars atop Dao Ji's head, Master Longhai's eyes glimmered with hope. Chapter 29. Unprecedented 12 scars in this moment. It felt as though the entire ceremony had come to a standstill, with everyone's gaze fixed upon Dao Ji. Having already received 6 scars, and with the prospect of being a disciple of Master Longhai, it remained uncertain whether more could be added. The high-ranking monks surrounding the ceremony paused, their attention directed solely at Dao Ji, while the hundreds of young monks in the square watched in eager anticipation. Even Emperor Li Shimin stood up. The appearance of 6 scars was a monumental occasion, and the possibility of further marks only heightened the intrigue. Everyone yearned to know how many scars could ultimately be achieved. With his head bowed, having already succeeded in acquiring 6 scars, Dao Ji felt a surge of exhilaration. He had become the center of attention, a sensation that was intoxicating. However, with his head lowered, none could see his expression, only hearing his voice tremble slightly with excitement. "Thank you, Master." Master Longhai remained silent, allowing the incense to fall once more upon Dao Ji's bald head. With a flick of his wrist, the flames persisted, and the 7th scar was successfully imprinted. 7 scars. Ignoring the thoughts of those around him, Master Longhai hesitated momentarily, inhaling deeply before allowing the incense to descend again upon Dao Ji's head. His wrist lifted once more. The flames, seemingly eternal, marked the 8th scar upon Dao Ji's head. The audience fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were riveted upon the 8 scars adorning Dao Ji's head, a testament to his extraordinary connection to the divine. second only to Master Longhai himself. Such a spectacle was a rare occurrence, seldom witnessed in decades. Observing the incense in his hand, Master Longhai's fingers trembled slightly as he slowly directed it towards Daoji's head. Should he succeed, Daoji would become the second monk in the Tang realm to bear 9 scars, and in Master Longhai's eyes, he was destined to be his sole successor. The crowd held its breath, watching Master Longhai's every movement. Under the collective gaze of the multitude, the incense marked Daoji's head for the 9th time. After what felt like an eternity, Master Longhai lifted his wrist. 9 clear scars adorned Daoji's head. The collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd after decades. A monk with 9 scars had finally emerged within the Tang realm. All present bore witness to this momentous event. Although Master Longhai had long achieved enlightenment, he could not suppress the flush of excitement upon his face, his hand trembling around the large incense as he prepared to mark Daoji's head once more. Yet this time, the flame extinguished. With a long exhale, the fire finally went out, leaving Master Longhai momentarily at a loss for emotion. Relief mingled with a hint of regret. After a brief silence, he composed himself, returning the extinguished incense to a nearby monk, his eyes filled with both joy and affection as he looked at Daoji. Amitabha. Good disciple, your connection to the Buddha is profound. From this day forth, you shall be my formal disciple, and the great Buddha temple will one day be entrusted to your stewardship. Thank you, Master. Daoji's heart soared at the declaration made before all. The 9 scars were sufficient proof of his spiritual connection, and should he assume the position of abbot at the great Buddha temple, he would undoubtedly stand as the foremost monk in the Tang dynasty. Congratulations, holy monk, on acquiring such an esteemed disciple. Congratulations, Brother Daoji. With Master Longhai's proclamation, all the monks present raised their voices in unison. The honor of Daoji becoming a disciple of the holy monk and being designated as the next successor of the great Buddha temple filled everyone with admiration, leaving no room for jealousy. After all, the significance of 9 scars spoke volumes. Brothers, the holy monk is fatigued. I will leave the subsequent matters to you. Please assist Daoji in rising. Master Longhai instructed the senior monks nearby, suddenly blessed with a disciple who also bore 9 scars. Master Longhai was overwhelmed with emotion and was eager to impart profound Buddhist teachings and the arts of vanquishing demons. The powers of Buddhism differ from other practices. To cultivate higher quality Buddhist abilities, one must possess ample spiritual merit. Please, holy monk, the nearby high-ranking monks replied respectfully. After decades of waiting, Master Longhai had finally found a worthy heir to inherit his legacy, and his excitement was palpable. Your Majesty, I hope for your understanding. This humble monk must take his leave with his disciple, Master Longhai said after offering his farewell. The holy monk may depart. Congratulations on finding a successor for the divine teachings of Tianlong Zen. Emperor Li Shimin sincerely congratulated, without any intention of retaining him. After exchanging pleasantries, Master Longhai departed the ceremony with Daoji. No one felt it was inappropriate. The emergence of another monk with 9 scars would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the Tang dynasty, marking an unprecedented event for Buddhism. Nevertheless, despite the profound impact of this occurrence, the ceremony of incense offering must persist. Yet, with Master Longhai's departure, the atmosphere surrounding the event seemed diminished in significance. The matter of Daoji's 9 scars had so captivated the crowd that the enthusiasm of the young monks taking the stage to offer incense, whether disciples or high monks, appeared markedly subdued, lacking the fervor of earlier. Gaoyang, let us return. We have seen all that we came for, Emperor Li Shimin quietly remarked to Princess Gaoyang, noting the dwindling interest in remaining now that Master Longhai had left the scene. Your Majesty, the ceremony for the incense offering has progressed for quite some time. It seems fitting to see it through to its conclusion, Gaoyang remarked, casting his gaze over the remaining 300 or 400 young monks, responding without turning his head. Very well, as you wish, Li Shimin replied with a gentle smile, nodding in agreement. Jiang Lu remained quietly amidst the crowd, as the ceremony continued in a conventional manner, without any particularly remarkable monks making an appearance. Even when a disciple with 4 incense scars was mentioned, the audience seemed to lack any further interest. Next up, from Jinshan Temple, Jiang Lu. After a brief moment, Jiang Lu heard his name called, and with a slight movement, he stepped onto the stage. Similarly, upon hearing his name, Gaoyang straightened in his seat, his beautiful eyes fixated on Jiang Lu, as if drawn by an invisible magnet, unable to look away. Inside the great Buddha temple, the revered Longhai monk and Daoji each presented incense offerings to the golden statue of the Buddha in the great hall. Soon after, Longhai's gaze fell upon Daoji, his expression noticeably calmer. "My disciple, you are able to light 9 incense scars, a testament to your profound karmic connection with the Buddha. This is indeed a cause for celebration, yet it also carries a hint of sorrow. Please elaborate, Master." "The joy I can comprehend, but the sorrow perplexes me," Daoji replied, staring in astonishment at Longhai. As the saying goes, the higher one ascends, the colder it becomes. With greater position comes greater responsibility. Setting aside other matters, do you know why our great Buddha temple is situated within the city of Chang'an? It is because, at the inception of Chang'an, there existed a demonic cavern beneath the earth, leading directly to the demon realm. Our great Buddha temple was established here to maintain peace in this area. However, the demonic forces have been rampant, continually attacking in recent years. Even with my divine ability of Tianlong Zen sound, I find it increasingly challenging to hold my ground. Today, as you become my disciple, I shall bestow upon you the Tianlong Zen sound, hoping you can assist me and the world in bearing this burden." Upon hearing such a revelation, Daoji was taken aback. Yet, for the sake of the greater good, he felt a surge of determination. "Rest assured, Master, I shall do my utmost." Suddenly, a series of loud thuds echoed, causing Daoji to ponder what could be amiss. Why would the sound of bells resonate during the incense offering? This unexpected chime, however, instilled a sense of clarity in the heart. "Abbot! Abbot!" At that moment, a young monk rushed into the great hall, stumbling before Longhai and collapsing to the ground. "What has transpired?" Longhai inquired, observing the disheveled disciple before him. 12 incense scars have been lit." With the announcement of 12 incense scars, it was as if a thunderclap had struck, leaving both Longhai and Daoji in a state of shock, nearly unable to believe their ears. 12 scars. Such a phenomenon was utterly unprecedented. Nevertheless, as the foremost monk of the Tang dynasty, Longhai quickly regained his composure. Though the news had initially stunned him, he soon fell silent, hastily making his way out of the hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused. From a great distance, the sound of melodious bells resonated through the sky, mingled with the ethereal strains of chanting, as if they were whispering directly into the ear. Golden light poured from the heavens, forming a radiant beam, accompanied by cascading flowers and the emergence of golden lotuses from the earth. Such extraordinary phenomena had never been witnessed before. Could it be that a bodhisattva had descended to the mortal realm? Following closely behind Longhai, Daoji also reached the entrance, his gaze transfixed by the celestial occurrence. Is it common for such phenomena to manifest during the incense offering? This was truly unprecedented. The harmonious blend of bell sounds and chanting seemed to embody a profound truth, filling the heart with a sense of tranquil clarity. As lotus flowers blossomed and faded in the air, transforming into golden specks that danced around, they brushed against the skin, imparting warmth as if all burdens were lifting and lingering ailments gradually dissipated. Unconcerned with the decorum expected of a holy monk, Longhai hurriedly made his way towards the plaza for the incense offering. Having already considered himself fortunate to gain a disciple with the rare 9 scars, he was taken aback to discover the emergence of a disciple with 12 scars, an unprecedented phenomenon. Regret filled his heart for not witnessing the birth of such a remarkable occurrence. In Chang'an, countless onlookers beheld the spectacle. The radiant Buddha light and the ephemeral golden lotuses led many to believe that a bodhisattva had descended. Amidst the commotion, people hurriedly knelt in reverence towards the great Buddha temple. The annual incense offering ceremony was well known among the citizens of Chang'an. While it was a significant event, it was typically perceived as a matter pertaining solely to the Buddhist community. However, today, the heavenly phenomena were undeniably miraculous, distinctly different from the norm. Within the Chang'an palace, an elderly man clad in an 8-diagram Taoist robe, with white hair yet a youthful visage, gazed towards the extraordinary display from the great Buddha temple, rendered speechless for a long time. Eventually, as the celestial phenomena began to wane, he sighed deeply. Alas, such a grand spectacle signifies the growing prominence of Buddhism, while our Taoist sect shall inevitably dwindle. Within a radius of 100 miles of Chang'an, numerous cultivated beings also observed the phenomenon, their eyes filled with a serious intensity. Setting aside the reactions of the surrounding populace, the plaza for the incense offering fell into a stunned silence. All eyes fixed upon Zhang Lu on the stage. On his bald head, There were distinctly 12 incense scars, vividly apparent. The prior emergence of Daoji's 9 scars had already caused a tremendous stir, and now, witnessing Jiang Lu's 12 scars left the audience in a state of utter disbelief. With a soft thud, the senior monk who had lit the incense in front of Jiang Lu dropped the extinguished incense stick to the ground, visibly trembling. To have personally ignited 12 scars was an overwhelming experience for him. Nearby, Emperor Li Shimon's eyes widened in astonishment as he studied the scars on Jiang Lu's head, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Beside him, Gao Yang covered her mouth with her hands, unable to grasp the reality of what she was witnessing. Unlike the shock felt by others, Gao Yang's heart was heavy with despair. Originally, she and Jiang Lu had vowed to be together, planning to escape the world after the incense offering, becoming a pair of wandering heroes. Yet now, gazing at the 12 incense scars before her, despair consumed her heart. At that moment, Jiang Lu himself was rendered motionless, his mind blank, as the harmonious sound of chanting and the ringing of bells enveloped him. Amidst the dazzling display of flowers and golden lotuses, could this incense offering have gone awry? Otherwise, how could he possibly have lit the scars? Moreover, how could he have ignited 12? The significance of the scars represented his karmic connection with the Buddhist realm, and he had always believed himself to be an outsider, having traversed from another world. How could he possibly share a bond with the Buddhist teachings of this world? Thus, Jiang Lu had never entertained the notion of becoming a monk. However, the events of today, the spectacle unfolding before him, were beyond his comprehension. The sheer number of 12 scars left him feeling utterly bewildered. With his mind in disarray, Jiang Lu instinctively raised his head to look at Gao Yang beside him. Her hands covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes filled with despair. Gazing at Gao Yang, the memories of their shared battles and mutual support under the claws of the wolf demon flooded Jiang Lu's mind. The scenes of their descent together to seek vengeance on Master Zhang, as well as Gao Yang's selfless act of saving him from the attack of the three-eyed crow, all emerged vividly in his thoughts. Each moment they spent together, along with the promises he had once made, surged forth in his heart. He had vowed that even if he lit the incense scars, he would return to the secular world and become a pair of chivalrous partners with Gao Yang. He had also promised that regardless of her royal status, he would strive to become powerful enough to catch the attention of Emperor Li Shimon, to the extent that he might be willing to betroth the princess to him. Congratulations to you, Jinshan Temple's Jiang Lu. You have ignited 12 incense scars. And in the future, you shall undoubtedly. The high monk who granted him the incense, overwhelmed with emotion, stumbled over his words. Yet, his heartfelt congratulations resonated deeply. 12 incense scars. Never before had there been such a profound connection with the Buddha. Could this be a reincarnation of a bodhisattva from the western heavenly mountains? Otherwise, who could possess such spiritual ties? But wait. Upon hearing the monk's words, Jiang Lu, unable to contain himself, rose abruptly and shouted, interrupting him. The crowd, comprised of monks, wealthy individuals, and even the emperor, turned their astonished gazes toward Jiang Lu, perplexed by his actions. Under the scrutiny of all, Jiang Lu stood tall, tearing off his tattered gray monk's robe, sweeping his gaze across the assembly, momentarily resting it on Gao Yang. Then, with a voice that echoed like thunder, he declared, I wish to return to the secular world. Chapter 31. Am I Tang Sanzang? Jiang Lu's proclamation resonated like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present in disbelief. 12 incense scars were unprecedented. The celestial phenomena that accompanied them rendered all speechless. To everyone, it seemed Jiang Lu was destined to become a figure of great stature within the Buddhist realm, perhaps even a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Yet, someone with such spiritual ties dared to express a desire to return to the secular world? In modern terms, it would be akin to a top national exam achiever suddenly declaring their intent to drop out and work, an unfathomable notion. No, a booming voice erupted, akin to a lion's roar. In an instant, the revered monk Longhai appeared before Jiang Lu, his gaze fixed intently on the 12 incense scars atop Jiang Lu's head. Filled with astonishment, the choice to renounce the monkhood should be a personal decision, Jiang Lu asserted, steadfastly looking at Longhai. For ordinary monks, renouncing their vows might be permissible, but not for you. Longhai inhaled deeply, suppressing his own astonishment at the 12 scars, his expression resolute. As the first monk in history to bear 12 scars, Jiang Lu's desire to return to the secular world would be a significant blow to the Buddhist community's credibility. Would the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the West allow this? First, Longhai rejected Jiang Lu's desire with a stern demeanor, asserting that there was no room for negotiation. Then, his expression softened, revealing a gentle smile that almost seemed obsequious. You are from Jinshan Temple, correct? Returning to the secular world is out of the question. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I shall do my utmost to accommodate, he urged. Longhai felt a heavy burden, as the preeminent monk in the Tang realm. If this disciple with 12 scars renounced his vows, all responsibility would fall upon him. Thus, he felt compelled to employ any means necessary to dissuade Jiang Lu from this path. As Longhai wore a smile reminiscent of parents coaxing a reluctant child to school, Jiang Lu recognized the similarity. I do not wish to be a monk. I desire to drink and feast. Since you have inquired about my wishes, I shall speak plainly, Jiang Lu declared, his gaze subtly shifting to Princess Gaoyang. Moreover, I wish to marry and have children. Longhai was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to respond to Jiang Lu's unexpected request. For any other matter, he would have readily complied to stabilize Jiang Lu's resolve, but this was beyond his capacity to answer. As a monk with 12 scars, he was destined to become a paragon for monks everywhere. Could he really endorse drinking, feasting, and marrying? Could he dare to agree to such a request, especially in front of so many witnesses? Amitabha, this simply cannot be. You should remain at the great Buddha temple to contemplate for a few days. In this public setting, no one knows what astonishing statements you might make, Longhai thought. Losing the will to continue the conversation, he placed a hand on Jiang Lu's shoulder. As he did so, Longhai surveyed the crowd, stating, "Please continue with the incense ceremony. However, I must first seek guidance from the Buddha and take my leave." The emergence of the disciple with 12 scars, possessing an unprecedented spiritual connection, warranted Longhai's consultation with the Buddha. After leaving his instructions, Longhai had no inclination to bid farewell to Emperor Li Shimin, with his hand resting on Jiang Lu's shoulder. They turned and departed towards the main hall, swiftly disappearing from view. With Longhai's hand upon him, Jiang Lu felt as though he had become a marionette, his limbs no longer under his control. Once they reached the expansive hall, which must have measured thousands of square meters, the imposing golden statue of the Buddha loomed ahead, exuding an aura of solemnity and reverence. Within the hall stood a young monk, Daoji, who bore 9 scars. "Greetings, senior brother." Upon seeing Jiang Lu, Daoji bowed his head and pressed his palms together in respect. Yet, Jiang Lu had no desire to engage in conversation with him. He merely turned to glare at Longhai, his irritation palpable. Unfazed by Jiang Lu's glare, Longhai approached the Buddha's statue, kneeling and bowing his head, as if in a silent plea. Jiang Lu and Daoji exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Longhai's intentions. Jiang Lu opened his mouth, prepared to express his desire to leave the great Buddha temple, insisting on returning to the secular world. At that moment, the venerated Buddha statue suddenly radiated brilliant light, and to their astonishment, the statue's eyes fluttered open, revealing its gaze. "The Buddha has manifested," Daoji cried, hastily kneeling in reverence. However, despite the manifestation, the Buddha statue remained silent, and a slip of paper appeared in midair, floating delicately toward Longhai, resembling a snowflake. Jiang Lu, feeling somewhat dazed, as though awakening from a dream, looked back at the Buddha statue, which seemed unchanged, still solemn and majestic, suggesting that everything prior had merely been a figment of his imagination. Yet, when he noticed Daoji kneeling beside him, he realized that what had transpired was undeniably real. At this moment, the esteemed monk Longhai had risen to his feet and approached. "Master," Daoji, with a semblance of astonishment, inquired of Longhai, "Did you not witness the manifestation of the Buddha just now?" The experience had left him bewildered, as if caught in a dream. Longhai, however, chose silence, merely raising a hand to halt his words. He walked directly to Jiang Lu, fixing his gaze upon him and declaring, "From this day forth, you shall reside at the great Buddha temple for your cultivation. The name Jiang Lu is but a worldly designation. Henceforth, you belong to the Xuanzang lineage." With this pronouncement, Longhai paused momentarily, then continued, "Your Dharma name shall be Xuanzang." The imposition of such a name, devoid of any choice, ignited a tempest of anger within Jiang Lu. Just as he was about to voice his vehement objections, the bestowal of the name Xuanzang rendered him momentarily speechless. Xuanzang. The weight of this name struck him like a thunderbolt. In the historical context of the Tang dynasty, during the reign of Emperor Li Shimin, when demons and celestial beings roamed the earth, To bear the name Xuanzang and to be known as Jiang Lu was nothing short of surreal. Did this not echo the legendary monk of the journey to the west? Was it possible that he was indeed Tang Sanzang, reincarnated as the disciple of the Tathagata? Jin Chanzi. A surge of incredulity washed over Jiang Lu, and the rationale behind his 12 incense burns began to crystallize. Chapter 32. The Buddha's Treasure. Amitabha, Xuanzang. Do not speak of returning to the secular world, Longhai said, his palms pressed together in a gesture of reverence. Though his demeanor remained calm, his words bore an unyielding firmness. As you mentioned, the decision to return to the secular realm is indeed a personal choice. Yet the 12 incense burns you bear signify a profound connection to our Buddha. You are destined to be one of us. Should you forsake this path, how could our order maintain its dignity in the Tang dynasty? I advise you to reflect for a couple of days before deciding. With that, Longhai departed the grand hall without further discourse. Jiang Lu's expression darkened at the sight of Longhai's retreat. The unfolding of events had been utterly unexpected. Who could have foreseen that despite the overwhelming odds against him, he not only succeeded in the incense ceremony, but also bore 12 burns? While the desire to return to the secular world was strong, Jiang Lu could not deny the validity of Longhai's reasoning. The more incense burns one bore, the more challenging it became to forsake the monastic life. Having acquired 12 burns, his ties to the Buddhist order were profoundly deep, making the notion of returning to secular life seem more daunting than a royal marriage. Brother, you wish to return to the secular world? Daoji, with 9 burns adorning his forehead, gazed at Jiang Lu in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Longhai's earlier words. You seek to forsake the path after bearing 12 burns? Now you call me brother? Wasn't your resolve stronger before? Jiang Lu shot a glance at Daoji, retorting with irritation, I may have been rude, but I hope you can overlook my previous impudence, and thank you for sparing my life back then. With his head bowed, Daoji's previous bravado faded in light of his 12 burns, leaving him devoid of any desire to quarrel with Jiang Lu. Very well, you may leave. I wish to be alone. Jiang Lu gestured dismissively, no longer inclined to continue the conversation. His thoughts were tumultuous, filled with anger and resignation. Daoji, maintaining a respectful demeanor, performed a bow and exited the grand hall. Seated quietly at the side of the hall, Jiang Lu's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. The day's events were indeed astonishing. Yet with the situation at hand, he needed to devise a strategy to address the pressing issues. First and foremost was the matter of his desire to return to the secular world. Merely proclaiming his intention would not suffice to convince Longhai. What course of action could he take to achieve this? Alternatively, how might he escape the great Buddha temple? Furthermore, there was the question of his identity. With the Dharma name Xuanzang, could it be that he truly was Tang Sanzang? Had he traversed into the world of journey to the west? This was a matter that required thorough investigation. 2 days passed swiftly, and during this time, the entire city of Chang'an was abuzz with the news of a monk bearing 12 incense burns, creating quite a stir. The miraculous phenomenon witnessed that day, flowers raining from the heavens and golden lotuses springing from the earth, was seen by all. Consequently, countless citizens flocked to the great Buddha temple to pay their respects, while many esteemed monks sought an audience with Jiang Lu. However, all such encounters were thwarted by Longhai. On this particular day, early in the morning, Longhai dispatched someone to escort Xuanwu out of the temple. Not only had he forcibly retained Jiang Lu at the great Buddha temple, but he had also kept Xuanwu there for 2 days, extracting every detail about Jiang Lu's circumstances. Matters of the heart, Longhai murmured after learning of Jiang Lu's relationship with Princess Gaoyang. Master, the bond between Jiang Lu and Princess Gaoyang is indeed profound. This matter may prove difficult to navigate, Daoji interjected, having recounted the details of their encounter to Longhai. Having acquired 9 burns and becoming Longhai's direct disciple, Daoji had been closely following Longhai for these 2 days. Indeed, this is a complex situation. It is unreasonable to forcibly detain someone against their will. It appears we must bide our time. Longhai sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of concern. Is it so troublesome for someone like Daoji, who bears many burns, to simply accept the path of a monk? If others wish to return to the secular realm, I would hardly concern myself with it. Yet Jiang Lu, with his 12 burns, insists on forsaking his vows and has tried multiple times to escape the temple, leaving Longhai feeling exasperated. Master, if you have taken him as your disciple, he is now one of us at the great Buddha temple. Even if he is retained against his will, it is justified, Daoji remarked, puzzled as to why Longhai had not accepted Jiang Lu as a disciple. No, in this world, Who among the monks is truly worthy to take him as a disciple? Not even I possess that qualification. Longhai shook his head, dismissing Daoji's suggestion. Longhai's assertion startled Daoji, yet it also seemed sound. Indeed, it would be challenging to find anyone qualified to mentor a monk with 12 burns. Let us proceed. He is youthful and impressionable, more receptive to gentle persuasion than coercion. I have come to understand him somewhat. I hope to stabilize his resolve. Longhai concluded after a moment of contemplation, having organized the information he had gathered about Jiang Lu over the past 2 days. He turned with Daoji, seeking out Jiang Lu. He did not aim to compel him to accept the monastic life, but rather to quell his desire to return to the secular world for the time being. As for future matters, they could be addressed gradually. Hey Longhai, when will you let me go? After spending 2 days in the Great Buddha Temple and attempting multiple escape attempts, each thwarted by the temple's guardians, Jiang Lu finally confronted Longhai upon their reunion. His tone direct and unyielding. Ba, it seems you are resolutely determined to return to secular life. If that is the case, then go ahead, with palms pressed together. The holy monk Longhai sighed and gestured for Jiang Li to depart. Longhai's words left Jiang Li momentarily stunned. He had been forcibly detained for 2 days, and now, unexpectedly, he was being granted permission to leave. Daoji, standing nearby, cast a puzzled glance at his master, unsure of his intentions. So, I shall take my leave? Despite his astonishment, Jiang Li recognized that if Longhai was willing to let him go, he had no reason to stay. Rising, he declared, I will certainly take my leave. You may leave at your discretion, but before you go, this humble monk has one inquiry. Upon stepping out of the Great Buddha Temple today, where do you intend to go? The question left Jiang Li speechless. For the past 2 days, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Tang Sanzang's identity and his own intention to renounce the monastic life, but he had not contemplated where he would go afterward. Do not concern yourself with my destination. I simply wish to leave the Great Buddha Temple. Jiang Li waved his hand in dismissal. In these 2 days, I have heard whispers of your situation. Your desire to return to secular life is likely tied to your promise to Princess Gaoyang, is it not? Do you truly believe that once you depart, His Majesty would consent to wed you to the princess? Not to mention that you have acquired 12 incense scars. Your connection to the Buddhist path is profound. Even as an ordinary person, a union between you and the princess seems implausible. After a brief pause, not waiting for Jiang Li's response, Longhai continued, furthermore, should you choose to remain, I would be willing to impart the martial arts and divine abilities of the Great Buddha Temple. You must understand that without sufficient capability, any ambition is mere folly. With that, Longhai produced a monk's hat and said, This is the Ming Wang crown, a protective treasure of the Buddha. Whether you stay or go, our fates remain intertwined. And thus I bestow this crown upon you for your protection. Chapter 33, Legendary Growth Type Equipment. Longhai felt a sense of helplessness. Since becoming a holy monk, he had often been the one others sought after. Yet today, he found himself imploring Xuanzang not to renounce his vows, which was indeed a significant effort. Longhai understood that if Jiang Li was determined to leave, a forceful refusal or suppression would only breed further resentment and rebellion. Therefore, he could only acquiesce, hoping to keep him steady for the time being and devise a long-term plan later. Gazing at the Ming Wang crown presented by Longhai, Jiang Li did not hastily accept it. Instead, he looked earnestly at Longhai and inquired, Are you suggesting that you are willing to teach me your divine techniques? That you would grant me anything I desire, even to the extent of supporting my pursuit of the princess once I become powerful? Ba, if you wish to pursue the princess, I shall certainly impede you. However, should you manage to defeat me in the future, that would be your own merit. And I would not be able to stop you, Longhai replied solemnly, casting a serious gaze at Jiang Li. In Longhai's view, despite Jiang Li's 12 incense scars and deep Buddhist affinity, the path of cultivation was one of gradual accumulation. It had taken him decades to reach his current state. And even with his guidance, Jiang Li would require many years to attain such prowess, let alone surpass him. With such a lengthy time frame ahead, he had ample opportunity to train him well. Longhai's response prompted Jiang Li to reflect deeply. He had already vowed to honorably marry Gaoyang, and had committed to leveling up and growing strong enough to be worthy of her. Consequently, remaining at the Great Buddha Temple to utilize its resources for his development seemed to align well with his original plan, even offering additional benefits. Although he could grasp Longhai's intentions, his reasoning was undeniably sound. Even if he left now, marrying Gaoyang would remain an impossibility. With his resolve firm, Jiang Li reached out to accept the monk's hat from Long Hai. The treasure seemed quite splendid, adorned in gold and crimson with several jewels embedded within. As Jiang Li's gaze fell upon the Ming Wang crown, relevant attribute information emerged before him. Ming Wang crown, legendary quality, no level requirement. Defense 100, 1010, 0000. Determined by 1s level. With an additional effect, converts 10 damage inflicted on a target into self-healing, lasting 67100. Upon examining the properties of the Ming Wang crown, Jiang Li couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Generally, equipment with good attributes had level requirements. For instance, his demon-subduing staff required level 10 to wield. To his surprise, the Ming Wang crown was an item with no level prerequisites. His demon-subduing staff, being a unique perfect quality item, only increased attack power by 70, while the crown already provided 100 defense. Moreover, it was a growth-type item, meaning its defense would strengthen as levels increased, potentially reaching a staggering 100,000 defense. Additionally, the accompanying effect of converting damage into healing resembled a vampiric ability. Overall, this Ming Wang crown, with its legendary quality, was undoubtedly a treasure. Long Hai's willingness to gift it to him demonstrated his sincerity. Thank you, holy monk. As I remain at the great Buddha temple, I shall inevitably engage in martial arts exchanges with my brothers. I hope you will support me in this endeavor. After receiving the Ming Wang crown, Jiang Li placed the hat upon his head with a flourish. Acquiring such a formidable piece of equipment was merely the beginning. He also intended to utilize the monks of the great Buddha temple as resources for his leveling endeavors. As he voiced this thought, Jiang Li felt a slight flush of embarrassment. However, his gaze soon lingered on Dao Ji for a moment. In his view, Dao Ji appeared to be a prime candidate for training, especially since he had been taken as a disciple by the holy monk Long Hai, suggesting that his growth rate would be quite rapid. Did this imply that he would become a humanoid monster capable of growth? Could he be farmed repeatedly? Dozens or even hundreds of times? Senior brother, why do you gaze at me so? Though unaware of Jiang Li's thoughts, Dao Ji felt a tremor of unease under Jiang Li's scrutinizing gaze. That is only natural. Since you have chosen to stay at the great Buddha temple, I shall gladly impart any skills needed to vanquish demons and quell evil. The holy monk Long Hai felt a surge of joy. Jiang Li's words clearly indicated his intent to remain. Having learned that Jiang Li had not yet become a disciple of the Buddhist order, but had already mastered techniques such as the Arhat fist, Long Hai recognized his interest in martial arts. By presenting the Ming Wang crown and promising to teach him divine techniques, he was catering to Jiang Li's inclinations, and it seemed to be yielding positive results. Since we are prepared to share knowledge freely, shall we begin without delay? With anticipation shining in his eyes, Jiang Li earnestly addressed Long Hai. Silent meditation. Beginner requires level 1, long-range release. Silences the target for 2 seconds, preventing skill use during silence. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Arhat fist. Advanced increases attack power by 25. Duration 180 seconds. Vajra spell. Beginner summons mysterious Vajra power to empower an ally, mitigating 80 damage from the next attack. Cooldown time 50 seconds. Flame Pearl. Great Perfection launches a fireball that inflicts single target damage within a 10-meter range. Attack power 100. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Skills are generally divided into 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and great perfection. These 4 skills consumed a total of 9 skill points. Upon reaching the esteemed level of 10, I found myself endowed with 10 skill points, one of which remained unallocated. Naturally, I was eager to inquire whether the venerable Long Hai Shenging possessed any formidable skills worthy of importation. Alas, the monk profession primarily revolves around assistance and control, lacking in offensive abilities. Were it not for the augmentative state of the Luohan fist, combined with the capability afforded by the skill book box to utilize the Swift Fire Pearl's magical attacks, my leveling speed would have been significantly hampered. Right now? Even Long Hai Sheng, with his composed demeanor, was momentarily taken aback by my urgency. While he was aware of my profound interest in martial arts, he did not anticipate such impatience. What? You wish to postpone? Until when? I retorted. Nay, there is nothing amiss. Since you are eager to learn, I am more than willing to teach you, Long Hai replied. Having resolved to impart the art of subduing demons and vanquishing evil, the timing seemed inconsequential, be it earlier or later. Without further ado, Long Hai Sheng led both Daoji and me to a spacious and secluded courtyard, his expression becoming notably solemn. When it comes to the art of subduing demons, our great Buddha temple proudly champions the heavenly dragon Zen sound. This technique not only possesses the power to suppress demons through the resonance of Zen sound, but also aids in enhancing one's cultivation. Regrettably, the greater the power of our Buddhist techniques, the deeper the affinity required for practice. Consequently, until this moment, I have yet to find a successor. Today, I shall impart the first 2 levels of the heavenly dragon Zen sound to you. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing that he would be taught the heavenly dragon Zen sound, Daoji was overwhelmed with joy and expressed his gratitude with a bow. The renowned name of the heavenly dragon Zen sound was well known to him. Though I had not heard of it, Daoji's excitement conveyed its esteemed reputation, filling me with anticipation. What manner of technique could the heavenly dragon Zen sound truly be? Chapter 34. The heavenly dragon Zen sound Golden Mountain Temple, situated approximately 20 li outside Chang'an on a small hillside, had fallen into disrepair. The only monk capable of lighting 2 incense sticks was the venerable Master Faming, while the others, including Xīyóu, Xuanwu, and Xianming, could manage only 1 stick each, rendering the temple's incense offerings scant and its livelihood precarious, nearly to the brink of closure. However, the current state of Golden Mountain Temple had transformed remarkably. Following my incense lighting ceremony at the Great Buddha Temple, where I lit 12 sticks, Golden Mountain Temple found itself elevated, akin to a single person attaining enlightenment, lifting the fortunes of all associated with it. Just 2 days prior, a venerable monk from the Great Buddha Temple, who boasted 6 incense sticks, personally delivered a shipment of supplies and silver coins, proclaiming that I would remain at the Great Buddha Temple under Long Haixing's tutelage. Not only had the monks from the Great Buddha Temple delivered a bounty, but the influx of worshippers at Golden Mountain Temple in recent days had also surged, leading to a considerable increase in donations, which rendered the temple bustling with activity. Additionally, affluent families, in a display of generosity, prepared to refurbish both the interior and exterior of the temple. The emergence of the 12 incense stick monk had sent ripples throughout the Tang dynasty, and naturally, Golden Mountain Temple, where I had spent my formative years, gained notoriety as well. Meanwhile, Xianming, the temple's host, found himself overwhelmed with the demands of welcoming visitors, transforming from the most leisurely monk into the most industrious. One could say he was busier than a workhorse, and perhaps due to this newfound busyness, he felt he had lost a few pounds over the past few days. Though it was clear that my rising fame had significantly contributed to the temple's newfound vibrancy, it was inevitable that this fervor would wane over time, leading to a decline in the temple's fortunes. However, regardless of what the future held, it was certain that the temple's situation would be far better than it had been prior to my departure. As for the unfolding events at Golden Mountain Temple, for the past few days, Daoji and I diligently practiced the heavenly dragon Zen sound under the guidance of Long Haixing at the Great Buddha Temple. After several days of training, Daoji had made commendable progress in mastering the technique. Observing him seated in meditation, channeling his inner energy, one could almost discern the faint echo of a dragon's roar. Long Haixing wore a satisfied expression, nodding slightly in approval. Daoji, an adept disciple with 9 incense sticks, seemed to be advancing even faster than Long Hai had in his youth. Should fortune favor him, in another 10 days to half a month, he would likely achieve mastery of the first level of the heavenly dragon Zen sound. However, when Long Hai turned his gaze towards me, seated cross-legged yet displaying no signs of progress, his lips twitched slightly in disbelief. In stark contrast to Daoji's progress, my own efforts appeared dismal. During my training, I had struggled to even recognize the meridians and acupoints, leaving Long Hai to question how I had managed to cultivate the Luohan fist at all. After 2 arduous days of learning, I had finally memorized the locations of my acupoints and meridians, yet after several days of attempting to practice the heavenly dragon Zen sound, I had achieved nothing, resembling an ordinary person rather than a disciple with 12 incense sticks. Eventually, a solemn bell tolled, signaling the arrival of lunchtime. Daoji, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and ceased his practice, the ethereal echoes of the dragon's roar dissipating along with his focused demeanor. He stood, brimming with energy. Master, I believe I have grasped the first level of the heavenly dragon Zen sound. With a bit more time, I shall succeed, Daoji declared, his face radiant with joy. Indeed, your progress surpasses my own at your age. Very well, Long Haixing replied, his expression brightening with the satisfaction of a mentor witnessing the success of a gifted pupil. Encouraged by the praise, Daoji beamed, yet his gaze drifted toward me, who remained unresponsive. But what of Brother Xuanzang? He hesitated. It seems that while Xuanzang possesses a profound connection to our Buddhist teachings, his aptitude for cultivation leaves much to be desired. Longhai sighed, observing my meditative form, eyes shut in apparent slumber. However, as Longhai and Daoji approached, an unexpected sound, a gentle snoring, broke the silence, leaving Daoji speechless. Even Longhai's expression faltered, incredulity etched across his features. Surely, he cannot be asleep. Brother. Following Longhai's nod, Daoji stepped forward and gently shook my shoulder to rouse me from my slumber. Huh? Rubbing my eyes. I blinked awake, glancing around, still caught in the haze of sleep. My lethargic appearance elicited a frown from Longhai, who opened his mouth to reprimand me, yet paused, opting instead for a more patient tone. Xuanzang, one must not neglect their training. At this rate, when will you ever master the first level of the heavenly dragon Zen sound? Master, I assure you, I wasn't asleep. In my dreams, I successfully mastered the first level of the heavenly dragon Zen sound, I defended, sensing Longhai's reluctance to scold me. The training requires an empty mind to visualize the dragon's roar within, I continued, though the notion of sitting cross-legged, closing my eyes, and clearing my mind to envision the dragon's sound was a challenge that often left me dozing off. Thus, after numerous days, I had made no discernible progress. Wait, you mastered it? Both Longhai Shenging and Daoji wore expressions of astonishment upon hearing my claim. Had I not stated that I had made no progress at all? How could I now assert that I had succeeded? Xuanzang, a monk who refrains from deceit, shook his head, clearly unconvinced by Jiang Lu's claims. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Lu's lack of progress in cultivation firsthand during these days. Indeed, senior brother, if you dedicate yourself to your practice, with your 12 fragrant scars as a testament to your Buddhist affinity, I believe you will soon catch up to my pace, provided you refrain from sleeping, Dao Ji interjected, equally skeptical of Jiang Lu's assertion of enlightenment. His expression brimmed with a touch of pride, for while Jiang Lu had made no visible gains, he himself had already begun to glimpse the path. How significant are those 12 scars? Your progress in cultivating the celestial dragon Zen sound is still slower than mine, Dao Ji remarked, with a hint of arrogance. Junior brother, you are dancing on the edge of folly. In that case, shall we engage in a friendly spar? With Dao Ji's smug demeanor in mind, Jiang Lu fixed his gaze upon him and proposed the match. Very well, senior brother. You practice your skills with the other junior disciples every afternoon, and I would like to learn a few techniques from you, Dao Ji replied eagerly, nodding in anticipation. He had previously expressed a desire for a rematch since the ceremony of incense offering. While his 12 scars were indeed impressive, combat ultimately relied on cultivation level and skill rather than mere marks. Ba, let us first enjoy our lunch, Dragon C, the holy monk, interjected, showing no intention of halting their sparring, but suggesting they dine first. The trio departed the main hall, but Jiang Lu excused himself, claiming a need to visit the restroom, allowing Dragon C and Dao Ji to proceed ahead. Upon returning to his meditation chamber, Jiang Lu settled onto a chair crafted from rosewood and picked up an ivory brush, pouring his efforts into writing. Although he had made no progress in cultivating the celestial dragon Zen sound, after several days of instruction, he had committed the first 2 levels of its techniques to memory. After dedicating some time to writing, he successfully transcribed the first level of the celestial dragon Zen sound. Prompt: would you like to expend 1 skill point to learn the first level of celestial dragon Zen sound? Upon completing his writing, the game system's notification arrived as expected. Chapter 35. The Realm of Cultivators under the guidance of Dragon C. Jiang Lu had been practicing the celestial dragon Zen sound for some time. He had not intended to use skill points for learning, wishing to see if, through diligent practice, he could acquire skills not bound to the system. However, after so many days without tangible results, a sense of resignation settled within him. It seemed prudent to utilize skill points for learning. It was efficient and spared him unnecessary hardship. With the system's prompt, Jiang Lu hesitated no longer. He chose to accept, expending 1 skill point. And a wave of clarity washed over him. He had successfully learned the first level of the Celestial Dragon Zen sound. Celestial Dragon Zen sound. First level emits a dragon's roar capable of repelling all surrounding targets, with an attack power of 50 and a cooldown of 300 seconds. In normal cultivation state, gains 1 experience point every 10 seconds. Level up to the next tier requires level 11. Indeed, this is the most convenient way to learn skills. Jiang Lu mused, satisfied with his newly acquired skill. It became evident that spending time on skill cultivation was ill-suited for him. He would fare better by defeating monsters for experience. Nonetheless, he recognized the formidable nature of the celestial dragon Zen sound. This marked his first area of effect attack skill, capable of repelling targets while enhancing his attack power. Moreover, it was not merely a skill, it was also a cultivation method. While meditating, it could augment experience points, effectively increasing his cultivation level. The control effect of repelling foes, the area attack capability, and the 50-point attack boost, combined with the cultivation benefits, rendered the first level of the Celestial Dragon Zen sound remarkably comprehensive and powerful, truly deserving of its reputation as a renowned cultivation technique from the Great Buddha Temple. Moreover, while most skills were categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, or perfected, the Celestial Dragon Zen sound was uniquely labeled as the first level. This suggested that future investment in skill points would be necessary. Wait, can the Celestial Dragon Zen sound be further upgraded? Zhang Lu's attention was drawn back to the skill, and he suddenly realized that, akin to other skills, the Celestial Dragon Zen sound could indeed be further enhanced. What I transcribed was merely the first level of the technique. Correct? Learning the first level suffices? I need not review the second level, but can directly allocate points to elevate it to the second level? Zhang Lu was astonished and captivated by the prospect. Having spent some time at the Great Buddha Temple, practicing the Celestial Dragon Zen sound each morning under Dragon Sea's tutelage and engaging in sparring with disciples in the afternoons, Zhang Lu had defeated many opponents, consequently amassing considerable experience points, allowing him to reach level 11. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to invest his final skill point to elevate the Celestial Dragon Zen sound's level. Prompt: insufficient skill points. Requires 2 skill points. Zhang Lu was taken aback by this notification. This was the first time he encountered a skill that required 2 points for an upgrade. Previously, skills like the Arhat Fist and the Swift Fire Pearl only necessitated 1 skill point. At a dining table laden with delectable vegetarian dishes, Dragon Si and Dao Ji sat across from each other. Dao Ji, head bowed, ate rapidly, while Dragon Si savored his meal at a leisurely pace. Disciple, what are your chances against Zhang Lu in your upcoming spar? As Dao Ji neared the end of his meal, Dragon Si inquired, noting Zhang Lu's absence. This question prompted Dao Ji to recall their previous encounter at Zhang's residence, where despite his superior cultivation, he had suddenly lost the ability to unleash his skills, resulting in a complete defeat. Today, however, he had fortified his defenses with deeper cultivation. Master, if senior brother's skills remain as they were that day, I am confident of a complete victory. However, he has made considerable progress in recent days and has reached the channeling realm, so conservatively speaking, I estimate my chances at 80%, Dao Ji replied, brimming with self-assurance. Indeed, you have attained the channeling realm, while Zhang Lu has only recently reached it. Your odds are certainly greater. However, strength is not solely determined by cultivation level. Factors such as artifacts, techniques, environment, temperament, wisdom, and even luck are crucial in determining the outcome. Dragon Si advised with a nod. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Dao Ji acknowledged with a nod. The dining hall at the Great Buddha Temple was spacious enough to accommodate thousands of diners simultaneously. Typically, Dragon Si would not dine in the meditation hall unless there was a pressing matter, though there were no other diners nearby to interrupt their conversation. A few monks passing by still inadvertently listened in on their exchange. Soon, whispers began to circulate among the disciples in the dining hall, and news of the impending duel between Zhang Lu and Dao Ji spread swiftly. Upon hearing this news, many became animated. In recent days, Zhang Lu had consistently engaged younger disciples in martial arts practice each afternoon, and they were somewhat familiar with his skills. Meanwhile, as Dragon Si's direct disciple, what could be expected from Dao Ji? This curiosity piqued the interest of many. After finishing their lunch, many young monks lingered, gathering in small clusters to engage in idle chatter while awaiting the impending duel. Before long, Zhang Lu entered the dining hall clad in a flowing blue monk's robe. He collected a portion of food and seated himself beside Long Hai, bowing his head to eat while quietly contemplating his circumstances. During his stay at the Great Buddha Temple, Zhang Lu had gained insights into the path of cultivation in this world. For instance, he recalled Gao Yang's words about demonic creatures, which varied in classification based on strength, referred to as fairies, monsters, demon soldiers, and demon generals, among others. Similarly, human cultivation was categorized according to levels of prowess, qi refinement, meridian opening, body tempering, and law mastery. Currently, Jiang Lu was only aware of these stages, having not inquired further about the higher realms, which seemed distant. The Heavenly Dragon Zen Melody, as Long Hai the holy monk had mentioned, was divided into 6 tiers. The first tier required only qi refinement, while the second necessitated the meridian opening realm, with the third corresponding to body tempering, and so forth. Having learned the Heavenly Dragon Zen Melody, Jiang Lu noted that the skill's upgrade required reaching level 11. Hence, was it correct to surmise that level 11 corresponded to the meridian opening realm? Could it be that every 10 levels aligned with a specific realm? Lost in his thoughts while consuming his meal, Jiang Lu remained silent, and neither Long Hai nor Dao Ji interrupted him. Time swiftly passed, and before long, Jiang Lu had finished his food. "Brother, are you ready?" After such a long wait, Dao Ji, observing that Jiang Lu had finally completed his meal, directly issued a challenge. "All right, let us proceed." Jiang Lu rose, the dishes on the table soon to be cleared by others. He and Dao Ji made their way to the training ground, with Long Hai following curiously. While he doubted Jiang Lu had truly mastered the first tier of the Heavenly Dragon Zen Melody, the monk's demeanor suggested he was not deceiving them. Inside the dining hall, numerous monks whispered among themselves, having caught wind of the news, and their attention turned towards the departing pair. As Jiang Lu and Dao Ji stood to leave, those who had been discreetly waiting followed suit. The training ground spanned approximately 30 meters in both length and width, providing ample space. Jiang Lu stood quietly, his feet clad in hemp shoes, a crown atop his head, a demon-subduing staff in hand, adorned with a redwood ring on his finger and a string of sandalwood beads around his neck. Despite only being at level 11, Jiang Lu believed that, bolstered by his equipment, his strength remained formidable. Before him stood Dao Ji, dressed in white monk robes, wearing straw sandals, and gripping a string of prayer beads. His gaze briefly lingered on the demon-subduing staff in Jiang Lu's grasp. While other equipment was understandable, it was perplexing how Jiang Lu had seemingly conjured the staff from thin air after having appeared empty-handed during lunch. "As your senior, I shall allow you the first move," Jiang Lu declared, his mind focused as he activated the Arhat fist. Golden light emanated from his hands, enveloping the staff, transforming it into a gleaming golden weapon. "Very well. I shall not hold back." Dao Ji nodded, equally unreserved, unleashing his own Arhat fist skill. A subtle dragon-like glow enveloped him, signifying his mastery of the technique to perfection. With superior cultivation, Dao Ji decided against flamboyance, opting instead to overpower Jiang Lu directly. In an instant, Dao Ji lunged at Jiang Lu, delivering a powerful palm strike. Jiang Lu raised his demon-subduing staff in defense, bracing it against his chest. When Dao Ji's palm made contact, a resounding impact echoed as Jiang Lu was forced several steps back. What immense strength! His cultivation is significantly higher than mine, Jiang Lu thought. Feeling the force of the blow, though he staggered, his arms tingled but remained uninjured, thanks to the formidable defense of his crown. Indeed, after reaching level 11, the protection offered by the crown had surged impressively. Noticing Jiang Lu's retreat, Dao Ji raised his hand, summoning a blue lotus that shimmered at his fingertips before unleashing a piercing blue energy strike. Seizing the moment when Jiang Lu was momentarily off balance, the attack was difficult to evade. "It is now my turn," Jiang Lu mused, recognizing that the redwood ring offered a passive effect of double damage. After stabilizing his posture, he charged toward Dao Ji, disregarding the oncoming blue energy strike. Diamond spell. Just as the blue energy was about to strike him, Jiang Lu activated his diamond spell skill. With his innate defense and an additional 80 damage reduction, the blue strike impacted him with little consequence. With the blue energy strike absorbed, Jiang Lu surged forward, raising his demon-subduing staff high, ready to deliver a crushing blow to Dao Ji. However, having encountered the diamond spell previously during his fight at Zhang Yuanwei's residence, Dao Ji was not taken aback. As the staff descended, Dao Ji retaliated with a powerful punch, intending to overpower Jiang Lu. The collision of fist and staff reverberated through the air. This time, Jiang Lu remained steadfast, whereas Dao Ji was sent reeling backward, as if struck by a vehicle. Feeling an unprecedented force. "What? How can this be?" Dao Ji thought, astonished and incredulous, as he found himself on the defensive despite his greater strength and cultivation. The overwhelming force left his arms tingling, feeling almost foreign to him. "I shall return the favor," Jiang Lu declared, lifting his hand. A sphere of crimson flame coalesced, resembling a basin-sized fireball, which he hurled toward Dao Ji. The perfected swift fire pearl, enhanced by a 100-point increase in attack power, unleashed devastating destruction. With a thunderous boom, the fireball detonated upon impact with Dao Ji, sending flames erupting in all directions. Though the flames danced wildly, Jiang Lu keenly observed how the fireball struck Dao Ji, instantly depleting a portion of his health. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Lu once again raised his demon-subduing staff, raining down blows upon Dao Ji, who was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. In Jiang Lu's eyes, he could see Dao Ji's health bar plummeting, soon reduced to just half. Bruised and battered from the relentless barrage, Dao Ji recalled the chaotic beating he had endured at Zhang Yuanwai's home, filling him with both fear and astonishment. As another strike descended, Dao Ji, now battered, summoned radiant golden energy in both hands, grasping at the demon-subduing staff. With a resounding crack, he staggered back 2 steps, but held onto the staff with determination, finally seizing the opportunity to grasp it firmly. Master has bestowed upon you the crown, and I too have received a Buddha treasure. Dao Ji, battered yet resolute, fixed his gaze on Jiang Lu as he spoke. As he did so, he raised his other hand, and his string of prayer beads swelled in size, transforming into a long cord that wound around Jiang Lu multiple times, binding him securely. Seeing Jiang Lu restrained and unable to move, Dao Ji felt a sense of relief wash over him. He raised his golden glowing fists once more, ready to unleash the Arhut fist upon Jiang Lu. Indeed, Dao Ji emerged victorious. His character is commendable. He endured his injuries, conserving his strength for a pivotal moment to wield the power of the Buddhist treasure. Observing Jiang Lu, bound and helpless, only able to endure blows, the Dragon Sea Saint nodded in approval of Dao Ji's fortitude. However, despite Jiang Lu's considerably lower cultivation level, he was capable of inflicting significant damage upon Dao Ji, indicating that his prowess should not be underestimated. This sentiment was shared not only by the Dragon Sea Saint, but also by the observing disciples of the Buddhist order. With Jiang Lu ensnared by the magical artifact and unable to move, how could he still be a match for Dao Ji? Yet, as Dao Ji's Arhut fist descended, Jiang Lu's gaze sharpened, and he opened his mouth to exhale a resonant sound. A dragon's roar suddenly reverberated. Chapter 37. The Great Buddha Temple trembles. Jiang Lu found himself ensnared by Dao Ji's prayer beads, immobile and seemingly defeated in the eyes of onlookers. Just as Dao Ji's Arhut fist was about to strike him, a powerful dragon's roar erupted, infused with an overwhelming force. The resounding cry captivated all, as visible sound waves radiated from Jiang Lu's form, swiftly expanding in all directions. Under the impact of these sound waves, Dao Ji's fist faltered before Jiang Lu, unable to advance, while the forceful sonic assault pushed Dao Ji back. Crack! As the sound waves surged, the ground within a radius of several meters around Jiang Lu fractured, illustrating the remarkable impact of this phenomenon. The first layer of the Heavenly Dragon Zen Sound's supernatural ability not only repulsed its target, but also served as an area-wide offensive technique, exuding an impressive aura. Not only did the surroundings suffer from the shock, but Dao Ji's complexion also turned pale as he was repelled. Jiang Lu noted that the blood vitality above Dao Ji's head diminished slightly, leaving him with but a thread of life. At that moment, the prayer beads that had bound Jiang Lu suddenly unraveled and returned to Dao Ji's grasp, indicating that the binding effect was time-limited. With a powerful leap, Jiang Lu charged towards Dao Ji like a descending tiger, striking him with the demon-destroying staff, which completely drained the blood vitality from Dao Ji's head, leading him into unconsciousness. Notification: experience gained 460, money gained 50. Notification: acquired equipment, bronze bracelet. Please check your inventory. As Dao Ji fell into unconsciousness, the game system's prompt arrived, prompting a silent nod of acknowledgement from Jiang Lu. He vividly recalled that when he previously defeated Zhang Yuanwai, he only earned about 300 experience points. But now he had surpassed 400, suggesting that his adversary's strength had indeed increased. Furthermore, upon reaching level 10, he unlocked his inventory space, allowing him to automatically receive equipment and money from defeated foes rather than having to loot their bodies. The Heavenly Dragon Zen Sound? That was indeed the Heavenly Dragon Zen Sound. While Jiang Lu contemplated his newfound experience points, the monks of the Great Buddha Temple gazed at the unconscious Dao Ji, then at Jiang Lu. After a moment of silence, the hall erupted in astonished murmurs. The heavenly dragon's Zen sound was a renowned supernatural ability of the great Buddha temple. Known to be mastered solely by the Dragon Sea Saint, others lacked the karmic connection to learn it, only able to admire it from afar. It was not surprising that both Daoji and Jiang had learned the heavenly dragon Zen sound. However, they had only been at the great Buddha temple for a few days. How could they have already mastered such a technique? Indeed, it was the heavenly dragon Zen sound. And the Dragon Sea Saint recognized it immediately, his expression a mixture of surprise and delight as he gazed at Jiang in disbelief. During the days Jiang practiced the heavenly dragon Zen sound, the Dragon Sea Saint had been present but had gained nothing, often falling asleep. How could one learn under such circumstances? Therefore, even when Jiang claimed to have mastered it, the Dragon Sea Saint had been skeptical. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang had invoked the heavenly dragon Zen sound without warning. As the sole practitioner of this technique, the Dragon Sea Saint recognized much more. From Jiang demonstration, it was clear he did not resemble a mere beginner who had studied for just a few days. He displayed remarkable proficiency. And the potency of that attack was evident to all. Given his initial cultivation at the meridian opening stage, to exhibit such strength would typically require at least 1.5 years of rigorous training. After the Dragon Sea Saint confirmed that Daoji was merely unconscious and not seriously harmed, he instructed for Daoji to be taken away to rest. While he gazed at Jiang in astonishment, Xuanzang, when did you learn the heavenly dragon Zen sound? Just a few days ago, Jiang replied. A few days? He had only spent 6 or 7 days learning the heavenly dragon Zen sound. Was his talent truly so extraordinary? Or was it perhaps due to the blessings of the 12 fragrant scars? Jiang response deepened the Dragon Sea Saint's surprise. After this encounter, all the monks of the great Buddha temple, young and old alike, were left in awe of Jiang display of the heavenly dragon Zen sound. Mastering the first layer of such a profound technique in mere days rendered him an unprecedented genius. Some elder monks even revealed that when the Dragon Sea Saint first arrived at the great Buddha temple, he required a full month to master the first layer of the heavenly dragon Zen sound. 2 hours later, the Dragon Sea Saint sat in the main hall, with several senior monks seated below him, engaged in serious discussion. Ba, Master, do you mean to allow Xuanzang to enter the demon suppression hall for training? One monk with 7 fragrant scars on his forehead inquired, astonished. Similarly, the other senior monks displayed varying degrees of surprise. Indeed, Xuanzang possesses remarkable talent. Practical experience is the best form of cultivation. Moreover, he has been challenging the temple disciples every afternoon, often rendering them unconscious, clearly understanding this principle. Therefore, why not allow him to enter the demon suppression hall early for some refinement? The Dragon Sea Saint nodded slightly. However, Master, it is customary for disciples of the great Buddha temple to reach the body refinement stage before entering the demon suppression hall. I observe that Xuanzang's cultivation barely reaches the meridian opening stage. Should we wait a bit longer? If he encounters trouble, how shall we explain it to the Buddha in the West? Several senior monks expressed their reservations. After all, the identity of the 12 fragrant scars cast a heavy weight upon these monks. Any mishap could lead to consequences none were willing to bear. Very well, let us consider his personal wishes in this matter. If he chooses to go, with the protection of the Ming Wang Mian, the risks should be minimal. Observing his junior monk's reluctance to take responsibility, the Dragon Sea Saint yielded. After exchanging glances, the other senior monks nodded in agreement. Indeed, this matter ultimately rests upon Xuanzang's own desire. Alas, had I known, I would have refrained from pretense. Meanwhile, in his meditation chamber, Jiang sighed inwardly. Over the past few days, he had diligently practiced the heavenly dragon Zen sound with the Dragon Sea Saint in the mornings and sought sparring partners among the temple's monks in the afternoons to gain experience. Due to his identity as one of the 12 fragrant scars, the disciples were quite willing to train with him, and life had been quite pleasant. However, after publicly demonstrating the heavenly dragon Zen sound, although he had successfully feigned mastery, he now found it difficult to find other disciples willing to spar. As many sought excuses to decline, despite his lower cultivation level, the reputation of the heavenly dragon Zen sound loomed too large. What to do? The disciples of the great Buddha temple have become increasingly reluctant to engage in combat with me. Where, then, shall I venture to slay monsters and gain experience? The thought of seeking out fellow disciples for sparring had already been met with numerous refusals, leaving Jiang heart in a state of quiet urgency. Is it that my future self must rely solely on the cultivation of the heavenly dragon Zen sound to acquire experience points? At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the meditation room, accompanied by a voice from outside. Xuanzang, may I enter? Chapter 38. The news of Sun Wukong. Is there something of significance that the holy monk Longhai seeks from me? Jiang Lu inquired after inviting Longhai inside. Could it be related to my recent mastery of the heavenly dragon Zen sound? Nothing of great importance, merely a desire for casual conversation, Longhai replied, taking a seat beside Jiang Lu and pouring himself a cup of tea, which he sipped leisurely. I hardly believe you, Jiang Lu thought to himself, rolling his eyes silently at Longhai's words. However, he displayed no outward signs of his inner skepticism. He too poured himself a cup of tea and allowed the atmosphere to settle into silence. After a brief pause, seeing that Jiang Lu had no intention of speaking, Longhai took the initiative. Xuanzang, it is quite impressive that you have swiftly grasped the first level of the heavenly dragon Zen sound. I have come to understand your innate talents. Yet mastery and cultivation cannot be achieved in isolation. It must be honed through trials of blood and fire. You seek out your fellow disciples for sparring in the afternoons, which must reflect this very sentiment, does it not? Jiang Lu remained silent, his gaze fixed on Longhai, silently urging him to continue. Noticing Jiang Lu's lack of response, Longhai pressed on. Temples are typically nestled in the depths of mountains within sacred realms. Yet our great Buddha temple is situated within the bustling city of Chang'an. Do you know why? I do not, Jiang Lu admitted, intrigued by the topic. Indeed, it seemed peculiar that the great Buddha temple occupied such a significant space within Chang'an, especially given the historical rivalry between royal and divine authority. This is because Chang'an is not a place of virtue. Beneath the city lies a den of demons and monsters, and our great Buddha temple stands as a bulwark above this abyss, safeguarding the safety of Chang'an, Longhai stated matter-of-factly, without any intention of withholding information. Ah, I see. Jiang Lu nodded in understanding, then inquired further. Might I ask why the holy monk has chosen to share this with me? As the saying goes, when do you tame the waters, it is better to divert than to block. Our temple suppresses the den of demons, yet we cannot seal it completely. Otherwise, one day, the monsters within may grow strong enough to threaten the temple itself, leading to our ruin. Thus, we leave a small gap in the seal and have constructed a demon suppression hall, where the escaped demons can be contained. The temple often sends disciples to undergo training there. With this, Longhai paused briefly, then added, this serves two purposes, to eliminate the demons safely before they multiply beyond control, and to provide practical training for the disciples. Is this not a veritable dungeon for monster slaying and leveling up? Jiang Lu's eyes brightened at the mention of the demon suppression hall. This was indeed a fortuitous revelation, as he had been troubled by the lack of disciples willing to accept his challenges after revealing the heavenly dragon Zen sound. Little did he know that the great Buddha temple housed such an opportunity. For him, the demon suppression hall was nothing less than a sanctuary for leveling up. Are you suggesting that I should enter the hall for training? Jiang Lu asked, his eyes wide with excitement as he regarded Longhai. Observing the change in Jiang Lu's expression, Longhai understood his eagerness. He was indeed a fervent martial artist. Nevertheless, Longhai felt compelled to clarify. I merely wish to inform you about the demon suppression hall. Whether you choose to go is entirely up to your own will. Should I be willing, I would certainly embrace the opportunity. It is as if a pillow has been delivered to me, just as I felt sleepy, Jiang Lu replied eagerly. Longhai nodded slightly in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding, but not surprise. He had anticipated Jiang Lu's enthusiasm for martial arts, which had led him to introduce the heavenly dragon Zen sound to stabilize Jiang Lu's resolve to remain in the temple. Thus, his agreement came as no shock to Longhai. Very well. Dao Ji is on the verge of breaking through to the body refinement stage. In a couple of days, both of you shall enter the demon suppression hall together, Longhai confirmed, solidifying the arrangement. Although Longhai had initially claimed to merely seek casual conversation with Jiang Lu, having addressed the important matters, he showed no inclination to linger and began to rise to leave. Wait, Jiang Lu called out as he watched Longhai stand. Longhai turned back, his expression inquisitive. I have been experiencing a recurring dream lately, one that feels strikingly real. Might the holy monk offer me some insight? Jiang Lu's face bore a troubled expression, clearly tormented by this dream. In the modern world, dreams might be dismissed as mere fantasies, but in this mythical realm, being a disciple of the Buddha with 12 fragrant scars and experiencing the same dream repeatedly over several days was a matter of concern. Long Hai's demeanor shifted, and he sat back down. What is it that you dream of? Strangely enough, I dream of a monkey, one that traverses the heavens and the earth. I see this monkey trapped beneath a great mountain, calling out for me to rescue it. Do you know what this could signify? Jiang Lu inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed on Long Hai. The notion of dreaming and calling for help was merely a ruse. Jiang Lu sought to probe the existence of Sun Wukong. Even though he was in the Tang dynasty, a mythical world where he bore the name Xuanzang and bore the mark of 12 fragrant scars, all signs pointed to the reality that he was amidst the world of journey to the west, and he was, in fact, the Tang monk. Nonetheless, Jiang Lu wished to delve deeper. A monkey capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, trapped beneath a mountain? Long Hai mused, his brow furrowed in thought. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "It is said that when Wang Mang usurped the Han dynasty, a divine mountain, known as the Five Elements Mountain, descended from the heavens, where a divine monkey was imprisoned beneath it, impervious to cold and hunger. Later, the emperor of the Great Tang conquered the west and renamed it the Two Realms Mountain. Could the monkey you speak of be linked to this divine monkey beneath the mountain? This is definitive proof." Long Hai's response illuminated Jiang Lu's understanding. Indeed, if the Five Elements Mountain had appeared, then beneath it must lie the imprisoned monkey, undoubtedly Sun Wukong himself. Thus, the world to which he had traversed was indeed that of journey to the west, and he was the Tang monk destined to seek scriptures. However, upon confirming his identity and the world he inhabited, Jiang Lu's heart was not filled with joy. Instead, it sank. He never wished to be a monk. He simply desired to marry Gao Yang and lead an ordinary life as a couple. He had no desire to become entangled in the grand affairs of seeking scriptures in the West. Furthermore, interpretations of Journey to the West in modern society revealed that the entire venture was seemingly an elaborate scheme orchestrated by celestial beings. To involve himself in such a plot could yield unpredictable consequences. Chapter 39. Entering the imperial palace to reunite with Gao Yang, having firmly established that he was in the realm of journey to the west and recognized his identity as the Tang monk, Jiang Lu's heart remained heavy with discontent. As the pivotal figure in the journey to the west, it is only natural that my existence garners the attention of celestial beings. If the transmission of Buddhist teachings to the east is likened to a grand chess game arranged by the divine, then I am undeniably one of the most significant pieces on the board. Indeed, Jiang Lu comprehends that the identity of Tang Sung in this expedition is akin to a crucial chess piece, the most vital one at that. Thus, the aspiration to wed and bear children with Gao Yang seems as daunting as ascending to the heavens. After all, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Western paradise would never permit me to forsake the quest for scriptures in favor of marriage and progeny, would they? Xuanzang, what troubles you? You appear rather pale, inquired Long Hai, observing Jiang Lu's countenance with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I surmise this dream is merely a manifestation of my own karmic ties. If the opportunity arises, I shall visit the mountain of 5 elements, Jiang Lu replied, shaking his head after regaining his composure. Upon hearing Jiang Lu dismiss the matter as a personal karmic affair, Long Hai refrained from further contemplation regarding the monkey purportedly suppressed beneath the mountain. However, as Jiang Lu prepared to depart, he made a request that put Long Hai in a predicament. Saint, I have a favor to ask. I wish to visit the royal palace, Jiang Lu stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Long Hai. Faced with such a request, Long Hai's expression mirrored his discomfort. Initially, he felt elated at Jiang Lu's request, for the more he assisted him, the more Jiang Lu would owe him. Yet, the inquiry about the palace raised suspicions. Long Hai understood the implications. Saint, since I received the incense, it has been many days. Gao Yang witnessed me ignite the 12 incense burns. I can only imagine she has been enduring great distress each day. I am not eager to return to secular life. But must you deny me the chance to see her? Jiang Lu's gaze was resolute, revealing his determination to visit the palace. Perhaps due to Jiang Lu's unwavering resolve, which did not incite strong opposition, or perhaps because Jiang Lu expressed no immediate intent to leave the monastic life, Long Hai felt somewhat reassured. After a moment of reflection, he replied, only this once, and there shall be no second instance. Thank you, Saint. Jiang Lu exclaimed with joy upon receiving Long Hai's consent, expressing his gratitude sincerely. Accompanying Long Hai into the royal palace, Jiang Lu curiously surveyed his surroundings, for it was his first time within such grand confines. He noted the crimson walls, the bustling guards, and the bowing eunuchs leading the way. As Long Hai entered the palace, The courtiers showed him immense respect, swiftly sending a young eunuch to inform the emperor. Upon arriving at the grand hall, Jiang Lu saw Emperor Li Shimin himself come forth to greet them. After the customary salutations, Li Shimin's gaze fell upon Jiang Lu, and he warmly addressed him, Master Xuanzang, welcome. Taken aback by the emperor's cordiality, Jiang Lu recalled that both Gao Yang and Li Shimin had witnessed him light the 12 incense burns, thus it was only natural that the emperor remembered him. With hands clasped in reverence, he bowed. Thank you, your majesty. Please, be seated, Li Shimin invited, ushering Jiang Lu and Long Hai into the hall, where he wasted no time, stating, the saint has brought Master Xuanzang, which suggests there is a matter of importance to discuss. Indeed. I have come today to discuss the friction between the River Dragon King and the Blood Tiger King. The increasing hostilities between these two formidable demon lords have stirred unrest among the spirits in the vicinity, causing considerable distress to the local populace. Additionally, I have crafted several jade pendants for the protection and enjoyment of several princes and princesses, Long Hai articulated, producing the jade pendants from within his robes. Thank you, Saint. Li Shimin expressed his gratitude as he observed Long Hai presenting the gifts. He then instructed the nearby eunuchs, who soon returned with several young nobles. Among them the Princess Gao Yang. Seeing Gao Yang after a prolonged separation filled Jiang Lu's heart with joy. Though he noted her diminished appearance, she appeared much frilier, and her countenance lacked the previous lightness and cheer. Their eyes met, and in that moment, it felt as if the world around them had vanished. Gao Yang, are you not coming forward? Li Shimin interrupted the silent exchange, addressing her. This is a jade pendant bestowed by the saint for your protection. Snapping back to reality, Gao Yang turned away from Jiang Lu and approached her father, accepting the pendant with a graceful bow. Thank you, father. Thank you, saint. Very well, you may all withdraw, Li Shimin said, his gaze toward Gao Yang tinged with affection. After distributing the pendants, he waved his hand, signaling the young nobles to leave. Xuanzang, I have matters to discuss with His Majesty. If you find yourself with time to spare, feel free to explore the palace, Long Hai suggested once the princes and princesses had departed. Then I shall not intrude upon your discussions, Your Majesty and Saint, Jiang Lu responded, rising to take his leave as Long Hai's words concluded. Jiang Lu understood that Long Hai's pretext of presenting gifts was a ploy to inform Gao Yang of his presence in the palace, thereby affording them a moment of solitude. Departing the grand hall with a natural gait, he caught a glimpse of Gao Yang's figure disappearing around a distant corner. Hastening his pace, Jiang Lu pursued her direction. After a brief chase, he saw her vanish behind a rockery. Rushing over, he searched in vain until he heard a light laugh nearby. Hey, foolish one, I am here. Gao Yang's voice emerged from behind a rock, her head peeking out as she beckoned him with a wave. With a joyous smile, Jiang Lu followed her guidance, squeezing through a narrow crevice in the rockery. Inside the grotto, a small, secluded space awaited them. Although modest, it felt intimate for the two of them, allowing the soft sounds of their breaths to resonate clearly. Gao Yang, I am sorry, Jiang Lu began, his voice tinged with regret, as he gazed at the weary yet beautiful girl before him, who appeared to have lost some weight. However, before he could finish, Gao Yang gently placed a finger over his lips. Gazing into his eyes with earnestness, she reassured him. There is no need for apologies. The incense burns were not your choice. Your ability to ignite 12 of them was beyond anyone's anticipation. Had I known, I would have refrained from attending the incense ceremony. Perhaps we would both. Jiang Lu lamented, regret evident in his expression. His initial intention had been to return to secular life with honor, to provide an explanation to Jinshan Temple, yet no one could have foreseen such an outcome. Had he chosen not to attend, perhaps he and Gao Yang would be together by now. However, upon reflecting on this, Jiang Lu shook his head with a wry smile, realizing the futility of his thoughts. No, even if I were to refrain from participating, it would still be impossible for us to be together. For I am but an ordinary man, utterly unworthy of you. Now, it is I who am unworthy of you, Princess Gao Yang softly interjected, grasping Jiang Lu's hand. The 12 fragrant scars on his body were a sign of his reincarnation as a bodhisattva from the sacred Ling Mountain, a development that would undoubtedly position Jiang Lu as the spiritual leader of all monks in the Tang dynasty. Though the status of Princess Gao Yang was undeniably noble, it paled in comparison to Jiang Lu's newfound identity. Regrettably, despite this esteemed status, he was bound by the monastic vows that forbade him from marrying or having children. Otherwise, with his current standing, he would be more than suitable for a princess. Lowering her head, Gaoyang remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. Jianglu, if we are destined to be apart in the future, perhaps we should part ways now. You are destined to become a renowned saint. Your reputation will surely surpass even that of the holy monk Longhai. I do not wish to be a burden that hinders your future. Do not say such things, Jianglu interjected firmly. I am a man who cherishes beauty over power. The thought of separation had never crossed his mind. Regardless of his awareness of Gaoyang's royal status, the 12 fragrant scars, or his own identity as the Tang monk, Jianglu had never considered parting ways with her. Instead, he pondered how to overcome the obstacles that stood in their way. I thought you entered the palace too. At Jianglu's resolute words, Gaoyang felt warmth in her heart and spoke softly. Hush. Before she could finish, Jianglu made a gesture for silence. Sure enough, a moment later, the sound of footsteps approached, 2 palace maids chatting as they walked past the artificial hill. The 2 hid within the rocks, holding their breath, fearful of making a sound. After a while, once the maids had passed, they exhaled deeply, exchanging smiles, their hearts racing, and then they gently embraced each other. What do you think I came to the palace for? To sever this bond with you? To distance myself in pursuit of becoming a revered monk? No. I came because I was worried about you. Look at you. You've lost weight. Indeed, as you said, given my status, it is exceedingly difficult for us to be together. However, no matter how difficult it may be, I will not let go. Rest assured, I shall strive to become stronger, strong enough that no one can keep us apart. Jiang Lu, alongside the holy monk Longhai, left the palace, but as they reached its gates, he turned back for one last glance. Today's visit, filled with whispered confessions amidst the artificial hill, had allowed Jiang Lu to release a heavy burden from his heart. Due to the 12 fragrant scars, he had been anxious about Gaoyang's well-being. Indeed, upon seeing her again, he noticed her quiet demeanor and weight loss. They had shared their thoughts, and it was evident that her spirits had lifted considerably. As a Tang monk, he understood that the deities and bodhisattvas would never permit him to marry or abandon his sacred quest, a truth Jiang Lu was acutely aware of. Thus, he had not exhibited any fervent desire to renounce his vows. After all, who could predict how the celestial beings would respond to Gaoyang? Nonetheless, if he wished to be with her, he must expedite his growth, to the point where he could command his own fate and no longer be at the mercy of divine forces. Jiang Lu understood that this endeavor was fraught with challenges. However, with the aid of his gaming system, which allowed him to level up, he had reached level 11 in merely half a month, an achievement that would take others years of diligent effort. Surely, there remained hope. On the walls of the palace, hidden behind the battlements, Princess Gaoyang secretly observed Jiang Lu and Longhai departing, her heart lifting at the words he had spoken. If love is to endure, does it truly matter whether we are together every day? This was indeed a beautiful line of poetry. Although they could not be together in the present, he showed no signs of giving up. He was willing to strive for their future. She softly murmured to herself, recalling the verses Jiang Lu had recited to her in the hidden alcove, feeling sweetness bloom in her heart. Walking alongside Jiang Lu, Longhai glanced at him, sensing that his demeanor was much lighter than before. Clearly, he and Princess Gaoyang had exchanged significant words, undoubtedly not of separation. Longhai refrained from inquiring about their conversation. By the way, holy monk, may I return to Jingshan Temple tomorrow? I have not had the chance to visit since my arrival at the Great Buddha Temple. Jiang Lu asked. Although he had only recently traversed to this world, he held fond memories of his early days at Jingshan Temple, where the abbot, Master Faming, had treated him with great kindness. It felt like home to him. Of course, I will arrange for Master Huihai to accompany you. Longhai nodded, showing no hesitation. He understood Jiang Lu's lifelong connection to Jingshan Temple and acknowledged that it was only natural for him to wish to return. Perhaps it was also a precaution for his safety, considering the potential dangers that might arise for a monk marked by the 12 fragrant scars. However, Jiang Lu did not object to Longhai's arrangement for Master Huihai to accompany him. Chapter 41. A return in splendor as dawn broke. The distant crowing of roosters heralded the day. At the gates of Chang'an, several guards lowered the massive bolts securing the entrance. With a heavy creak, the grand gates slowly swung open, allowing the townsfolk who had been waiting outside to enter and exit. Suddenly, a series of melodic bells and drumbeats echoed through the air, accompanied by the faint resonance of Buddhist chants drawing nearer. The guards and the gathered citizens turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. In the early morning streets of Chang'an, a procession of monks approached, their ranks expanding to several dozen, each holding sacred implements and softly chanting sutras. instilling a sense of tranquility in all who listened. At the center of this procession was an opulent palanquin, carried by 16 individuals, resembling a small dwelling as it drew closer. As this ceremonial entourage passed, the citizens instinctively knelt in reverence along the roadside. Is that the holy monk Longhai's palanquin? The guards at the gate felt a sudden tension and quickly signaled the nearby citizens to step aside, kneeling in respect for the arrival of the holy monk Longhai. The palanquin, borne by 16 burly monks with shaved heads, exuded an air of formidable strength, their bronze skin and steady gait indicating their high cultivation. As the guards knelt on the ground, they discreetly raised their heads for a glimpse at the palanquin. Within sat a young monk draped in a crimson robe, adorned with an exquisite monk's crown, exuding an aura of profound nobility. Wait, is that not the holy monk Longhai? Who is this young monk? The guard pondered in astonishment as the palanquin glided away. What manner of youth could travel in the esteemed palanquin of the holy monk Longhai? Surely, even fellow disciple Daoji, marked by the same 12 fragrant scars, would not be afforded such honor. As the whispers suggested that Daoji, marked by the same 9 fragrant scars, was not to be relied upon, it seemed that the one seated upon the Buddha's palanquin must indeed be the legendary Xuanzang, known for his 12 fragrant scars. Upon realizing the identity of the youthful monk in the palanquin, the guards were taken aback, astonished by the serendipity that allowed them to behold the true visage of the famed Xuanzang, perched atop the grand palanquin of the dragon Sea holy monk. Observing the throngs kneeling in reverence, and witnessing the monks of the ceremonial procession, all adorned with multiple fragrant scars upon their heads, Jiang Lu could not help but feel a pang of reflection. The ostentatious display and the glaring chasm of social hierarchy were disheartening. Yet they provided a profound satisfaction to one's vanity. As they journeyed toward the Golden Mountain Temple, the lavishness was incomparably distinct from Jiang Lu's prior arrival in tattered monk robes. The ceremonial procession, composed of monks possessing considerable cultivation, traversed the relatively short distance of approximately 20 miles with ease. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Jiang Lu estimated it to be around 10 o'clock in the morning, and the group had already reached the foot of the Golden Mountain Temple. As the procession ascended, the pilgrims lining the mountain path knelt in unison, calling out the name of Xuanzang. Observing the once desolate mountain trail, now bustling with visitors, Jiang Lu noted how the path appeared much clearer, the weeds seemingly eradicated by the tide of worshippers. Inside the Golden Mountain Temple, the venerable abbot Faming and his companions were engaged in receiving the pilgrims, some of whom wandered freely within the temple grounds, eager to witness the dilapidated meditation chamber where Jiang Lu had once resided. The allure of the renowned Xuanzang, marked by his 12 fragrant scars, drew countless pilgrims eager to glimpse the life he led prior to the incense offering ceremony. Xianming, go and see what causes this uproar, Abbot Faming remarked, slightly taken aback by the clamorous arrival of Jiang Lu's procession, which was accompanied by music and cheers. Xianming, nodding in acknowledgement, strode outside. Swiftly, Xianming returned, urgency written across his cherubic face. Master, it is Luer. No, it's Xuanzang, the master. The mention of Xuanzang sent waves of excitement through the temple. The pilgrims rushed outside, and even Abbot Faming and his companions rose joyfully. Setting aside the significance of the 12 fragrant scars, Jiang Lu was a figure they had watched grow, a familiar presence now renowned throughout the land, yet still deeply missed by all. As Jiang Lu arrived before the Golden Mountain Temple, he observed the transformations that had taken place. Many areas had been renovated, and even the once dilapidated signboard had been replaced with a new one, bringing him a sense of delight. Upon the arrival of the palanquin at the temple's entrance, a multitude of pilgrims, having heard the news, rushed to kneel before Jiang Lu, calling out in reverence. Please, rise, Jiang Lu said, addressing the kneeling worshippers. Having traversed from the modern world, where notions of hierarchy were foreign, he felt out of place with such displays of submission. Abbot Faming, witnessing the reverence, approached and knelt before Jiang Lu, prompting him to leap from the palanquin and support the elderly abbot. Xuanzang, I cannot accept such deference, Abbot Faming said, feeling a mixture of gratitude and trepidation. What does the title Xuanzang mean? Have I transformed simply because of a few scars upon my brow? Please, call me Luer as before. It feels far more comfortable, he added, assisting the abbot into the temple. Nearby, Xianming and the others hastily welcomed the monks from the great Buddha temple, guiding them to rest. As they stood at the foot of the Golden Mountain Temple, a young Taoist, appearing around 15 or 16, approached with measured grace, clad in a blue robe, a sword sheathed at his back, and his hair styled in a top knot, exuding an air of distinction. The young Taoist, resolved and murmuring to himself, contemplated how to bring shame upon this renowned figure in front of the world. Chapter 42. The Unwelcome Guest. What shall we do? What shall we do? In the temple, Abbot Faming was in a state of agitation, his expression a complex tapestry of joy, urgency, and trepidation. The sentiments were shared among Xian Kong, Xian Wu, and Xian Ming, all equally perturbed. Even the monks who had accompanied them from the great Buddha temple exchanged bewildered glances. Upon returning to the Golden Mountain Temple, it was entirely normal for Xuanzang to converse with his fellow monks. However, as noon approached, he shocked everyone by disregarding their objections and heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Hence the anxious scene involving Abbot Faming and the others. Who is Xuanzang? Renowned throughout history as the first monk with 12 incense scars, deeply connected to the Buddha, some even proclaiming him a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Previously, ignorance of his status was one matter, but now, it was bewildering that he would personally cook for those present. Ba, Master Huihai said softly, smiling as he acknowledged Xuanzang's pure-heartedness. As long as Xuanzang possesses such sincerity, Abbot Faming, you should simply accept it. A young man of rising fame, renowned throughout the land, yet he remained true to his humble origins. Not lost in the allure of fame and fortune, a trait that earned Master Huihai's silent admiration. Indeed, it was not easy to remain grounded after attaining such recognition. Many profess to regard wealth and fame as trifles, yet few manage to live by their words. As the saying goes, when officials meet, they lament the difficulties of governance and express a desire to resign, yet who truly follows through? During his time at the Golden Mountain Temple, cooking was expedient, given that only a handful of individuals resided there. However, today, Zhang Lu busied himself in the kitchen for quite some time. It was only proper that he did not limit his culinary efforts to just the few senior monks and the abbot of the Golden Mountain Temple. With the monks from the great Buddha temple accompanying him, it was only fitting to prepare a meal for them as a gesture of respect. Though they would not leave fully satisfied, it was important to offer them something. Additionally, the pilgrims who came to the Golden Mountain Temple to pay their respects were doing so for his sake. Thus, it was only courteous to prepare a meal for them as well. By doing so, he would also enhance the temple's reputation. After more than an hour of toil, he prepared a large pot of rice and nearly cleared the vegetable garden, cooking enough for dozens. Master Huihai, as a high monk of the great Buddha temple, naturally sat at the same table as the monks of the Golden Mountain Temple. A muscular monk, who had been carrying the palanquin, quietly stepped aside and produced 2 baked buns from his robe. Although he was a monk from the great Buddha temple, he was merely a palanquin bearer, a role that in ancient times conferred a status considerably lower than that of others, such as servants or handmaidens. Today, however, with Master Xuanzang himself taking to the kitchen, there was no place for them at the table. Hey, you all, go to the kitchen and bring out the dishes. I've prepared some for you as well. Just as the monk, with his head bowed, began to gnaw on a flatbread, a voice rang out. He lifted his gaze to see Master Xuanzang speaking to him, and he froze, the flatbread slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Soon after, several buckets of food were brought out, accompanied by a large pot of vegetable and tofu soup. Each of the warrior monks and ceremonial attendants received half a bowl of rice, a few slices of vegetables, and a bowl of soup. Although they did not leave feeling full, their hearts brimmed with satisfaction. The admiration in their eyes for Zhang Lu was not solely respect. It was also gratitude. Half a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup may not constitute a rare feast, but the fact that Master Xuanzang personally cooked while remembering their presence imbued them with a sense of being valued, eliciting deep appreciation. "Thank you, Master Xuanzang," exclaimed the nearby pilgrims, who also received a portion of the meal, their voices ringing out in chorus. The food prepared by the 12-scarred Master Xuanzang was not something just anyone could be fortunate enough to taste. Even a single grain of rice was immensely precious. "Ba," he said, "the Buddha teaches that all sentient beings are equal. While many understood this Buddhist principle, very few could truly embody it." Witnessing this scene, Master Huihai softly recited a Buddhist phrase. Indeed, although Xuanzang had only recently taken on the scars of his vows and had read but a handful of scriptures, the principle of equality among all beings was innate to him. Were anyone to claim he was not a reincarnation of a bodhisattva, Master Huihai would be the first to disagree. Seated at the table were Master Huihai and the group from Jinshan Temple, enjoying their meal, while the ceremonial monks and pilgrims, having received their share, felt thoroughly content. The lunch was filled with exuberance, especially among the pilgrims, who seemed eager to lick their bowls clean. Glory to the celestial sovereign. This place is indeed lively. Just then, a clear voice broke through the commotion, and a young Taoist clad in a robe approached. "Oh, you are a disciple of Master Yuan, Li Chunfeng?" Observing the young Taoist, Master Huihai raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing him. Li Chunfeng? Jiang Lu, who had been conversing with the elderly abbot Faming, set down his bowl upon hearing the name and scrutinized the young Taoist. Although his historical knowledge was lacking, he had certainly heard of the legendary pairing of Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng during the Tang dynasty. Not to mention that this was the mythical world of Journey to the West, even in reality. The duo had achieved a status akin to that of historical figures like Liu Bowen and Zhuge Liang, regarded as legendary beings. "Greetings. It is fate that brings us together. Please join us for a meal," Jiang Lu invited, his hospitality evident in his demeanor. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony," Li Chunfeng replied, taking a seat without hesitation at Jiang Lu's invitation. "The Jinshan Temple is rather remote, and you are not a monk. What brings you here?" As a fresh plate of food was set before Li Chunfeng, Jiang Lu casually inquired. Li Chunfeng picked up his chopsticks and responded, "I have come here for you." "For me?" Jiang Lu looked at Li Chunfeng in astonishment, puzzled. "People say you are the reincarnation of a bodhisattva, marked by 12 scars, unprecedented in history. Thus, I wish to engage in a philosophical debate with you today. So, you have come to provoke me?" Jiang Lu's smile slowly faded at Li Chunfeng's response. Without hesitation, he pushed Li Chunfeng's dish aside. "Since you are here to cause trouble, then you shall not partake in this meal." At that moment, Li Chunfeng felt the weight of his emotions. The entirety of Chang'an had been stirred by the news of the monk bearing 12 scars, and the rumor had swept across the land like a tempest. He had overheard his master Yuan Tiangang discussing the emergence of such a profoundly fated monk in the Tang territory, surely a reincarnation of the Western bodhisattva. With the presence of a bodhisattva, the influence of Buddhism in the Tang would surely grow, while the Taoist sect would inevitably face pressure. As a disciple of the Taoist order, Li Chunfeng felt a sense of duty to step forward. Thus, after Master Xuanzang had boldly departed Chang'an, Li Chunfeng followed him, intent on challenging him. The world speaks of Master Xuanzang as a reincarnation of a bodhisattva, yet he is so miserly as to withhold even a bowl of rice. Just as he was about to eat, Li Chunfeng noticed Jiang Lu removing his meal, but he showed no sign of anger, calmly stating, "There is a saying, when friends come, treat them with delicacies. When enemies arrive, greet them with weapons. You have come specifically to cause trouble. Do you expect me to treat you with feigned courtesy? I am not that hypocritical." After a brief pause, Jiang Lu continued, "If you consider me petty, then I find your audacity remarkable. To come looking for trouble and still expect a lavish reception? Is there such logic in the world?" Jiang Lu's words left Li Chunfeng momentarily speechless, realizing that he was not adhering to conventional norms. The Tang dynasty prided itself on etiquette, and whether among officials or monks, those of any standing would typically value their reputations, striving to appear magnanimous even in the face of adversaries. Yet, Jiang Lu had no such intention, openly acknowledging his own pettiness while mocking Li Chunfeng's thick skin. How unreasonable this young Taoist is. Master Xuanzang has graciously prepared a meal for him, and yet he seeks to create discord, a nearby female pilgrim murmured. Indeed, Master Xuanzang treated him with respect, personally cooking for him, yet he retaliates against such kindness. "It is nothing more than repaying kindness with malice," agreed a wealthy man clad in silk. "I, Iron Bull, find the monk's words most reasonable. I detest the hypocrisy of literati. When trouble comes, they greet it with a smile. Is that not the very definition of insincerity?" chimed in a sturdy man dressed in simple attire. Feeling choked by Jiang Lu's remarks, Li Chunfeng grew embarrassed as he listened to the opinions around him, realizing Jiang Lu was quite adept at winning hearts. As a disciple marked by 12 scars, he had personally cooked to host these guests, which naturally endeared them to him. Master Huihai remained silent, having two main purposes for accompanying Jiang Lu: to prevent him from making a sudden escape, given his previous attempts to flee the Great Buddha Temple, and to protect him from any potential threats. As for Li Chunfeng's attempts to provoke Jiang Lu, Master Huihai saw no reason to intervene. Enough of this chatter. Jiang Lu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he fixed his gaze on Li Chunfeng. Since you have come seeking trouble, let us engage in combat now. Possessing the ability to defeat monsters and level up, Jiang Lu welcomes those who come seeking trouble with open arms. Observing Li Chuanfeng's youthful appearance, he surmises that his cultivation level is unlikely to be extraordinary. Defeating him would surely yield experience points, equipment, and even skill books, valuable rewards delivered right to his doorstep. Jiang Lu's eyes gleam with excitement at the prospect of engaging in battle, causing Li Chuanfeng's heart to tighten slightly. It is evident that Jiang Lu possesses great confidence in his demon-subduing techniques, further fueled by rumors that he mastered the heavenly dragon Zen sound in mere days. Master Xuanzang, I am not here to fight, Li Chuanfeng clarifies with a respectful bow. I have merely heard of your renown and harbor a few doubts. So I wish to engage in a discussion of doctrine, not to fight. Jiang Lu's expression reveals disappointment upon hearing Li Chuanfeng's response. If it is merely a discussion, then there is little to be said. Furthermore, you belong to the Taoist sect, while I am of the Buddhist order. Our paths diverge. If it were a contest, I would be delighted, but a mere debate is nothing but a battle of wits. To phrase it nicely, it is a discussion. To phrase it bluntly, it resembles a quarrel between shrews, vying to see who can out-argue whom. Winning or losing, what significance does that hold? Regardless of whether one is from the Taoist or Buddhist traditions, the scriptures are intended to guide people toward goodness, ultimately leading to the same destination. How can we not engage in discussion? Observing Jiang Lu's refusal, Li Chuanfeng secretly rejoices, realizing that Jiang Lu is evidently uninformed about the scriptures and Buddhist principles, thus increasing his own odds of victory. He provokes, could it be that Master Xuanzang lacks the courage? Indeed, I lack the courage. You win, Jiang Lu replies dismissively, waving his hand as if bored and returning to his seat. Striking a cotton pillow is a frustrating experience for Li Chuanfeng. Jiang Lu's apparent indifference raises the question, does he not comprehend the significance of conceding in a debate against him? The nearby Master Huihai furrows his brow slightly. If Li Chuanfeng were to leave now, proclaiming that he engaged in a debate with Master Xuanzang and that the latter retreated in defeat, it would tarnish the reputation of the great Buddha temple and, by extension, the entire Buddhist community. His complexion shifts from pale to flushed as he considers leaving, realizing that even a victory under such circumstances would be a hollow one. Despite Jiang Lu's clear disinterest in discussion, he presses on, Master Xuanzang, I shall ask you but one question. As a disciple of the Buddhist order, you must surely understand the significance of cultivating Buddhism, yes? The significance of cultivating Buddhism. This question causes Master Huihai's expression to change. The essence of Buddhist cultivation is not easily articulated. Many high monks who have diligently practiced Zen cannot clearly express it. Despite Master Xuanzang's 12 scars of precepts, he is still a young monk. How could he articulate it clearly? It is akin to asking others the meaning of life or existence. Who can provide a definitive answer? Nonetheless, while Master Huihai's mind weighs heavily, many pilgrims nearby gaze at Xuanzang with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Indeed, what is the significance of cultivating Buddhism? How will Master Xuanzang respond? As for Jiang Lu, he cannot provide an answer either. Until now, his thoughts have been focused on returning to secular life, having scarcely read a few Buddhist texts. Yet, at that moment, a flash of inspiration strikes him. Having traversed from the modern era, where he experienced an explosion of information, he possesses insights and knowledge that far exceed the understanding of those in this age. Brother Xīyóu, please fetch me some writing materials, Jiang Lu requests of the nearby Xīyóu. Of course, I shall retrieve them at once. Although none knew why Jiang Lu required writing materials, Xīyóu nodded and hurriedly set aside his bowl of rice, returning shortly with the requested items. With brush and ink in hand, Jiang Lu stepped outside the dining hall. Behind him, Master Faming, Master Huihai, Li Chuanfeng, and a multitude of curious pilgrims and monks followed, eager to see how he would answer the posed question. Without further ado, Jiang Lu grasped the brush and inscribed 20 characters upon the wall outside the dining hall. Body as the Bodhi tree, heart like a bright mirror stand. Constantly strive to polish it, let not dust alight upon it. Abbot, I present this for the Jinshan temple, Jiang Lu declared, turning to Master Faming after setting down the brush. Chapter 44. An overt scheme. These mere 20 characters encapsulate the essence of Buddhist cultivation. Gazing at the wall where the inscription now resided, Master Huihai's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, indeed, what is the significance of cultivating Buddhism? Is it not akin to what is written here? Constantly striving to polish one's heart, ensuring it remains untainted by the mundane world? "What a beautiful poem!" exclaimed a scholar dressed in tattered robes, clearly moved. These 20 characters compare the self to the Bodhi tree and the heart to a bright mirror, embodying boundless Buddhist principles while remaining easily comprehensible. Such poetry is beyond my own capabilities, though it does not hinder my appreciation. As for Li Chunfeng, he stood speechless, staring at the inscription like a statue. He certainly possessed the discernment to grasp its profound meaning. Realizing with surprise that this young Xuanzang's understanding of Buddhist philosophy was remarkably deep. Is this truly a monk with 12 scars of precepts? Onlookers, whether monks accompanying the great Buddha temple, brothers from Jinshan temple, or various pilgrims, all marveled at the 20 characters inscribed on the wall. Yet, for Jiang Lu, this moment was merely the result of a sudden flash of inspiration. Firstly, the poem aptly addressed the challenge posed by Li Chunfeng. Secondly, leaving behind this inscription would ensure its propagation, as it would be recognized as an authentic piece of work written at Jinshan Temple. In the future, many individuals, including disciples of Buddhism, would surely come to view the origin of this poem, making the wall an important landmark. To put it in modern terms, this act could also be seen as a contribution to the development of Jinshan Temple's tourism. Having spent time at Jinshan Temple after his arrival, Jiang Lu appreciated the care shown by the monks and masters there. Even Brother Xiankong lost an arm due to his own misfortune. If possible, Jiang Lu was more than willing to assist Jinshan Temple, understanding the principle of repaying even a small favor with great gratitude. After placing the brush down, Jiang Lu turned his gaze toward Li Chunfeng. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Since you have posed a question for me to consider, it is only courteous that I return the favor and present you with a question of my own." Upon hearing Jiang Lu's words, Li Chunfeng snapped back to reality. Redirecting his gaze from the poem on the wall to Jiang Lu and composing himself, "I invite Master Xuanzang to pose his question. I once witnessed a runaway carriage being pulled by a startled horse, while several children disregarded their parents' warnings and played in the street. It seemed inevitable that the carriage would collide with them, causing destruction and loss of life. Fortunately, if one merely pulls the reins, the carriage could veer off to the side. However, there was one child who obediently played by the roadside. In such a scenario, should one pull the reins? This is a well-known moral dilemma in modern times, initially involving children playing on train tracks in a train, but here adapted to a carriage. From the perspective of an ordinary person, saving one life is surely preferable to allowing many to perish, is it not? However, it is the group of children who have erred. The children playing by the roadside are innocent. If the unblemished child were to perish, how unjust would that be? Thus, should the reins be pulled? Jiang Lu gazed earnestly at Li Chunfeng and inquired. This question posed by Jiang Lu rendered all present speechless, exchanging glances of uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, when comparing one child to a multitude, the choice seems apparent. There is a saying that losing less amounts to winning. Yet, it is this singular child who is faultless, while a throng of children has erred, and ultimately, it is the innocent one who meets an untimely end. Is this not even more outrageous? The onlookers, including Master Huihai of the Great Buddha Temple, found themselves momentarily at a loss for an answer, their gazes fixed upon Li Chunfeng. However, unlike the others' inquisitive and expectant expressions, Master Huihai wore a knowing smile. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Chunfeng's complexion fluctuated between hues of pale and flushed, until he finally shook his head, uttering, I do not know." Jiang Lu, having returned to the Great Buddha Temple aboard the Buddha palanquin, disembarked and, with hands clasped together, bowed to the array of monks accompanying him. Expressing gratitude for their company, "Master Xuanzang, you are too kind. It is our duty." The monks, hastily returning the gesture, replied in unison. After bidding farewell to Master Huihai, Jiang Lu retreated to his meditation chamber to rest. Although he had been carried by the palanquin, the journey of nearly 50 miles, including numerous mountainous paths, had taken its toll, and he felt a sense of weariness. Once in his chamber, Jiang Lu settled into a cross-legged position, channeling the divine powers of the celestial dragon Zen sound. As he practiced, he sensed his internal strength incrementally rising. Though gradual, it was notably stable. Meanwhile, Master Huihai arrived at the location of the holy monk Longhai, recounting in detail the events that transpired at Gold Mountain Temple. "Amitba, the formless verse, you say? I had not anticipated such literary prowess, nor his profound understanding of Buddhist principles," the holy monk Longhai murmured, visibly moved by the poem. After a moment of contemplation, He instructed, Master Huihai, please have a stone tablet carved and place it prominently in the square of our great Buddha temple, inscribing this formless verse upon it to remind all disciples that diligent practice is essential. Understood, brother, Master Huihai replied earnestly. He continued, this formless verse shall undoubtedly be revered as a timeless Buddhist poem, and the discourse between Li Chunfeng and Xuanzang will surely resonate far and wide. It is a fortuitous event for us. Indeed, let us stoke the flames of this matter. The holy monk Longhai concurred. Oh, pray, brother, how shall we add this fuel? Master Huihai inquired curiously. Li Chunfeng's question received a flawless response from Xuanzang. However, the question Xuanzang posed remains unanswered. If this inquiry were to be disseminated, it would reflect the doubts residing within Master Xuanzang's heart. Should anyone provide an answer? The great Buddha temple is willing to offer a reward of 10,000 pieces of gold. A splendid idea. This is an open strategy. Thus, the tale of their youthful debate will spread throughout the land, greatly enhancing the prestige of our Buddhist sect. Master Huihai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Amitba, such trivial matters I shall entrust to you, Master Huihai. I must now arrange for Xuanzang and Daoji to enter the Demon Suppression Hall for their training. Chapter 45. The Demon Suppression Hall. Before them stood a hall that, while not particularly grand, bore an air of antiquity. Beneath the hall, robust lines seemed to form a script resembling some ancient Sanskrit, subtly revealing the character for demon, imprisoned beneath this very structure, the Demon Suppression Hall, which contained a realm of malevolence beneath its surface. Xuanzang, Daoji, you must exercise utmost caution within. The demons lurking there are cunning and ferocious. Having claimed the lives of countless esteemed disciples of our temple over the years, the holy monk Longhai warned, for both disciples were of paramount importance to the Buddhist order, and the loss of either was inconceivable. Rest assured, Master, I understand, Daoji solemnly nodded, having fully recovered after 2 days of treatment. Holy monk, when shall we enter? Jiang Lu, brimming with anticipation, interjected. Though the practice of celestial dragon Zen sound yields experience points, the rate of acquisition, merely over 300 points per hour, seemed painfully slow to Jiang Lu. With the existence of the Demon Suppression Hall, he was eager to enter and seek greater challenges. Observing Jiang Lu's impatient demeanor, which belied the peril they were about to face, the holy monk Longhai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Noticing that Daoji was prepared with a package while Jiang Lu appeared empty-handed, he remarked, Xuanzang, do you not require preparations for entering the Demon Suppression Hall? If we are to remain for several days, provisions must be arranged. Do not worry, holy monk. I am fully prepared, Jiang Lu replied, omitting further explanation, as the necessary supplies were securely stored within his spatial storage. Accepting Jiang Lu's assurance, Longhai raised his hand and gently gestured forward. The grand doors of the Demon Suppression Hall creaked open, revealing a dim interior that obscured all details from the outside. Jiang Lu and Daoji stepped inside, finding themselves enveloped in an ethereal mist that distorted their vision. Despite its seemingly modest exterior, the hall appeared to expand into a vast, unbounded space as they walked hundreds of meters without encountering walls. Brother, I have heard tales of the demons within the hall being cruel and bloodthirsty. We must support one another, Daoji cautioned, scanning their surroundings. Indeed, Jiang Lu nodded in agreement, for should combat ensue, they would need to rely on one another as teammates. After traversing for approximately 10 minutes, a sharp, grating sound pierced the air from the depths of the mist, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, a most unpleasant noise. Suddenly, a grotesque creature emerged from the fog, its form dark and resembling a hyena, yet adorned with a single horn. What an ugly beast, Daoji remarked, eyeing the creature. The beast, however, remained silent, its greedy gaze locked onto the two, before it lunged toward them. It cannot speak? It seems to be merely a lowly beast, Daoji taunted. Observing the creature's lack of retort, raising his hand, he conjured an ethereal lotus blossom at his fingertip, directing a beam of lotus energy toward the beast. With a swift sound, the energy pierced the creature's skull, causing it to collapse and convulse before lying still. Experience points gained, 25. Currency, 4, in their cooperative state. Jiang Lu remained inactive, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction as the system notification appeared after Daoji's victory over the beast. Indeed, teaming up to vanquish foes proved to be the most fruitful method for acquiring experience points. As they pressed onward, the hyena-like beasts multiplied, indicating that the two had unwittingly wandered into a nest of monsters within the Demon Suppression Hall. Initially, Zhang Lu was content to let Dao Ji take the lead while he reaped experience points from the sidelines. However, as the number of hyenas surged, sometimes appearing in groups of 8 or 10, Zhang Lu had no choice but to join the fray. Ha ha ha, humans. Have 2 bald-headed humans come to us for a feast? After Zhang Lu and Dao Ji had dispatched dozens of monsters, ominous voices echoed through the thick mist. From within the fog, several enormous figures emerged. They were indeed hyenas, but their size was incomparable to those they had previously encountered. The earlier beasts were akin to dogs. Yet these new arrivals were as robust as tigers, their teeth bared and eyes gleaming with avarice. Can they speak? 8 of them. Dao Ji's expression grew serious at the sight of these loquacious hyenas. While he was not afraid of facing them one-on-one, the sudden appearance of 8 was a different matter entirely. Are these creatures of the level between 10 and 20? Zhang Lu's expression also shifted to one of seriousness, though he felt a surge of excitement. After slaying so many lesser minions, formidable foes had finally appeared. Brother, it seems we are in for a fierce battle, Dao Ji said, activating the abilities of his Arhut fist as he stood beside Zhang Lu, clutching his prayer beads tightly. A fierce battle? More like a minor nuisance, Zhang Lu replied confidently. Although he might be slightly outmatched in level, he possessed numerous skills and enhancements from his equipment. To him, these monsters were merely a source of experience. Let us take them on together. Before Zhang Lu and Dao Ji could exchange further words, one particularly massive hyena, as large as an ox, shouted while drool dripped from its mouth, and all 8 beasts charged simultaneously. Fiery Pearl. Zhang Lu activated the passive effect of his rosewood ring, which dealt double damage on the first strike, unleashing his strongest single-target attack. A flame the size of a basin erupted, exploding upon one of the hyenas, which let out a wretched scream as it collapsed, charred and lifeless. Zhang Lu observed that the creature's health had plummeted by more than half. Starry Array. As the remaining beasts closed in, Zhang Lu swiftly removed the purple sandalwood beads from around his neck, launching all 108 beads in a fan formation, which struck the hyenas and sent them staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lu propelled himself forward, closing the distance to the first charred hyena and swung his demon-subduing staff down upon its head. In an instant, the creature's health bar was entirely depleted, and it emitted a brief, desperate cry before collapsing to the ground. The battle had only just begun, yet Zhang Lu swiftly dispatched one of the monsters. Notification: gained 220 experience points, 30 currency. Notification: acquired the Arhut staff. Please check your inventory. Wow, incredible. He truly is only at the initial stage of the Meridian Realm? Dao Ji gasped, having not yet made a move himself, as he watched Zhang Lu obliterate one of the monsters in the blink of an eye. It seemed that in just 2 days, Zhang Lu's strength had ascended to new heights. Indeed, the demon-subduing staff proved to be a remarkable asset in this demon suppression hall. Dao Ji believed that Zhang Lu's prowess had grown, yet Zhang Lu was well aware that it was largely due to the staff's attributes. Not only did it add 70 points to his attack, but its passive effect dealt an additional 30 damage to demonic entities. Thus, in combat against the monsters of this lair, Zhang Lu's displayed strength surpassed what he had shown during his sparring sessions with Dao Ji. With a wave of his hand, the 108 purple sandalwood beads returned to Zhang Lu's grasp, reforming into a necklace around his neck. Raising his demon-subduing staff once more, he turned to Dao Ji and exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Get moving." "Oh, right." Zhang Lu's admonishment snapped Dao Ji back to focus, and he nodded eagerly, following Zhang Lu into the fray. In battle, momentum often dictated the outcome. Zhang Lu's swift elimination of one of the monsters had startled the remaining beasts, and as they witnessed the 2 charging towards them, their resolve faltered, allowing Zhang Lu and Dao Ji to gain the upper hand. The strength of these monsters was indeed formidable. After an intense skirmish, Zhang Lu had sustained several bites and claw marks. However, his equipment's defensive enhancements proved robust, especially the Mingwang crown, which added 180 to his defense and provided a healing effect. Thus, as he struck down the monsters, his injuries gradually healed. As time passed, one by one, the monsters fell, and the pressure on Zhang Lu and Dao Ji began to ease. When the final and largest hyena was finally slain, both men exhaled wearily. Notification: gained 820 experience points, 100 currency. Notification: acquired the Bodhi ring. Please check your inventory. Notification: level up. Current level, 12. A refreshing wave surged through Zhang Lu's body, instantly dispelling his fatigue, akin to drinking a glass of ice water on a sweltering summer day, with no significant injuries to speak of. Jiang Lu felt no sense of complete recovery. Rather, he sighed inwardly at the notion of his level advancement. As his level increased, the pace of progression slowed considerably. Transitioning from level 11 to 12 had required an estimated 8,000 experience points, accrued from monster hunting in the Demon Suppression Hall and his meditative practice of the Tianlong Zen sound. He could only speculate how many experience points would be needed to reach level 13. However, with each level gained, the experience required for subsequent upgrades would naturally increase. After dispatching 8 monsters, they had indeed dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Jiang Lu opened his inventory to inspect the loot. Sure enough, the first monster had yielded a weapon, the Arhut staff, while the last had provided a Bodhi ring. Additionally, one of the other monsters dropped a healing potion, indicating a rather favorable drop rate. As he gazed upon the 2 pieces of equipment, their attributes swiftly materialized before his eyes. Arhut staff, fine quality, requires level 15. Attack power 50, passive, sacrificial strike, costing 60 health points to deal 800 damage to the target, durability 810. Bodhi ring, common quality, requires level 10, attack power 15. Durability 110. Although the Arhut staff was a weapon, it fell short compared to his demon-subduing staff and required level 15 for use, rendering it relatively useless for Jiang Lu. Its passive effect, while powerful, came at too great a cost. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Lu decided to keep the Arhut staff. Dao Ji, I see you lack a suitable weapon. Here, I'll gift you this Buddhist treasure, he offered, knowing that Dao Ji's enhanced strength would also allow him to earn more experience, ultimately benefiting Jiang Lu as well. Without the defensive gear on Jiang Lu or the vampiric effects of the Mingwang crown, Dao Ji was currently applying medicine and bandaging his wounds. As he gazed at the Luohan pestle that Jiang Lu presented to him, he was momentarily stunned, staring in astonishment at Jiang Lu. Senior brother, are you truly giving me this Buddhist treasure? Why would I ask if I weren't? Jiang Lu responded, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Of course I want it. Thank you, senior brother. Seeing Jiang Lu's serious demeanor, Dao Ji hurriedly reached out to take the Luohan pestle, holding it in his hands. He could distinctly sense the remarkable power contained within it. With this, his strength would undoubtedly increase, filling Dao Ji with immense gratitude. After bestowing the Luohan pestle upon Dao Ji, Jiang Lu retrieved another item, a Bodhi ring, and sighed lightly as he slipped it onto his finger. The Bodhi ring increased attack power by 15 points, which was decent, albeit not exceptional. However, upon noticing its mere 1 point of durability, Jiang Lu's lips twitched in dismay. Was this a defective item? Perhaps it would become unusable within days. Without having activated a crafting profession, he had no means to repair the ring's durability. Once the Bodhi ring was donned, Jiang Lu examined his equipment inventory, which was quite comprehensive. Weapon, Demon Subduing Staff, perfect quality, requires level 10, attack power 70, passive, increases damage to demons by 30, durability 910. Armor, Empty Helmet, Mingwang Crown, legendary quality, no level requirement, defense 260, depends on level, special effect, converts 10 of damage dealt to target into health, durability 66100. Necklace, Zetan Buddhist beads, fine quality, enhances skill effects by 15, includes skill star array, can shoot 108 beads simultaneously, dealing knockback in a fan-shaped area, cooldown of 1 day. Durability 1010. Belt, Empty Ring, Redwood Ring, fine quality, attack power 20, passive effect, first attack after leaving combat for 300 seconds deals double damage, durability 910. Ring, Bodhi Ring, common quality, requires level 10, attack power 15, durability 110. Bracelet, Bronze Bracelet, common quality, requires level 10, defense 20, durability 910. Bracelet, Empty Shoes, Linen Shoes, common quality, defense 5, movement speed 10, durability 810. Special Accessory, Skill Book Box, special accessory, can hold 3 skill books from other professions. Gaining conditions for skill learning. Special Accessory, Empty Special Accessory, empty. Unbeknownst to him, his inventory had accumulated a considerable amount of equipment. With 10 primary slots, he only needed 1 bracelet, 1 piece of armor, and 1 belt to complete the set. In the depths of the Demon Suppression Hall, a towering, crimson demon, 3 meters tall, wielding a steel fork, gazed gravely at a small girl before him, who appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old. Exquisitely carved and innocent in demeanor. Hey, do I look cute? The girl asked, bouncing playfully toward the demon. Very cute, the demon replied, swallowing hard with apprehension. Boom. The demon's body suddenly turned to ashes, dissipating into thin air. The girl turned away, her voice choked with emotion. I don't want to be a cute little thing. I want to become an ugly and cruel witch. Boo-hoo. Chapter 47. Terrifying humanity, a fierce tiger stood upright, its claws striking with immense force, slashing through the air with chilling swiftness. Before this bipedal tiger, Jiang Lu wielded the demon's subduing staff with the grace of a dragon. The clash between the tiger's claws and the staff produced visible waves of energy as the battle unfolded fiercely between man and beast. Bang, bang, bang. As Jiang Lu swung the staff, he found himself retreating under the sheer power of the tiger demon. Despite lacking skills and equipment, the tiger demon's strength was formidable. A true manifestation of a creature capable of upright locomotion. Were it not for the enhancement provided by his gear, he would not have been able to withstand the tiger's might. However, despite the tiger demon's strength, defeating Jiang Lu was no simple task. Although Dao Ji lay injured on the ground, he was not without means of resistance. He raised a finger, sending a distant burst of lotus energy toward the tiger, forcing it to divert some attention to defend against his attack. In the back-and-forth combat, Jiang Lu sustained several scratches from the tiger's claws. Yet he noticed the tiger demon's health had significantly diminished. Senior brother. At that moment, the gravely injured Dao Ji called out. Jiang Lu understood, and, as the heavy claws of the tiger descended upon him, he chose not to block with the staff, but instead raised his bare hand to meet it. Simultaneously, he silently invoked Vajra mantra. An invisible power of the Vajra enveloped Jiang Lu, and as his palm made contact with the tiger's claw, he felt a sharp sting, akin to being pricked by needles. Despite the pain, he gripped the tiger demon's paw tightly, refusing to let go. Almost instantaneously, a string of prayer beads surged forward, wrapping around the tiger, courtesy of Dao Ji's Buddhist beads. With the tiger ensnared, Jiang Lu brought the demon's subduing staff crashing down upon its head, sending it flying. He then lifted his palm, unleashing a burst of flames that erupted upon the tiger, depleting its remaining health entirely. Notification: earned 1760 experience points, gained 300 currency. Notification: acquired Guanyin mantra, please check your inventory. Notification: level up, current level 13. As the tiger demon fell, a series of notifications appeared. The fierce battle had left Jiang Lu with considerable injuries, but with the level up, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, washing away all fatigue and fully healing his wounds. Where the tiger's claws had once torn his skin, not even a scar remained. 3 days had passed, and he had finally leveled up. Upon receiving the system notification, Jiang Lu felt a surge of joy. Roughly estimating, he had amassed about 20,000 experience points in these 3 days of battling monsters. Leveling up was no easy feat. It was fortunate that he was in the Demon Suppression Hall. Otherwise, acquiring 20,000 experience points outside would have proven exceedingly challenging. Of course, while leveling up was gratifying, Jiang Lu was even more pleased with the tangible acceleration of his strength. Back at Jinshan Temple, he had nearly perished confronting an injured wolf demon, another upright walking creature. Now, within the Demon Suppression Hall, he and Dao Ji had decisively vanquished an upright tiger demon together. In comparing the two experiences, Jiang Lu could clearly sense the enhancement of his abilities. Opening his inventory, he indeed found a skill book pertinent to monk professions, had been added upon defeating the tiger demon. Facing away from Dao Ji, Jiang Lu retrieved the Guanyin mantra skill book. As a level 10 skill book, he could easily learn it now. After expending a skill point, the Guanyin mantra transformed into shimmering stardust, integrating into Jiang Lu's being. Guanyin mantra, beginner level 1, restores 10 of maximum health, cooldown time of 600 seconds. After acquiring this skill, Jiang Lu approached Dao Ji, observing that his health bar remained at approximately 1/3. Contemplating, he activated the Guanyin mantra. With a swift wave of his palm, a faint emerald glow gradually merged into Dao Ji's body, visibly restoring a portion of his vitality. Such a wondrous ability! Feeling a significant alleviation of his injuries, Dao Ji gazed at Jiang Lu in amazement, wondering how he possessed such a technique that had gone unseen until now. How are you? Is everything all right? After casting a Guanyin spell on Dao Ji, Jiang Lu helped him rise from the ground. If I could receive that ability a few more times, I would be completely fine, Dao Ji replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, After using it once, I must wait a while before applying it again. Jiang Lu shook his head. The cooldown period is 600 seconds, which is indeed quite lengthy. Acknowledging the need for a brief respite, Daoji nodded thoughtfully before proposing, "Brother, we have been here for 3 days now, and I sense that I am on the verge of breaking through to the body refinement stage. Our provisions of food and water are nearly depleted." His implication was clear. He wished to leave the demon suppression palace. Jiang Lu understood. But reluctant to abandon such a rare opportunity for training, he hesitated to respond. Just as he opened his mouth, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted, and to their astonishment, a bipedal turtle came racing towards them at an astonishing speed. Another creature of the demon race. Daoji's heart raced at the sight of the swiftly approaching turtle. The recent encounter with the tiger demon had left him gravely injured, and facing another beast now felt dire indeed. Suddenly, a ball of black flame, faster than the turtle, descended upon it, engulfing it in a fierce blaze. With a piercing scream, the turtle was reduced to ashes in an instant. A creature of demon caliber eliminated with a single strike. This shocking scene left both Jiang Lu and Daoji dumbfounded. Had a formidable demon emerged from behind? The direction from which the black flame had come was soon accompanied by footsteps, and a petite girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, skipped into view. Upon seeing Jiang Lu and Daoji, she abruptly halted. The atmosphere grew eerily silent as the two stared at the girl. This being capable of wielding magical powers must at least possess the strength of a demon general, Daoji whispered, his complexion paling. While both Jiang Lu and Daoji regarded the young girl with trepidation, contemplating their escape, the girl suddenly screamed in terror and fled. "Ah, humans. It's a human, so frightening. There are actually humans here, and they're bald-headed, terrifying humans." Chapter 48. A distorted worldview. Though she appeared to be merely a child of 4 or 5, the girl had effortlessly dispatched a demon soldier, and her ability to manipulate magical forces suggested she harbored the strength of a demon general. Yet, such power was accompanied by an overwhelming fear that drove her to flee. This bewildering juxtaposition left both Jiang Lu and Daoji exchanging incredulous glances. "Brother? Are we truly that terrifying?" Daoji queried, perplexed. This little demoness, despite her formidable strength, must surely be lacking in mental fortitude, Jiang Lu remarked. A subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth indicating his bemusement. It seemed the only explanation that made sense. Initially, they had contemplated fleeing from this powerful girl. But now, with her retreat, they breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to her overwhelming fright, the little demoness stumbled and fell as she fled, rubbing a swollen bump on her head, and began to cry softly. Observing the weeping child, Jiang Lu considered approaching her for a brief conversation. After all, it was essential to understand the reason behind her fear of him. "Brother, be cautious. Master warned us that the demons within the demon suppression palace are cruel and cunning. Her demeanor may merely be a ruse to deceive us." Although she appeared harmless, Daoji felt it prudent to maintain a safe distance, uncertain of her true intentions. "Relax. If she were truly attempting to deceive us, why would she have displayed such formidable power just moments ago? That was a clear warning for us to remain vigilant. Moreover, if she truly wished to harm us, would she require such elaborate subterfuge?" Jiang Lu reassured him, patting Daoji's shoulder. Daoji paused, contemplating Jiang Lu's reasoning, which indeed held merit. You stay back. I'm not afraid of you. Don't come any closer. I'm really fierce." The little demoness, still seated on the ground and sobbing, scrambled backward as Jiang Lu approached, attempting to appear menacing despite her fearful expression. She bared her tiny fangs in a comical, yet endearing display of ferocity. Though the little demoness appeared timid and frightened, her latent power was undeniable, prompting Jiang Lu to keep his distance. Once he had halted, he mustered a gentle smile. "Little girl, please don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. I am merely a good person wishing to converse." "Ah, you look so frightening. I know you're a good person, but you're the scariest good person ever." Jiang Lu's kind demeanor seemed to have the opposite effect, intensifying her terror, as if his friendly smile was more intimidating than an expression of malice. "The scariest good person? What on earth does that mean?" Jiang Lu's expression darkened, bewildered by her assertion that good people were the most terrifying. "Enough with the theatrics. I've already told you I'm a bad person. If you don't behave, I want to hold back." Jiang Lu adopted a stern countenance, feigning menace. This seemed to quiet the little demoness, her fears still evident. But she ceased her frantic movements and cries. It appeared that labeling himself as a bad person had a calming effect on her, prompting Zhang Lu to privately scoff while maintaining his composure. Now, I must ask you, why are you so afraid of humans? Since I was a child, my father has always warned me that humans are terrifying, especially bald-headed monks like you, who love to convert demons and turn us into good demons. A few years ago, I witnessed Uncle Huang Lion being converted, the little demoness replied, her eyes wide with fear as she recounted the traumatic memory of a powerful demon being converted. After a brief pause, she glanced at Daoji, noting the numerous bumps on his head, and added, moreover, my father said that the more bumps a monk has, the more fearsome they are. Thus, within the demon realm, evil was viewed as the inherent nature, while goodness was regarded as a disgrace. This stark contrast in values left Zhang Lu with a clearer understanding of the situation. In essence, humans prided themselves on their benevolence, fearing those who were wicked and cruel, whereas demons reveled in their malevolence, considering virtue a source of shame. Moreover, esteemed monks of the Buddhist order often seek to redeem demons. Thus, in the eyes of these malevolent beings, the monk who can transform their cruel natures into benevolent ones is deemed the most formidable. Furthermore, this little demoness had once encountered the so-called Uncle Yellow Lion, who was undoubtedly an evil and powerful demon that, right before her eyes, was converted. This left her with a psychological scar, prompting her to flee in terror upon seeing herself and Dao Ji together, particularly as Dao Ji bore 9 incense scars upon his head. As for Zhang Lu, his head adorned with the Vajra crown concealed his scars. Otherwise, he might genuinely wonder if his 12 scars could frighten her into unconsciousness. Zhang Lu had already answered the questions he posed, and observing his contemplative demeanor, the little demoness spoke. I have answered all your inquiries. May I now take my leave? I assure you, I am steeped in malevolence, impervious to righteousness. You shall not redeem me. Senior brother, let her go, Dao Ji urged softly, noticing Zhang Lu's hesitation, seemingly unwilling to release the little demoness. After all, her cultivation was far more formidable than their own, and although she feared them, who could predict whether she might suddenly strike? Remaining in her company fostered a sense of peril. Zhang Lu, internally conflicted, refrained from responding. Indeed, keeping the little demoness by his side was exceedingly dangerous, yet he also recognized the potential advantages. Should he manage to retain her presence, would it not facilitate their monster-slaying endeavors within the Demon Suppression Palace, sweeping aside all obstacles? From the perspective of an online game, it was akin to having a partner to help level up. As the saying goes, high risk begets high reward. Thus, Zhang Lu found himself wavering between risk and substantial gain. Chapter 49, The Passing of Wine and Meat, the Heart of the Buddha's Senior Brother. Do you truly wish to keep her near? In the Demon Suppression Palace, the little demoness led the way, while Zhang Lu and Dao Ji trailed behind. Zhang Lu inquiring in a hushed tone. It was perplexing why his senior brother would choose to retain such a powerful demoness in close proximity. Junior brother, have you not heard of the equality of all beings? Although this demoness possesses profound cultivation, there remains a possibility for her to turn back. If we could redeem her, would it not be a great merit? Just as the Buddha once sacrificed flesh to feed an eagle, my actions merely emulate that of the Buddha, Dao Ji articulated. Zhang Lu replied quietly, that is a flimsy excuse. It was evident that Zhang Lu's reasoning was merely a pretext. After all, he could not divulge to Dao Ji that his true intention was to keep the little demoness nearby for his own benefit in slaying monsters. Senior brother, you are truly great. Your teachings have profoundly benefited me, Dao Ji expressed, admiration shining in his eyes. Zhang Lu's feeble justification did not raise Dao Ji's suspicions. Indeed, he believed there was no other rationale to elucidate why Zhang Lu would wish to retain the little demoness. The little demoness walked ahead, her demeanor cautious and devoid of the joy she once exhibited when alone, feeling as though a great beast lurked behind her. Was she being compelled to walk alongside the bald human, as if she were a captive? Should she devise an escape plan? A sudden thought crossed her mind, and she stealthily glanced back. Dao Ji's 9 incense scars were starkly visible, while Zhang Lu had removed his Vajra crown, revealing 12 scars in plain sight. The sight sent a shiver down the little demoness' spine, and she hastily averted her gaze, overwhelmed by fear. After a brief while, a colossal wolf demon emerged in the Demon Suppression Palace, blocking Zhang Lu's party's path. Clearly perceiving the diminutive demoness as an easy target, the wolf demon, crouching low, spoke in human tongue. What a delightful little creature you are. You must taste exquisite. In an instant, as dark flames flickered, the wolf demon was reduced to a charred corpse. Humph. Cute? You think you are cute? Your entire family is cute. The little demoness retorted, her ire unabated, glaring at the remains of the wolf demon. Upon witnessing this swift defeat, Jiang Lu was astonished to realize that he had not gained any experience points. This revelation caused a pang of anxiety within him. Glancing at the team status, he confirmed that, indeed, the only teammate visible to him was Dao Ji. The little demoness was absent from the roster. What could this mean? Was it not possible for the little demoness to join his team? This discovery left Jiang Lu disheartened. If she could not join his party, what purpose did it serve to keep her around? Could it be that her lack of fondness for him was the reason for this inability to team up? In recent days, Jiang Lu had teamed up with Gao Yang, Xian Kong, and Dao Ji, and upon reflection, he realized that he had established some rapport with these three, which likely enabled their collaboration. In contrast, the little demoness shared no such bond with him. Additionally, whether it was Gao Yang, Xian Kong, or Dao Ji, their levels were comparable to his own, whereas the little demoness, classified as a demon of a higher tier, was at least of level 30 or more. Perhaps her elevated status was the reason for their inability to team up? Upon further consideration, even the elder who had swiftly dispatched the three-eyed crow must have been significantly stronger than him, making this possibility plausible. Ultimately, Jiang Lu was uncertain whether the inability to team up stemmed from a disparity in strength or a lack of interpersonal affinity. However, the news that he could not form a party with the little demoness was far from favorable. Nevertheless, since he had already chosen to keep her nearby, even if they could not form a team at present, Jiang Lu had no intention of sending her away. He needed to ascertain the reason behind their inability to team up, for understanding this would enable him to more accurately select potential partners for monster slaying in the future. As they traversed further, they encountered several more monsters, some of which Jiang Lu dispatched himself, while others fell victim to the little demoness' lethal strikes. Yet, no experience points were awarded for the monsters she defeated, confirming the impossibility of their collaboration. After several successful hunts, Jiang Lu silently pondered the situation. All right, everyone, let us take a moment to rest, he declared, having just slain a bovine beast. He withdrew his knife, slicing off a substantial piece of meat, and began to season it. At his words, the little demoness had no objections. Stopping at a distance from Jiang Lu and Dao Ji, too timid to approach, yet too apprehensive to flee. Senior brother, what are you doing? Dao Ji asked incredulously, his eyes wide as he watched Jiang Lu prepare the meat. As you can see, I am preparing food. Have you not finished your provisions? Mine are running low. What shall we eat if not this? Jiang Lu responded nonchalantly, observing Dao Ji's exaggerated reaction. But we are disciples of the Buddhist order, and you, senior brother, are a paragon among monks. How can we partake of meat? Dao Ji declared, shaking his head resolutely, unwilling to break his vows. Junior brother, let me ask you this. Is cultivating Buddhism about the practice itself, or is it about nurturing the heart? Jiang Lu inquired, igniting a flame and placing the meat over it. Dao Ji paused for a moment before replying, nurturing the heart. Thus it is. The so-called rules and regulations are merely superficial forms. As long as the Buddha within one's heart remains unchanged, what does it matter if one consumes meat? Jiang Lu paused slightly, then continued, I offer you a saying. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha remains in the heart. Observing Dao Ji, Jiang Lu silently shook his head. When he first heard Dao Ji's monastic name, he inwardly mocked its similarity to that of Zhigong. However, since the legendary Zhigong lived in a different era than the Tang dynasty, Jiang Lu dismissed it as a mere coincidence in names. Yet, after undergoing the ritual of incense offering 9 times, Jiang Lu began to wonder if Dao Ji might indeed be the reincarnation of the dragon-taming Arhat. However, seeing Dao Ji's hesitance in indulging in food and drink, he found it hard to reconcile with the image he had of Zhigong. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha remains in the heart? Dao Ji lowered his head, thoughtfully contemplating this line of Zen wisdom. Within these 10 brief words, there seemed to be a profound Buddhist teaching. Were it spoken by another, Dao Ji would likely disregard it, but coming from Jiang Lu, a monk with 12 incense marks, his words could not be overlooked. After a moment of contemplation, Dao Ji rose, adjusted his monk's robe, and reverently bowed to Jiang Lu. Amitabha, thank you, brother, for your guidance. I am enlightened. He had heard of his brother's discussions at Jinshan Temple with Li Chunfeng, which had resulted in a celebrated verse, and now, with this Zen saying, he was genuinely in awe of his brother's understanding of Buddhist teachings. Well, I am glad you comprehend. Jiang Lu turned the roasted meat in his hand, adopting an air of profundity, nodding slightly, yet internally acknowledging that his words were merely a pretext for indulging in meat. Hey, do you want some beef? After a brief while of roasting, seeing that the beef was nearly medium, Jiang Lu called out to the little demoness sitting several yards away. No, she replied firmly, shaking her head, unwilling to partake of his food. However, her nose twitched slightly, and she secretly swallowed. It smells so good. Chapter 50. Conditions for team formation before Jiang Lu. A large piece of beef was being sliced into portions. He gently picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The rich aroma of meat instantly filling his palate, causing his eyes to narrow with delight. Having spent so long at the great Buddha temple, where he had only consumed vegetarian fare, the return to meat was a welcome reprieve. Dao Ji observed Jiang Lu's refined mannerisms, then glanced at the little demoness devouring a large chunk of beef beside him, before his gaze fell hesitantly on the sizable piece of beef in his own hand. Overcome by hunger and the enticing aroma, he tore off a small strip. Ba, wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha remains in the heart. My brother speaks wisely. I am compelled by circumstance, Dao Ji murmured to himself as he looked at the small piece of beef he had torn. He disregarded the scriptures that described wine as sour and meat as foul, slowly opening his mouth to savor the morsel. His eyes instantly brightened, and after a few chews, he tore off a larger piece. Watching the little demoness and Dao Ji indulge in their feast, Jiang Lu chuckled inwardly, but chose to remain silent. In the demon suppression hall, the two were enjoying their meat in a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. By the way, little demoness, you mentioned your father earlier. Where is he? Perhaps it was too quiet, as Jiang Lu, while eating, turned to the little demoness to inquire. Given her impressive prowess at such a young age, her father must possess truly remarkable abilities, and Jiang Lu hoped they would not encounter a formidable demon on their journey. The little demoness, who seemed easily deceived, would be one thing. Her father, however, would likely prove to be another matter. I was abandoned by my father because I am cute. He cast me from the demon realm into this demon suppression hall, she replied, pausing briefly before returning to her meal, her demeanor nonchalant. Abandoned for being cute? Jiang Lu was taken aback. However, reflecting on the demon realm's values, which were nearly the antithesis of human beliefs, he found it easier to accept. It was no wonder that the wolf demon had remarked on her cuteness, provoking her immediate indignation. Indeed, does being beautiful or cute matter? One must grow strong. The little demoness nodded in agreement, her response calm. In her understanding, being abandoned for cuteness was not an inconceivable notion. In modern society, many matters are often discussed over meals, as dining provides a convenient backdrop for conversation. Perhaps because they were sharing meat. Her fear of Jiang Lu seemed to have diminished somewhat, allowing her to engage him curiously. I recall reading that in your human world, men prefer women who are delicate and slender. Is that true? Indeed, that is accurate, Jiang Lu affirmed with a nod. Delicate women are more favored by men. How peculiar you humans are. Does this not render women a burden? In our demon realm, robust women attract more suitors. Even among ordinary demons, if a female has her eye on a male, she typically demonstrates her strength to allure him, such as a robust demoness carrying a large boulder to showcase her might. This is far more likely to capture attention. Imagining a brawny woman hefting a large stone, more manly than any man, and a throng of men vying for her affection. Jiang Lu shook his head, dispelling the vivid image from his mind, feeling it was too beautiful to behold. Simultaneously, he gained a deeper understanding of the entirely inverted values between the demon realm and the human world. The frightening demon realm. No wonder humanity has always regarded demons with trepidation. Dao Ji, standing nearby, quietly expressed his astonishment, evidently unsettled by the demon realm's starkly different worldview. After chatting with the little demoness for a while, Jiang Lu not only gained insights into the demon realm, but also learned more about her situation. Below the demon suppression hall lies a demon lair, a fact Jiang Lu had long known. And he understood that some demons from this lair would enter the hall for the disciples of the great Buddha temple to train against. The little demoness, originally a demon from the lair, had been deemed shameful by her father because of her cuteness, leading him to abandon her in the demon suppression hall to fend for herself. To demons in the lair, those within the demon suppression hall were seen as perilously close to death, as there were periodic incursions by bald-headed monks who would slay a number of them. Well, enough rest. Let us continue. Having eaten his fill and discussed matters of significance, Zhang rose, signaling Dao Ji and the little demoness to accompany him further into the demon suppression hall. Along the way, they encountered several monsters. Yet Zhang Lu was in no rush to slay them. Instead, he allowed the little demoness to take action and subdue them. At the level of monsters, they were capable of speech and thus able to communicate. Under the little demoness's might, these creatures, facing life or death choices, exhibited no sense of dignity and readily agreed to become Zhang Lu's minions. With a few monsters now at his side, Zhang Lu also attempted to form a team with all monsters of the demon tier. As for the lower tier creatures, while some formidable ones were not eligible, those of lesser strength could indeed join. The demon soldier tier spans levels 20 to 30, with the stronger ones likely above level 25, while the weaker ones should fall below level 25. In the midst of capturing several monsters for experimentation, Zhang Lu pondered the dynamics of team formation. If the monsters were of the lower tier, such as the demon soldiers, and possessed weaker abilities, they could indeed join forces with him. This raised an intriguing question. Was the ability to form a team solely dependent on the disparity in strength rather than any so-called affinity? Currently at level 13, Zhang Lu mused that those exceeding his level by approximately 10 could not be his companions. A sigh of resignation escaped him. He had initially hoped that the little witch might assist him in leveling up through monster hunting, but it appeared that such aspirations were now utterly unattainable. At this moment, Zhang Lu had finally grasped the limitations regarding team formation. Meanwhile, deep within the demon suppression palace, a magnificent altar suddenly erupted with radiant light. Glimmering blue lightning manifested from thin air, and amidst this electric glow, a creature resembling a calf, adorned with an otherworldly purplish-red fur, gracefully emerged, striding like a human. Who would have thought that the master had left the seed of demonic fire within the young lady and concealed her in this palace? If I can locate her first, it would be a significant achievement. However, caution was advised, as the likelihood of encountering the bald monk was high. Bathed in the blue electric aura, the purple leopard scanned its surroundings with vigilant eyes before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 51. The three mysteries of demonic fire. The night had deepened within the demon suppression palace. The little witch lay quietly resting, discreetly opening her eyes to observe Zhang Lu and Dao Ji, who were seated cross-legged in meditation nearby. Having accompanied these two bald monks for several days, she had grown somewhat familiar with them, allowing her to sense that their vigilance over her had seemingly diminished in recent days. Initially, she suspected that they were deliberately allowing her to test whether she would attempt to escape, and that they would undoubtedly intervene if she did, as her father had often warned her that bald monks were cunning and treacherous. Thus, for the past few days, the little witch had exercised patience, refraining from any behavior that might arouse suspicion. However, after several days of observation, she concluded that the two monks no longer seemed to monitor her movements. Silently, she rose and stealthily made her way towards the distance. After days of careful watching, she was ready to test the waters. If they called out to her, she would claim she was merely stepping out for a moment. Casting glances back, she checked if Zhang Lu had opened his eyes. Yet, even after walking quite a distance, far enough that they were no longer visible, she did not see them pursue her. A wave of joy surged within her. Could it be possible that she was truly free to escape? As she took off running, she felt a sudden lightness envelop her. This was the sensation of freedom, the exhilarating realization that she could go wherever she pleased. However, just a few steps into her flight, her stomach growled audibly. She paused, rubbing her belly as hunger struck her. Her mind instinctively recalled the delicious food Zhang Lu had prepared in recent days. Am I really going to leave? Given our interactions, it seemed they had no intention of harming me. Could it be that they were the fabled good people? Ridiculous. If I leave now, will I ever again savor such delectable roasted meat? No, I must depart. Although the roasted meat is enticing, freedom holds far greater value. Indeed, the monks are cunning, attempting to lure me with roasted meat to keep me tethered to them. Yet they underestimate me. For the sake of freedom, what is a mere roasted delicacy? Brother, she has been gone for quite some time. Are you not concerned she has escaped? Dao Ji, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and quietly inquired of Zhang Lu. While the little witch appeared easy to deceive, her demon general-level cultivation warranted Dao Ji's heightened vigilance. Thus, he was aware of her recent departure. Though I wish to guide her, how can one truly cultivate sincerity through forceful means? The Buddha assists those with affinity. If she returns, it signifies a lingering chance, but if she leaves, then our fates are severed, Jiang Lu replied, his demeanor enigmatic as he opened his eyes calmly. How absurd, Jiang Lu thought to himself, fully aware that his words were mere fabrications. What affinity? Such notions were merely excuses. He had initially kept the little witch around solely to benefit from her aid in leveling up. Now, having confirmed that forming a team with her was impossible, he had no intention of retaining her presence. As the saying goes, high risks accompany high rewards, but currently, he faced only substantial risks without any returns. Were it not for the fact that he could not overpower her, he might have forcibly driven her away. After 3 days of allowing her freedom of movement, he was relieved that she had finally chosen to depart. Ba, brother truly possesses great wisdom, Dao Ji remarked, bowing deeply in admiration. Having greatly benefited from his time alongside Jiang Lu, he believed Jiang Lu's words implicitly, recalling how Jiang Lu had expressed a desire to return to the secular world. Yet his master had kept him at the great Buddha temple without resorting to forceful suppression. Such actions mirrored those of Master Long Hai. Dao Ji, are you really this gullible? Jiang Lu observed Dao Ji's sincere reverence with a slight twitch of his lips, questioning whether his own verbal prowess had reached its zenith. Despite his astonishment, he shook his head inwardly, attributing it to his identity as a disciple of the 12 fragrant scars, which perhaps commanded respect. There was a distinct difference in how ordinary individuals and those of stature conveyed the same sentiments. Silently critiquing, Jiang Lu maintained an impassive exterior, nodding slightly before resuming his meditation in lieu of sleep, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. However, just as this thought settled in his mind, a sudden clamor of footsteps broke the silence of the night. Opening his eyes, he beheld a little girl, around 4 or 5 years of age, returning. Who else could it be but the little witch? How has she returned? Does she no longer wish to leave? Jiang Lu was taken aback at the sight of the little witch's return. Brother, you are truly impressive, Dao Ji's voice resonated, filled with admiration as he gazed at Jiang Lu, transformed into an ardent admirer. Jiang Lu, are you awake? I'm a bit hungry. Do you still have any roasted meat? The little witch inquired softly as she approached Jiang Lu, her stomach growling in affirmation. Brother, speaking of roasted meat, my stomach is also a bit empty. Dao Ji chimed in, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. In just a few short days, Dao Ji had transitioned from resisting roasted meat to becoming a monk who could not fathom life without it. All right, it seems you too are developing a habit of midnight snacking, Jiang Lu remarked, his expression darkening as he ceased his meditation and prepared to retrieve the roasted meat from his storage space. Miss, so you were here all along. I had quite the search for you. Just then, a voice tinged with malice echoed through the darkened halls of the Demon Suppression Palace, accompanied by flickering blue electric lights. As Jiang Lu and his companions turned toward the sound, they beheld a tall silhouette amidst the blue electric light, gradually approaching. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be a purple-furred leopard, upright and crackling with electricity. The ability to wield arcane power? A demon of the demon general caliber? Observing the creature's electric aura, Jiang Lu felt a heavy sense of foreboding. Miss, the old master has placed the seed of the 3 mystical flames upon you. Should you not return it? With the ascension of the new king, the absence of the 3 mystical flames is untenable, the electric leopard spoke, baring its menacing fangs while fixating on the little sorceress. Senior brother, we should depart, Dao Ji whispered, recognizing the leopard's evident prowess as a demon general. The infighting among demons within the abyss is fierce. It is unwise to gamble our lives unnecessarily. Jiang Lu nodded in agreement. Although the little sorceress possessed the strength of a demon general, it was prudent to avoid confrontation, especially since they could not form a team and lingering would yield little reward. The risk outweighed the benefit. Thus, leaving was the wisest choice. However, as they began to retreat, the electric leopard's gaze shifted toward them. There are 2 little monks here. 9 scars of incense. Chapter 52. Subduing demons. As the 2 demon generals appeared ready to engage, both Jiang Lu and Dao Ji had no intention of intervening and prepared to exit quietly. Yet, the electric leopard's focus locked onto the pair. Jiang Lu, adorned with a crown of the King of Light, remained inconspicuous, but Dao Ji's 9 scars were starkly visible. We merely passed through and have no intention of meddling in your conflict. We shall take our leave. Dao Ji managed a strained smile while slowly backing away. 9 scars. Just like that old bald donkey Long Hai. The electric leopard's tone turned grave, fixated on Dao Ji's scars. The demon abyss had long been suppressed by the Demon Suppression Hall, and the formidable reputation of Long Hai posed a significant deterrent. The sight of Dao Ji's 9 scars ignited a surge of murderous intent within the electric leopard. This little monk, if he were to grow stronger, would pose a dire threat to the demon abyss. Though the little sorceress may not have been the sharpest, she was astute enough to recognize the leopard's ill intent. Noting the creature's apparent fear of Dao Ji's scars, she boldly declared, "Humph, while his 9 scars are impressive, my brother Xuanzang has 12. Even more formidable. Aren't you afraid he might transform you into a good person? 12 scars." Indeed, upon hearing the little sorceress's words, the electric leopard's eyes widened in shock. The mention of transformation prompted it to instinctively retreat, regarding Jiang Lu with the same dread one might reserve for a natural disaster. For ordinary cultivators, the most fearsome aspect of their practice was the emergence of the heart demon. Its presence could yield unpredictable and catastrophic consequences, even twisting one's very nature. For the demons within the abyss, monks represented living manifestations of heart demons. A monk with 12 scars? Is that not the epitome of a heart demon? Panic surged within Jiang Lu as he inwardly rolled his eyes at the little sorceress's boastful remarks intended to intimidate the electric leopard. "You too, bald donkey, with your 9 and 12 scars, must die today." Despite his own trepidation, the electric leopard recognized that these two were merely young monks. Its eyes glinted with murderous intent as it gathered crackling electricity upon its claws. "There is no choice left. We must engage." At this juncture, further dialogue was superfluous. Jiang Lu raised his hand, summoning the demon's subduing staff. Dao Ji, without hesitation, extended his finger, causing a lotus flower to bloom at his fingertips, which then transformed into an ethereal strike aimed at the leopard. Since confrontation was unavoidable, it was prudent to strike first. The ethereal force hit the electric leopard, causing its electric aura to flicker momentarily, yet it remained largely unharmed. Terrifying, absolutely ineffectual. Unlike others, Jiang Lu, due to their team dynamics, had a clearer view of the leopard's health bar, which had barely dipped. If not for his careful observation, the change would have been nearly imperceptible. Focus on eliminating one. Perhaps Dao Ji's initial strike had captured the leopard's attention. In an instant, the electric leopard darted forward with lightning speed, appearing before Dao Ji and swiftly swiping its paw toward his chest. Withdraw spell. Noticing Dao Ji had no time to evade, Jiang Lu reacted swiftly, casting the Vajra spell to bolster Dao Ji's defenses. The invisible force of the Vajra empowered him, granting an 80 reduction in the next incoming damage, with a cooldown of 50 seconds. With a resounding crash, Dao Ji was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as Jiang Lu observed his health bar plummet by a third. Drawing a sharp breath, Jiang Lu realized, this electric leopard possesses unfathomable strength. Even with an 80 damage reduction from the Vajra spell, it still inflicted such significant harm. Without that spell, Dao Ji would have been annihilated. Though I know not why you seek my demise, perish nonetheless. The little sorceress, evidently familiar with the electric leopard, raised her delicate hand, hurling a ball of pitch-black flames toward it. While the leopard could withstand Dao Ji's ethereal strike, it recoiled from the little sorceress's dark flames, retreating hastily. Upon regaining its composure, the electric leopard's eyes glimmered with astonishment and gravity. "You have mastered the 3 mystical flames? Is this the innate talent of the Dao body?" With renewed vigor, Jiang Lu sprang into action. Observing Dao Ji's injury, he quickly cast the Guanyin spell to restore some of his health. Although the 10 recovery was not particularly significant, it was nonetheless beneficial. He then empowered himself with the Arhut fist, conjuring a fireball the size of a basin, launching it at the electric leopard. Bolstered by the full mastery of the fireball skill, the Arhut fist, and the additional damage to demons from the demon's subduing staff, coupled with the double damage from the rosewood ring, the fireball's potency was formidable. Taking advantage of the electric leopard's distraction with the little sorceress's so-called 3 mystical flames, the fireball struck true. The explosion was visible, and the electric leopard's health bar diminished by approximately 3. Is this a jest? Even at the level of a demon general, it cannot be so grotesquely resilient. The paltry drop in health instilled a sense of hopelessness within Jiang Lu. It seemed their attacks were akin to mere tickles to the beast. Realizing that their strongest assaults had yielded negligible effects, Jiang Lu placed his hopes for victory upon the little sorceress. She raised her hand once more, the black flames surging forth. The electric leopard, Having withstood Jiang Lu's fireball, yet remaining vibrant, now regarded the black, three mystical flames with trepidation, preparing to evade. Close-mouthed Zen. The electric leopard's astonishing speed appeared to be fueled by the power of lightning enveloping its body, suggesting a skill-based ability. Thus, Jiang Lu activated the control skill of silent meditation. As the electric light dissipated, the effect of silence rendered the lightning around the electric leopard completely extinguished, leaving its inner strength seemingly stagnant, akin to still waters. What was happening? Suddenly, it found itself unable to control its own power, leaving the electric leopard aghast. Although it desperately twisted and dodged, a wisp of black flames still grazed its wrist. The area touched by the Samadhi demon fire ignited with a faint flame, quickly spreading outward. Amidst its cries of pain, the electric leopard frantically tried to extinguish the flames spreading across its wrist, but to no avail. Instead, the fire intensified as it spread further. Gritting its teeth, the electric leopard reacted decisively, raising its other paw and severing its own burning arm. With a cry of agony, blood splattered as half of its flaming arm was cleaved off, falling to the ground and rapidly consumed. Jiang Lu observed the blood bar above the electric leopard's head, which had just dropped by about 20 points. The legendary Samadhi, true fire, was relentless. Even Sun Wukong would suffer under its influence. Although the specific type of Samadhi demon fire was unknown, its fearsome reputation suggested it was incredibly powerful. Just a minor contact had inflicted such considerable damage? Watching the fluctuations in the electric leopard's blood bar, Jiang Lu felt both astonished and elated. Chapter 53. A sacrificial strike. The electric leopard was terrifyingly strong. Even his most formidable attack had merely caused a slight decrease in its health, while Daoji's attack showed almost no impact at all. The creature's strength left Jiang Lu in awe. Could a being of the demon general level possess such terrifying power? It must surely be among the pinnacle of demon generals. Fortunately, despite the ineffectiveness of his attacks, the little demonish strikes proved significantly impactful, especially her black flames, which the electric leopard avoided as if they were venomous. Just a slight brush had reduced its health by around 20 points. A display of formidable power that instilled hope in Jiang Lu for victory. Recognizing that his attacks were largely ineffective, he resolved to fulfill the role of support, as the monk's class in the game was inherently designed for assistance. Having been grazed by the Samadhi demon fire, the electric leopard grew increasingly wary, keeping a vigilant eye on the little demoness and launching lightning attacks from a distance, showing no intent to close in. Although the little demoness could also unleash Samadhi demon fire, her long-range attacks lacked the finesse that would allow her to effectively engage. With the diamond spell, silent meditation, and the swift fire pearl, Jiang Lu embraced his supportive role. The two skills, utilized in tandem, awaited the opportune moment for activation. While he would employ the swift fire pearl for auxiliary disruptive attacks whenever possible, even if the damage was minimal. Likewise, Daoji, despite his injuries, rose to his feet, daring not to approach, and instead executed long-range attacks with the lotus finger technique. Under the combined assault of the three, especially the little demoness Samadhi demon fire, the electric leopard, though powerful, found its health gradually eroding. After battling for approximately half an hour, the electric leopard's health had dwindled to a precarious quarter. Its appearance was dire, and defeat seemed imminent. What an exhilarating spectacle this was. Victory was finally within reach. They were all beings of demon general caliber, yet it took such a prolonged effort to vanquish it. Was there truly such a vast disparity in strength among demon generals? Jiang Lu silently criticized the situation, yet he also harbored hope. Although he could not team up with the little demoness, should they successfully slay this monster, he would undoubtedly gain experience points based on his contribution, and perhaps even loot. Just like the three-eyed crow that was slain by the sword-wielding elder, he wondered what treasures might emerge this time. However, as the electric leopard lay gravely wounded, it suddenly let out a furious roar that shattered Jiang Lu's reverie. A blood-red aura enveloped it, and surging demonic energy erupted from its form, causing the crimson shield to crack under the strain, as if it were breaking free from some binding seal. Could it be? In the game, when a creature's health dropped to a certain threshold, it could enter a state of transformation. Was this instance any different? Jiang Lu mused as he observed the now frenzied leopard. The blood-red barrier, akin to a form of confinement, rapidly fractured under the overwhelming magical pressure, shattering into pieces. As the blood-red shield crumbled, the electric leopard underwent a dramatic transformation. Though its head retained its original form, its body morphed into that of a human, with sharp claws transforming into human hands, wielding a whip made of its own tail. Had it become a human? Jiang Lu was taken aback by this unprecedented transformation of the demon. A beastly head atop a human body suggested it was on the verge of achieving a fully human form. Had it ascended to the rank of Demon Commander? There were indeed Demon Commander-level entities within the Demon Suppression Hall. Daoji exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the electric leopard's metamorphosis. Demon Commander? Hearing Daoji's exclamation, Jiang Lu's heart sank. That was a creature of level 40 or above. Goodness, he was merely at level 13. The gap in strength was insurmountable. I was originally a Demon Commander. How could I enter the Demon Suppression Hall without sealing my own powers? Today, you all shall pay. The gravely injured electric leopard roared in response to Daoji's alarm, its eyes glinting with malevolence. Hey, don't you recognize it? You didn't know it was a Demon Commander? Jiang Lu turned to the little demoness, inquiring. I know, but you never asked me, the little demoness replied, feigning innocence. Senior brother. The appearance of a Demon Commander will surely trigger the alarms of the Demon Suppression Hall. Soon, someone will come to rescue us. Noticing Jiang Lu's grave expression, Daoji sought to reassure him. You are correct, but it will take time for help to arrive, won't it? Will this monster grant us that much time? Jiang Lu remarked, his face betraying little optimism. Indeed, since the electric leopard was aware of how to seal its powers to enter the Demon Suppression Hall, it also understood the consequences of unsealing them. Driven into a corner, it showed no intention of wasting time. It unleashed its full strength. With a swift flick of its tail, the leopard whip lashed out violently at the little demoness, and with an agile twist, it moved at a speed that seemed instantaneous. No matter how potent the little demoness' Samadhi demon fire was, it was futile if it couldn't reach its target. With a resounding crack, the whip struck the little demoness, sending her flying amidst her screams. In Jiang Lu's eyes, her health, which had hovered around 60, plummeted drastically to approximately 30, following the initial strike. The leopard whip arched once more, darting towards the little demoness' airborne form like a striking serpent. The beads of Daoji flew outward, elegantly entwining around the body of the lightning leopard, binding it tightly. However, with a forceful struggle, the beads instantly shattered, scattering into countless Buddhist beads across the ground. The leopard's tail struck the little sorceress once more, causing her to collapse to the ground, rendered immobile. This strike evidently lacked full force, leaving her with a sliver of health remaining. The lightning leopard did not forget its true target, the seed of the Samadhi demon fire. Should the sorceress perish, it would be unattainable. Having neutralized the threat posed by the little sorceress, the lightning leopard turned its gaze towards Jiang Lu and Daoji, recognizing the opportune moment to eliminate the two young monks. In a flash, it was before Jiang Lu, engaging without preamble, its demonic whip striking towards Jiang Lu's chest. Vajra Mantra. Jiang Lu retreated in alarm, invoking the protective power of the Vajra Mantra once more. With a resounding crash, Jiang Lu was sent flying. Feeling as though he had been struck by a train, his internal organs shaken violently. A mouthful of blood was expelled, as his chest caved in significantly, clearly indicating several ribs had been broken. His health, once nearly full, now dwindled to around 10. The Vajra Mantra had mitigated 80 damage, and with the protection of the King of Wisdom's crown, he had barely escaped annihilation. The power of the demon's attack was indeed terrifying. Not dead. The lightning leopard was astonished to see Jiang Lu still alive. Nevertheless, it thought little of it, raising its tail whip to deliver another blow, certain of the monk's demise. Boom. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted, as Daoji's blood-colored power surged forth, resembling a blood-soaked demon. Grasping the Arhut staff, Daoji charged towards the lightning leopard, filled with a resolve to sacrifice himself. The Arhut staff's accompanying skill, self-sacrificial strike, consumed his health to augment his attack power. A classic case of inflicting 1,000 points of damage while suffering 800 in return. Witnessing Jiang Lu's severe injuries and impending death, Daoji disregarded all else and unleashed this technique. A formidable force erupted, his blood evaporating into crimson mist, embodying a blood-soaked demon as he collided fiercely with the lightning leopard. With an 800-point increase in attack power, Daoji's strike was nothing short of cataclysmic. Even the lightning leopard, with its demon lord-level cultivation, was violently propelled away, struggling to rise but failing twice. In Jiang Lu's eyes, the lightning leopard, already on the brink with only about 20 health points remaining, appeared even more pitiful. Its health bar drastically reduced to just a sliver. Within the demon suppression hall, Both the sorceress and the lightning leopard had reached a state of severe injury and near death. The little sorceress barely clung to 5 health points, easily susceptible to a single attack. The lightning leopard's health mirrored hers, reduced to its last vestige, having barely survived Daoji's self-sacrificial strike. Jiang Lu's chest was caved in substantially, his health bar dwindling to approximately 10, leaving him unable to move. As for Daoji, already wounded, he lay motionless on the ground after executing the self-sacrificial strike, his health bar reduced to a mere sliver as well. Struggling twice, the lightning leopard succumbed to despair, realizing its inevitable demise. Soon, more powerful monks, alerted by the presence of a demon lord, would arrive. Regret seeped into the lightning leopard's heart. Had it known the monk would retaliate with such ferocity, it would have refrained from attempting to kill them. Having subdued its target, it could have easily returned to the demon lair. However, despite the despair that gripped it, the lightning leopard's ferocity ignited within. Even in death, it would drag these 2 young monks down with it. With its strength waning and unable to rise, the lightning leopard slowly raised its hand, gathering its final remnants of power as electricity flowed between its fingers. Observing the lightning leopard's fingers pointing towards him, Jiang Lu felt a sinking sensation. He was immobile, lacking the strength to evade. Avalokiteshvara mantra. Yet at that moment, Jiang Lu discovered that the Avalokiteshvara mantra, with its 600-second cooldown, had finally reset. Without hesitation, he cast the skill upon the little sorceress. Although the restoration of 10 health points was modest, it proved invaluable in their current fragile state. As the Avalokiteshvara mantra took effect, the sorceress, previously on the brink with just 5 health points, visibly regained a portion of her vitality. Silent meditation. After casting the Avalokiteshvara mantra on the little sorceress, Jiang Lu swiftly directed a silent meditation skill towards the lightning leopard, dissipating the electric energy coalescing at its fingertips into nothingness. Though he had only partially healed, the little sorceress was still capable of action. Observing the similarly incapacitated lightning leopard, she raised her hand, conjuring a pitch-black flame that ignited and surged towards the beast. Though feeble in strength and no larger than a soybean, the fire spread upon contact with the lightning leopard. With merely a sliver of health left, the lightning leopard could only watch helplessly as the flames engulfed it, screaming in agony as it transformed into charred remains. The lifeless lightning leopard reverted to its original form as a leopard. Notification: experience gained, 1680. With the demise of the lightning leopard, the game system chimed in. Indeed, due to the inability to form a party, the experience gained from slaying this demon lord was a mere 1600. It was worth noting that the previously injured wolf demon had granted him a hefty 2,800 experience points when defeated. However, surviving was already a significant victory. Jiang Lu harbored no further expectations. He retrieved a healing potion from his inventory, consuming it as warmth coursed through his body, healing some of his injuries. Struggling to his feet, Jiang Lu approached the corpse of the lightning leopard and rummaged through it. As expected, beneath the carcass lay several items: equipment, skill books, and potions. Items dropped by monsters he had slain or those slain in a party would automatically appear in his inventory. However, items dropped by monsters killed by others would be distributed based on contribution, appearing beneath the corpse, available for whoever retrieved them. A mere glance revealed the properties of the dropped items before Jiang Lu's eyes. Powerful healing potion, restores 20 of maximum health upon consumption, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Mana potion, restores 10 of maximum mana upon consumption, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Golden cicada robe, perfect quality, requires level 15, defense 400, passive skill, cicada shell transfers damage from lethal attacks to the robe, consuming 5 durability, with a total durability of 14-15. Demon suppression spell, a monk-type skill book, requires level 15. Xiaolong crown, fine quality, requires level 20, defense 220. Passive skill, universal salvation, consumes 10 of maximum health to restore 20 of the target's maximum health, with a cooldown of 60 seconds, and a total durability of 18-20. Truly befitting a demon lord-level creature. The loot was abundant, comprising not only potions but also a skill book and 2 pieces of equipment. Without delay, Jiang Lu raised his hand and collected all these items into his inventory. At this moment, a distant sound of Zen music could be faintly heard, likely the arrival of the high monks from the great Buddha temple. From the display of the magical prowess of the electric leopard to its demise, though much had transpired, it had only been a couple of minutes. The swift response of the high monks was commendable. However, glancing at the little demoness struggling to stand. Jiang Lu pondered briefly before tossing a potent healing potion from his spatial bag towards her. Drink this and leave quickly. If you linger, you won't escape when the other monks arrive. Receiving the healing potion, the little demoness cast a grateful glance at Jiang Lu, hesitating not a moment before consuming the entire vial. Instantly, her injuries mended somewhat, and her health bar rose to about 35, though still wounded. Her mobility was no longer severely hindered. "Brother Xuanzang, you are truly a good person," she remarked, feeling her wounds heal. "Don't say that. In my hometown, being called a good person is akin to an insult or a curse," Jiang Lu replied with a hint of annoyance, having received such a label from the little demoness. As the sound of Zen music grew closer, the little demoness suddenly laughed mischievously and dashed away, her voice echoing from a distance. "How coincidental. In our demon lair. It carries the same meaning. He. Having spent several days together, Jiang Lu had never seen the little demoness display such a whimsical demeanor, and he shook his head inwardly. He understood that after this battle, the little demoness had completely lowered her guard against him. Not long after her departure, a brilliant light of Buddha appeared, signifying the presence of the Dragon Sea Holy Monk before Jiang Lu. Chapter 55, Speaking of the Demon Race. Hints: experience points gained, 2. Experience points gained, 2. Experience points gained, 2. Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Lu quietly practiced the second layer of the Heavenly Dragon Zen sound technique, with system notifications continuously appearing, indicating that his experience point acquisition rate had doubled. In the first layer, he could only earn 1 experience point every 10 seconds. Upon reaching level 13, he had exactly 2 skill points, which he promptly spent to learn the second layer of the Heavenly Dragon Zen sound. For Jiang Lu, during the days without monster hunting for level-ups, practicing the Heavenly Dragon Zen sound allowed him to accumulate roughly 700 experience points per hour, which was quite satisfactory. Since the life-threatening crisis in the Demon Suppression Hall, both he and Dao Ji had been rescued by the Dragon Sea Holy Monk, and now 3 days had mysteriously passed. As the sun rose high, Jiang Lu concluded his practice and went to wash up before heading to the dining hall for breakfast. Along the way, countless disciples bowed to him. No one questioned his identity as the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva, the 12 scars of the Buddhist sect. Upon entering the dining hall, Jiang Lu scanned the room and spotted Dao Ji and the Dragon Sea Holy Monk seated together, seemingly engaged in conversation. He prepared a bowl of porridge and 2 vegetable buns before approaching them. "It seems your injuries have nearly healed," Jiang Lu remarked, noticing Dao Ji's rosy complexion, which bore no signs of injury. "Brother, your timing is impeccable," Dao Ji responded. "Our experience in the Demon Suppression Hall has forged a bond between us. Master just mentioned that numerous specters have become increasingly active near Chang'an, and he intends to send disciples from the Great Buddha Temple to subdue the demons and rescue the common people." After spending 3 days at the Great Buddha Temple practicing the Heavenly Dragon Zen sound, the prospect of venturing out to combat monsters excited Jiang Lu, and he turned to the Dragon Sea Holy Monk with anticipation. Unsurprisingly, the Dragon Sea Holy Monk nodded slightly at Jiang Lu's eagerness for battle. "Xuanzang, you arrived just in time. 200 miles west of Chang'an lies a great river, home to a river dragon king causing havoc, while 300 miles to the east stands a pagoda mountain, inhabited by a blood tiger king that roars through the forest. The friction between these 2 demon kings has escalated, resulting in rampant demon activity, leading to numerous casualties among the people within a radius of hundreds of miles. Thus, the Emperor of Tang has summoned cultivators from all over the realm to subdue the demons." Demon kings. Jiang Lu was internally astonished. The prospect of facing monsters at the level of demon generals was already daunting. The near-death encounter with the bloodied electric leopard had nearly led to his downfall. To think that demon kings existed. He recalled his previous encounters with demons at Jinshan Temple, realizing he had not anticipated the presence of such formidable foes within the Tang dynasty, with 2 demon kings flanking Chang'an. "Are there many demons within the borders of the Tang?" Jiang Lu queried, reflecting on his lack of understanding of the situation in the Tang dynasty. "We, the Tang dynasty, are a celestial empire. Though demons are numerous, cultivators are even more abundant, capable of suppressing countless demons, which is of little concern. Beyond the Tang, however, the smaller border nations face greater challenges. Many kingdoms have even fallen under the control of demons, either overtly or covertly, leaving the common people in dire straits." The Dragon Sea Holy Monk replied candidly. Jiang Lu nodded thoughtfully at this revelation. Just considering the accounts from Journey to the West, where the tiger and goat demons became national advisors, and the yellow-robe monster managed to abduct a princess. It was evident that even emperors struggled to protect themselves amidst the rampant demon threat. Given that our Tang cultivators are capable of suppressing demons, why not eradicate them entirely to provide the common people with a peaceful realm? Jiang Lu inquired, perplexed. The great Yu controlled the waters. Sometimes, it is better to guide than to block. Xuanzang, where do you think these demons originate? The Dragon Sea holy monk responded with a low chant of a Buddhist phrase before posing a counter-question. Mountain spirits, wild creatures, grass and trees, even minerals and metals, absorb the essence of the sun and moon to transform into demons, perhaps? Jiang Lu pondered before responding with newfound clarity. Indeed, all things in heaven and earth can become demons. Be it animals in the mountains or trees, how can we eradicate them all? Should we chop down every tree and slay every animal? The Dragon Sea holy monk gently shook his head, explaining further. These demons, in their nascent form, pose a greater threat to the common people if left unchecked. Therefore, the Emperor of Tang intentionally allows certain major demons to control their lesser counterparts, thus achieving a degree of covert control over the demon race. Upon hearing this, Dao Ji couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. For him, the existence of demons in the world was a shocking truth, revealing that it had been a deliberate decision by the Emperor of Tang. Indeed, all things can become demons. Once these creatures are born, without constraints, they pose a greater danger to the common folk, since it is difficult to eradicate the demon race in a way. Controlling demons with demons may indeed be the best course of action, Jiang Lu mused, his modern perspective allowing him to grasp this concept more readily than Dao Ji, who was still processing the information. Indeed, it is rare for you, Xuanzang, to possess such insight. As long as we can control the demon kings at their source, and with these kings managing their own subordinates, these demons will not be able to stir up much trouble. Recently, the fierce conflict between the Dragon King and the Tiger King has escalated, inflicting significant harm upon the common folk. Consequently, Emperor Tang issued a decree to subdue the demons and spirits. Jiang Lu was perceptive enough to grasp the underlying truth of the matter, which pleased the esteemed monk Longhai. Jiang Lu silently acknowledged this understanding with a nod. In essence, while Emperor Tang could tolerate the existence of demon tribes within the realm of the Tang dynasty, recognizing that their extinction was unfeasible, he stipulated boundaries. As long as the demon kings could maintain control over their subordinates and refrain from causing excessive harm to the populace, their presence would be permissible. However, the clash between the two demon kings had crossed the emperor's threshold, prompting the measures to eradicate demons. When Jiang Lu had previously requested Longhai to escort him to the palace to meet Princess Gaoyang, Longhai had proactively brought up the friction between the Dragon King and the Tiger King, seeking to discuss strategies with the emperor. Jiang Lu had assumed this was merely an excuse to gain entry to the palace, but it became evident that the issue was indeed substantial. A mere touch of realization allowed Jiang Lu to comprehend the truth behind the situation, which elicited a silent nod of approval from Longhai. Acknowledging Jiang Lu's remarkable wisdom, rarely matched by ordinary individuals, casting a glance at Daoji beside him, whose expression was one of shock. It was clear that the revelation had deeply unsettled him, leading to a hint of disappointment in Longhai. Yet, was this not a typical reaction for a common disciple? Such truths could not be openly discussed amongst ordinary practitioners, but Jiang Lu and Daoji were destined to become prominent figures within the Buddhist community, and they would inevitably confront these matters in due course. Very well, you too, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, our disciples from the great Buddha temple, led by Brother Fanhai, will depart to subdue the demons. This shocking truth would have to be digested and contemplated by Daoji at his own pace. Having conveyed the necessary information, Longhai offered a final reminder before rising to leave. Meanwhile, in the Tang Palace, Princess Gaoyang, donned in the attire of a valiant heroine, approached Li Shimin with an air of determination. Father, as chaos reigns due to the demons, I, as a member of the royal family, am willing to lead the charge against them to rescue the people from peril. Chapter 56. Flight. With his head bowed, Jiang Lu silently consumed his porridge and steamed buns. Not uttering a word, Daoji sat in a daze, clearly overwhelmed by the implications of the relationship between the demon tribes and Emperor Tang. Daoji had always believed that the demon race and humanity were irreconcilable foes, destined for annihilation upon encounter. Yet, He was taken aback by the truth that the emperor intentionally allowed certain powerful demons to exist in order to restrain the others. Brother, do you think this approach is just? After a prolonged silence, Daoji's gaze fell upon Jiang Lu, seeking enlightenment from him. Perhaps matters of right and wrong are irrelevant. Jiang Lu sighed inwardly at Daoji's inquiry, realizing he would need to offer guidance. After all, he was the elder brother. Regardless of the morality of the method, let us first observe the situation. As Longhai mentioned, at least in comparison to the other border states, our people in the Tang dynasty are relatively secure and prosperous. As long as the outcomes are favorable and do not infringe upon others' interests, what harm is there? These words prompted Daoji to ponder deeply. After some time, he finally raised his head. So, that day in the Demon Suppression Palace, you deliberately released the little demon girl? Do you intend to follow the Emperor's example and use her to control the demon lair? So he was aware that I had intentionally let her go. Jiang Lu thought, startled by Daoji's words. He had assumed Daoji was completely unconscious at that moment, yet it appeared he had retained some awareness. However, since Daoji had already pieced together the scenario, Jiang Lu maintained a composed demeanor and subtly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the little demon girl possesses the Samadhi demon fire. It is highly likely she will return to the demon lair and vie for the title of Demon King. In that case, our prior connection may prove beneficial. Bob, brother, you truly possess foresight, inspiring deep admiration in me, Daoji exclaimed, gazing at Jiang Lu with genuine reverence. The experiences he had shared with Jiang Lu only deepened his sense of awe, transforming him into a devoted disciple. By the way, we shall embark on our journey to subdue the demons tomorrow. I have a Buddhist treasure to bestow upon you. Jiang Lu produced a beautifully crafted monk's hat. The Kalachakra crown, which had dropped upon the demise of the Thunder Leopard. Though its quality was excellent, it held no significance for Jiang Lu, who had already acquired the Mingwang crown. Moreover, it required level 20 to equip, making it a perfect gift for Daoji, who was on the verge of breaking through to the body refinement stage, corresponding to level 20 and above. Another Buddhist treasure for me? Daoji exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the crown Jiang Lu had presented, recalling that Jiang Lu had recently gifted him a Rohan pestle in the Demon Suppression Palace. Is it truly necessary? Perceiving Daoji's eagerness, Jiang Lu feigned hesitance, as if to retract the offer. Yes, I want it. Thank you, brother. Though aware that Jiang Lu was merely pretending, Daoji swiftly reached out to seize the Kalachakra crown. After examining it with delight, he placed it upon his head. As the crown adorned him, he could distinctly sense the protective power it bestowed upon him. By the way, brother, I noticed you retrieved that hat from behind you. Do you have a pocket back there? Such a large hat. Where do you keep it? Daoji inquired, his curiosity piqued. Also, I found it quite strange during our time in the Demon Suppression Palace. Your demon suppression staff seemed to appear from nowhere when needed. And the Rohan pestle you gave me, along with the healing potion for that little demon girl. Where do you conceal such items? I packed a bundle when I entered, but my supplies quickly ran out, while you apparently carry in abundance without bringing anything. Within the Tang dynasty, with its multitude of sects, some dedicated to Buddhist practices and others to Taoism, all belong to the citizens of the Tang. Therefore, following Emperor Tang's declaration to subdue the demons, not only would the Tianshi Hall be mobilized, but practitioners from other sects would also contribute in various capacities. The next morning, the great Buddha temple assembled 81 warrior monks, including Jiang Lu and Daoji, under the leadership of Master Fanhai, preparing to set forth. Their journey to exorcise demons would take them hundreds of miles away from China. Simply walking would require a considerable amount of time. So Master Fanhai gestured, and a vessel, initially the size of a palm, expanded into a majestic ship before their eyes. Wow, is this the Grand Dharma treasure, the Heavenly Dragon ship? I have heard tales of it, but this is my first time witnessing it, Daoji exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment as he beheld the ship's transformation. Everyone, board the ship. With the speed of the Heavenly Dragon ship, we shall arrive at our destination in approximately an hour, Master Fanhai stated, satisfaction evident on his face as he welcomed the departing disciples aboard. The massive ship launched into the air, cutting through the sky. Truly, the great Buddha temple is unparalleled in power within the Tang dynasty, Jiang Lu mused. Standing at the edge of the Heavenly Dragon ship, watching as the city of Chang'an grew smaller and more distant, feeling a profound sense of wonder. Though he had flown on planes in modern times, soaring through the skies on a magical vessel in this ancient setting was an entirely different experience. As they approached their destination, Master Fanhai approached Jiang Lu and Daoji, advising, "Do not stray too far from my side. Though our great Buddha temple is merely responding to the summons of the Tang Emperor in this endeavor to subdue demons, the primary force is undoubtedly the Celestial Master Hall. However, this remains a contest between two formidable demon kings, and the consequences are unpredictable. Should anything happen to any of you, I would find it difficult to provide an explanation." Understood. Both Jiang Lu and Dao Ji nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, a magnificent flying vessel, resembling a palace, soared through the air, adorned with cultivators of various forms. Some donned Taoist robes, holding dust brushes, engaged in silent meditation. Others, with long swords strapped to their backs, stood tall and resolute. There were even those who busied themselves with alchemical furnaces, arranging vials and jars. Clad in a fitted dress, with flying daggers at her waist and a long whip coiled beside her, Princess Gao Yang stood upon the vessel, gazing at the sea of clouds on the horizon. Surely, with Jiang Lu's temperament, he would participate in this demon-slaying endeavor. It would be delightful to see him again. Chapter 57. Mount Patalaka. The celestial flowers cascaded, and golden lotuses surged from the earth. On the sacred Ling Mountain in the west, at the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha, with his golden form seated upon a lotus platform, emanated profound teachings. The assembled Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats listened, entranced, immersed in the exquisite essence of Buddhist doctrine, a scene of serene majesty. Lost in the depths of this wisdom, they were unaware of the passage of time. As the celestial phenomena dissipated, the sacred sounds ceased. The Bodhisattvas bowed in reverence to the golden form of the Buddha and departed in an orderly manner. Guanyin Bodhisattva, please remain a moment. The Buddha called as Guanyin prepared to leave. What command does the Buddha have? Guanyin turned, fingers forming the lotus gesture, her expression serene. On that day, the golden cicada's reincarnation descended to the mortal realm, destined to carry forth the teachings of Buddhism to the east. He must be nearing adulthood now. The Buddha inquired calmly, his golden form as steadfast as a mountain. The rites of incense offering have already taken place. He has officially returned to the Buddhist fold, and all preparations for the teaching's transmission to the east are complete, Guanyin replied with a slight nod. From the eastern Tang, a journey of over 10,000 miles through treacherous mountains and waters, beset by countless demons, the Buddha continued, gazing down upon Guanyin. The treacherous terrain is difficult for mortals to traverse, yet I have arranged for a white dragon, son of the Dragon King of the West Sea, to transform into a steed for him. Additionally, I have designated 3 protectors, each possessing formidable abilities. The great sage equal to heaven, Marshal Tianpeng, and General Zhuan Lian, Guanyin responded, clearly well prepared. Indeed, the journey to the west is fraught not only with external perils, but also with internal transformations of the heart. Along the way, the breathtaking beauty of enchanting demons and stunning maidens may sway the heart, the Buddha remarked. Amitabha, as the saying goes, once a river has seen the world, it is hard to be like water. Without the Witch Mountain, clouds are not clouds. Matters of the heart are precious when singular. If the golden cicada finds love in one woman, his heart will be closed to others. Thus, I have acquired a thread of red from the matchmaker, he concluded. Is that the famed Mount Patalaka? Jiang Lu mused as he gazed down from the heavenly dragon ship, marveling at the imposing mountain before them. It seemed to rise nearly 10,000 meters high. Within the realm of the Tang, the climate was pleasant, but the summit was blanketed in snow due to its elevation. Descend. As they entered the domain of Mount Patalaka, Master Fanhai guided the heavenly dragon ship gently downward. After all, this demon-slaying operation was primarily led by the court. He was merely an aide. As the ship landed, a multitude of cultivators had already gathered at the foot of the mountain. Not only were there practitioners from the great Buddha temple, but also from other sects, such as Longhu Mountain and Zhongnan Mountain, all responding to the emperor's decree to lend their support. In the vast expanse of the Tang Empire, with numerous sects and even more demons, the imperial court undoubtedly held the greatest power. As the heavenly dragon ship touched down, cultivators approached to greet them, and the reputation of the great Buddha temple resonated throughout the Tang. The sight of the great Buddha temple's disciples disembarking from the ship alone showcased their grandeur, a spectacle unmatched by other sects lacking such magnificent vessels. Master Fanhai and the surrounding cultivators exchanged greetings, many familiar faces engaged in conversation. Naturally, The discussions among other Buddhist and Taoist disciples inevitably circled back to the incense offering ceremony, particularly the remarkable achievements of Dao Ji with 9 incense marks and Xuanzang with 12. Xuanzang garnered the most attention, as 12 incense marks were unprecedented, clearly indicating a reincarnation of a Western bodhisattva. Furthermore, the discourse between Jiang Lu and Li Chunfeng, fueled by the substantial reward of 1,000 taels of gold for the Dragon Sea Saint monk, had spread far and wide. The verse of the Wuxiang Sutra was revered by monks across the land. Master Fanhai. It is said that after Xuanzang returned to Jinchang Temple and left behind the Wuxiang Sutra, there has been no word of him since. I wonder how he fares now? An elder monk inquired, palms pressed together. Although Jiang Lu was still a young monk who had just undergone the incense offering ceremony, even high-ranking monks referred to him as Xuanzang. Amit Ba, since his visit to Jinchang Temple, Xuanzang has been in seclusion at the Great Buddha Temple, diligently cultivating. In response to inquiries about him, Master Fanhai replied, "Seclusion is indeed commendable. Entering the Demon Suppression Hall is a form of cultivation as well, albeit focused not on Buddhist teachings but on methods for subduing demons." Understood. When the day comes for Master Xuanzang to emerge from seclusion, I shall certainly visit the Great Buddha Temple, the elder monk declared, nodding. His understanding suggested that he believed Xuanzang remained in seclusion, unaware of his true purpose. Master Fanhai smiled subtly, refraining from further explanation. His earlier words were subtly meant to imply that Xuanzang was still in seclusion, for the presence of the 12 incense marks at Mount Patalaka was not something to be widely proclaimed. The implications of such news reaching the demons, as well as the need for caution in the rivalry between Buddhism and Taoism, were clear. Jiang Lu stood quietly behind Master Fanhai, fully aware of their conversation, and felt a sense of his burgeoning reputation. Although some time had passed since the incense offering ceremony, and Jiang Lu had remained largely reclusive, the current atmosphere conveyed the sense of a legendary figure whose tales persisted in the world, even in his absence. Boom. As the cultivators at the foot of Mount Patalaka exchanged words, the distant sound of war drums echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of a palace-like flying vessel, the Celestial Master Hall of the Tang Dynasty. Coming to subdue demons, the Celestial Master Hall had no intention of operating covertly. They arrived under the Emperor's decree, confident in their purpose. Thus, the drums sounded before the vessel arrived, showcasing their regal demeanor. The Celestial Master Hall's ship descended upon Mount Patalaka, and its practitioners began to disembark in succession. Jiang Lu's gaze brightened upon spotting a striking figure in a fiery red gown, none other than Princess Gaoyang. In turn, Gaoyang noticed Jiang Lu, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. The boy and girl exchanged a gaze, a moment suspended in time, as if everything around had lost its significance. Chapter 58, The Sanjiao Fruit. At the peak of the floating pagoda mountain, blanketed in snow, a solitary herb stood at the edge of a cliff, swaying gracefully in the cold wind. This herb, modest in size, bore a striking crimson fruit at its apex, roughly the size of a longan, exuding an enchanting fragrance that lifted one's spirits. Remarkably, upon this ruby fruit, natural golden patterns formed 3 small characters resembling the word Jia. Beside the herb sat an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, with hair and beard of a blood-red hue, evoking a sense of ferocity and menace. He vigilantly guarded the herb, his gaze greedily sweeping over the small fruit. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a creature clad in a white cloak approached. With the head of a rabbit and the body of a human, sported long, pointed rabbit ears and a coat of pristine white fur, exuding an extraordinary beauty. "Frost Snow, how goes the situation outside?" the red-haired elder inquired, his attention fixed on the fruit without turning his head. "My lord, not only is the Jiao King leading his minions closer, but the Tianshi Hall of the Great Tang has also arrived." The creature named Frost Snow hesitated slightly, casting a glance at the fruit, and remarked, "Forgive my bluntness, but we have lived on Floating Pagoda Mountain for many years and have never encountered a Sanjiao fruit. The sudden appearance of a nearly ripe one seems rather suspicious. Regardless of any suspicion, I am determined to obtain this Sanjiao fruit. It will mature in a few days, and once consumed, it will extend my lifespan by 3 jiazi. At that pivotal moment, my cultivation will surely advance, shedding my mortal coil. No one shall impede me," the old man declared with a commanding wave of his hand. Sighing inwardly, Frost Snow recognized the futility of arguing with the elder's resolve. Lifespan is indeed an inescapable topic for countless beings. Not only for us demon creatures, but even celestial beings face the 5 declines of heaven when their time comes. Even immortals must fall. The elder's lifespan was nearing its limit, making the allure of a fruit that could prolong it by 3 jiazi irresistible. Frost Snow. Since both the old mudfish and the Tianshi Hall have arrived, you shall lead the demons of Floating Pagoda Mountain. We shall take the initiative. I refuse to believe that the minions of the old mudfish and the Tianshi Hall can unite. We hold the advantage of terrain. I hope you can maintain the situation until the Sanjia fruit matures, the elder instructed after a moment of silence. Meanwhile, at the foot of Floating Pagoda Mountain, the Tianshi Hall had arrived. Leading them was an elder carrying a long sword. The very same who had swiftly dispatched the 3-eyed crow during the previous assault on the Jinshan Temple. The likes of Master Fanhai greeted him warmly. As the representative of the Tang Emperor, the sword elder expressed gratitude for the various sects' cooperation. Having reached the base of the mountain, there was little preparation left. Reports indicated that the Jiao King and his minions had also gathered at Floating Pagoda Mountain. Ba, Sword Elder, I have a question that perplexes me. While territorial disputes among demon kings usually lead to minor skirmishes, why has the conflict between the Tiger King and Jiao King escalated to such deadly extremes? Master Fanhai inquired after chanting a Buddhist invocation. His question echoed the curiosity in everyone's hearts. The truth of the matter eludes me. The sword, his expression reflecting confusion. The struggle between the Jiao King and Tiger King is indeed a matter of life and death, and it comes as quite a surprise. Nevertheless, the truth shall reveal itself once we confront the Tiger King and Jiao King atop the mountain, Master Fanhai concluded, nodding in agreement. The group, led by the Tianshi Hall, ascended the Floating Pagoda Mountain. Among the ranks, Jiang Lu was positioned just behind Master Fanhai, while Gao Yang deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind in the Tianshi Hall's formation. Though surrounded by many eyes, neither Jiang Lu nor Gao Yang exchanged greetings, yet they instinctively drew closer to one another within their respective limits. Everyone, this is the territory of Floating Pagoda Mountain. I advise you to retreat. A melodious female voice suddenly rang out as the group reached the mountain's midpoint. As the voice echoed, a tide of diverse demons surged forth from the mountain, blocking the path of all present. These creatures included lions, ferocious tigers, goats, and rabbits, showcasing an array of species. Some were colossal, while others stood upright, and several wielded extraordinary powers of wind, fire, and thunder, eager to demonstrate their prowess and intimidate the opposition. Before this ensemble of varied demons stood 3 beast-headed demon generals, a lion, a goat, and a rabbit, all evidently having attained the rank of demon general. It turned out these were the 3 renowned generals under the Blood Tiger King. As they obstructed the path, the assembled cultivators readied their weapons, while the sword elder stepped forward, offering a greeting. Ha ha ha, the demons of Floating Pagoda Mountain are indeed audacious. Just then, another round of laughter erupted as more demons appeared. Leading them was a creature with a human body and a shrimp head, who bellowed in mirth, as the saying goes. All under heaven belongs to the king. The Tianshi Hall represents the will of the great Tang Emperor, yet you refuse to allow them to ascend. It seems you hold the emperor in contempt. Do not sow discord. The 3 demon generals of Floating Pagoda Mountain looked both astonished and enraged at the emerging horde. These demons belong to the Jiao King's faction. Their unexpected presence raised questions about the Jiao King's whereabouts. Have you come to face death upon Floating Pagoda Mountain? It seems your Jiao King fears for his life, hiding like a mudfish while sending you to your demise. Frost Snow mocked, casting a derisive glance at the aquatic demons. Do you wish to uncover our lord's whereabouts? Why not take a guess? Although the aquatic demons were not foolish, they understood the underlying sarcasm in Frost Snow's words. Jiang Lu paid little heed to the verbal sparring between the demons and the Tianshi Hall, though the current standoff between human cultivators, the demons of Floating Pagoda Mountain, and the aquatic demons left him somewhat bewildered. At this moment, the 3 factions stood in a delicate balance, exchanging barbs. Was this customary banter before battle? Or was one side intentionally stalling for time? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, drawing everyone's attention. Gazing upward, they beheld a fierce clash atop Floating Pagoda Mountain. The Jiao King and Tiger King were locked in combat. Master Fanhai and the others were taken aback. Chapter 59, A Deluge of Experience Points. The Sword Elder of the Tianshi Hall and Master Fanhai exchanged startled glances, both bewildered by the unfolding events. As the Celestial Master Hall and the aquatic demon horde approached, the Blood Tiger King remained hidden within the floating pagoda mountain, an occurrence that was already perplexing. Now, with the aquatic demons arriving at the mountain as well, it was equally curious that the Flood Dragon King had also retreated, stealthily ascended to the summit, and engaged the Blood Tiger King in a solitary duel. Both the Flood Dragon King and the Blood Tiger King seemed to deliberately keep the members of the Celestial Master Hall at the mountainside. What secrets could they possibly possess that must remain concealed from others? After exchanging a glance, Old Sword and Master Fan Hai sensed that the Blood Tiger King and the Flood Dragon King were harboring a secret that was carefully hidden. A secret that would likely be revealed upon reaching the mountain's peak. Nodding in agreement, Old Sword and Master Fan Hai wasted no more time in idle talk. They led the Celestial Master Hall and other cultivators in a charge toward the summit. Both the floating pagoda mountain and the aquatic demons were initially inclined to prolong the skirmish with idle chatter, but upon witnessing the humans take decisive action, the demons responded with their own shrieks and assaults. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos, transforming the floating pagoda mountain into a scene of tumultuous conflict. The demon commanders, with beastly heads and human bodies, were formidable opponents, their prowess rivaling that of the lightning-fast leopard encountered in the Demon Suppression Hall, perhaps even surpassing it. The three aquatic demon commanders focused their attention on Master Fan Hai, wielding a peculiar orb that shimmered with myriad lights, entwining countless threads toward him. While they could not defeat him directly, the power of the orb was sufficient to hinder his movements. Meanwhile, the three demon commanders of the floating pagoda mountain engaged Old Sword from the Celestial Master Hall. In comparison, Old Sword's cultivation was likely superior. Or perhaps his swordsmanship was simply more incisive. He showcased an impressive strength that surpassed that of Master Fan Hai. Even when encumbered by the three demon commanders, he was difficult to restrain. Raising his hand, he unleashed a torrent of sword light, forcing back the nearby tiger and sheep demon commanders, then merged with his sword to break through the encirclement of the three demons. The Frost Snow demon commander let out a wretched cry, attempting to obstruct him, but was unable to do so. The sharp sword light carved a wound into its form, the fierce sword energy raging within. Old Sword merely glanced back at Master Fan Hai, observing him ensnared, yet did not pause, charging ahead toward the summit of the floating pagoda mountain. Zhang Lu, however, merely cast a fleeting glance at the battles among the major figures, not overly concerned with them. Despite his own growing strength, he recognized his limitations in intervening in the strife of such powerful demon commanders. Armed with the demon suppression staff and flanked by Daoji and Gaoyang, the three entered a coordinated state, specifically targeting the lesser demons and demon soldiers. Gaoyang, at the channeling realm, was roughly at levels 10 to 20, while Daoji was on the verge of breaking through to the body refinement realm, estimated around level 20, and Zhang Lu stood at level 13. Together, they had little difficulty dealing with the demon soldiers, and the lesser demons fell easily before them. Gaoyang, alongside Zhang Lu, wielded a whip with remarkable skill, occasionally interspersed with flying daggers, while Daoji engaged in close combat with his Rohan staff, his strength stable, coupled with the defensive enhancements from his Jilon crown. He was more than a match for the demon soldiers. In this trio's coordinated effort, countless demons met their demise at their hands, providing Zhang Lu with substantial experience points. Occasionally, a few items would drop, automatically landing in his storage space. Yet, amidst the fierce battle, Zhang Lu had no time to spare for examination. The floating pagoda mountain had become an unrestrained battlefield. At the mountainside, three factions clashed, while the summit witnessed a similar chaotic struggle. System notifications flooded in. Experience gained, 220. Experience gained, 480. Healing potion acquired. Experience gained, 330. Level up. Current level, 14. With a plethora of system prompts, Zhang Lu felt elated. Indeed, the chaos of the battlefield was the swiftest means to garner experience points. Though meditative practices like the Dragon Zen could yield around 700 experience points in an hour, it paled in comparison to the swift gains of combat. After a brief yet intense skirmish, raking in over 10,000 experience points, Zhang Lu's level rose once more. Since reaching level 13 in the Demon Suppression Hall, he had slain numerous demonic entities alongside the Little Demoness, even defeating the Lightning Leopard. Following 3 days of cultivating the Dragon Zen, today's battlefield yielded another 10,000 experience points. In total, he amassed approximately 40,000 000 experience points to reach level 14, a pace that had undeniably slowed considerably. In the tumultuous battlefield, despite the lurking dangers, whenever any of the trio encountered peril, Xiang Lu would deploy a protective golden bell spell, offering substantial defense. Even if injuries became severe, he could cast a Guanyin spell for recovery, and in dire situations, healing potions were at his disposal. Thus, after about half an hour of chaotic fighting, the wounds upon the trio were not overly grievous. Though he had not meticulously counted, Xiang Lu estimated that since reaching level 14, he had accrued roughly another 20,000 experience points. Surveying the battlefield, it was strewn with corpses, not only of demons, but also many fallen humans. The fragility of life was starkly illustrated here. Master Fanhai bore serious injuries, with his health reduced to about 1/3. Yet simultaneously, the sheep demon commander of the floating pagoda mountain had perished, and the aquatic demon commander had also met his end at the hands of the Taoist from Longhu Mountain. Amidst this, the climactic battle atop the floating pagoda mountain seemed to be nearing its conclusion, heralded by a heart-wrenching tiger's roar. The demons below looked up to see a cerulean dragon twisting gracefully in the air, its maw clamped around a massive scarlet tiger. Ultimately, the tiger was flung down with great force, its fate uncertain. Following the toss, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, and without hesitation, the flood dragon king vanished into the horizon. Victory is ours. We retreat. With the dragon's roar, the aquatic demons bellowed, swiftly retreating down the mountain. The conflict atop the peak had concluded, and naturally, the melee at the mountainside showed no signs of continuing. Observing the aquatic demons' withdrawal, the demons of the floating pagoda mountain gathered, anxiously regarding the human cultivators. At this juncture, it was uncertain whether to continue the fight, and the current condition of the Blood Tiger King left them apprehensive. It appeared he had been defeated, extinguishing the fighting spirit of the floating pagoda mountain's demons. Vanquishing demons was naturally a matter of total annihilation. Having engaged in battle, it was evident that the demons of the floating pagoda mountain possessed little resistance left, and the human cultivators, unwilling to relent, began to close in. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed. A bloodied, woeful tiger emerged, its tail completely severed, one eye blind, yet the remaining eye glowed with a fierce, menacing light, glaring at everyone with a ferocity that sent shivers down their spines. You humans shall all perish today. The Blood Tiger King growled softly, filled with unbridled hatred. Had it not been for the interference of these humans, how could he have lost to the Flood Dragon King? How could the three factions have been uprooted by the Flood Dragon King? Chapter 60. The mightiest support, the celestial fruit capable of extending one's lifespan by 3 cycles, was not merely a glimmer of hope for survival, but also a beacon for transcending the realm of the Demon Kings. Yet, it was snatched away, inciting the Blood Tiger King's rage, which consumed any vestige of rationality, leaving only fury and vengeance. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon all the humans present. The aquatic demon horde had already fled, leaving the brunt of his wrath to be unleashed upon these humans. Daoji, Xuanzang, you must flee at once. Master Fanhai, albeit gravely wounded, urgently urged Xiang Lu and Daoji to escape. He sensed the Blood Tiger King's imminent frenzy. A demon king in such a state was a harbinger of catastrophic consequences. After whispering a warning to Xiang Lu and the others, Master Fanhai inhaled deeply, suppressing his internal injuries, and stepped forward. Ba, Tiger King, I am unaware of the cause of your conflict with the Lord of the Flood Dragon. However, at this juncture, I implore you to relinquish your murderous intent. Should you persist, all present shall perish today. Not only shall His Majesty the Tang Emperor not spare you, but the likes of Zhongnan Mountain, Longhu Mountain, and my great Buddha Temple shall also seek retribution. In that event, even amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, there shall be no refuge for you. Though Master Fanhai's words bore the weight of a threat, they were grounded in truth. Typically, the sects of various cultivators and the powers of demon kings maintained a delicate balance, marked by mutual restraint, despite occasional skirmishes. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. With a sardonic grin revealing his sharp fangs, the Blood Tiger King retorted, "This king has safeguarded a single 3-cycle fruit, hoping to augment my lifespan. Had you not dared to assault my foot a mountain, I would not find myself in this predicament. And now you dare counsel me to sheathe my blade? Ha! My days are numbered, and should I slay you all today, even if you bald monks were to hunt me down in the future, it would hardly be a loss." The mention of the three-cycle fruit caused the expressions of the cultivators to shift dramatically. In a world brimming with treasures, the ability to extend life was undoubtedly the most coveted. It was no wonder the Blood Tiger King and the Lord of the Flood Dragon fought fiercely atop the mountain to keep the secret of the fruit hidden. Nor was it surprising that the Flood Dragon had fled, yet Sword Elder pursued with relentless determination. Equally, the Blood Tiger King's wrath had escalated, transforming into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Minions! The infuriated Blood Tiger King bellowed, his patience waning. I have always restrained you from wantonly taking lives. Yet today these humans have come to annihilate us. Henceforth, the rules of Futa Mountain are null and void. Kill! With the Blood Tiger King rallying his forces, the myriad demons surged forth, emboldened by their leader's words, charging fearlessly towards the humans. The Blood Tiger King himself lunged at Master Fanhai. Despite both being wounded, the Blood Tiger King held a distinct advantage. Without regard for the injuries to his paw, the Blood Tiger King struck Master Fanhai's treasure aside and sank his massive jaws into the Master's arm. The frenzied Demon King fought with a reckless abandon, trading life for life. The sheer ferocity of the Demon King left the surrounding cultivators in a state of shock. Flee! Faced with the delirious onslaught of demons, particularly the Blood Tiger King's desperate assault, the morale of the human cultivators plummeted, and they turned to escape. Jianglu. We must retreat, Hai Yang exclaimed, panic-stricken, as the tide of battle turned irreversibly against them. No, to flee is to court certain death. I must stay and assist. If Master Fanhai can vanquish the Blood Tiger King, we may yet have a chance. Jianglu insisted, aware that many of the demons were airborne, including formidable demon generals. Thus escape seemed implausible. Master Fanhai, though a novice in the realm of void return, was not significantly weaker than the Blood Tiger King. Despite the evident disadvantage, Jianglu believed that with his support, they could still turn the tide. Assist? How can we possibly aid in a battle between a Demon King and a Master of the Void Return? Jianglu's declaration left Hai Yang and Dao Ji astonished, grappling with disbelief. The situation was dire and rapidly evolving, leaving Jianglu no time to elaborate. As combatants, monks were often viewed as less formidable, with skills focused on support rather than offense. However, this very nature endowed them with extraordinary auxiliary capabilities, often transcending mere power levels. With Master Fanhai's arm severed and his vitality waning, Jianglu allocated the skill points he had just earned upon reaching level 14 to enhance the Guanyin spell, elevating it to an intermediate level. He then raised his hand, casting the Guanyin spell, a vibrant green light enveloping Master Fanhai, rejuvenating him. The wound at his severed limb began to scab over, and his vitality was slightly restored. Guanyin spell, intermediate, restores up to 15 of maximum health, cooldown time 600 seconds. Seeing Xuanzang approach instead of fleeing, Master Fanhai was taken aback and anxious to send him away, but his words turned into astonished exclamations. Xuanzang, what sorcery is this? Master, let's talk. Drink these 2 potions. After casting the Guanyin spell, Jianglu produced a red vial of healing potion and a blue vial of mana potion. The combined effects of the potions and the spell would yield even greater results. Just a mere novice monk? Seeking death. The Blood Tiger King was momentarily startled by Jianglu's audacity to interfere in a battle between a Demon King and a Master of the Void Return. But his voice dripped with menace. As the Blood Tiger King gathered crimson demonic energy in his maw, Master Fanhai's alarmed shout rang out. Xuanzang, be careful. Silent meditation. Jianglu pointed at the Blood Tiger King, activating the silent meditation skill just as the malevolent energy coalesced within the Demon King's jaws. Instantly, the crimson energy dissipated into nothingness. The Blood Tiger King was taken aback, struggling to summon his internal energy, only to find it as stagnant as a still pond. The monk class, while feeble in terms of combat prowess, possessed an arsenal of control and auxiliary skills. What sorcery is this? A mere novice cultivator commands such power? The Blood Tiger King, having lived for a millennium, found himself confounded by this unprecedented occurrence. Amidst his astonishment, the Blood Tiger King's gaze fell upon Jianglu, whose head was adorned with a monk's hat, obscuring the scars upon his forehead. Suddenly, a memory flickered in the Blood Tiger King's mind, rumors of a young monk from the Great Buddha Temple who had ignited 12 incense scars, causing a sensation throughout the Tang dynasty. Could it be Chapter 61? The elixir of immortality among mortal cultivators. Those who reached the Void Return realm were deemed great masters. Beyond this threshold lay the path to celestial transcendence. Yet, how audacious for a mere novice to intrude upon the conflict between a master of the void return and a demon king. However, Zhang Lu not only intervened, but also played a significant role. The combined effects of the Guanyin mantra and the healing potion quickly allowed Master Fan Hai's wounds to recover substantially. Even the demonic energy that had gathered in the Blood Tiger King's mouth dissipated due to the control skill of the closed-mouth meditation, leaving all present in stunned silence. Dao Ji and Gao Yang were incredulous. Although they were aware of Zhang Lu's remarkable abilities, they never anticipated that his skills would be of such assistance in the fierce battle between the Demon King and the great cultivator of the Void Return realm. Master Fan Hai was equally astonished. Having directly experienced the healing effects of the Guanyin mantra and imbibed the healing potion, he clearly felt his injuries insignificantly. Such a seemingly miraculous power, difficult to believe it originated from a mere person of the Meridian realm. Could this be the foundation of the 12 disciples of the Fragrant Scars? Likewise, the Blood Tiger King acutely sensed the effects of the closed-mouth meditation, and amidst his shock, began to speculate about Zhang Lu's identity. His violent gaze swept over the crown of the Ming Wang atop Zhang Lu's head, filled with murderous intent. If this youth was indeed one of the recently renowned disciples of the 12 Fragrant Scars, then slaying him would certainly yield great rewards. With the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva also slain, how would the people of the great Buddha temple explain to their Buddha? Taking such a figure down with him would be a tremendous gain. Realizing Zhang Lu's identity, the Blood Tiger King, who initially aimed to impede Master Fan Hai to save himself, shifted his target to Zhang Lu and leapt towards him. While the demonic energy could not be mobilized due to the control effect of the closed-mouth meditation, as a demon king, even his physical strength alone was immensely powerful. Sanzang, be careful! Master Fan Hai shouted in alarm, swiftly rushing to aid. The might of the demon king was earth-shattering. Despite the absence of demonic energy, Zhang Lu found it impossible to evade the Blood Tiger King's gaping maw. Unable to do anything but watch as it approached him, even with the protection of the Ming Wang crown and the exemption from the Vidra mantra, Zhang Lu understood that it was impossible for him to withstand a blow from the Demon King under his current circumstances. With a loud thud, the one-armed Master Fan Hai collided fiercely with the Blood Tiger King at a critical moment, and the two tumbled together. In this struggle against demons and spirits, Master Fan Hai was acutely aware of his mission. His primary objective was to protect his disciple Sanzang. Now, with the Blood Tiger King evidently intent on dragging Sanzang down with him, Master Fan Hai had no choice but to fight desperately against the Demon King. Both the great cultivator of the Void Return realm and the Demon King were in a state of injury, battling with all their might. The world trembled, making it difficult for even a demon general to approach. Although the effect of the closed-mouth meditation was formidable, it lasted only a fleeting 2 seconds. As Zhang Lu observed this unfolding scene, he took a deep breath, wishing to assist, but a spell was cast, binding him with chains of Buddhist scripture that restricted his movements. Dao Ji, I have a task for you. Take Sanzang and leave Mount Futu. Depart quickly. Though the healing effects had left Zhang Lu with more vitality than the Blood Tiger King, in terms of power, the Blood Tiger King surpassed Master Fan Hai. As the two battled fiercely, the one-armed Master Fan Hai remained at a disadvantage. Senior brother, we must go. Gritting his teeth, Dao Ji realized the gravity of the situation and hoisted the bound Zhang Lu onto his shoulder, turning to flee down the mountain. Gao Yang followed suit in silence, wielding his whip and throwing daggers to carve a path for their escape, prioritizing flight over combat, gradually breaking free from the encirclement. Carrying Zhang Lu, Dao Ji dashed down the mountain, taking nearly half an hour to reach the foot, where the surrounding lesser demons had nearly vanished. Both Dao Ji and Gao Yang bore numerous injuries, appearing quite disheveled. Once they reached the base, the spell binding Zhang Lu dissipated, restoring his freedom. Senior brother, Master Fan Hai risked everything to ensure our escape. You must not return. Dao Ji urgently interposed himself before Zhang Lu, determined to prevent him from going back, as Zhang Lu silently gazed up at Mount Futu. Looking at Dao Ji, whose monk robes were tattered and face marred by a long scratch and blood, Zhang Lu sighed internally. After casting a Guanyin mantra on Dao Ji, he turned and bowed towards Mount Futu. Although he had been obstructed by the holy monk Long Hai when he sought to return to secular life after the incense offering ceremony, the monk had not employed coercive measures to keep him. In fact, during his time at the great Buddha temple, he had received considerable care. Today, Master Fanhai had gone to great lengths to protect his safety. This kindness weighed heavily on Jiang Lu's heart, filling him with both gratitude and guilt. "Oh, Jiang Lu, you are injured," Gao Yang exclaimed with concern, producing a handkerchief to bandage him. Jiang Lu's monk robe was shredded, revealing a long wound across his chest, appearing as though flesh had been torn away, causing Gao Yang to feel a pang of sympathy. Now that he relaxed, Jiang Lu became acutely aware of the sharp pain in his chest, likely a result of the Blood Tiger King's bite. Although Master Fanhai had managed to push the Blood Tiger King away at a critical moment, the sharp fangs had still left their mark. "Gao Yang, your injuries are severe as well." Observing her intently tending to his wounds, Jiang Lu's heart ached as he noted her own numerous injuries. He retrieved 2 healing potions, consuming one himself and handing the other to Gao Yang. Meanwhile, on the summit of Mount Futu, a massacre ensued, with the conflict between demons and humans drawing to a close. The 2 cultivators from Longhu Mountain and the Tianshi Hall unleashed a combined attack, causing the Frost Snow Demon General to cry out in agony as he was struck by a magical artifact, plummeting from the cliff of Mount Futu. Standing at the edge of the precipice, the 2 cultivators did not pursue the fallen Frost Snow Demon General. On the other side, the battle between the Blood Tiger King and Master Fanhai reached its climax. Both were nearing their limits. Ultimately, after sustaining a blow from Master Fanhai's Buddhist artifact that shattered his leg, the Blood Tiger King struck down hard with his claw, crushing Master Fanhai's skull, leaving him lifeless. Panting heavily, after slaying Master Fanhai, the Blood Tiger King reverted to human form, appearing as an elderly man, limping as he surveyed his surroundings. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, a remnant from when he had ripped into Jiang Lu in his tiger form. Though Master Fanhai lay dead, the Blood Tiger King still lived, albeit visibly diminished, nearly spent. The remaining human cultivators, terrified, fled in disarray. Weak and exhausted, the Blood Tiger King watched as the last remnants of humanity scurried away, knowing the remaining demons would pursue them, sparing him the effort. However, as the battle neared its end, a demon general approached the Blood Tiger King, exclaiming in surprise, "My king, you look significantly younger." Hearing this, the Blood Tiger King looked down at himself. In his human form, the age spots that had marred his skin had vanished, and his once sagging, wrinkled skin had regained its firmness. As he further assessed his physical state, he felt a surge of vitality, devoid of the frailty he once bore. How could this be? Why do I feel youthful again? The Blood Tiger King, though delighted, was primarily bewildered, reflecting on what he might have consumed recently. He pondered, had he not just torn away a piece of flesh from that young monk, seemingly one of the 12 fragrant scars? Could this be the cause? The flesh and blood of that young monk possesses the astonishing effect of immortality. I recall the bald, old monk from the Brahmin sea binding him, shouting his Dharma name, which seems to be Xuanzang. Chapter 62. The Road to the Ends of the Earth. Never to reunite. Dao Ji stood to the side, observing the affectionate interactions between Jiang Lu and Gao Yang, feeling somewhat awkward as he rubbed his nose, unsure of how to position himself. In truth, Dao Ji had long been aware of the burgeoning feelings between Jiang Lu and Gao Yang. During their initial encounter at Zhang Yuanwei's residence, they had been inseparable. However, times have changed. Jiang Lu was no longer an obscure little monk. He had lit 12 incense scars, becoming the monk with the deepest Buddhist affinity in the world and a paragon for all monks. Dao Ji harbored reservations regarding their romantic involvement, believing that as a disciple with 12 incense scars, Jiang Lu ought to be beyond reproach. Yet, after spending time together, Dao Ji felt immense respect. How could he now voice something that might dampen the mood? "Jiang Lu, let us depart," Gao Yang said softly, her delicate hand grasped by Jiang Lu's. Her eyes filled with a hint of affection. "Depart? Where do you mean to go?" Jiang Lu, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that Gao Yang's suggestion was far from a mere return to Chang'an. This expedition to Futu Mountain had resulted in significant losses for both the demon horde and humanity, with lives hanging in the balance. If they were to leave now, others might assume they had perished at the hands of demons. "Shall we find a secluded place to reside and live a simple life?" Gao Yang suggested, her eyes shimmering like water as she gazed at Jiang Lu. Although Jiang Lu had made a promise to return, and Gao Yang had agreed to wait for him, the prospect of eloping together now seemed a far more appealing. Her words stirred Jiang Lu's heart. Indeed, if they were to vanish, it could be as if he had perished in this battle against demons, possibly evading the scrutiny of the great Buddha temple and the Tang Emperor. despite having once vowed to marry Gaoyang honorably. He had been unaware of his identity as Tang Sanzang. If they could remain together, he would not hesitate to forsake that promise. Furthermore, the vision of them wandering the world as a heroic couple had always been his dream. Yet, though his heart stirred, the thought of his identity as Tang Sanzang doused his fervor like a bucket of cold water. Others may be oblivious to his circumstances, but Jiang Lu was acutely aware. The journey to the West for scriptures was the most pressing matter in the Buddhist realm, one of great concern to all deities and Buddhas. If he were merely a mortal monk, no matter how esteemed, retreating into obscurity might deceive the court and the great Buddha temple. However, could the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas above allow him to indulge in earthly pleasures and abandon his sacred mission? At that moment, who could predict what means the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas might employ to compel him into compliance? With his current strength, he could hardly contend with a demon leader, let alone defy the celestial Bodhisattvas and Buddhas. Jiang Lu, why are you silent? Are you reluctant to part with your current fame and fortune? Gaoyang asked, her pretty face tinged with irritation as she looked at Jiang Lu's silence. Am I such a person? Jiang Lu shook his head, observing Gaoyang's anger. As he gathered his thoughts, he refrained from stating outright that the journey to the West had yet to commence. You know I have lit 12 incense scars, which must indicate my reincarnation as a bodhisattva. Perhaps I have a significant mission. If I were to leave now and conceal my identity, perhaps the Buddha would not forgive me. He could not openly disclose the matter of the journey to the West. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Instead, Jiang Lu spoke in conjectures. There is no need for such excuses. If the Buddha truly has a task for you, he will communicate it directly. The future can be addressed later. If you are truly reluctant to abandon your fame and fortune, I will not pursue you further, Gaoyang replied. Her nature straightforward and decisive. If love is present, let it be. Dive in without hesitation. I do not seek eternal companionship, only the experience of genuine love. Even if your fears prove true, I would prefer to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. Her words, spoken with such candor, cast aside the modesty expected of a woman, moving Jiang Lu deeply. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lu resolutely nodded. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall accompany you. If calamity befalls us, we shall face it together. Brother, Gaoyang exclaimed, but Dao Ji, who had remained silent, was taken aback by Jiang Lu's agreement. Dao Ji, if you value our bond, please assist us. Jiang Lu turned earnestly to Dao Ji. Brother, you are the reincarnation of a bodhisattva and will surely be a leader in our Buddhist community. Is this course of action wise? Dao Ji's face bore a conflicted expression as he urged. Junior brother, Jiang Lu looked earnestly at Dao Ji, not responding to whether it was wise or not. But his steadfast gaze spoke volumes. Dao Ji studied Jiang Lu, noticing his unwavering resolve, and after a long silence, he sighed deeply. When we first met, you spared my life. Our bond was forged in the perilous journey to the demon suppression palace, where you even gifted me 2 Buddhist treasures. This kindness I shall never forget. I shall tell my master that you perished at the hands of demons, but if this falsehood is uncovered, I may become a sinner in the Buddhist community. Thank you. Jiang Lu felt a mix of joy, guilt, and gratitude upon hearing Dao Ji's willingness to help, and all his emotions condensed into those 2 words. Hand in hand, Jiang Lu and Gaoyang bid farewell to Dao Ji and turned to leave. Brother, today marks our parting. The road ahead is long, and our reunion is uncertain, Dao Ji murmured as he clasped his palms together, watching them depart. High above in the clouds, the Bodhisattva Guanyin sat upon her lotus throne, gazing down upon all beings, millions of lives visible to her discerning eyes. Even after 10 reincarnations, Jin Chanzi retained such wisdom. Had he already begun to intuit the journey to the West before it even commenced? Fortunately, I obtained a threat of fate from the god of marriage, ensuring that their love ignites like fire. Otherwise, with Jin Chanzi's calm demeanor, he likely would not have consented to elope today. Amitabha. Thankfully, all is proceeding according to plan. Chapter 63. The Tiger King Who Grants 500 Years of Life. Jiang Lu and Gaoyang walked hand in hand. Although they had agreed to venture far together, unease lingered in Jiang Lu's heart. The earthly Tang Emperor and the great Buddha temple were manageable, but would the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the West allow him to escape? No one could predict when the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas would employ their means to compel him onto the path to the West. However, as Jiang Lu glanced at Gaoyang, whose heart was full of joy, his spirit steadied. Since the revelation of Gaoyang's identity as a princess, he had not witnessed her so joyous. The consequences of their choice had been discussed, yet since it was Gao Yang's decision, he would accompany her. Even if calamity awaited them, they would face it together. Perhaps Gao Yang was right. Concerning matters of the heart, overthinking and hesitance were indeed ungraceful. As they traversed the dense underbrush, a figure emerged, and suddenly, Gao Yang spoke softly. At the base of Futu Mountain, where wild grasses thrived, a graceful silhouette clad in a pristine white cloak lay prone on the ground. Though obscured by the foliage, Jiang Lu found the attire somewhat familiar. After exchanging a glance, they approached cautiously, and indeed, the figure revealed itself to be the Frosty Snow Demon Commander, a subordinate of the Blood Tiger King. During the fierce battle, it had been struck down by the combined might of the Jinan Mountain and Longhu Mountain's Transformation Realm practitioners, only to encounter Jiang Lu and Gao Yang, who were about to depart. Is it that creature? We must eliminate it, Gao Yang exclaimed, her voice laced with fury upon recognizing the severely injured demon. However, Jiang Lu grasped her wrist firmly, shaking his head. Let us not add to the bloodshed. We have traversed this world of the journey to the west for several months, and I have discerned a pattern. Defeating monsters of higher levels not only yields greater experience, but also significantly increases the drop rate of valuable items. The disparity in levels correlates directly to the potential rewards. If we were to slay this Frosty Snow Demon Commander, we would undoubtedly acquire a wealth of treasures. But Jiang Lu, we barely escaped the clutches of the Blood Tiger King, and countless comrades have perished on the mountain. Even Master Fan Hai's fate hangs in the balance. Why should we spare this demon? Gao Yang's eyes held confusion as she regarded him. Although the Buddhist doctrine advocates compassion, surely there are moments when one must act decisively? Our initial encounter was due to the Snow Rabbit clan, and you once mentioned that the Frosty Snow Demon Commander is part of that lineage. Serving as a bridge of sorts between us, Jiang Lu explained, still holding her wrist. His heart bore a tinge of guilt for having previously slain members of the Snow Rabbit clan for sustenance, which invited retribution from its spirits, culminating in his own near demise at the hands of Brother Wukong. Meeting the Frosty Snow Demon Commander now offered him a chance to alleviate that guilt. A way to balance the scales of fate, as it were. Very well, if you are resolute in your decision, I shall abide by it. Gao Yang conceded after a moment's thought, sheathing her dagger. Observing the minuscule sliver of health remaining on the Frosty Snow Demon Commander's head, Jiang Lu pondered briefly, then decided to act with kindness. He cast a spell of mercy upon the demon before departing, thereby freeing himself from any obligation to the Snow Rabbit. Leaving Futu Mountain behind, the pair journeyed onward, and after traversing a considerable distance, they stumbled upon a quaint village. After some deliberation, they resolved to seek refuge there, withdrawing from the tumult of the world. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the battle at Futu Mountain sent tremors throughout the Tang dynasty. First, the conflict between the Dragon King and the Blood Tiger King had drawn the attention of the Heavenly Master Hall, which allied with the Great Buddha Temple and the practitioners of Jinan Mountain to quell the chaos. This marked one of the most significant confrontations between demons and humans since the dawn of the Tang dynasty, with many demons falling while human cultivators suffered catastrophic losses. Secondly, the cause of the ferocious battle between the Dragon King and the Blood Tiger King became clear. A legendary herb known as the Triad Fruit was on the verge of ripening at Futu Mountain, rumored to extend one's lifespan by 3 decades, thus explaining the desperation of the 2 demon lords. Thirdly, the venerable Master Jian of the Heavenly Master Hall pursued the Dragon King relentlessly, ultimately slaying it and seizing the Triad Fruit. Yet, Jian himself subsequently vanished, leading many to speculate that he had forsaken the Heavenly Master Hall in his covetousness. In the wake of the battle, news of the Triad Fruit spread like wildfire throughout the Tang dynasty, captivating the hearts and minds of the populace. However, mere days later, a new revelation emerged. Gao Yang, the beloved princess of the Tang Emperor, had gone missing, her fate uncertain. Additionally, the renowned disciple Xuanzang of the Great Buddha Temple, celebrated for his 12 fragrant scars, had perished at the hands of demons. This shocking news sent ripples of disbelief throughout the realm, especially considering the recent grand ceremony at the Great Buddha Temple, where Xuanzang had been honored, alongside his philosophical exchanges with Li Chunfeng. The loss of Master Fan Hai and the fate of Xuanzang deepened the crisis, prompting Emperor Li Shimin and the esteemed monk Long Hai to launch an extensive manhunt for the Blood Tiger King to exact vengeance for their fallen comrades. 2 months passed swiftly, and during this time, countless demon beings perished due to the relentless pursuit by the Emperor and the Great Buddha Temple, Yet the Blood Tiger King remained elusive. While the demons of Futu Mountain had scattered far and wide, in a secluded cave, a gaunt middle-aged man, dressed in simple attire and donning a felt hat, set up a feast of food and drink, raising his cup in camaraderie. Brother Tiger, we have known each other for centuries, our bond forged through trials. Come, you have saved my life on numerous occasions. With the Emperor and the great Buddha temple searching tirelessly outside, take refuge here in my cave without worry. The Blood Tiger King, in his human form, belched lightly, responding with a slurred voice. Ah, my dear wolf brother, do not speak so lightly. While I have saved you, you have also aided me in my times of need. Now, with the Shimin and that bald monk Long Eye scouring the land for me, only you have the courage to harbor me. I will forever remember your kindness. As they shared stories and drank heartily, the atmosphere grew increasingly jovial. However, the Wolf King, noticing that the Blood Tiger King was nearing inebriation, observed with a casual demeanor, Brother Tiger, the word on the street is that the triad fruit was snatched away by that old mud eel. How is it that you have regained your youth? Surely the rumors must be false? Indeed, the triad fruit was indeed seized by that old mud eel, but fortune has smiled upon me. Aha. The fruit merely extends life by a mere 180 years. Look at me now, brimming with vitality. I could easily live another 300 to 500. The Blood Tiger King chuckled, his breath heavy with the scent of alcohol. 300 to 500 years? How did you acquire such a lifespan? The Wolf King's eyes gleamed with intrigue, his hand trembling slightly around his cup. That is because I consumed a piece of flesh, none other than that of Master Xuanzang. Alas, the world believes him to be devoured by demons. I wonder who has benefited from his demise, he concluded with a mischievous grin. Chapter 64. Exposure. Dressed in coarse cloth and a cap, with a hoe slung over his shoulder, Jiang Lu trudged barefoot along a narrow path beside the fields, the remnants of yesterday's rain creating a muddy trail. Raising his gaze, he observed a village several hundred meters away, with wisps of smoke curling into the air, accompanied by the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking, a scene of serene tranquility. As he turned back to behold the sunset, geese returning to their nests, the idyllic countryside painted a picture of peace that stirred a yearning within him. Perhaps living a simple, unremarkable life for eternity would not be so bad after all. Upon reaching a nearby ditch, he washed the mud from his feet and slipped on his cloth shoes. Soon, he returned to the village, spotting a thatched cottage in the distance, where smoke also rose from the chimney. However, upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Lu's expression shifted, and he quickened his pace, just in time to see Gao Yang emerge from the house, coughing incessantly, her delicate features marred by soot. What happened? Is the house on fire? He inquired, noticing the smoke billowing from within. As the conversation unfolded, they rushed in, hastily extinguishing the flames and peering into the pot. To their astonishment, it was filled entirely with rice, congealed into a solid mass. Aunt Wang from next door remarked that, as a woman, washing clothes and cooking were essential duties. If a man like him cooked every day, he would be the subject of ridicule. Glancing at the charred contents of the pot, Gao Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered his head, asking, "Do you not add water when you cook rice?" Upon seeing the pot brimming with rice alone, Jiang Lu's lips twitched slightly. "Ah, you need to add water to cook rice?" Gao Yang replied, bewildered. "Oh no, this is disastrous." However, before Jiang Lu could impart some culinary wisdom to Gao Yang, chaos erupted outside, accompanied by loud shouts. Something has happened. Startled by the commotion, Jiang Lu and Gao Yang dashed outside. Indeed, in their small mountain village, a handful of bandits wielding knives were brutally attacking villagers and plundering their belongings. 2 younger girls had even been seized, ready to be abducted. A pallid man, his face sickly and a sword hanging at his waist, sat quietly atop a chestnut horse, clearly the leader of the marauders. As Jiang Lu and Gao Yang emerged, the 2 bandits were immediately drawn to Gao Yang, their eyes gleaming with desire. Despite her humble attire, Gao Yang, being a princess of the Tang dynasty, radiated beauty and grace that set her apart from the village women. The bandits rushed toward her, reaching out to snatch her away. Yet, with a scream, Gao Yang lifted her foot, kicking the 2 bandits away with force. Each was sent flying a considerable distance. Oh, this little mountain village harbors martial talent? The young man on the chestnut horse raised an eyebrow at the scene and spurred his horse forward, drawing his sword with a clang. Jiang Lu stepped forward, golden light surging from his hand as he struck the horse's head with a powerful punch. The impact was like a hammer, causing the horse to cry out and collapse. sending its rider tumbling to the ground. Although he preferred the quiet life of the village, Jiang Lu could not stand idly by while these bandits wreaked havoc and threatened Gaoyang. What a formidable opponent! The young man, rolling to his feet after 2 somersaults, gazed at Jiang Lu in astonishment, never expecting such a skilled fighter to reside in this humble village. Since the confrontation had commenced, Jiang Lu would not hold back against the ruthless bandits. He leaped toward the young man, raising his hand to summon the demon-subduing staff from his spatial storage, bringing it down with force. In an instant, the young man was taken aback by the appearance of the staff and retreated, thrusting his sword forward. The clash echoed as the staff shattered his sword effortlessly, the momentum continuing to strike his shoulder with a sickening crunch, clearly breaking his scapula. Yet, amid his injury, the young man raised his hand, unleashing a flash of azure light aimed at Jiang Lu's head. Was it a hidden weapon? Jiang Lu barely caught a glimpse of the blue shadow and quickly raised the staff to defend against the incoming attack. However, the azure shadow executed a swift maneuver in midair, circumventing the staff and darting toward Jiang Lu's forehead. Startled, Jiang Lu instinctively recoiled. Though he evaded the attack, his cap flew off, revealing his bald head. To his surprise, the projectile was not a weapon but a winged azure mantis. A demon? Jiang Lu realized that such speed indicated this mantis was no ordinary creature. So it is a monk. The young man, noticing Jiang Lu's exposed head, was momentarily taken aback. But upon closer inspection of the numerous incense-burned scars adorning Jiang Lu's scalp, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 12. You are Xuanzang, the master. With a clang, the young man's sword fell from his grasp as he stared at Jiang Lu in terror, muttering. Jiang Lu, caught off guard by the sudden exposure of his identity, sighed internally. Raising his hand, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames that erupted upon the young man. Within moments, 6 or 7 bandits lay slain by Jiang Lu's hand. Thank you, Master Xuanzang, for your timely rescue. The remaining villagers fell to their knees, bowing in reverence. Aunt Wang, Uncle Zhang, please rise. Having spent 2 months in this village, Gaoyang quickly helped them to their feet. Gaoyang, we must leave at once, far away from here. Our identities are compromised, and while these bandits are dead, they could have silenced the villagers to cover their tracks. Jiang Lu could not bear the thought of such a fate befalling them, so he took Gaoyang's hand and hurried home to gather their belongings before swiftly departing. Cawing loudly, a black crow circled above the village, screeching an ominous cry as it took flight. Xuanzang has been found. He is still alive. I must report this to the king for a handsome reward. Chapter 65. The 3 great demon kings in the Grand Buddha Temple. Within the main hall, Daoji, clad in monk's robes, bowed his head before the statue of the Buddha, engaged in repentance and reciting scriptures. Having lied about Xuanzang's demise at the hands of demons, he had been plagued by guilt, observing the distress of Master Longhai, who had been consumed by remorse over the past 2 months. Amitabha, 2 months have passed without any word of my brother or Princess Gaoyang. I wonder how they fare. While repenting before the Buddha, Daoji could not help but think of Jiang Lu and Gaoyang's predicament. As a monk with 12 scars, he was deeply connected to the Buddha's teachings and believed he was destined for a promising future, revered by countless monks. Yet, for the sake of personal feelings, he had chosen to live in obscurity. Though he had acquiesced out of emotion, the thought of Jiang Lu's potential weighed heavily on him. Xianglong, do you know your sins? Just as Daoji sat in contemplation before the statue, a thunderous voice reverberated, seizing his attention. He looked up in shock to find the previously downcast Buddha statue now gazing directly at him, its eyes filled with profound intensity. The Buddha has manifested. O Buddha, I acknowledge my sins, Daoji exclaimed, prostrating himself before the statue, momentarily disregarding the name Xianglong. Xianglong, Xuanzang's fate is crucial to our Buddhist plans. Yet you secretly aided his escape. Do you comprehend the gravity of your sin? The Buddha's gaze weighed heavily upon Daoji. Buddha, I acknowledge my sins. He stammered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead in fear. Xuanzang's destiny has long been sealed, beyond mortal interference. Your selfish thought has led to his dire predicament. Go now and save him. As the sound of the Buddha statue resonated, a sudden message surfaced in Daoji's mind. A river in peril, a call for rescue. In a state of half-dreaming, it felt as if he had merely dozed off. When Daoji regained his focus and gazed upon the Buddha statue before him, it remained unchanged. Its gaze still cast downwards, as if everything had been a mere figment of his imagination. Yet, Daoji dared not dismiss what had just transpired. He vividly recalled that his senior brother, Xuanzang, was in grave danger and urgently needed assistance. Master, Dragon Sea Master, quickly, we must save him. Failing to even pay his respects to the Buddha statue, Daoji shouted as he sprinted toward the hall's exit upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhang Lu and Gao Yang were walking away into the distance. Their small village had been attacked by bandits. Neither of them regretted taking action, for inaction would not have spared them from the bandits' wrath. However, during the fray, Jiang Lu's head had been knocked off, exposing his identity to the onlookers, an unforeseen consequence he had not anticipated. Although the bandits had silenced their victims, the villagers had been unable to harm them. Thus, both Jiang Lu and Gao Yang could only retreat. Initially contemplating a life of seclusion, Jiang Lu understood that with his identity now revealed, the great Buddha temple and the Tang dynasty would soon learn of the news, leading to a significant search for him. It's all right, Gao Yang, sensing his thoughts, gently grasped his hand. Even if the emperor captures you, it's nothing to worry about. We had already agreed that I would wait for your return in the palace. Being captured is merely a return to our previous arrangement. Does the emperor truly intend to kill us? These past 2 months spent together have already been a blessing. Yes, I understand, Jiang Lu replied, returning her grip with a nod. Her words rang true. It was hardly a dire situation. At worst, it would revert to their previous circumstances. After a day of evasion, as twilight descended, Jiang Lu and Gao Yang arrived at the outskirts of a town. Suddenly, they were drawn to a pained groan emanating from ahead. Approaching the sound, they discovered a woman seated on the ground, clutching her foot. Excuse me, I am from Yong'an Town. I accidentally twisted my ankle while returning home. Could you please help me back? My family will surely reward you. The woman urgently pleaded upon seeing Jiang Lu and Gao Yang approach. Madam, it's a simple task. Gao Yang, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous woman, stepped forward without hesitation. However, Jiang Lu instinctively grasped Gao Yang's hand, eyeing the woman with caution. The scene felt eerily familiar. Ah, indeed. The woman among the bandits at the back of Jinshan Temple had employed the same ruse to deceive him. As the saying goes, a fall into a pit. A gain in wisdom. Though this moment might not involve deceit, it is wise to remain vigilant. Ah, you think to deceive me? Desist, Jiang Lu declared, raising his hand and feigning a stance of having unraveled her scheme. In the midst of his words, the demon-slaying staff appeared in his grasp, swinging fiercely toward the woman. Jiang Lu, Gao Yang exclaimed, her expression shifting in alarm at his unexpected aggression. With a mock attack, Jiang Lu observed the fear in the woman's eyes, ready to retract his force, but in an instant, his staff was seized by her hand. Impressive. Are you a disciple of Master Xuanzang? I thought I had concealed my intent well. How did you discern it? The woman asked earnestly, gripping the staff. I say, you old hag, why resort to such convoluted schemes? Master Xuanzang is merely at the Meridian Realm. You could have taken him directly without any trickery. A male voice interjected as a slender man stepped forth. Who are you? Jiang Lu questioned, feeling the weight of the staff as if a mountain bore down upon him. Astonished at the strength of his adversaries while scrutinizing the pair before him, they were the greedy Wolf King and the Cunning King, collaborators since time immemorial. Before either could respond, another voice echoed. Glancing over, they noticed a white phosphorus snake had climbed onto Gao Yang. As the words fell, the snake transformed into a woman, her purple nails gripping Gao Yang's throat. Can it truly shapeshift? A demon king? Jiang Lu's expression changed upon witnessing the transformation, processing the identities of the man and woman. Demons, with profound cultivation, exhibit various manifestations. Fairies typically grow in size. Monsters begin to speak. Demon soldiers mimic human actions, standing upright. Above them, demon generals can wield extraordinary powers, such as manipulating the elements. Lastly, demon kings can fully assume human forms. Before him stood 3 demon kings. What strength do demon kings possess? The contention between the Blood Tiger King and the Flood Dragon King on Fuda Mountain serves as an example. Yet, to encounter 3 demon kings here, was it truly to eliminate him, a disciple of the 12 Scar Buddhas? However, something felt amiss. If their sole intent was to eliminate him, a mere demon general would suffice. Yet, the presence of demon kings and the apparent competition among them to kill him seemed illogical. Did they believe that by slaying him, they would earn a reward? White Poison King, what brings you here? The Cunning King, now in the guise of a woman, fixed her gaze on the white snake-turned woman, asking with intensity. while the alliance of two demon kings instilled confidence. It was undeniable that a master of poison could triumph over numbers, a frequent occurrence. The White Poison King's toxins were among the most formidable in the Tang dynasty. Why? If you can come, why can't I? I have my reasons for being here, just as you do, the White Poison King replied, her grip on Gaoyang tightening. You know of the flesh of immortality? How did you come by this knowledge? The greedy Wolf King and Cunning King, now aware of the gravity of the matter, questioned in astonishment. You think you can intoxicate the Blood Tiger King and extract this secret from him? Do you truly believe that no secrets exist in this world? Jiang Lu, overhearing the conversation between the demon kings, felt a surge of realization. No wonder the three demon kings had appeared, seemingly vying for something, his flesh that could grant immortality. A single fruit of the three heroes could incite a deadly conflict between the Blood Tiger King and the Flood Dragon King. It was no surprise that the three demon kings had mobilized for this. As Jiang Lu pondered deeply, a pink, noxious mist spewed forth from the mouth of the White Poison King, enveloping the two beleaguered demons. White Poison King, your poison may be formidable, but we are both at the level of demon kings. Do you truly believe one person can contend with us both? Can you snatch Xuanzang away? You underestimate us gravely. The Wolf King said, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he surveyed the poisonous gas surrounding them. How can one know without trying? The White Poison King appeared confident in her toxic abilities. Just as the three demon kings were poised to strike, Jiang Lu stepped forward and interjected, Wait, esteemed ones. May I inquire how you came to know that my flesh grants immortality? Although this notion had been mentioned in the original text, Jiang Lu was curious as to how such a rumor could emerge without cause. You don't even know? This question left the three demon kings beside him momentarily stunned. What do you know? Jiang Lu replied, equally perplexed. During the battle at Futa Mountain, did the Blood Tiger King not tear a piece of flesh from you? The White Poison King inquired, seemingly in no hurry to attack. Jiang Lu touched his chest. His wounds had long since healed, and he nodded. Indeed, that is true. Could it be that this has extended his lifespan? Indeed, since then, the Blood Tiger King has been brimming with vitality, appearing even younger, with rumors suggesting an extension of 500 years. The White Poison King confirmed. Is it true? Can my flesh genuinely prolong life? Jiang Lu's mind was now illuminated with understanding. Wait, you are the White Poison King, correct? They captured me for my immortal flesh, but why have you seized Gaoyang? Jiang Lu asked, glancing at Gaoyang, who was being choked by the White Poison King, his concern for her safety mingling with confusion. At Jiang Lu's words, the formidable king of disguise, now resembling a woman, raised an eyebrow in surprise at the White Poison King, sensing something amiss. It was indeed natural for the two to capture Xuanzang, but what purpose did the White Poison King have in capturing Gaoyang? Oh, Xuanzang. Your mind is as clear as ever. Do you think I would go through the trouble of explaining the matter of the immortal flesh and deliberately obstruct their path to delay for no reason? The White Poison King laughed melodically. Casting a glance at the beleaguered pair, the White Poison King continued, as the saying goes, divine powers cannot rival destiny. Do you both believe that the news of Master Xuanzang's return is known only to our demon clan? Suddenly, the expressions of the two beleaguered demons changed dramatically. Just then, as if to confirm the suspicions of the two demon kings, a brilliant Buddhist light appeared on the horizon, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, a sound so pure and radiant that it sent shivers through the three demon kings. The old bald donkey of the Dragon Sea has arrived. Run. Glancing back at the resplendent Buddhist light, the two beleaguered demons disregarded the pink, noxious mist, their demonic energy surging as they broke through the encirclement. With one hand gripping Gaoyang and the other sweeping her jade hand, unleashed a torrent of poison that surged forth like a tsunami. White Poison King. As a member of the demon clan, how can you conspire with humans? Although they fled swiftly, the poison clung to them like a relentless parasite, leaving their heads spinning as they cursed in both anger and fear. Curse away. I have foreseen your demise. You are doomed today, while I shall relish this immortal flesh. The White Poison King laughed triumphantly. As the dazzling Buddhist light descended, the resonant dragon's roar reverberated, sending the already poisoned Wolf King and the Demon King flying, both spitting out demonic blood. Jiang Lu, having also inhaled the toxic fumes, felt his head grow heavy and collapsed to the ground, barely able to stand. Yet, as he glanced at the beleaguered demons, he noticed their vitality had been halved. Xuanzang, you are indeed unharmed. How wonderful. As the Buddhist light receded, The Dragon Sea Saint Monk and Daoji descended from the heavens, witnessing Jiang Lu being aided by Daoji, which filled Dragon Sea with delight. Save Gaoyang. She has been poisoned by the noxious mist. Jiang Lu felt faint, nearly slipping into unconsciousness, yet he mustered his strength to speak. Gaoyang has been captured by a demon king. How can I not be concerned? Rest assured, I am here, Dragon Sea reassured him, patting Jiang Lu's shoulder gently. Take good care of Jiang Lu, he instructed Daoji, before turning his gaze back to the White Poison King. Ba, White Poison. Princess Gaoyang is the beloved daughter of the Tang Emperor. I advise you to release her, otherwise, the Tang Emperor will surely raise your mountain of 10,000 serpents to the ground. Hee, Dragon Sea, do not intimidate me. Before I came here, I had already dispersed the demons of the mountain of 10,000 serpents. The fate of the Tang Emperor's beloved daughter also lies in your hands. I seek but one item. Should you agree, Princess Gaoyang will emerge unscathed. Otherwise, I would like to see if your great Buddhist temple and the court can withstand the legendary corrupt spirit poison that can kill even deities. At the mention of the corrupt spirit poison, the expression of the Dragon Sea Saint Monk changed. What is it that you desire? Dragon Sea asked, maintaining his composure. All the world knows that Master Xuanzang's flesh has the power of immortality. I wish to sample it, the White Poison King replied playfully. A piece of flesh for the life of Princess Gaoyang. Surely, that is a worthy exchange? Impossible. The Dragon Sea Saint Monk's countenance darkened. Jiang Lu, summoning every ounce of strength he had left, shouted, I agree. Chapter 67. The Dragon Subduing Arhut, the beleaguered demon kings, both at the level of demon kings, chose to flee in the presence of the Dragon Sea Saint Monk. Yet, the White Poison King remained composed, not because her strength surpassed that of the beleaguered demons. For had it been so, she would have seized Xuanzang and departed without delay. In truth, the White Poison King's mastery of poison was exquisite. But her divination skills were equally profound. Upon learning that Master Xuanzang was still alive, she had consulted her fortune before setting out. The auspicious signs indicated that her endeavor would be fraught with peril, yet would ultimately lead to success, allowing her to obtain the immortal flesh. Thus, she was confident, believing she could capture Gaoyang and delay until Dragon Sea's arrival. Indeed, as the divination foretold, the two demons proved no match for her, and she could exchange Princess Gaoyang for a piece of immortal flesh. The White Poison King was not surprised by Jiang Lu's response. Rather, the unfolding events aligned perfectly with her predictions, leaving her unfazed. Dragon Sea, since Master Xuanzang has made his choice, why must you act as a villain? She said with a smile, still gripping Gaoyang's neck. Xuanzang, no. You must understand. Dragon Sea turned to Jiang Lu, opposing him. Saint Monk, I have made up my mind. Jiang Lu interjected, interrupting Dragon Sea's protest. Though he was weak and on the brink of collapse, his intermittent words radiated determination. A piece of flesh can ensure Gaoyang's safety. I am willing to sacrifice for it. As he spoke, Jiang Lu slowly raised his hand, retrieving a kitchen knife from his spatial pouch, and aimed it toward his arm. Slap. Just as the knife was about to descend upon his flesh, Jiang Lu's wrist was seized by someone. Daoji had intervened. Daoji? Jiang Lu exclaimed in surprise, looking up at him. Even Dragon Sea had refrained from forcibly stopping his decision, yet Daoji had acted, which astonished Jiang Lu. Ba, Master Xuanzang. Such self-harm would bring shame to the Buddhist faith. Daoji's demeanor was solemn, his eyes seemingly brimming with infinite majesty as he spoke in a deep, steady voice. Without allowing Jiang Lu a moment to respond, his gaze shifted to the White Poison King, and a brilliant, pure Buddhist light radiated from him, more robust and resplendent than that of the Dragon Sea Saint Monk. How dare a mere white serpent behave so audaciously before me? You, who are you? Such overwhelming and refined Buddhist power can only belong to someone extraordinary, not an ordinary monk. The White Poison King's face revealed terror as he clutched the high sun, retreating step by step. It was not merely a matter of power disparity. Facing Daoji, the White Poison King felt an insurmountable sense of encountering a natural enemy. He is not Daoji. Who is he? Although he bore an identical appearance to the Daoji I know, his demeanor and strength were on an entirely different level. Jiang Lu thought in shock. I am the dragon-lowering Arhut, one of the 18 Arhats beneath the Buddha in the Western Paradise. How many dragon clans have I subdued in this world? You, a mere serpent demon, are courting death, Daoji declared, his tone commanding as he towered over the White Poison King. As he spoke, his hand extended towards the White Poison King. the dragon-lowering Arhat. Could this truly be the reincarnation of the dragon-lowering Arhat? Zhang Lu whispered to himself, contemplating Daoji's name and the legend of the living Buddha Jigong, while also recalling his doubts about whether Daoji was indeed the dragon-lowering Arhat reincarnated, especially given the 9 incense scars on him. Now, it appeared that at this critical moment, Daoji's primordial spirit had awakened and transformed back into the dragon-lowering Arhat. Regardless, with the dragon-lowering Arhat's emergence, Zhang Lu felt a wave of relief. Even if it was merely a primordial spirit, the dragon-lowering Arhat was a transcendent being, far beyond the capabilities of this mortal serpent demon. Indeed, as the dragon-lowering Arhat asserted, his title implied the ability to subdue serpents, making it all the more effortless. Ba, so it is the reincarnation of the dragon-lowering Arhat. No wonder there is such a profound connection to Buddhism. Upon hearing the dragon-lowering Arhat reveal his identity, the Dragon Sea Saint monk was astounded by Daoji's transformation and soon came to a realization. No, this cannot be. As he watched the dragon-lowering Arhat's hand reach towards him, despite the palm's slow approach, the White Poison King felt an inescapable dread, helplessly witnessing the hand descend upon him. He had long foreseen that this endeavor would be fraught with danger, yet ultimately successful, allowing him to taste the flesh of immortality. Why, then, had the dragon-lowering Arhat appeared? As the dragon-lowering Arhat's hand reached out, even the Demon King, the White Poison King, had no means to resist. He reverted to his true form as a white serpent, easily grasped by the dragon-lowering Arhat. With a firm grip, the White Poison King was crushed as if he were an ordinary snake. Thank you for your intervention, dragon-lowering Arhat. With the White Poison King dispatched, the Dragon Sea Saint monk bowed to the dragon-lowering Arhat. There is no need for thanks, in terms of identity. I am but a reincarnated disciple, and you remain my master in this life, the dragon-lowering Arhat replied calmly, returning the bow. After acknowledging the Dragon Sea Saint monk, the dragon-lowering Arhat raised his hand, lifting the unconscious Zhang Lu. Having succumbed to the toxic miasma, his mind was hazy, and he had only mustered the strength to remain conscious due to Hai Sun's life-threatening predicament. Upon witnessing Daoji transform into the dragon-lowering Arhat, he exhaled in relief, but could no longer withstand the effects of the toxins and succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh no! While the dragon-lowering Arhat caught the fainted Zhang Lu, the Dragon Sea Saint monk, having helped Hai Sun to her feet, suddenly changed countenance and exclaimed. Hai Sun too was in a state of unconsciousness. The marks left by the White Poison King's claws around her neck seeping with purple-red poison that spread throughout her body. Arhat. Princess Hai Sun is the beloved daughter of the Tang Emperor and is gravely poisoned. I implore you, Arhat, to intervene, the Dragon Sea Saint monk urged. Observing Hai Sun's evident condition, Ba, the corruption spirit poison is beyond my ability to dispel. This girl is fated to endure this calamity. Saint monk, you should escort her back to the palace, the dragon-lowering Arhat replied, casting a sidelong glance at Hai Sun, his expression calm and indifferent. Chapter 68. Daoji is the dragon-lower. But the dragon-lowering is not Daoji rubbing his head. Zhang Lu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze initially dazed. However, clarity soon returned as he recalled the events involving the 3 demon kings and Daoji's transformation into the dragon-lowering Arhat. Ba, Xuanzang, you have awakened. A familiar yet strange voice resonated beside him. The familiarity stemmed from the voice itself, yet its tone felt oddly foreign. Turning to the source, he found Daoji, or rather, the dragon-lowering Arhat, sitting nearby, quietly observing him. Arhat, what has become of Hai Sun? Zhang Lu inquired as he sat up. Though he felt assured with the dragon-lowering Arhat present, his heart remained unsettled for not having witnessed Hai Sun escape danger. Ba, Xuanzang, as a disciple of the Buddhist path, you should understand that one must not indulge in romantic sentiments. The dragon-lowering Arhat chastised, his gaze fixed sternly upon Zhang Lu without addressing his question. Taken aback by the Arhat's rebuke, Zhang Lu paused, then after a moment of silence, he felt a vast chasm between the dragon-lowering Arhat before him and the Daoji he once knew. Are you Daoji? Daoji is the identity of my true spirit's reincarnation. His experiences and memories are but a trivial portion of my existence spanning thousands of years, the dragon-lowering Arhat replied calmly. Daoji is the dragon-lowering. Yet the dragon-lowering is not Daoji. This statement encapsulated the relationship of inclusion and exclusion, a concept Zhang Lu grasped readily. To simplify, If Daoji's experiences and memories were akin to a cup of water gathered over a few years, then the dragon lowering's experiences and memories, spanning thousands of years, resembled a vast pond. Pouring this cup into the pond would yield obvious consequences. I know the golden cicada, unwavering in his devotion to Buddhism, is the second disciple of the Buddha, admired by all in the Lingshan for his heart and essence. He has reincarnated 10 times, with the first 9 iterations steadfast in their mission of seeking scriptures. Yet, I never anticipated that in this crucial last life, you would become so enthralled by romantic entanglements. The dragon-lowering Arhat paused, feeling both anger and helplessness, realizing it was time to reveal the truth about the mission of seeking scriptures. The dragon-lowering Arhat had descended to the mortal realm for a purpose. The Buddha granted him a chance for redemption by guiding the golden cicada's reincarnation onto the path of destiny. In his perception, the 9 previous reincarnations had remembered their missions, and this task should not have been difficult. Yet, he was dismayed to find that in this final life, the golden cicada had become entranced by romantic affairs. Such a situation, the dragon-lowering Arhat resolved to prevent by any means necessary. Fortunately, Hai Sun had already succumbed to the corruption spirit poison, a toxin potent enough to kill even deities. Not only did he lack the ability to dispel it, but he would also never intervene for her sake. Nevertheless, Jiang Lu was already aware of his destiny to seek scriptures. Upon learning this revelation, he did not react with shock or panic, but instead focused intently on the dragon-lowering Arhat, reiterating, "You have yet to answer my question. What has become of Hai Sun? Is she safe from danger?" He had just revealed his destiny to seek scriptures, yet his concern remained steadfastly on that woman. The dragon-subduing Arhat, both astonished and enraged, fell into a brief silence before deciding it was time to reveal the truth, thereby extinguishing any lingering romantic notions he might. "The mere serpent demon has been vanquished by me, yet my intervention came too late. It had already infused Princess Gaoang with the corrupting poison. I lack the ability to dispel it, and after a span of 49 days, the girl will inevitably succumb to a gruesome decay from within. You did this on purpose." The words of the dragon-subduing Arhat left Jiang Lu aghast, abruptly rising from his bed to confront the Arhat with a shout. "With your transcendent cultivation, capable of subduing dragons, how could you allow a mere white snake to poison before you? This must be intentional. Ba, please comprehend the situation." "I am under no obligation to save anyone," responded the dragon-subduing Arhat with an unruffled demeanor, his voice calm. This retort rendered Jiang Lu speechless. Indeed, from a logical standpoint, the Arhat bore no duty to intervene, and it was entirely within reason for him to sever the bond between himself and Gaoang. Such an outcome had long been anticipated by Jiang Lu. However, when faced with this reality, he felt a profound sense of disarray. Although from the perspective of the Buddhist realm, the dragon-subduing Arhat's actions, even if they led to Gaoyang's demise, could be justified, Jiang Lu could not suppress his indignation. "Ah, what a compassionate Buddhist sect," he thought, gazing intently at the dragon-subduing Arhat, exasperated yet amused, before turning and hastily exiting. The Arhat did not impede Jiang Lu's departure. The corrupting poison was not something that could be easily resolved by mortal means, regardless of the tumult. Only the remaining 49 days remained. "Ba, Arhat, are you not concerned that this action might provoke a strong backlash from Xuanzang?" questioned the Dragon Sea Saint, who entered as Jiang Lu departed, palms clasped together, his expression fraught with concern. Though both the dragon-subduing Arhat and the Dragon Sea Saint opposed the relationship between Jiang Lu and Gaoyang, the former's approach was rather direct and brusque, lacking the gentleness of the latter. "Fear not, he is merely Xuanzang, not Jin Chanzi. Why should I fear his resentment?" The Arhat waved his hand dismissively. Daoji is the dragon-subduing Arhat, yet the dragon-subduing Arhat is not Daoji. Likewise, Xuanzang is Jin Chanzi, but Jin Chanzi is not Xuanzang. Should he reach the great Thunder Sound Temple in the west and attain the true scriptures, he might even thank me for assisting him in severing these worldly attacks. The Dragon Sea Saint sighed inwardly, disapproving of the dragon-subduing Arhat's conduct. Having spent some time together, he believed he understood Xuanzang's temper. Although he was clear about enmities and allegiances, Xuanzang was still a passionate youth. The boy who once boldly declared his intent to renounce the monastic life during the incense ceremony might react unpredictably if pushed to his limits. In the grand palace of the Tang dynasty, Princess Gaoyang lay quietly on her sickbed, her face veiled. Emperor Li Shimin sat beside her, holding a teacup, his expression serene. Though the tea had grown cold, untouched, Within the palace, a dozen elderly imperial physicians appeared troubled. They were powerless against the princess's poison. By her bedside stood a middle-aged Taoist priest, approximately 50 years of age, exuding an ethereal presence. One hand held a whisk, while the other rested on Gaoyang's delicate wrist, quietly taking her pulse. It was evident that a grotesque corruption of flesh was slowly spreading across her once pure skin. After a long moment, the Taoist withdrew his hand with a soft sigh. "Yuan Taoist, what is the state of Princess Gaoyang?" Li Shimin inquired, placing his now cold teacup down as he turned to the young Taoist. "Report." Just then, a eunuch rushed in, panting. "Your Majesty, Master Xuanzang requests an audience with the princess." "Xuanzang? What business does he have? Deny him entry." Li Shimin's brow furrowed slightly at the eunuch's words as he waved dismissively. "What of the 12 scars? What of the legendary Bodhisattva reincarnate? Were it not for him, how would Gaoyang find herself in such dire straits? As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, there were few matters within his realm that he could not uncover. When Elder Jian returned with Gaoyang, he surely reported her relationship with Jiang Lu to Li Shimin. Prior to the incense ceremony, he was aware of some affection between Xuanzang and Gaoyang, and after the ceremony, he noted her despondence. When the Dragon Sea Saint brought Xuanzang, Li Shimin assumed it was to sever ties with Gaoyang entirely, thus he turned a blind eye. Little did he expect that this monk, having formally renounced the world, would abduct his daughter. Had it not been for this disciple of the Buddhist order with 12 scars, how would Gaoyang have been poisoned? Thus, despite knowing Xuanzang's identity, Li Shimin, driven by paternal love, felt anger towards him and saw no need to show him any respect. "Father, I wish to see him," Gaoyang feebly interjected. Awakening at her father's words, "Gaoyang," Li Shimin stepped closer, his expression complex. He felt both sorrow for her affliction and anger at her condition, especially as she seemed to still hold affection for that monk. His frustration with Jiang Lu grew stronger. "Father, I understand. This corrupting poison can kill even celestial beings. I don't have much time left, do I?" Gaoyang, her face veiled, spoke weakly. Li Shimin sighed deeply, then signaled to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch, understanding, exited to bring Jiang Lu into the chamber. As Jiang Lu entered, Li Shimin scoffed lightly, and then, accompanied by the palace physicians and Yuan Tiangang, departed to discuss the antidote in a nearby hall. Despite his displeasure, he granted the two young lovers a moment alone. "Jiang Lu, I am sorry. I may not be able to stay with you much longer," Gaoyang whispered, struggling to sit up. "That will not happen. I will not allow you to perish." Jiang Lu hastened to her side, supporting her upright, his expression earnest. "The days spent in seclusion with you have been my happiest. Yet alas, fate has conspired against us." Leaning gently against Jiang Lu's shoulder, Gaoyang murmured, her voice faint. "Fate? Huh. I had previously remarked on this," Jiang Lu thought, internally scoffing. Although the dragon subduing Arhut had not admitted it in the great Buddha temple, Jiang Lu suspected that these events were indeed orchestrated by him. This implied that his earlier fears had materialized. The Buddhist order would not allow him to remain in seclusion, forsaking the monumental task of retrieving the scriptures from the West. Yet, before Jiang Lu could finish his thought, Gaoyang placed a hand over his lips, gently shaking her head. "Do not speak, I understand. However, as I mentioned before, I harbor no regrets. My days in that quaint village were the happiest of my life. If I were to depart, and you found yourself missing me, remember to visit my grave. However, do not bring any other girls with you. With my absence, you will undoubtedly become a revered monk, esteemed by many, and it is unlikely that you would engage with another girl. I simply lament that throughout our acquaintance, you have always cooked for me, while I have never fulfilled my duties as a woman. If there is a next life, I would gladly stand by your side at the stove every day." Jiang Lu gently held Gaoyang in his arms, listening to her soft murmurs, which felt like a farewell. He remained silent, simply absorbing her words. Perhaps fatigue overcame her, or the poison took effect. After a brief exchange, Gaoyang drifted off to sleep once more. Jiang Lu carefully laid her on the bed, observing the increasing signs of decay on her youthful skin, yet his expression remained serene. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly, his tone resolute. "Gaoyang, do not worry, I will honor my promises to you. I vowed to marry you splendidly and declared that if we faced adversity, we would confront it together. I also promised that I would not allow you to perish." With those words, Jiang Lu seemed to have made a significant decision, his demeanor unwavering as he turned to exit the grand hall. In a side chamber, Emperor Li Shimin's face was as solemn as water, and the attending physicians dared not breathe. Taoist priest Yuan Tiangang shook his head with a sigh, the atmosphere heavy with foreboding. The poison of the corpse spirit, said to be lethal even to celestial beings, was not something mere mortals could remedy. As the emperor entered the side hall and observed the expressions of those present, Jiang Lu understood the gravity of the situation. He approached Li Shimin and bowed his head respectfully. Glancing at Jiang Lu, the emperor offered no response, his countenance cold and indifferent. Jiang Lu was not surprised by Li Shimin's aloofness. He boldly declared, "I have a request, and I hope your majesty will bestow Princess Gaoyang upon me." These words struck like a bolt of thunder, leaving everyone in the side hall speechless. The physicians looked at Jiang Lu in disbelief, and even Yuan Tiangang widened his eyes in astonishment. Li Shimin, who had initially maintained a detached demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, almost unable to believe his ears. "What did you say? You wish to marry Gaoyang?" "Yes, I earnestly hope for your majesty's consent," Jiang Lu affirmed with unwavering conviction. Nodding emphatically, "Are you aware of the commotion your words will cause given your status?" "I am aware." "Do you understand that Gaoyang's time is short?" "I understand." "Are you cognizant of the fact that disciples of the Buddha are forbidden to marry?" "I know." His steadfast responses to the emperor's 3 inquiries prompted Li Shimin to regard him with newfound seriousness. Initially filled with anger towards Jiang Lu, the emperor now perceived the depth of his feelings for Gaoyang, and his expression softened from indifference and ire to something gentler. "Xuanzang," Li Shimin began, extending his hand to pat Jiang Lu's shoulder with earnestness. "Please call me Jiang Lu, your majesty," Jiang Lu corrected, placing aside the crown of the Ming king atop his head. "Xuanzang is my monastic name. Jiang Lu is my given name." "Jiang Lu, why do this?" Li Shimin continued. "I understand your affection for Gaoyang, but I cannot grant your request, and I believe Gaoyang would not consent either. You have your own future to consider. There is no need to make such a rash decision. Your willingness to speak so boldly brings me great comfort as her father." Upon concluding his words, Li Shimin surveyed those present and stated solemnly, "Regarding what Master Xuanzang has just expressed, I do not wish for anyone to disclose it." "Understood, your majesty," the palace maids, eunuchs, and physicians replied in unison. Hearing the emperor's words, Jiang Lu proclaimed, "No, your majesty, I am serious. I swear to heaven that I wish to marry Princess Gaoyang today, through life and death, forever." With a thunderous crack, the heavens, causing alarm as darkness enveloped the sky. In that moment, it seemed as if heaven itself was enraged, and countless commoners fell to their knees in fear. Chapter 70. The majesty of the human emperor in a corner of the celestial realm, a white mouse transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. Kneeling and knocking her forehead against the ground, "Spare me, I beseech you, esteemed immortals, I know my wrongs." "Humph! You audacious white-furred mouse spirit dared to steal the fragrant flowers and precious candles of Buddha. How could we, father and son, spare your life?" A middle-aged man with a long beard held a golden pagoda, his expression stern. Beside him stood a delicate youth, riding a wheel of wind and fire, wielding a fiery spear. These two were none other than the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King and Neza. At that moment, the heavens trembled, and the sound of thunder, causing both the Heavenly King and Neza to pause in confusion. After using his powers to investigate, Neza's youthful face displayed surprise. The reincarnation of Jin Shanzi, Master Xuanzang, intends to marry the daughter of the Tang Emperor? Alas, the Tang Emperor's daughter is on the brink of death. Is he not entangling himself? He pondered, bewildered, whether love could truly inspire one to disregard life and death. The white mouse spirit, prostrating on the ground, dared not speak, yet in her heart, she silently remembered that such a devoted man existed in the world. Alas, Chang'e must regret stealing the elixir, the blue sea and sky. My heart aches each night. Little did she know that Master Xuanzang was indeed a passionate man. Inside the moon palace, the celestial maiden Chang'e cradled a jade rabbit, gently stroking its soft fur. Her voice melancholic and her gaze distant, lost in thought. The jade rabbit in Chang'e's embrace sparkled with brilliance, appearing exceptionally lively. In the west, at the great Thunder Sound Temple, as the heavens trembled and thunder resonated, Buddha paused his discourse, his gaze deep, as if transcending time and space. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present felt the unusual significance of the event, each displaying varying degrees of astonishment as they used their divine powers to discern the situation. "Buddha, I have failed in my duties. I never expected that Jin Shanzi would be so deeply entwined with Gaoyang," the Bodhisattva Guanyin acknowledged as she rose to apologize. There is no need for self-reproach, Guanyin. Such unexpected events are not uncommon, Buddha replied, shaking his head slightly. After a brief pause, Buddha continued, however. The actions taken to subdue the dragon were indeed lacking in consideration. I would like you, Guanyin, to undertake a journey. It is time for the westward journey to commence. Understood. I shall obey your command, Guanyin said with a slight nod before transforming into a ray of Buddha light and departing. With Guanyin's departure, the great thunder sound temple returned to tranquility. Yet, in a corner beside the temple, a small scorpion crawled by. The three realms trembled, and the mission to seek scriptures from the west became the most significant event among the heavenly and demonic powers. As the core of this expedition, Xuanzang was undoubtedly a figure of destiny, and his vow to heaven reverberated through the heavens, causing ripples across the three realms. Reactions varied among the celestial, Buddhist, and demonic beings. Some expressed admiration, others sorrow, and some merely watched the spectacle unfold. While the celestial and Buddhist leaders held differing attitudes towards the event, the dragon subduing Arhot's expression transformed drastically, filled with anger, regret, and fear. He was acutely aware of the importance of the westward journey, and now, because of his actions, Xuanzang had vowed to marry a mortal woman. Did this not make him a sinner in the Buddhist realm? Far from redeeming himself, had he not just compounded his sins? As a disciple of the 12 scarred Buddhas, how could he dare to swear an oath to the heavens? How audacious! This situation must not come to pass. Otherwise, I would truly become the eternal sinner of the Buddhist community. Shocked, the dragon subduing Arhot swiftly moved towards the imperial palace. No matter the cost, he must prevent this occurrence. Otherwise, the reputation of the Buddhist order would be irreparably tarnished, with myself as the chief culprit facing dire consequences. Alas, had I known it would come to this, what folly it was in the beginning. The holy monk Long sighed inwardly as he watched the panicked figure of the dragon subduing Arhot depart. He had been so careful in stabilizing Xuanzang these past few days. Yet it had all culminated in this unfortunate turn of events. As the dragon subduing Arhot soared through the sky, dark clouds loomed ominously above, crackling with thunder. From this lofty vantage, he beheld countless common folk kneeling in despair. Descending swiftly, he arrived at the imperial palace, exclaiming, "This cannot be allowed." Before Emperor Tang, Li Shimin. The urgency in his demeanor diminished the once mighty presence of the dragon subduing Arhot. He implored, "Master Xuanzang, burdened with the mission of the Buddhist order, must not take a wife. It is of utmost importance." Without waiting for the emperor's response, the Arhot extended his hand towards Jiang, declaring, "Xuanzang, you are lost in your thoughts, speaking nonsense. Come back with me to the great Buddha temple to meditate and recite scriptures." However, as the dragon subduing Arhot made his move, Emperor Li Shimin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang, meeting the Arhot's gaze with unwavering resolve. "Do not forget, Arhot, this is the realm of mortals, not your sacred Western paradise. Your Majesty, as the human emperor, what is your intent?" Yuan Tiangang interjected. Taking a couple of steps closer, eyes fixed on the dragon subduing Arhot. Faced with the stance of Emperor Li Shimin, the Arhot hesitated to act. Despite being merely a mortal, Li Shimin was hailed as the human emperor, embodying the fortune of the human race. Who would dare to strike against him? "Your Majesty, should you persist in such defiance against the heavens, calamity will surely befall you." The dragon subduing Arhot, unable to act against the emperor, could only leave with a bitter remark before turning away from the palace. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiang expressed his heartfelt gratitude, fully aware of the immense pressure Li Shimin faced in opposing divine beings. "There is no need for thanks. I cannot acquiesce to your marriage proposal. Remain in the palace and take care." With a gentle shake of his head, Li Shimin sighed before departing. As the emperor exited, the imperial physicians gradually followed suit. "Master Xuanzang, you are remarkable," Yuan Tiangang remarked seriously, nodding at Jiang before departing himself. The meaning behind his words remained ambiguous, and after uttering, he too turned to leave. With his mind clouded, Jiang lowered his head and returned to the bedside of Gao Yang. Observing her skin, he noted the decay spreading further, filling him with profound sorrow. At this dire juncture, what means could possibly save her? Grasping her hand tightly, he whispered his resolve. No matter what, Gao Yang must not perish. Chapter 71. Natural Disaster? Man-made Calamity? In Chang'an City, at the Great Buddha Temple, the dragon subduing Arhot paced restlessly, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, utterly bereft of direction. The Buddha had sent him to the mortal realm to guide the reincarnation of the golden cicada on his journey to obtain scriptures from the West. Yet he had inadvertently brought about this chaotic situation. Should Xuanzang openly celebrate a wedding, it would cast a significant stain upon the Buddhist order. Even if he were to eventually embark on his quest for enlightenment, who then would bear the responsibility for this debacle? The golden cicada, being the Buddha's second disciple, would undoubtedly be revered upon successfully acquiring the scriptures. Would he shoulder the blame? Ultimately, wouldn't the burden fall squarely upon my shoulders? The unfolding events had taken the dragon-subduing Arhat completely by surprise. Who could have anticipated that Xuanzang, a disciple of the 12 scarred Buddhas, would so recklessly vow to marry? Moreover, who would have believed that the human emperor would intervene to protect him? In this moment, the Arhat found himself at a complete loss, unsure of how to proceed. Amit Ba, he murmured, recognizing that the matter had reached the Buddha's ear. Just as he floundered in uncertainty, a radiant light filled the meditation hall, and a voice resonated. Guanyin Bodhisattva, I have erred. I implore you to mete out punishment. The dragon-subduing Arhat, recognizing the voice, admitted his fault with composure. The resolution of this matter shall be entrusted to me. You may return to the spiritual mountain. Came the Bodhisattva's voice, devoid of further elaboration or pleasantries. Following her words, the divine light in the meditation hall swiftly dissipated. The dragon-subduing Arhat, however, bore a somber expression, fully aware that he had failed and was now being sent back to face retribution, deprived even of the chance to redeem himself. As dawn broke, heralded by the crowing of roosters, a small village several hundred miles from Chang'an lay in eerie silence. Since Jiang Lu and Gao Yang took refuge there, the village had suffered an attack by bandits. Although the marauders were ultimately vanquished, many villagers had perished. For a village of merely a few dozen households, this was a grievous blow. Yet, the deceased were gone, and those who survived must continue to live. After the morning light broke, villagers gradually awakened, and an elderly man, bent with age, made his way to his farm. It was time to harvest the crops, and he was eager to assess their growth before deciding on the harvest date. However, upon reaching the edge of the fields, he was struck as if by lightning, frozen in shock. The fields lay in utter ruin, swarmed by a vast cloud of locusts that had ravaged the crops almost entirely. In the distance, more locusts filled the air, resembling a dark, ominous cloud. All is lost, he murmured, his heart heavy with despair as he beheld this unprecedented locust plague. For the villagers, the crops represented their very livelihood. Without them, starvation loomed. In the imperial palace of Chang'an, although the plight of Princess Gao Yang was mournful, Emperor Li Shimin's focus remained steadfast on the stability of the realm. However, today, grim news arrived. A once-in-a-century locust plague swept across the land, with reports flooding in from various regions, casting a pall over the court. Your Majesty, if we do not devise a solution to this calamity, the kingdom will be thrown into chaos, and the people will suffer. An elderly minister lamented within the grand hall. How could such a disaster arise without warning? There were no signs beforehand, Li Shimin pondered, seated upon the dragon throne. Though disasters are fearsome, the suddenness of this calamity, akin to an avalanche crushing all in its path, is even more terrifying. As a sovereign, despite feeling equally unprepared, he must maintain an appearance of composure. Li Shimin, fully aware of the consequences of the locust plague and the dire circumstances it would engender, could only issue corresponding decrees to mitigate the disaster's impact as much. However, as the orders continued to cascade down, the entire court mobilized in earnest to combat the calamity. Yet, amidst this flurry of activity, Li Shimin suddenly recalled the words of the dragon-subduing Arhat, who had once warned him that acting against the heavens would surely invite disaster. Enough, the court is dismissed. With the issuance of this command, there were no pressing matters left to discuss. Li Shimin retreated, urging his ministers to commence their efforts promptly. Upon returning to his private chambers, he soon summoned the Taoist priest Yuan Tiangang. Upon his arrival, after granting him a seat, Li Shimin spoke. I trust you are aware of the matter that weighs upon my mind. Before Li Shimin could articulate his inquiry, Yuan Tiangang took the initiative to respond. Indeed, this locust plague has come under curious circumstances. Prior to its arrival, I had already conducted my calculations and offered prayers, receiving divine guidance from the celestial beings. Pray tell, what conclusions have you drawn? What is the origin of this plague, and what guidance have the deities provided? Li Shimin inquired urgently. As the dragon-subduing Arhat foretold, My calculations and the divine indications align. Your actions, your majesty, have defied the heavenly mandate, inciting the wrath of the heavens which has manifested as this calamity. Just days ago, the monk Xuanzang swore an oath to the heavens, prompting a warning from the celestial thunder. Is it truly an act against the heavens? Were the words of the dragon subduing Arhut merely alarmist rhetoric? Li Shimin pondered, rendered momentarily speechless. It was clear that, regardless of the might of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, they could not claim to represent the heavenly order. Thus, he had dismissed the Arhut's warnings as hyperbole. Yet now, the gravity of the situation suggested a divine retribution. What mission did Xuanzang carry that could invoke such celestial fury, even to the extent of bringing calamity upon the Tang dynasty? Your Majesty, the source of this misfortune is evident. It is imperative that you take decisive action, otherwise, the locust plague will merely be the beginning. Floods and pestilence will follow in rapid succession, Yuan Tiangang advised in a hushed tone. The populace of the Tang dynasty exceeds millions. Each passing day of inaction amplifies the devastation. Realizing the full extent of the situation, Li Shimin understood that as the sovereign, he must act swiftly. In the palace of Gaoyang, Jiang Lu's expression was one of despair, though his gaze remained fixed upon the ailing young woman on the bed. Nearly a month had, and the areas of decay on Gaoyang's body had multiplied, emanating a foul odor. Most days, she was in a state of unconsciousness, with increasingly rare moments of lucidity for conversation. Jiang Lu had exhausted every remedy he could think of. Neither the Guanyin mantra nor the healing potions had proven effective, failing even to slow the progression of the toxins. In a desperate gamble, he had even tried to nourish her with his own blood, reasoning that if his flesh could grant longevity, perhaps it might offer some relief. Yet, this too yielded no improvement. In recent days, he could frequently hear the palace maids weeping softly, their hearts aching at the sight of Gaoyang's nearly completely decayed form. It seemed he was left with no choice but to take one final desperate gamble. Gazing at Gaoyang, whose condition was grave, Jiang Lu sighed deeply. Chapter 72. The younger brother the locust plague spread rapidly, forcing countless citizens to flee their homes in search of survival. Yet, across the vast expanse of the Tang dynasty, much of the land had succumbed to the devastation, leaving little hope for refuge. The ground was littered with the starved and the dead in merely half a month. The entire Tang dynasty appeared to be in decline, with thousands perishing from hunger and hundreds of thousands fleeing in desperation. Regardless of the relief measures enacted by the court, they were but a drop in the ocean. The devastation wrought by the plague was pervasive, as efforts to contain it proved ineffective. In just a fortnight, from the Emperor Li Shimin down to the ministers, all were overwhelmed with urgency, yet achieved little progress. On one particular day, the Tang Emperor convened a grand prayer ceremony led by Yuan Tiangang, summoning the ministers to beseech the heavens for mercy and a resolution to the locust crisis. This news ignited a flicker of hope among the despondent populace. In less than a day, all preparations for the ceremony were complete, and amidst the throngs of onlookers, the event commenced officially, with the imperial guards leading the procession and officials assembling. Master Xuanzang, the emperor has summoned you to participate in the prayer ceremony. Will you attend in this manner? Within the palace, Jiang Lu stood ready, but the palace maids were momentarily taken aback by his appearance. Clad in a pristine white robe, without the royal crown or Buddhist attire, and barefoot, he appeared less a monk and more a renegade. I shall merely step outside for a moment, and then return. Jiang Lu softly assured the nearly unconscious Gaoyang, who had not stirred in 2 days and was unable to respond. After instructing the palace maids to care for her, he turned and exited. Master Xuanzang, please follow me. The guards outside awaited him, momentarily surprised by Jiang Lu's attire, but offering no further inquiry, bowing respectfully instead. Since Jiang Lu's bold declaration of intent to marry the princess a month prior, the news had swept through the Tang like wildfire. While many regarded his statements as inappropriate for a disciple of the 12 admonitions, there were countless admirers, especially among women, who found his devotion moving. Though Gaoyang's days were numbered, many women felt fortunate to witness such genuine love, even if it came from a monk. Under the guidance of the guards, Jiang Lu swiftly arrived at the site of the prayer ceremony, as this event was dedicated to the welfare of the entire Tang populace. It was held outside the palace rather than in seclusion, drawing almost the entirety of Chang'an's citizens. As Jiang Lu made his way through the crowd, the people regarded him with a complex mix of disdain, respect, and admiration. He paid no heed to their gazes, moving forward with quiet determination. with guards clearing a path for him. Master Xuanzang, please wait here. The guards instructed as Jiang Lu reached the venue just as the ceremony commenced. Li Shimin, robed in imperial garments, raised his voice in prayer, the resonance of his words echoing powerfully. I am ordained by the heavens to shepherd the people of this realm. Diligent and unyielding, Jiang Lu stood among the crowd, listening intently. As the emperor recounted his efforts in governance and the prosperity enjoyed by the citizens of the Tang over the years. Although his words were elegantly crafted, they accurately reflected Li Shimin's accomplishments. As the prayer progressed, it naturally shifted towards a lamentation of the locust plague and its devastating consequences. If indeed I have acted immorally and defied the heavens, leading to this calamity, I implore the heavens to bestow this misfortune solely upon me. As the sovereign of my people and the emperor of humanity, I willingly accept this burden. May the locusts feast upon my entrails, sparing the innocent citizens from further suffering. In his fervent appeal, Emperor Li Shimin raised his voice, and amidst his lamentations, several lively locusts were presented by the guards. Without hesitation, Li Shimin seized one and swallowed it whole. Your Majesty is benevolent. It must be said that Li Shimin's words and actions were profoundly moving. His heartfelt prayer and his willingness to bear the calamity for the sake of his subjects resonated deeply with the masses. Witnessing him consume the locusts, the crowd was genuinely touched, kneeling in unison and exclaiming in admiration. Truly, Li Shimin was remarkable. Even though this was merely a mythical world rather than actual history, he undeniably embodied the essence of a sage ruler. Standing beneath the prayer platform, Jiang Lu quietly observed Li Shimin's actions. Silently, to consume locusts in this era was no trivial feat. With the prayer concluded, the grand ceremony should have reached its official end. As the human emperor, Li Shimin had earnestly prayed to the heavens. Whether the locust plague would abate thereafter was left to fate. However, Li Shimin showed no intention of concluding the proceedings. Instead, he nodded to a nearby eunuch, who, upon receiving the signal, stepped forward and called out to the gathered populace, "The prayer ceremony is complete. May the heavens bless our great Tang dynasty for eternity." Today, the emperor has further decrees to announce. The eunuch's proclamation left the crowd and the officials in astonishment. No one had anticipated that after the prayer, the emperor would have additional matters to declare. After Jiang Lu had vowed to the heavens, who among the people didn't know of the monk Xuanzang's request to marry Princess Gaoang? Yet, this matter had been firmly rejected by the emperor. Who would have thought that at this moment, a decree would be issued to declare a brotherhood with Xuanzang? With this decree, the status of Xuanzang and Princess Gaoyang would now be irrevocably altered. Jiang Lu, taken aback by this announcement, felt a mixture of surprise and understanding. As he was already aware of Xuanzang's identity from the original tale, he could comprehend Li Shimin's choice. The locust plague arose as a celestial punishment for his desire to marry, neglecting the grand mission of retrieving the scriptures from the West. To quell the plague, mere prayers would not suffice. The root cause lay within himself. By announcing this decree and establishing a brotherhood with Xuanzang, Li Shimin had effectively severed any possibility of marriage between Jiang Lu and Princess Gaoyang. With a thunderous sound echoing through the heavens, it was clear that Li Shimin's decree had been acknowledged by the divine. From this day forth, my brother and I are as one. To see my brother is to see me, Li Shimin declared, his resonant voice carrying across the land. You are now my brother, Xuanzang. As the decree was proclaimed, the officials and citizens alike bowed in reverence to Jiang Lu, hailing him with cheers. Yet, as he observed the scene unfold, Jiang Lu felt no joy in his esteemed dual identity as the monk Xuanzang and the emperor's brother. Li Shimin's intention to establish this brotherhood was clear, to sever any ties between him and Princess Gaoyang. Jiang Lu understood this all too well. While he personally harbored resentment towards this decision, he found himself unable to voice his discontent. From Li Shimin's perspective, he had acted admirably. Beyond being a father, he was the emperor, responsible for the welfare of his people. The locust plague had emerged as a consequence of his own desires. Jiang Lu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for the suffering that had befallen the populace. The heavens, impartial and relentless, had dealt a harsh hand. Li Shimin, standing on the prayer platform, gazed at Jiang Lu. He had exhausted every avenue to save Princess Gaoyang, yet all had proven fruitless. To take Xuanzang as his brother posed no tangible loss to him, yet it was a means to potentially alleviate the unprecedented locust disaster. Of course, should there be any hope left for Princess Gaoyang, Li Shimin might feel a twinge of guilt for his actions. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Jiang Lu responded after a moment of silence, bowing respectfully. With those words, he turned and departed the ceremony, walking barefoot away from the gathering. The kneeling officials and citizens exchanged glances, murmuring their farewells. This display clearly indicated some dissatisfaction with the emperor. Some warriors had already placed their hands on their swords, prepared to act should the emperor issue a command to apprehend the perceived traitor. Observing Jiang Lu's retreat, Li Shimin remained calm, inwardly sighing at the dissatisfaction Jiang Lu harbored. Although Jiang Lu did not openly resist his new title, emotionally, he was deeply conflicted. He had refrained from rejecting the title before the public, which was a testament to his restraint. Otherwise, given his audacity to vow to the heavens to marry Princess Gaoyang, who could predict his actions? All right, everyone, return to your posts. With matters having unfolded as they have, the prayer ceremony has concluded successfully, Li Shimin stated, his enthusiasm waning. With the eunuch's respectful response, he mounted his dragon carriage and returned to the palace, while the officials and citizens dispersed. The events of the prayer ceremony, including the emperor's benevolence and his brotherhood with Xuanzang, spread like wildfire. Ah, the whims of fate. To gain the title of brother, yet feel no joy. Wealth and fame are but fleeting. Xuanzang must be suffering immensely, mused the celestial maiden Chang'e. Cradling the jade rabbit in her arms, her voice soft and reflective. Since Xuanzang's vow to the heavens, Chang'e had taken a particular interest in the unfolding events surrounding him. There truly exists a remarkable man in this world. How fortunate yet unfortunate is Princess Gaoyang, separated by countless miles from Chang'an, in a celestial abode. A resplendent peacock transformed into a beautiful woman, her eyes filled with compassion and sorrow. Dear daughter, what troubles you? In a family in Chang'an, since the prayer ceremony, their daughter had remained confined to her room. Even the maid reported hearing her weeping within. Concerned, the parents ordered the guards to break down the door and enter her chamber. Father, mother, please leave. I am fine, the young lady cried, bent over her vanity. My dear daughter, what ails you? Why do you weep? Seeing her in such distress, her parents were filled with heartache. It is of no concern. The daughter weeps not for herself, but for Master Xuanzang and Princess Gaoyang. Fate has played a cruel trick, for the heavens have indeed been harsh on Master Xuanzang. Previously, as a disciple of the 12 marks of restraint, he openly vowed to take Princess Gaoyang as his wife, a declaration that reverberated throughout the 3 realms and 6 paths. His actions were deemed mad, yet the women of the 3 realms and 6 paths, be they human, divine, immortal, or demonic, were profoundly moved by his devotion. With the Emperor of Tang having taken him as a brother, all possibilities between him and Princess Gaoyang have been unequivocally severed. Upon hearing Master Xuanzang receive the homage of ministers and citizens, he left, his demeanor cold despite not declining their reverence. This reaction pierced the tenderest hearts of these women, who empathized deeply with Xuanzang's suffering. Were there to be a vote among the women of the 3 realms and 6 paths for the most infatuated man, Jiang Lu would undoubtedly secure the highest number of votes, crowned as the most passionate suitor across realms. Unbeknownst to Jiang Lu, his thoughts were wholly consumed by Princess Gaoyang. After departing from the heavenly prayer ceremony, he walked barefoot, returning directly to her chambers. Meanwhile, in the great hall, after the ceremony, Emperor Li Shimin sat upon his throne, with the venerable Yuan Tiangang quietly standing before him, deep in contemplation. Moments later, Yuan Tiangang opened his eyes to meet the emperor's inquisitive gaze, bowing as he declared, "Your Majesty, I bear good news. The locust plague is gradually receding and will soon vanish entirely." That is splendid news. Li Shimin exhaled a long breath of relief, finally alleviating the burden of the calamity that had plagued the court and exhausted even him. Yet, before he could fully relax, a palace maid rushed in, prompting a sudden tension in the emperor's posture. Are you one of Princess Gaoyang's attendants? What has happened? Is the princess in distress?" he inquired, his earlier calmness replaced by concern. "Master Xuanzang, he has taken the princess and left," the maid stammered, breathless from her haste. "He has taken Gaoyang away?" Upon hearing this, Li Shimin sprang to his feet and pursued them. At the palace gates, Jiang Lu, clad in white and barefoot, cradled the decaying form of Gaoyang as he exited. The guards at the entrance dared not obstruct him, kneeling in reverence. For the emperor had decreed that meeting the prince was akin to meeting the emperor himself. Jiang Lu pressed on, while many onlookers discreetly covered their noses, as the stench of rot emanated from Gaoyang's body. Yet Jiang Lu, undeterred by the gruesome sight or the foul odor, continued to hold her close. "Wait, dear brother." After a moment, Emperor Li Shimin hastened after him, followed closely by numerous guards. Jiang Lu paused briefly but did not turn back or respond. "Where are you going?" Li Shimin called, distressed by the foul smell. "I go to save her," Jiang Lu replied tersely, continuing on his path. Li Shimin stood rooted in shock, watching Jiang Lu depart with Gaoyang. "To save her? I have exhausted every means without success. Where could he possibly go to save her? Who could rescue her?" Chapter 74. The manifestation of the Buddha. Jiang Lu, cradling Gaoyang, advanced step by step. As he moved, the putrefaction of Gaoyang's body left a trail of pus and blood staining his robe, which dripped to the ground, causing those behind him to cover their mouths and noses. However, these reactions only occurred after Jiang Lu had passed. In his presence, the common folk knelt in respect, clearing a path. The identity of the prince was of unparalleled nobility, and the emperor had proclaimed, to see the prince was akin to seeing the emperor himself. Why then? Could the foolish Xuanzang, clad in ragged garments, be honored as the prince while he paraded through the streets with a dying woman? The onlookers, filled with envy, lamented the unfairness of fate. "Alas, he is but a child," sighed an elder, observing Jiang Lu's retreating figure. Others saw only the 12 marks of restraint and the esteemed title of prince. Yet, to this elder, Master Xuanzang remained merely a 15-year-old boy, enduring such profound sorrow and separation. What family did he belong to? If his parents or grandparents were to learn of his plight, their hearts would surely break. On a nearby balcony, a young girl watched Jiang Lu carry Gaoyang away, her tears flowing freely, not for herself, but for the unutterable sorrow she felt. As Jiang Lu continued on, he remained oblivious to the sentiments of the surrounding populace, focused solely on Gaoyang, moving steadily forward. In the gaze of the many, he finally halted, lifting his eyes to behold the great Buddha temple before him. He did not rush inside. Upon returning to the temple, he felt a profound sense of change. Having spent months within its confines, Jiang Lu harbored no ill will toward this place. Although the Dragon Sea Saint monk had opposed his union with Gaoyang, his methods were not forceful. Indeed, when Jiang Lu sought a chance to see Gaoyang again, the monk had acquiesced. During his time in the temple, his rapport with Daoji had flourished, a bond forged in mutual respect. Otherwise, Daoji would not have risked lying to aid him in securing 2 months of time with Gaoyang. Regrettably, after Daoji transformed into the dragon-subduing Arhat, he became an entirely different being. Daoji had once returned to deceive others for Jiang Lu's sake, but the dragon-subduing Arhat wished to hasten Gaoyang's demise. In a sense, with the awakening of the true spirit of the dragon-subduing Arhat, Daoji had effectively perished. "Master Xuanzang, you have returned?" 2 monks at the entrance of the great Buddha temple, covering their noses, were astonished to see Jiang Lu standing there, cradling the decaying form of Gaoyang. They had not anticipated his sudden return. Without a word, Jiang Lu entered the temple, making his way directly toward the main hall. Soon, the Dragon Sea Saint monk learned of Jiang Lu's return and approached him. "Ba, Xuanzang, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. It is wonderful that you have returned, but what of Princess Gaoyang?" The monk inquired. "I have come to save Gaoyang," Jiang Lu finally spoke. Casting a glance at the Dragon Sea Saint monk, he felt no animosity towards the monk, for he had been quite considerate throughout Jiang Lu's journey. Jiang Lu's words brought a look of distress to the Dragon Sea Saint monk's face as he shook his head. "Xuanzang, you overestimate my abilities. Though I am revered as a holy monk, I am powerless against the poison of decay. No, Saint monk, you misunderstand. I do not seek your help to save her." Jiang Lu replied, shaking his head at the monk's troubled expression. Without delving into excessive explanations, Jiang Lu glanced around but did not see the dragon-subduing Arhat to obstruct him. He inquired, "Where is the dragon-subduing? He is not here?" The Dragon Sea holy monk nodded in response. Since the day the dragon-subduing Arhat visited the royal palace, he departed shortly thereafter and has not returned. Hearing that the dragon-subduing Arhat had left, Jiang Lu did not pursue the matter further, as his inquiry was merely a casual question. Without saying more, he continued onward, cradling Princess Gaoyang, heading towards the Grand Hall. Behind him, the Dragon Sea holy monk and the monks of the great Buddha temple followed closely, eager to observe how Gaoyang would proceed and how Jiang Lu intended to rescue her. Inside the Grand Hall of the great Buddha temple, a towering statue of the Tathagata stood solemnly, with countless devotees engaged in worship and prayer. However, after a moment, these individuals covered their mouths and noses. astonished by the foul odor emanating from within the temple. Jiang Lu entered the grand hall, carrying the decaying body of Gaoyang, and approached the statue of the Tathagata. After casting a deep gaze upon the statue, he gently set Gaoyang down, bowed his head, and knelt before it. The devotees witnessing this scene retreated, covering their mouths and noses, and exited the grand hall, looking in shock at Master Xuanzang. Jiang Lu knelt silently before the Tathagata, voicing no words. Indeed, if one were to save Gaoyang, there existed but one avenue, the Tathagata himself. The journey to the west was orchestrated by the Tathagata and the Jade Emperor, and even the celestial beings would not dare to offend them by interfering. If Gaoyang were to be saved, only the Tathagata could intervene personally. The journey to the west was a grand chess game, and he was the most crucial piece upon that board. Jiang Lu believed that if he were to sacrifice himself for her, the Tathagata would not remain indifferent. Gaoyang, I vowed to be with you, and even if calamities arise, we shall confront them together, he murmured inwardly while kneeling before the statue. Outside the grand hall, all the monks and devotees exchanged glances, deeply shaken. The story of Master Xuanzang and Princess Gaoyang had spread throughout the land, yet no one anticipated he would carry her before the Buddha. What was his intention? Suddenly, a distant bell tolled, resonating through the heavens and the earth, as a stream of golden Buddhist light descended from the western paradise into the great Buddha temple. In an instant, ethereal sounds mingled with cascading celestial flowers. The originally bowed head of the Tathagata burst forth with radiant brilliance, exuding an aura of utmost peace. Concurrently, the eyelids of the Tathagata lifted, eyes sparkling as they fixed upon Jiang Lu. "Ah, the Tathagata has manifested," exclaimed the monks and devotees at the entrance of the hall, all kneeling in reverence. Furthermore, the citizens of Chang'an outside the temple witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon of the golden light descending, prompting countless individuals to kneel as well. Sensing the surrounding marvel, Jiang Lu raised his head, locking his gaze with the Tathagata, unwavering. "Amitabha, Xuanzang, is this truly worth it?" The Tathagata spoke with a voice as grand as the mountains. "It is worth it. I wish to accompany her through life and death." Jiang Lu met the gaze of the Tathagata, his eyes resolute. Chapter 75. The Gambit of Pawn and Player. To untie the bell, one must first tie it. This situation was devised by the Tathagata, thus only he could resolve it. No other celestial being held the authority. Jiang Lu understood clearly that seeking the Tathagata was the sole path to saving Gaoyang. However, from the perspective of the Buddhist realm, they would undoubtedly prefer Gaoyang's demise to expedite their own journey to the west. What leverage did he possess to negotiate with the Tathagata? After much contemplation, Jiang Lu concluded that he could only offer himself as a bargaining chip. When one possesses nothing, they can only stake their own life. This has been the way throughout history. Xuanzang, the love between men and women is but a minor affection. The love for all beings and the universe is the great love. Why would you forsake your own life for such trivial emotions? Your destiny lies in cultivating the greater love for all creation. The Tathagata, perched high above, spoke calmly, yet each word resonated like a morning bell, striking the ears profoundly. Whether great love or small love, all are forms of love. If one can renounce even the small love of personal attachment, then what can be said about the greater love of the world? "I beseech the Tathagata to save her," Jiang Lu implored, his gaze steadfast and sincere. "Amitabha." After a brief silence, a golden beam of light materialized before the Tathagata, enveloping Gaoyang. In an instant, her form began to levitate, rapidly shrinking and merging into the Tathagata's brow. "This woman has a connection with the Buddha. I shall indeed save her. From this day forth, she shall remain under the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva, and in the future, you shall meet again," declared the Tathagata as he took Gaoyang away. As the golden light faded, the celestial phenomena dissipated, and the Tathagata's eyes gently closed, returning to their sculpted form. Clearly, the Tathagata had departed. "Thank you, Tathagata," Jiang Lu exclaimed, bowing his head. With Gaoyang now taken by the Tathagata and a promise made to save her, Jiang Lu held no doubts that the Tathagata would deceive him in this matter. After all, the Buddha would not be so capricious over such trivial matters. The plight of Gaoyang was significant to him, yet merely a triviality to the Tathagata. Furthermore, should he embark on the journey to the west, considering the original text, Sun Wukong would have ample opportunities to seek out the Tathagata and Guanyin. It would be untenable if he could not encounter Gaoyang. Thus, Jiang Lu understood that the Tathagata's promise to save Gaoyang, while placing her in the spiritual mountain, served to bolster his resolve for the journey ahead. In the western paradise, at the spiritual mountain, the Tathagata's light shimmered. And the once decaying Princess Gaoyang returned to her former self, peacefully slipping into slumber. Amitabha, Tathagata, does this not tarnish your countenance? Guanyin observed, recognizing that the Tathagata had no objections to Gaoyang training under him, yet found it difficult to comprehend. The journey to the west was of great importance. If this were the case, part of Xuanzang's quest would transform into a search for a woman, which could indeed be somewhat embarrassing for Buddhism. While Gaoyang's matter was trivial, the dignity of Buddhism was paramount. It matters not, replied the Tathagata, his tone calm, when Xuanzang's true spirit awakens, transforming into the golden cicada. If he were to act and cause Gaoyang's spirit to scatter, such a scenario would no longer exist. Ah, I see, Guanyin acknowledged, understanding the Tathagata's reasoning. Daoji is the dragon subduing Arhat, yet the dragon subduing is not Daoji. Once the true spirit awakens, the memories of decades pale in comparison to those of millennia. They would scarcely make a ripple, and thus the awakening of the true spirit means Daoji is no more, yet the dragon subduing remains. Likewise, although Xuanzang's feelings for Gaoyang run deep, should he arrive at the spiritual mountain one day and awaken, transforming into the golden cicada, Xuanzang would also cease to exist, and his affection for Gaoyang would undoubtedly dissipate alongside the awakening of the golden cicada. Therefore, having the golden cicada take action would indeed be most appropriate. Furthermore, placing Princess Gaoyang in the spiritual mountain would solidify Xuanzang's resolve. Such sincere feelings would render it difficult for any enchanting demon encountered along the way to sway his heart. This gesture would superficially appear as a promise to save Gaoyang. Yet in reality, once Xuanzang embarked on the journey to the west, both he and Gao, leaving only the golden cicada, for the Buddhist realm and the journey to the west, this would bear no adverse implications. Such was the Tathagata's intention. Back in the mortal realm, at the great Buddha temple, as Gaoyang was taken away by the Tathagata, Jiang Lu gradually rose to his feet. I have met the holy monk Xuanzang. As Jiang Lu turned, the disciples of the great Buddha temple, along with numerous devotees, bowed deeply before him, vocally expressing their reverence. The disciples' gazes were particularly fervent, for who is the Tathagata? The supreme ruler of the Buddhist realm, a distant and mysterious presence, utterly beyond reach. Even the esteemed Dragon Sea monk merely received enlightenment from the Tathagata in a dream, becoming the abbot of the great Buddha temple, the highest-ranking monk in the Tang dynasty. Yet what of Master Xuanzang? He approached the Buddha with a woman in his arms, pleading for salvation, and indeed, the Buddha manifested his divine presence. One must ponder. Among all the monks in the world, who else could command such a divine intervention from the Buddha? Only Master Xuanzang possesses this unique capability. Amitabha. This monk feels somewhat weary and requires a proper rest, Jiang Lu stated quietly, his expression devoid of joy despite the fervent adoration from the monks and devotees. Upon hearing his request, they parted ways, allowing him to return directly to the meditation chamber he had occupied at the great Buddha temple, where he lay down and fell into a deep slumber. His thoughts had been consumed with concerns for Gaoyang, leaving him restless and fatigued. Securing the Tathagata's assistance for her was at least a relief, ensuring her safety. After releasing his anxieties, he soon succumbed to sleep, drifting into unconsciousness for a complete day and night without interruption. However, upon awakening, Jiang Lu did not hasten to rise. Instead, he lay still, staring deep in contemplation. He was not foolish. He could surmise the Tathagata's intentions. In the original journey to the west, there is a passage that describes the disciples boarding an endless boat, witnessing Tang Sanzang's body adrift in the river, having shed his mortal coil to attain sanctity. Initially, Jiang Lu had not pondered this deeply. Yet, after comparing Daoji and the dragon-subduing monk, he began to grasp the implications. In the original tale, while Tang Sanzang endured years of hardship to retrieve the scriptures, it was ultimately the golden cicada who achieved enlightenment and ascended to Buddhahood. Jiang Lu recognized that he too must embark on the journey to the west, but he was acutely aware that reaching the west would mean a definitive severing of ties with Buddhism. After all, he had no desire to become merely a stepping stone for the golden cicada. Thus, his journey to the west became a gamble, one in which he must cultivate his strength to a level where he could safeguard himself in the presence of the Buddha, ensuring he would not be used as a mere pawn. The undertaking to the west was a grand scheme, with the Tathagata as the strategist and himself as the piece on the board. Yet for Jiang Lu, it represented a contest, a struggle between player and peace. The Tathagata's design was for him to seek scriptures, while the golden cicada ascended to Buddhahood. Zhonglu's strategy, however, was to grow strong enough to challenge the strategist directly. Should it come to a life-or-death struggle, the Tathagata would likely intervene to save Gao Yang, a truth Zhonglu recognized. But why had he waited so long to act? Because he understood that once he embarked on the journey to the west, there would be no turning back for either himself or Gao Yang. If possible, he wished to delay his journey as long as he could, granting himself more time to grow. The longer he waited, the greater his chances of success as a piece on this board would become. It seemed the journey to the west was now unavoidable. On this arduous path of 100,000 miles, he must employ every means to grow stronger. For the end of this road would determine the fates of both himself and Gao Yang. He must conquer this journey to the west to save himself. Chapter 76. The position of National Master. The esteemed saint monk in the palace of Chang'an, Emperor Li Shimin sat quietly upon his throne. The recent locust plague had finally been resolved, a source of great joy. Yet, Li Shimin found no happiness, as his thoughts lingered on the image of Xuanzang departing with Gao Yang. After a long silence, he sighed deeply, shaking his head in regret. Perhaps he was a competent emperor for the Tang dynasty, but he could not help but feel inadequate as a father to Gao Yang. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The Buddha has manifested at the great Buddha temple. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in, calling out urgently. The divine and revered nature of celestial beings, particularly the Tathagata and the Jade Emperor, was inherently mysterious and exalted. On ordinary days, even the arrival of a deity would cause a stir, let alone that of the Tathagata. Upon hearing this news, Li Shimin sprang to his feet and hurried out of the hall. Indeed, even within the palace, under the clear blue sky, he could see the radiant light descending from the west, illuminating the great Buddha temple, accompanied by ethereal sounds and wondrous sights, evoking a sense of solemnity and peace. As Li Shimin observed the extraordinary phenomena at the great Buddha temple, astonishment crossed his face, prompting him to send someone to investigate immediately. Could it be due to Zhonglu? He pondered, recalling the moment when Zhonglu had departed with Gao Yang, seemingly headed towards the temple. Such a miraculous occurrence echoed the time he had lit 12 incense sticks. Who was Zhonglu, truly? Li Shimin had long abandoned hope for Gao Yang's survival. Not only had earthly means failed, but even his prayers as the Tang Emperor to the celestial beings had gone unanswered. Yet, upon witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of hope ignited within him, mingled. Soon, the celestial manifestations faded, and after a brief wait, the messenger returned, hastening to kneel before Li Shimin. Your Majesty, Master Xuanzang has bowed before the Buddha, beseeching the Tathagata to manifest, and in response, the Tathagata has taken Princess Gao Yang, instructing her to follow Guanyin Bodhisattva in her cultivation. The eunuch paused slightly, visibly hesitant. What else? Li Shimin demanded, noticing the eunuch's reluctance to continue. Startled by the emperor's tone, the eunuch quickly bowed and replied, furthermore, the Tathagata personally stated that Master Xuanzang and Princess Gao Yang would have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Li Shimin's expression shifted. He understood the implication of those words. Gao Yang had been saved by the Tathagata, a joyous prospect indeed, and the fact that she could cultivate alongside Guanyin Bodhisattva, although bittersweet, brought him some solace. However, the Tathagata's assurance of a future reunion between Xuanzang and Gao Yang implied that he would inevitably journey to the west. It would be one thing for an ordinary person to make such a claim, but the weight of the Tathagata's words carried profound significance. Moreover, Master Xuanzang was the first monk in history to light 12 incense sticks. Summon my younger brother to the palace, elevate him to the status of the saint monk of the Tang dynasty, and declare him the national master to the world. After a moment of silence, Li Shimin declared. The title of saint monk held immense prestige. The title of Dragon Sea monk was a recognition bestowed upon him by the people of the Tang dynasty. As the abbot of the great Buddha temple and the foremost monk of the Tang, he was indeed deserving of such a claim. Yet, despite this, he had never received formal recognition from Li Shimin as the emperor. Today, however, Li Shimin resolved to not only accept Zhonglu as his brother, but also to formally bestow upon him the title of saint monk and national, a decision whose significance was self-evident. At your command, Your Majesty. After the holy monk prayed to the Buddha for the princess's salvation, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber, the duration of which remains unknown. Though Li Shimin's words were alarming, the eunuch expressed no dissent and eagerly nodded, promptly reminding You should first notify the great Buddha temple. When the holy monk awakens, have him come to the palace for his conferral. After a moment of reflection, Li Shimin replied, understood. The young eunuch's countenance betrayed his astonishment. This was indeed an extraordinary honor, as it marked the first time the emperor was personally awaiting the awakening of an individual for such a reward. Meanwhile, within the confines of the great Buddha temple, Jiang Lu, who had been asleep for a full day and night, finally awoke, rejuvenated and filled with purpose regarding his journey westward. The experience required for leveling up was increasingly daunting, and every celestial deity had cultivated for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. Did he truly aspire to reach a level capable of contending with the divine within a mere 20 years? Even with the aid of a gaming system, achieving such a feat was akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, no matter how arduous the path, he must strive for self-improvement without a trace of complacency. Resolute, Jiang Lu opened his spatial pouch and donned his gear, the King Ming crown, the golden cicada monk robe, and the rosewood prayer beads. Indeed, the golden cicada monk robe was equipment reserved for level 15. Having secluded himself with Gao Yang in a small village for around 2 months, he had diligently practiced with the Tianlong Zen technique, allowing his level to ascend to 15. With the journey west yet to commence formally, now, while there was still a moment to spare, it would be prudent to enhance his strength at the Demon Suppression Hall. His longing for strength was unprecedentedly intense. After donning his equipment, he prepared to head to the Demon Suppression Hall for monster hunting and leveling up. However, as he merely pushed open the door to the meditation room, disciples of the great Buddha temple awaited him outside. Master Xuanzang, the Tang Emperor has decreed that upon your awakening, you are to proceed to the palace to receive the title of National Master, one monk stated. His eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Jiang Lu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu pondered briefly. Although the title of National Master and the honor of being a revered monk did not particularly concern him, perhaps they amounted to little more than 100 experience points, they still required a degree of respect toward Emperor Li Shimin. After some contemplation, he nodded and made his way out of the great Buddha temple. Master Xuanzang, wait. Abbot Longhai has instructed that if you are to leave, you must take his Buddhist palanquin, the monk urged as Jiang Lu continued on his path. No need. I shall make haste and return swiftly. Jiang Lu replied without looking back. Indeed, every moment henceforth was exceedingly precious. There was no time to waste on pomp and circumstance. Clad in the golden cicada monk robe and crowned with the King Ming crown, his 12 scar markings obscured by his headgear, Jiang Lu hurried toward the palace, drawing little attention. Yet, midway through his journey, he suddenly paused. In Chang'an City, not far away, a fortune-telling stall caught his eye, where an elderly Taoist sat quietly, resembling Yuan Tiangang to a striking degree. Could it be? Observing the Taoist's demeanor stirred something within Jiang Lu. At that moment, the once clear sky darkened ominously, as if a storm were imminent. Before long, a man of around 40, exuding remarkable poise, stepped into the fortune-telling stall. Chapter 77 is the westward. In Chang'an City, several fortune-telling stalls were hardly noteworthy. However, the stall's proprietor bore a resemblance to Yuan Tiangang, making it exceptional. As the distinguished middle-aged man entered, an unusual atmospheric phenomenon of wind and thunder accompanied him, igniting Jiang Lu's thoughts of the saying the dragon comes with clouds, the tiger with the wind. Could it truly be Yuan Shoqing and the Dragon King of the Jing River? This scene caused a stir within Jiang Lu, who felt a mix of surprise and urgency. According to the original journey to the west, the adventure commenced with a wager between the Dragon King of the Jing River and Yuan Shoqing. If this were indeed the case, did it mean the westward journey was to commence much sooner than anticipated? Although Jiang Lu understood the inevitability of the journey in the face of Tath Gata, he was still only 15 years old. While he could not recall the exact age at which Tang Sanzang set out in the original tale, it was reasonable to assume he was in his 20s, embarking after a decade of travel. Thus, Jiang Lu had always believed he had around 20 years to prepare himself to a level sufficient to contend with Tath Gata. However, if the journey were to begin now, wouldn't he be losing a significant portion of that time? With this realization, Jiang Lu felt a tightening in his chest. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped inside the stall. Within, he could hear the conversation between the two men. 33 inches and 4/10? Ha ha ha, very well. As you say, I shall see if it rains tomorrow and if the amount aligns with your prediction. If it does not come to pass, do not blame me for overturning your stall to prevent you from deceiving the public, the middle-aged man declared, his voice resonating with authority. The elderly gentleman at the stall maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the threat of having his stall overturned. However, upon Jiang Lu's entry, he turned to regard him. "Master Xuanzang, have you come to seek answers as well?" Yuan Shouqing inquired, extending a greeting. Having just wagered with the Dragon King of the Jing River, Yuan Shouqing intended to leave, but upon hearing the name of Master Xuanzang, he paused, his curiosity piqued. Clearly, the name of Master Xuanzang had gained considerable renown, and the proximity of the Jing River to Chang'an suggested that he was familiar with this esteemed monk. "Greetings, esteemed sir. May I know your name?" Jiang Lu asked, humbly joining his palms in a gesture of respect, feigning ignorance of Yuan Shouqing's identity. "Master Xuanzang, you may call me Yuan Shouqing," he replied with a slight nod. Returning the respectful gesture, "Yuan, I have met Taoist Yuan Tiangang once, and given your surname and resemblance, could it be?" Jiang Lu queried, a look of curiosity on his face. "Indeed, I am the uncle of Yuan Tiangang. There is no need for concealment," Yuan Shouqing responded. "How fascinating. Taoist Yuan Tiangang serves closely by the emperor's side, his powers are profound, and his divination skills are renowned. Since you are his uncle, I imagine your understanding of divination is quite advanced. I have a matter I wish to explore, and I hope you can enlighten me," Jiang Lu proclaimed, his admiration evident. His words were not merely flattery, but rather a subtle hint to the Dragon King of the Jing River nearby. Yuan Tiangang was a well-known figure throughout the Tang dynasty. For instance, during the recent locust plague, Li Shimin had consulted him multiple times. By revealing Yuan Shouqing's relation to Yuan Tiangang, Jiang Lu subtly indicated to the Dragon King not to underestimate their wager. Master Xuanzang is the holy monk of the Tang dynasty, adorned with 12 auspicious scars. Deeply connected to the Buddha. If you seek knowledge of your future, it should be evident. There is no need for further inquiry. Though Jiang Lu's compliments were sweet to the ear, Yuan Tiangang showed no intention of divining for him. "No, I do not wish to inquire about my own future," Jiang Lu replied, shaking his head. "Oh, if that is the case, please speak plainly," Yuan Shouqing urged, nodding slightly upon realizing Jiang Lu's intent was not self-directed. "I have heard that those endowed with divine powers can discern the will of heaven, seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Yet, as great tribulations approach, their enlightened vision may become obscured and their hearts ensnared. As a master of divination, Taoist, might I inquire if this is true?" Jiang Lu pressed his palms together, adopting a humble demeanor, genuinely seeking enlightenment. The Dragon King of the Jing River was already aware of the remarkable divination skills of Yuan Shouqing. Otherwise, he would not have consistently guided fishermen to bountiful catches in the Jing River. Thus, hearing Jiang Lu's implication that Yuan Shouqing's divination was profound, he remained confident in his wager. However, Jiang Lu's subsequent question tightened the Dragon King's heart, extinguishing the fervor within him as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Indeed, throughout history, many with divine powers have been able to divine the secrets of heaven and avert misfortune. But why, then, have so many of these beings, including celestial deities, met their demise? This is due to the arrival of great tribulations, which can cloud one's discernment and lead to fatal misjudgments. Faced with Jiang Lu's, Yuan Shouqing found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain whether he lacked an answer or simply did not know how to respond. Jiang Lu paid no heed to Yuan Shouqing's silence, casting a discreet glance at the Dragon King of the Jing River. Noticing a hint of contemplation in his gaze, Jiang Lu realized he had achieved his objective. After bowing in respect with palms joined, he turned and strode out of the stall, heading towards the imperial palace. Despite being a significant piece in the grand scheme of the westward journey, and even receiving the promise of assistance from the Buddha to save Gaoang, Jiang Lu understood that his disruptions posed no hindrance to the overarching narrative, which is why the Buddha allowed his antics. However, should he openly intervene to obstruct the westward mission, he might provoke the Buddha to eliminate him or send another in his place, or even cause Jin Shan to reincarnate once more. Thus, although Jiang Lu yearned to intervene, he could not overtly reveal himself. Having subtly hinted to the Dragon King of the Jing River was already a considerable effort. He merely hoped the Dragon King might display a modicum of wisdom and buy himself some time. In this grand narrative, as a mere pawn, every step Jiang Lu took was fraught with peril. Upon leaving, the Dragon King of the Jing River also bore a contemplative expression as he departed from Chang'an. And with his exit, the turbulent phenomena in the city naturally dissipated. Yet, Yuan Shouqing observed Jiang Lu's departing figure, his brow furrowed. The words of Xuanzang, spoken before the Dragon King, were they intentional or mere coincidence? Before long, Jiang Lu arrived at the imperial palace, encountering no obstructions. In fact, some guards hurried in to announce his arrival. Upon learning that Master Xuanzang had come, Li Shimin personally went out to greet him, followed closely by Yuan Tiangang. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Lu's gaze fell upon Yuan Tiangang, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, Taoist Yuan, do you have an uncle by the name of Yuan Shouqing? Chapter 78. Yuan Shouqing is not Yuan Shouqing, my uncle. Yuan Tiangang looked at Jiang Lu with surprise, clearly not expecting him to suddenly mention his uncle. Nevertheless, he nodded. Indeed, I have an uncle named Yuan Shouqing. How does Master Xuanzang know of him? I happened to stroll through Chang'an, observed a fortune-telling stall, and noticed the proprietor bore a striking resemblance to you, so I engaged in conversation. Jiang Lu replied with a slight nod. My uncle often uses my name to divine for others to earn silver, yet his skills in divination are lacking, which must be a source of amusement for Master Xuanzang. Hearing Jiang Lu's words, Yuan Tiangang displayed an awkward expression. Is that so? Jiang Lu's heart tightened upon hearing Yuan Tiangang's response. Considering the original text, it was indeed the Dragon King's duty to summon rain, yet to be punished with death for a minor error in timing due to withholding a few drops? Such a scenario seemed utterly irrational. Under normal circumstances, if such a situation arose, it would be expected for the Jade Emperor to be informed, assigning blame for poor performance and administering a light reprimand. Otherwise, if heavenly regulations were truly so severe, the Dragon King of the Jing River would not dare to deceive in such matters. Furthermore, there have been numerous instances in the original text where manipulating wind and rain was commonplace. During the duel in Qiji country, they clearly called upon the deities of wind and rain using the 5 thunder method to prepare for rain, yet Sun Wukong intervened, causing a delay. Was that not a miscalculation? When contending with the Red Boy, Sun Wukong had also borrowed rain from the Dragon King. Additionally, in the case of the King of Zhuzi, he used rootless water as a medicinal catalyst, summoning rain from the Dragon King. Would that not be considered illicit rainfall? If such actions were indeed so strictly regulated, then all those involved should face execution. Therefore, the Dragon King of the Jing River's death could be deemed a sacrificial pawn in a greater game. As for Yuan Shouqing, he was even more enigmatic. The Jade Emperor's decree, conveyed from the top down to the Dragon King of the Jing River, should ideally be communicated swiftly within the system. Yet he seemed to possess knowledge even before the Dragon King himself. This was inherently unreasonable. Moreover, when the Dragon King sought to confront him at his stall, he immediately predicted that the Dragon King would face punishment, despite the Jade Emperor's orders not yet being issued. How could he have known in advance that the executioner would be Wei Zhang? In the world of Journey to the West, possessing great divine powers is not unusual. But could divination be powerful enough to foresee even the Jade Emperor's affairs? Jiang Lu was utterly unconvinced. Thus, upon meeting Yuan Tiangang, he casually inquired, and Yuan Tiangang's response left him feeling apprehensive. It seemed that Yuan Shouqing was not the true Yuan Shouqing after all. Fortunately, although Jiang Lu had wished to save the Dragon King of the Jing River, he had not exhibited any unreasonable behavior. Jiang Lu's casual inquiry went unnoticed by Yuan Tiangang. And then, the Tang Emperor personally conferred upon Jiang Lu the title of Great Tang Saint Monk. The ceremony had been meticulously prepared, resulting in a lively affair. However, Jiang Lu's thoughts remained fixed on the westward journey, rendering him somewhat distracted. After what felt like a wasteful flurry of activity, the conferment ceremony finally concluded. Upon returning to the Great Buddha Temple, he did not rush to enter the Demon Suppression Hall to level up, but instead sat cross-legged, resuming his practice of the Tianlong Zen sound technique to enhance his experience points, patiently awaiting the outcome for the Dragon King of the Jing River the next day. Though the Dragon King's situation was also a game, he had warned him, yet it remained uncertain whether the Dragon King could alter his fate. The following day, several disciples of the Great Buddha Temple, laden with bundles, prepared to leave the temple for a ritual. From afar, they spotted Jiang Lu in his meditation room, gazing up at the sky from the window. Hey, senior brother, the saint monk seems to have been daydreaming by the window since early morning. What do you suppose he is pondering? Could it be thoughts of Princess Gaoyang? A young monk whispered. Silence, admonished an older monk, his expression darkening as he chastised softly. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Lu seated by the window, pausing in contemplation before remarking, though the saint monk is still young, his wuxiang verse has resonated throughout the land. showcasing a depth of Buddhist wisdom far beyond our comprehension. Perhaps he is simply contemplating the teachings of Buddhism today. Jiang Lu sat quietly by the window, gazing at the sky. Rising early this day, although he had not heard the full details of the wager between the Dragon King and Yuan Shoqing the previous day, he still remembered the count of raindrops. Thus, today, Jiang Lu patiently awaited the rain's arrival, for if the Dragon King lost the wager, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, the gravity of this situation far exceeded his expectations. Greetings, Saint Monk. Several disciples from the great Buddha temple passed by and bowed in respect before Jiang Lu. Ah, you are all too kind. Where are you headed? Upon regaining his composure, Jiang Lu returned the gesture of respect, embodying a demeanor of approachability. 50 miles away, the esteemed Li Yuanwei requested our presence to perform a rite for the departed souls. In response to Jiang Lu's inquiry, the oldest monk among them replied, 50 miles, you say? It would be prudent to bring umbrellas. If my intuition serves me correctly, rain is on the horizon, Jiang Lu cautioned. Rain? The monks exchanged puzzled glances, gazing up at the clear azure sky, seemingly devoid of any impending storm. Nonetheless, respecting the words of the holy monk, the elder monk pondered for a moment before instructing everyone to take an umbrella. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously, and ominous clouds began to roll in. Just as they had gathered their umbrellas and had yet to step outside the great Buddha temple, a thunderclap echoed, and thick clouds appeared from nowhere. Before long, a torrential downpour ensued. Truly, the holy monk possessed remarkable foresight. The few disciples who had not yet exited the temple exchanged astonished glances, their faces aglow with wonder. Indeed, rain had arrived, but Jiang Lu remained unfazed, merely awaiting the unfolding events. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, as the rain began to subside, Jiang Lu stepped outside and inquired of the monks about the rainfall for the day. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's question, one disciple, though perplexed, diligently measured the rainfall and respectfully reported, "Revered monk, the precipitation today measures 3 feet and 40 points. A heavy weight settled in Jiang Lu's heart upon hearing this. While he could not recall the time, he distinctly remembered Yuan Shoqing's claim of 3 feet, 3 inches, and 48 points. The discrepancy indicated that the Dragon King of the Jing River, akin to the original tale, had manipulated the data, delaying the rain's arrival. With the rainfall figures incorrect, the incident of the Dragon King causing a ruckus before the canopy now seemed less significant. Jiang Lu sighed softly, returning to his meditation room to practice in silence. His own time had grown increasingly precious. Indeed, within just a couple of days, a significant event unfolded in Chang'an. A dragon's head descended from the clouds, drawing countless onlookers. Qin Shubao happened to pass by, seized the dragon's head, and hurried to report it to the palace. Chapter 79. The Gift of Guanyin. As Jiang Lu sat cross-legged, channeling the celestial dragon's meditative sound, his experience points incrementally accumulated, akin to grains of sand forming a towering edifice. The journey to the west loomed ever nearer, and the urgency within him compelled Jiang Lu to squander not a moment, even amidst the recent bustle of Chang'an. Diligently refining his skills, he ultimately elevated his level to 16. With this ascension, an additional skill point was awarded. After contemplating the allocation of this newfound point between the demon suppression spell and the Guanyin spell, Jiang Lu resolved to hold off on its deployment until he encountered foes, as the skill points remained in his possession, ready to be expended at his discretion. The demon suppression spell was originally obtained from slaying the demon lord level electric leopard in the demon suppression hall, a skill book appropriate for level 15 monk classes, significantly enhancing attack power. Though merely a basic skill, it could augment a companion's attack power by a substantial 100 points, surpassing even the enhancements provided by the perfect quality demon-slaying staff, underscoring the unparalleled auxiliary capabilities of the monk class. Recent days had witnessed an extraordinary commotion in Chang'an, as the sudden appearance of a dragon's head had sent ripples of shock through its populace. Consequently, the emperor could scarcely find rest, enlisting the vigil of Wei Qigong and Qin Shubao to ensure peace. However, even these two stalwart generals could not be expected to stand guard every night. Thus, the emperor commissioned an artist to depict their likenesses and affix them to the palace doors. Yet, it wasn't long before news of the emperor's passing reverberated throughout the realm, leaving the world in turmoil. Although Jiang Lu had devoted himself to training, striving to enhance his abilities in preparation for the impending journey to the west, he was nonetheless aware of the emperor's demise. However, being well versed in the original tale, Zhang Lu understood that it would not be long before the emperor's true spirit traversed the underworld, reuniting with his father and brothers, and encountering countless tormented souls, before ultimately returning to life. Indeed, just as Zhang Lu completed his meditation and prepared to wash up, he stepped out of his meditation room to partake in breakfast. Along the way, the disciples of the great Buddha temple greeted him with utmost reverence, and through their discussions, he learned of the emperor's miraculous return to life the previous evening. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, both his death and resurrection were topics of immense public interest. Having just finished breakfast, Zhang Lu was about to return to his meditation room for rest when suddenly, a palace eunuch arrived with a royal decree, stating that His Majesty the Emperor wished to summon 1,200 monks for a grand water and land ritual to guide the souls in the underworld. The task of gathering the monks fell to the great Buddha temple. The ceremony's presider, however, was designated to the revered Xuanzang, the official holy monk, the emperor's brother, and one of the monks with the deepest ties to the Buddha throughout history. Regarding Zhang Lu's role in this grand water and land ritual, the Dragon Sea holy monk expressed no discontent. Following the uproar caused by the dragon-slaying Arhat, Zhang Lu could even summon the appearance of the Tathagata Buddha, and thus Dragon Sea would harbor no jealousy or resentment towards him. On the contrary, Dragon Sea was quite delighted by the prospect of a water and land ritual involving 1,200 monks, a potentially unparalleled event in the Tang realm. This undertaking was not one Zhang Lu could refuse. He quietly prepared, selecting 2 Buddhist scriptures to read during the ceremony. These were merely formalities, unworthy of his time spent memorizing texts. Gathering 1,200 monks was no simple task, and the royal decree took 5 days to complete, during which the great Buddha temple organized the event. During these 5 days, aside from essential daily routines, Zhang Lu devoted himself to meditation, accruing over 10,000 experience points daily. However, the experience required for leveling up increased significantly, leaving him uncertain about how long it would take to achieve level 17. On the eve of the ritual, a bald, barefoot, ragged monk appeared on the streets of Chang'an, hawking robes and staffs. Though he seemed unremarkable, the garments and staff he held appeared precious, prompting inquiries from numerous passers-by. He priced the robe at 5,000 taels and the staff at 2,000, leading many to shake their heads in disbelief, deeming him mad. At that moment, Prime Minister Xiaoyu's carriage approached, accompanied by a procession that cleared the streets. Yet, the ragged monk stood his ground, boldly stepping toward the Prime Minister's carriage. Within the great Buddha temple, the impending journey to the west was palpable. Zhang Lu spent his days secluded in his meditation room, practicing the celestial dragon's meditative sounds, while the other monks assumed he was preparing for the scriptures to be recited during the water and land ritual, thus refraining from disturbing him. However, one day, a palace eunuch arrived at the great Buddha temple, announcing that the emperor wished to summon the holy monk Xuanzang for a private audience. Upon hearing the emperor's request, Zhang Lu wasted no time, made a brief preparation, and promptly set off for the palace. It seems that the day of the water and land Dharma assembly has arrived, prompting His Majesty, Emperor Tang, to convey certain matters. Come now, present the items, he instructed the eunuch beside him, showing no intention of wasting time. A wave of surprise washed over Zhang Lu as he pondered. Is he here to bestow gifts upon me? Initially, he had assumed that Li Shimin sought him out to discuss the Dharma assembly. As Li Shimin spoke, 2 eunuchs approached, each carrying a tray. One bore a resplendent kasaya, while the other held a ceremonial staff. Zhang Lu's heart tightened at the sight of these items. Your Majesty, is this not a stroke of fortune? Remarked Chancellor Xiaoyu, recounting how he had encountered a leprous monk in Chang'an who was hawking a kasaya for 7,000 taels, claiming that donning it prevents one from falling into the cycle of reincarnation, and wielding the staff wards off harm. As you are a holy monk of our Tang dynasty, it is only fitting that I acquire these for you, he continued. To his astonishment, the leprous monk refused to accept any payment upon learning they were intended for Zhang Lu. Indeed, it appeared that the Bodhisattva Guanyin had sent the splendid kasaya and the 9-ringed staff. Understanding the significance of Li Shimin's words, Zhang Lu felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The Buddha had proclaimed that Gao Yang was revived and was practicing under Guanyin. He wondered if she had brought Gao Yang along this time. Logically, meeting Gao Yang before embarking on his journey westward would solidify his resolve, and it might also improve the Tang Emperor's perception of Buddhism. Lost in thought, Zhang Lu maintained a calm demeanor, reaching out to accept the 2 treasures. His gaze fixed upon them. The quality of these items should surpass that of the Ming Wang crown gifted to him by the holy monk Long Hai, he mused. As his eyes lingered, the attributes of the treasures materialized before him. Chapter 80. The Bodhi-verse Resplendent Xīyóu, Epic, Sealed No Level Requirement, Defense. Effect, upon death, while in a state of undying spirit, can resurrect within a certain time frame. Note, once equipped, the soul is bound. This item is sealed, retaining only its effect. 9-ring staff, Epic, Sealed No Level Requirement, Attack. Effect, can activate effect, granting immunity to attacks from targets below level 90 for 300 seconds. Note, once equipped, the soul is bound. This item is sealed, retaining only its effect. Jiang Lu's expression darkened as he observed the attributes of these two items. Like the Ming Wang crown, they were gear without level requirements, meaning anyone could wield them. He thought, this is the Buddhist gift, yet they have sealed both items? What is the meaning of this? Epic level equipment surpasses legendary quality, and had these items not been sealed, Jiang Lu was certain that his journey would have been significantly easier. Nevertheless, despite his inner grievances, he realized that even without enhancements to attack and defense, the partial sealings still preserved their effects. Clad in the resplendent Xīyóu, he would not fall into reincarnation, and wielding the 9-ringed staff, he would not suffer harm. The effects of these treasures were not exaggerated. With them, his safety during monster hunting would at least be assured before reaching the Western Paradise. Once dawned, Jiang Lu transformed remarkably, adorned with the Ming Wang crown. Brandishing the 9-ringed staff, and draped in the Xīyóu, he appeared youthful and noble, with red lips and white teeth, exuding an air of dignified elegance befitting a handsome young monk. Ah, splendid, Li Shimin remarked, satisfaction evident in his eyes as he nodded slightly. Although these treasures were sent by the Bodhisattva Guanyin under the pretext of a gift, the sincerity behind Li Shimin's desire to procure them for Jiang Lu was unmistakable. Thus, after donning the Xīyóu, Jiang Lu earnestly bowed, saying, Jiang Lu expresses his gratitude, Your Majesty, by referring to himself in such a manner rather than as a mere monk. His words rang with heartfelt sincerity rather than mere formality. You need not thank me. These treasures cannot truly be regarded as my gifts to you. However, Li Shimin replied, shaking his head slightly at Jiang Lu's gratitude, I may not comprehend the full extent of the Buddhist plans, but I know you play a crucial role in them. Otherwise, you would not possess such karmic ties or have invoked the Buddha's manifestation. Initially, I intended to purchase these treasures for you, so they would be mine to give. Alas, the seller refused to accept payment. Thus, these treasures are gifts from the Buddhist realm. It appears everything is meticulously arranged by them. Who among mortals could possess such treasures to bestow upon another? Jiang Lu gazed at Li Shimin in astonishment, taken aback by his ability to surmise the underlying truths of the westward journey based on recent events. Indeed, to ascend to the throne of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, while perhaps not extraordinarily wise, possessed a perspective that transcended that of the common man. The Xīyóu and staff, after all, were far from ordinary mortal possessions. The sight of a leprous monk peddling them in the streets was inherently illogical. Furthermore, the fact that such treasures were offered to him without charge hinted at deeper mysteries at play. Regardless, I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's kindness, Jiang Lu said, pressing his palms together and bowing deeply. Very well, you may leave. Although I am the emperor, my concern lies with the populace, and my capacity to assist you is limited. From here on, your path is yours alone. Li Shimin gestured helplessly, his tone tinged with resignation. Assistance? Li Shimin had intervened, even standing against the dragon subduing Arhut. Yet the outcome had been a calamity for the Tang, with countless citizens suffering. Jiang Lu, once a mere son-in-law, had now become a sworn brother, and together they had navigated through the crisis. He understood that within the grand scheme, even if he wished to help, his efforts would be futile. As Jiang Lu turned to depart the palace, he cast one last glance behind him, feeling a profound appreciation for Li Shimin's intentions. The emperor's inability to provide further aid was a matter of circumstance. After all, even a mighty dragon king could fall victim to fate in such a scenario, unable to preserve even his own safety. The following day, the city of Chang'an buzzed with excitement as countless citizens, not only from within the city but also from afar, journeyed great distances to witness the grandeur of the water and land assembly. In recent days, Chang'an had been abuzz with news, one astonishing event after another unfolding in mere months. The incense offering ceremony featured Master Xuanzang lighting 12 incense sticks, proclaiming messages to the world. The two great demon kings clashed, followed by a philosophical discourse between Xuanzang and Li Chunfeng, culminating in a poem that became a treasured Buddhist verse. Xuanzang then vowed to marry Princess Gaoyang. The Tang Emperor convened a great prayer ceremony, consuming locusts to quell the plague. Lastly, the Buddha manifested, and a dragon's head descended from the heavens, with Emperor Li Shimin returning from death. Today marked the Water and Land Assembly, a spectacle rarely witnessed in decades. Yet within a few short months, Chang'an had become a focal point for a confluence of significant events, many of which were intertwined with Master Xuanzang. An extraordinarily grand spectacle unfolded, with precisely 1,200 monks convening for the Water and Land Assembly, surrounded by countless onlookers. This scene surpassed even the fervor of Emperor Li Shimin's celestial prayer ceremony. Jiang Lu, grasping a 9-ringed staff and adorned in a resplendent cassock, approached the dais of the assembly, retrieving a heart sutra from his robe. When the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara practiced the profound perfection of wisdom, he perceived that the 5 aggregates are empty, transcending all suffering and distress. The Water and Land Assembly was merely a formality. Jiang Lu deemed it a waste of time to recite scriptures verbatim. Instead, he held the text and recited it without any personal insights into the Dharma. The 1,200 monks exchanged glances, and the surrounding populace murmured in confusion. They had anticipated hearing his profound reflections on Buddhism, only to find him merely reciting the Heart Sutra. What is happening here? They wondered. Suddenly, a raucous laugh broke the air as a leprous monk leapt forward, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Lu. Who dares to disrupt? The guards nearby, startled, whispered urgently, preparing to apprehend the intruder. What constitutes personal insight? Jiang Lu inquired, recognizing the monk's identity. I once heard your verse of the formless Gatha. The body is the Bodhi tree, the heart is a bright mirror stand. Diligently wipe it, lest dust settle upon it. This Buddhist verse deeply resonates with my understanding of the Dharma. Today, I expected to hear more profound Zen wisdom from you. Yet I find myself sorely disappointed, the leprous monk responded, shaking his head in dismay. Is this an attempt to gauge my understanding of the Dharma before I embark on my pilgrimage? Jiang Lu pondered, becoming wary of the monk's intentions. Amitabha. On that day, I composed the formless Gatha. Today, I shall create a verse of Bodhi, entitled Bodhi Gatha, for all to appreciate. Bodhi has no tree. The bright mirror is not a stand. Originally, there is nothing. Where can dust settle? This Bodhi Gatha, while similar in essence to the previous formless Gatha, possessed a completely different artistic conception. If the former depicted the essence of a monk's pursuit of enlightenment with acute precision, the latter showcased a metamorphosis and elevation to a higher realm. As the Bodhigatha echoed through the assembly, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Those 20 words captivated countless monks, stirring a sense of vague understanding, yet leaving them uncertain of its true essence, a sensation both enigmatic and profound. Originally, there is nothing. Where can dust settle? Such a transcendent state of mind. Had the holy monk Xuanzang truly attained it? Despite his youth, he exhibited such a remarkable state of being, truly worthy of being a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Among the gathered monks, an elderly master, with a beard as white as snow, gazed at the young monk on the dais with admiration, deeply impressed. Amitabha, that formless Gatha has become a treasure of the Buddhist teachings. Yet this new Bodhi Gatha eclipses it, a timeless gem of the Buddhist realm. Below, the esteemed monk Longhai, upon hearing the Bodhi Gatha, felt joy and admiration swell within him. Such Zen sayings, even he, who was also called a saint, could not replicate. He felt himself eclipsed by this young monk. The audience, including many elderly spectators, felt elated. They had journeyed from afar to hear Master Xuanzang expound on the Dharma, hoping to glean insights from the saintly monk, only to find him merely reciting text earlier. Initially disheartened, they now felt their pilgrimage was worthwhile after hearing the Bodhi Gatha. The old man even began to reconsider the earlier recitation, pondering if the monk's lack of personal insights was a deliberate reminder for all to seek their own understanding of the scriptures. Otherwise, given the saint's nature, why would he refrain from sharing his thoughts and reflections? Such musings led him to appreciate the monk's thoughtful intentions. The leprous monk, transformed by Guanyin, also gazed at Jiang Lu in awe. Despite having lived for millennia, he had merely admired the formless Gatha, but this Bodhi Gatha left even him astounded. Inwardly, he mused on the wisdom displayed, acknowledging Jiang Lu's profound understanding, even without the memory of his past life. Guanyin's original plan was to intertwine Xuanzang and Gaoyang's destinies through the red thread of love, sacrificing herself to strengthen his resolve for the journey westward. However, due to the dragon-taming Arhat's misstep, Xīyóu might now discern the hidden machinations of the Buddhist realm. Thus, Guanyin sought to test his attitude towards Buddhism, and it became evident that his comprehension had deepened significantly. Yet, as impressed as she was by the Bodhigatha, Guanyin remained focused on her original purpose. As the Bodhigatha concluded, the leprous monk erupted into laughter. "Ah, so this is what they call the great Tang Saint? I find it rather underwhelming. How dare you?" The onlookers cried. "Tamaka Saint." The formless Gatha had won everyone's respect, and to hear the leprous monk's derision sparked outrage among the crowd. "Do I mock? As a great Tang Saint, though I speak of the Dharma with eloquence, in essence, it is merely the lesser vehicle of Buddhism," the leprous monk boldly countered, unperturbed by the crowd's ire. "Then pray tell, what distinguishes the lesser vehicle from the greater vehicle of Buddhism?" Longhai, the esteemed monk, rose to question. "Self-cultivation for personal benefit and clarity of mind. This is the lesser vehicle," the leprous monk replied, surveying the assembly before his gaze settled on Xīyóu. "To save oneself and others, rescuing beings from the sea of suffering and guiding them to the other shore. This is the greater vehicle. Xuanzang. This greater vehicle of Buddhism resides in the great Thunderclap Monastery in the west. Are you willing to endure hardships to retrieve this true scripture of the greater vehicle for the sake of the people? Could I dare express reluctance?" Xīyóu thought, rolling his eyes inwardly. Of course, this was merely his internal grumbling. The Buddhist realm had prepared extensively for this day, and they were not merely inquiring. There was little room for refusal. "Ba, I am willing to go," Xīyóu proclaimed, rising with a display of righteous resolve. Given the lack of alternatives, he decided to present himself with fervor. Li Shimin, observing silently, recognized the leprous monk as the one who had gifted the cassock and staff the previous day. Now, as he heard mention of the pilgrimage to the west, he understood the true purpose of the Buddhist realm. "Ba, Xuanzang, you are commendable." Guanyin expressed her satisfaction with Xīyóu's response. With a graceful movement, she revealed her true form, seated upon a lotus platform, radiating a soft and splendid light as she nodded approvingly at Xīyóu. Guanyin Bodhisattva has descended. The assembled monks, witnessing her divine manifestation, knelt in reverence, worshipping her with utmost devotion. As the onlookers bowed fervently, I received, through the hands of the Tang Emperor yesterday, a splendid robe and a 9-ringed staff. He who dons this robe shall not fall into the cycle of reincarnation, and he who wields this staff shall be immune to poison. However, the journey to the Western Paradise spans countless perilous mountains and treacherous waters, teeming with wolves, insects, and fierce beasts. To undertake this pilgrimage, one must possess great wisdom, immense fortitude, and a spirit of unwavering courage. Are you willing to embark on this journey? Seated upon the lotus pedestal, Guanyin's countenance radiated compassion and serenity, her voice echoing with tranquility. "Disciple, I am willing," came the reply. "Ba, that is splendid. Upon the successful completion of your quest, I shall bestow upon you the golden body of enlightenment." The matter was quite simple. At this juncture, Guanyin's request for me to journey west was absolute, leaving no room for refusal. After I acquiesced, Guanyin offered words of encouragement, completing her task of guiding Xuanzang's westward journey, and prepared to depart. "Wait, Bodhisattva," I called out, unable to restrain myself as I watched her turn away. Guanyin paused midair, gazing back at me. "Xuanzang, what is it you wish to ask?" "I wish to inquire. Did you come alone, Bodhisattva? Have you not brought anyone else?" After a moment's hesitation, I couldn't suppress my curiosity regarding Gaoyang's well-being. Although I sensed no current threat from the Buddhist order towards her, I could not find peace without seeing her condition with my own eyes. Guanyin understood my concern and replied, "Ba, indeed, I am alone on this journey. However, prior to my departure, someone entrusted me with a message for you. When you arrive at Mount Ling, a feast will await you." With that, Guanyin transformed into a beam of Buddhist light and vanished. A gentle smile graced my face at her words. I recalled the days of seclusion when I cooked for us, and her promise, made in a moment of peril, to be by my side in the next life as my companion at the stove. Chapter 82. 5 Elements Mountain Dear Brother, as you traverse mountains and rivers. Cherish even a handful of soil from your homeland, and do not covet the riches of distant lands. Outside Chang'an, a sea of people gathered to bid farewell to the holy monk Xuanzang on his quest for scriptures. Li Shimin held a cup of vegetarian wine, sprinkling a handful of sand into it, and said to me, "Xuanzang, do not worry. I understand the importance of remaining true to your original. I accepted the cup with solemnity, drinking it down in one gulp before returning it to him. Your Majesty, fear not, for I shall remain steadfast in my purpose. Li Shimin nodded in satisfaction at my words. By now, he had grasped the Buddhist arrangements surrounding this journey, with treasures at hand. It was clear that the Buddhist order would watch over me, and the demons and spirits would not threaten my life. What concerned Li Shimin was the potential for my mind to be altered during this journey, yet he seemed to understand my intentions now. After parting ways with the emperor, I turned to glance back at the multitude of citizens and monks who had come to see me off. Clearly, news of Guanin's earthly visit and my mission had spread far and wide, prompting these people to gather in support. As the emperor withdrew, the esteemed monk Longhai stepped forward. Ba, though this journey is fraught with difficulties, should you succeed, you will attain enlightenment, which is truly enviable. With palms together, Longhai offered a bow, treating me not as a junior, but as an equal. I am grateful for your guidance during these days, I replied respectfully, though I offered no comment on his envious words. Indeed, from the perspective of all monks, the journey to the West, despite its formidable challenges, was an opportunity to meet the true Buddha, and the Bodhisattva's promise of a golden body upon completion was something every monk would envy. However, given a choice, I would not wish to undertake this journey. Yet, it was too late for such sentiments now. After bidding farewell to both the emperor and Longhai, I waved to the throngs of monks and citizens who had come to see me off. Regardless of my feelings, I could not overlook the kindness they had shown. May the holy monk have a safe journey and return successfully with the true scriptures. The crowd cheered, their excitement evident as I waved back. With a slight nod, I remained silent, leading my white horse, having stored my belongings in a spatial pouch for a light and unencumbered appearance. Then, with a graceful motion, I mounted the horse. Giddy up, I commanded with enthusiasm, striking the horse's flank, and it leaped forward like an arrow, racing ahead with swift speed, a gift from Emperor Li Shimin. As I mounted, I felt a rush of exhilaration, yet as the horse bolted, I found myself startled, exclaiming in surprise and quickly clinging to its neck as I sped away amidst a chorus of startled noises. At the Chang'an city gate, Li Shimin and Longhai exchanged incredulous glances. After a brief pause, Li Shimin remarked, "It seems my brother's horsemanship leaves much to be desired." Cough, cough. As far as I know, Jinshan Temple has always been rather impoverished, and Xuanzang, having grown up there, likely has never ridden a horse, Longhai replied, somewhat awkwardly. Time passed slowly, and 2 months slipped away. As dawn broke with a pale light, I ceased my meditation and opened my eyes. Since departing from Chang'an, 2 months had elapsed, and the solitude of this journey was an unfamiliar burden I struggled to bear. For me, this pilgrimage to the West was a gamble against the Tathagata, with the stakes being my and Gaoyang's lives. Thus, it was imperative for me to enhance my strength before reaching the sacred Mount Ling. Consequently, I had no urgency to hasten my journey. In fact, if possible, I preferred to progress slowly. Given my lack of equestrian skills, I opted to release my horse early on, choosing to travel on foot. I ambled along, encountering fierce beasts and engaging in battles, taking moments to rest and practice the heavenly dragon Zen sound. Unbeknownst to me, 2 months had passed without my leaving the borders of the Tang Empire. Nevertheless, through diligent cultivation and slaying various venomous creatures and monsters, I had amassed considerable experience, advancing my level from 16 to 19. At level 19, coupled with my enhanced gear, I could now confront upright walking demons with a fighting chance. Unlike the time when a wounded wolf demon had nearly cost both Gaoyang and me our lives. After meditating through the night and freshening up, I continued my westward journey. Half a day later, hunger gnawed at me, and in the distance, I spotted a massive mountain that resembled a giant hand. A few days prior, I had inquired about my path and learned that I would soon be leaving the Tang borders. Could this mountain be the fabled Two Worlds mountain? My heart stirred at the sight of the hand-like peak. Previously, while at the great Buddha temple, I had inquired with the revered monk Longhai about the whereabouts of Sun Wukong. The mountain that suppresses Sun Wukong was originally known as Wuxing Mountain. However, during the time of the Tang Emperor Li Shimin's westward expedition to establish the nation, this mountain was renamed to Liangjia Mountain, signifying the border of the Tang dynasty. Crossing Liangjia Mountain means leaving the territory of the Tang. With the thought of the mountain that confines Sun Wukong looming ahead, Jiang Lu quickened his pace, striding towards it. Although the journey to the west could be prolonged, as a traveler from modern society, the name of Sun Wukong is well known to all. Now, with Sun Wukong so near, potentially even to become his disciple, Jiang Lu felt a surge of excitement and hastened his steps. "Elder, please wait," a voice called out. "I am Lu Buqin, known as the Guardian of the Mountain. Since we have met, it is surely fate. I kindly invite you to my humble abode for a moment of rest, where I shall serve you vegetarian dishes as a gesture of my devotion to Buddha." However, as Jiang Lu hurried towards Liangji Mountain, a robust man with a bow and arrows approached him, warmly extending his hospitality. "Thank you, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps another." Jiang Lu paused slightly as the man blocked his path, responding courteously. With those words, he bypassed the man and continued on his way. "Elder, I assure you I mean no harm. I merely noticed your weary appearance and wished to offer assistance," the man persisted, hastening a few steps to catch up with Jiang Lu. "I have no time," Jiang Lu replied brusquely, shaking off the unwelcome attention and striding towards Wishing Mountain. Upon breaking free from Lu Buqin's entanglement, Jiang Lu pressed onward toward Wishing Mountain. According to legend, this mountain was transformed from the hand of the Tathagata Buddha, embodying the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Though referred to as Wishing Mountain, it is also known as Wuji Mountain due to its resemblance to a hand. The journey spanned roughly 20 miles through desolate wilderness without a proper road. And despite his brisk pace, Jiang Lu took nearly an hour to reach the foot of Wishing Mountain. Recalling the original tale, where Sun Wukong was imprisoned beneath the mountain, Jiang Lu pondered and decided to circle around Wishing Mountain to investigate. Given its hand-like appearance, Wishing Mountain loomed tall, yet its area was not extensive. A full circuit would be approximately 10 miles. Thus, it took him about another half hour to complete the loop. However, he found nothing. What is happening? Returning to where he began, Jiang Lu was perplexed, having failed to find any trace of Sun Wukong. This left him utterly bewildered, as modern adaptations of the journey to the west depict Sun Wukong waiting beneath Wishing Mountain, eagerly calling for Tang Sanzang's rescue upon sensing his presence. Yet, here he was, having circled the mountain without encountering the legendary monkey. Had he stumbled into a false version of the tale? Was it possible that Sun Wukong was not confined at the base but rather somewhere on the mountainside? Or perhaps he was simply asleep, unaware of Jiang Lu's arrival? Contemplating further, Jiang Lu ascended the mountain, searching along the slope. He even called out a few times, hoping to draw Sun Wukong's attention, or awaken him if he were indeed slumbering. After an hour of searching without success, he noticed something else. On Wishing Mountain, he spotted a slightly yellowed Buddhist tablet affixed to the cliff. Though weathered by the elements, the 6-syllable mantra Om Mani Padme Hum was still clearly visible. It became evident that a mere mountain could not contain Sun Wukong. Rather, it was this tablet from the Tathagata that held true power over him. Given that the tablet was present, it was reasonable to conclude that Sun Wukong should be beneath Wishing Mountain. Yet, why was he absent? Having walked for an hour and searched for nearly 2 more, the sun had risen high in the sky, and hunger gnawed at Jiang Lu's belly. He found a relatively clean patch of grass and sat down. Opening his storage space, he had little desire to cook and instead pulled out some steamed buns and water, eating and pondering Sun Wukong's whereabouts. Logically, Sun Wukong should be trapped beneath Wishing Mountain, but could it be that he had somehow escaped? Wait a moment. He recalled an old film from his childhood where Sun Wukong could leave Wuji Mountain at will. Could the reality mirror that cinematic tale? As he chewed on a bun, he shook his head, dismissing such an unlikely possibility. Suddenly, he remembered Lu Buqin, who had previously accosted him. In the original story, he was a significant supporting character, and perhaps his assistance was crucial. Was it possible that by bypassing Lu Buqin, he had inadvertently hindered his quest to find Sun Wukong? Much like in a video game, where one must complete certain tasks to unlock further progress. For instance, in Super Mario, if one skips the flagpole, they cannot enter the castle. Ridiculous. Even though he possessed a game-like advantage, this was reality, and the presence of Sun Wukong could not hinge on Lu Buqin's whims. Shaking his head, Jiang Lu dispelled these chaotic thoughts. Having failed to locate Sun Wukong, he realized his imagination had run rampant. After hastily consuming a couple of buns and drinking some water, he resolved to continue searching on Wishing Mountain. If he could not find Sun Wukong, he would indeed have to return to Lu Buqin, for he might possess vital. Given his title as the Guardian of the Mountain, he was likely well acquainted with the area and could potentially know Sun Wukong's whereabouts. Jiang Lu wandered around Wishing Mountain throughout the afternoon, waiting until dusk, when the sun turned crimson, yet still found nothing. Dejected, he shook his head and began his descent. Acknowledging that Sun Wukong was truly missing, he would have to consult Lu Buqin for any clues regarding Sun Wukong's location might reside with him. As the sky dimmed, Jiang Lu indeed encountered Lu Buqin approaching him. It appeared that fortune smiled upon him today, as Lu Buqin bore a wild boar weighing several dozen pounds, clearly triumphant in his hunt. Elder? What brings you back? Lu Buqin asked, slightly taken aback by Jiang Lu's return after their earlier encounter. Lu Buqin, you are known as the guardian of the mountain. I presume you are quite familiar with this area? Jiang Lu replied, adjusting his demeanor and clasping his hands in greeting. Forgive my reticence, Elder. I have resided here for decades, and I know every tree and stone within a radius of many miles. Lu Buqin nodded affirmatively. Excellent, Jiang Lu said, pleased with the response. He gestured toward Wuxing Mountain. At the foot of Liangjia Mountain, it is said that a monkey is imprisoned. Are you aware of this? Indeed, I am well aware. I have seen it many times, Lu Buqin replied earnestly. Do you know where that monkey is located? The monk, intrigued by the strange sight he had heard about, sought to find it, but had searched all day without success. Jiang Lu pressed Lu Buqin for answers. It can't be. Since my memory serves, that monkey has always been in the same place. It is said to have been trapped there for generations. Jiang Lu's words surprised Lu Buqin. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Buqin suggested, Elder, the evening has drawn near, and the night harbors many venomous creatures. Why not rest at my humble abode for the night? Tomorrow morning, I shall guide you to search for the monkey. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Lu nodded, acknowledging the darkness that had descended and the treacherous mountain paths. Very well, I thank you for your kindness. Their conversation deepened Jiang Lu's curiosity. Where had Sun Wukong truly gone? Why did everyone else seem to know, while he remained empty-handed? Chapter 84. Is this monkey so mischievous? Aside from hunting in the mountains, Lu Buqin had also cultivated a small vegetable garden beside his dwelling, where the crops appeared to thrive. Elder, please take a moment to rest and have some water. I will prepare a vegetarian meal. Lu Buqin warmly urged Jiang Lu to sit down. Wait, Lu, I have some knowledge of culinary arts myself. Allow me to handle this wild boar. You may focus on butchering it, Jiang Lu interjected, stopping Lu Buqin from proceeding. During the Tang dynasty, cooking methods were rather simplistic, primarily roasting, boiling, or steaming, leaving little room for variety. Jiang Lu, accustomed to stir-fried dishes, found this quite unappetizing. Since he was staying overnight and had requested help in locating Sun Wukong, he was eager to showcase his culinary skills to Lu Buqin. Elder, you wish to cook the wild boar? Lu Buqin was taken aback. Aren't monks supposed to eat vegetarian? Lu, do not worry. I do not strictly adhere to vegetarianism. Jiang Lu replied with a subtle smile, noticing Lu Buqin's astonishment. Lu Buqin proceeded to prepare the wild boar while Jiang Lu set up a makeshift cooking station outside. Retrieving a frying pan from his storage space. Traveling westward for thousands of miles, Jiang Lu had ensured to bring along various essentials, including clothing, silver, and even cookware. This frying pan was custom-made by a craftsman in Chang'an. Before long, Lu Buqin skillfully prepared the wild boar, and Jiang Lu sliced a generous portion of fatty meat. The meat was placed in the frying pan to render its fat. As the fat sizzled and released its essence, a rich aroma filled the air, causing Lu Buqin to inhale deeply and lick his lips. Delicious. In no time, a large bowl of wild boar stew with cabbage was prepared. Its savory scent enticing enough for Lu Buqin to consume 3 bowls, leaving him quite satisfied. Jiang Lu, having only nibbled on some bread earlier, relished the meal as well. Indeed, in life, sustenance is paramount. Jiang Lu patted his belly in contentment, nodding in approval. Elder, you are the most extraordinary monk I have ever encountered. Your cooking is truly delectable, Lu Buqin exclaimed with a grin. After a brief pause, he inquired, but why do you differ from other monks and not abstain from meat? Wine and meat pass through the body, yet the Buddha resides in the heart. My cultivation has reached a point where I need not adhere to such strict dietary rules. Jiang Lu replied, his palms pressed together, embodying a sense of Zen wisdom. However, if all monks adopted this reasoning as an excuse to consume meat, wouldn't that undermine the very essence of being a monk? Lu Buqin questioned further. There is a continuation to that thought. If the world were to imitate me, it would lead to their downfall. Jiang Lu completed the philosophical verse. So you permit yourself to indulge while denying others the same. Lu Buqin regarded Jiang Lu with skepticism, clearly unconvinced by his words. He even cast a wary glance at the crown atop Jiang Lu's head, beginning to doubt his identity. as his demeanor hardly resembled that of a monk. Perhaps this reflects Lu Buqing's inner thoughts, Jiang Lu mused. Ba, Jiang Lu softly recited, sensing Lu Buqing's doubt. He removed the crown from his head, revealing 12 incense burn marks. You are the Xuanzang monk destined to journey to the west for scriptures. Lu Buqing's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the marks. He quickly rose, straightening his attire, and knelt before Jiang Lu. Lu, what are you doing? Jiang Lu, startled by Lu Buqing's fervent reaction, hurriedly helped him up. Xuanzang, forgive my ignorance. The emperor has said that seeing you is akin to seeing the emperor himself. And thus I must pay my respects, Lu Buqing exclaimed earnestly. Enough, there are no outsiders here. Such formalities are unnecessary, Jiang Lu reassured him, shaking his head. Having traversed from the modern world, he felt averse to the ritualistic bowing, both in receiving and giving. By the way, esteemed monk, as I journey far and wide, could I purchase the wild boar you hunted today? Jiang Lu sought to shift the conversation away from his identity, avoiding further entanglement. How could I dare take your money for such a modest meal? To have tasted your culinary art is an immense fortune, Lu Buqing insisted, refusing to accept any compensation. Then I thank you, kind sir, Jiang Lu replied, recognizing Lu Buqing's steadfastness. After finishing their meal, Jiang Lu stored the prepared wild boar meat and retreated to rest. Sitting cross-legged, he practiced the Tianlong Zen sound technique, gradually accumulating experience points. The night passed quietly, and after a fruitful night of cultivation, he had gained several thousand experience points. The following day, Jiang Lu awoke early, washed up, and placed 2 taels of silver beneath the mattress before setting off towards Wishing Mountain with Lu Buqing. Regardless of his modest means as a mountain hunter, he felt uneasy about not offering some form of payment for the substantial wild boar meat he had consumed and for the hospitality he had received. While it was an unwritten rule for monks to beg for alms and enjoy free meals, Jiang Lu could not bring himself to abide by it. Since leaving Chang'an, he had never taken advantage of others, and he believed that offering even a small sum would ease his conscience. The journey to Wishing Mountain was not far, and early in the morning he walked briskly alongside Lu Buqing, who was evidently familiar with the area and knew precisely where Sun Wukong was imprisoned, leading them purposefully onward. However, Jiang Lu was deeply perplexed. According to legend, Guanyin Bodhisattva had long arranged with Sun Wukong that upon his arrival, he would cry out for release. Why had he searched the mountains thoroughly the previous day, yet found not a trace of the monkey? Something felt amiss. Was it possible that the version of Journey to the West he had crossed into differed from the original tale? Or could it be a consequence of the so-called butterfly effect? With myriad thoughts racing through his mind, he followed Lu Buqing until they arrived at the base of Wishing Mountain. Elder, do you see that peach tree over there? The divine monkey was thus trapped beside the peach tree. Lu Buqing pointed towards a peach tree not far from the mountain wall. Jiang Lu had seen this tree yesterday. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the absence of the monkey. Yet, a pile of withered leaves at the foot of the mountain caught Jiang Lu's attention. An idea flashed through his mind as he rushed over and swept aside the unremarkable pile of leaves. Indeed, half of a monkey's body lay beneath the leaves, the other half pressed against the ground. You can't see me. You can't see me. Jiang Lu could hear the monkey murmuring softly as the leaves were removed. Was this monkey truly so mischievous? Hearing the whispered mutterings of Sun Wukong, Jiang Lu's lips twitched slightly. No wonder he had not found it yesterday. It had deliberately concealed itself beneath the dried leaves to avoid detection. Cough, cough, Jiang Lu cleared his throat and spoke. So, you are Sun Wukong, are you? However, just as Jiang Lu's words left his mouth, Sun Wukong's voice, resolute and unwavering, interrupted him. Not going. Chapter 85. Starving for iron pills, thirsting for copper juice stunned. Jiang Lu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to proceed. Ga, 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 Sun Wukong, half buried and lying on the ground, observed Jiang Lu's bewildered expression. Grinning widely, scratching his head in evident delight, and emitting a triumphant, mocking laughter. The sound was laced with sarcasm. Indeed, Jiang Lu was genuinely taken aback. According to the original tale of Journey to the West, Guanyin Bodhisattva had long made an agreement with Sun Wukong to protect the monk on his pilgrimage to the West in exchange for his freedom, even allowing him to attain Buddhahood. Thus, Jiang Lu had anticipated that the eager Sun Wukong would be clamoring for rescue. Yet, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Sun Wukong did not wish to leave. He had even gone out of his way to hide from Jiang Lu, resulting in his fruitless search the previous day? Logically, Jiang Lu was unaware of Guanyin Bodhisattva, which made it unreasonable for him to linger in this dilemma. Fortunately, he had been cautious and, while conversing with Lu Buqin, had merely claimed to have heard of a divine monkey being trapped, expressing curiosity to see it. This alone should suffice, even if the Buddhist leaders found his behavior peculiar. Where did you say you were going? Is there some misunderstanding? After a brief moment of confusion, Jiang Lu feigned ignorance of Sun Wukong's words and inquired. Fine. Old son, have a question for you. Are you the monk who has accepted Guanyin's decree to seek the true scriptures from the Buddha in the West? Sun Wukong, mockingly returning Jiang Lu's pretense of misunderstanding, tilted his head and asked. Indeed, Jiang Lu nodded in affirmation. Not a single good monk among you bald donkeys. A few days ago, Guanyin came to say my period of tribulation was over and that I should wait here for you, to be your disciple and protect you on your journey to the West. I agreed to her, Sun Wukong retorted upon hearing Jiang Lu's response. That aligns with the original narrative, Jiang Lu thought to himself, secretly nodding. He then asked, if that is the case, why do you now waver? Is there some unforeseen circumstance? Unforeseen circumstance? Sun Wukong grinned widely, his face gleaming with delight as he laughed heartily. There was no unforeseen circumstance. I merely found Guanyin tiresome, feigned agreement, and deceived you all. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong's response and his triumphant laughter caused Jiang Lu's lips to twitch once more. He had no intention of hastily arguing with Sun Wukong. Instead, he turned to Lu Buqin and said, Thank you, Lu, for leading me to find this monkey. However, it seems I have some unfinished business with him as a mentor and must enlighten him. Understood, holy monk. I shall not intrude further. Lu Buqin nodded in comprehension, bidding farewell to Jiang Lu before departing. Monk, do not think to enlighten me. No matter how eloquently you speak, I shall not go. Even if I remain trapped here for 500 or 5,000 years, I will never step out to assist you on your journey to the West. Sun Wukong, lying on the ground, looked at Jiang Lu with derision, his demeanor resolute. Cough, if you refuse, then so be it. Jiang Lu coughed lightly, not in a hurry to persuade him. He brushed off the dust beside him and sat down next to Sun Wukong, adopting a leisurely demeanor. Monkey, if you have firmly resolved not to go, I shall not compel you. However, having been trapped here for 500 years, what is it that you cannot let go of? Perhaps we can discuss it? You bald donkeys are all about righteousness and morality, yet in truth, you are ruthless and deceitful. I have nothing to say to you. Despite Jiang Lu's attempt to appear as a sympathetic elder brother, Sun Wukong's profound prejudice against the Buddhist order was evident as he turned his head away, seemingly disinterested in conversing with Jiang. Jiang Lu's brow twitched in frustration at Sun Wukong's attitude. He felt an urge to slap him and continue on his way. With his game system, he could level up and defeat monsters without needing Sun Wukong's protection. Moreover, he had Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing waiting for him. He could still embark on his journey to the West without Sun Wukong. Why waste his efforts trying to win over someone so obstinate? Furthermore, having Sun Wukong acknowledge him as a master was something Guanyin Bodhisattva should have facilitated. Jiang Lu had merely needed to arrive, and Sun Wukong would have been immediately compelled by his commanding presence, pleading for his rescue. It should have been effortless. Yet, now he found himself cleaning up after Guanyin's oversight. However, such thoughts of abandoning the endeavor were fleeting in Jiang Lu's mind. In truth, from his perspective, it would have been ideal for Sun Wukong to leap out and beg for rescue, eager to become his disciple and accompany him on the pilgrimage. Yet, the current circumstances of Sun Wukong brought unexpected delight to Jiang Lu. It was not that he had a penchant for suffering. Rather, what were Jiang Lu's ultimate goals? Upon reaching the West, it would be time to confront the Buddhist order. The deeper Sun Wukong's resentment towards them, the more trust Jiang Lu could place in him. If his hatred for the Buddhist order was irreconcilable, he would effectively be an ally. The longer Sun Wukong resisted, the more advantageous it was for Jiang Lu to delay his journey. Thus, observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Jiang Lu found no reason to rush. He settled down beside him, resuming his meditation and practicing the celestial dragon Zen sound technique. Hours passed as Jiang Lu remained silent, while Sun Wukong, bored and listless, lay on the ground, with neither uttering a word. The sun rose high in the sky, approaching noon. Jiang Lu stood, gathered some firewood from the surroundings, set up a cooking apparatus, and retrieved the wild boar meat he had purchased from Lu Buqin. Sizzle! The slices of fatty meat crackled in the iron pot. and the rendered lard filled the air with a tantalizing aroma, causing Sun Wukong's nostrils to twitch in response. Evidently, Sun Wukong was also famished, his stomach rumbling audibly. He cast subtle glances at Jiang Lu several times, yet remained silent, inwardly chuckling. This monk is rather naive, believing that by offering a few meat dishes, he can sway my heart. Just at that moment, the ground split open, and an elderly figure with white hair and beard emerged from beneath, none other than the Earth God. The slightly stooped Earth God, having surfaced, presented 2 bowls before Sun Wukong. This is your sustenance for today, 1 bowl of iron dumplings and another of copper broth. For 5 centuries, Sun Wukong had subsisted in this manner, devouring iron dumplings and quenching his thirst with copper broth. You are the Earth God? Jiang Lu, who was nearby tending to a pot over the fire, inquired upon seeing the elderly man emerge from the ground. The venerable Earth God, upon placing the iron dumplings and copper broth in front of Sun Wukong, bowed respectfully to Jiang Lu. No need for such formalities, Jiang Lu interjected hastily. Noticing the Earth God's frail demeanor, he assisted the Earth God to stand upright. As they conversed, Jiang Lu glanced at the 2 bowls before Sun Wukong, hesitating slightly before asking, "Is this all the monkey eats each day?" Holy monk, you may not be aware, but 500 years ago, the great sage caused a tremendous uproar in heaven, resulting in a calamity that the Buddha himself subdued. The Jade Emperor decreed that he should consume iron dumplings and drink copper broth to atone for his past sins, the Earth God explained, noticing the sympathy in Jiang Lu's eyes. "Alas, I have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you further. My apologies," the Earth God concluded, indicating his intention to depart. "Wait, Earth God, since you are here, why not join me for a meal? I am just preparing, and as a guest from the modern world, it is only proper to extend hospitality." "Thank you, holy monk. I am touched that you would offer me a meal prepared by your own hands," the Earth God thought to himself, yet he was resolute in leaving. He clasped his hands in farewell and descended back into the earth. This monk is quite amusing. Yet, he seeks to curry favor with the mere Earth God. A lowly deity, Sun Wukong scoffed, picking up an iron dumpling and biting into it with a crunch. "I must say, I find that remark unappealing," Sun Wukong continued, prompting Jiang Lu to turn and regard him. "According to the Earth God, you remain a prisoner, yet here I am, conversing with you. Would you care for a portion of the meal I have prepared?" "Absolutely not," Sun Wukong retorted, baring his teeth in anger. "How dim-witted of you, monk, to compare me to the earth. Do you not recall that when I once wreaked havoc in heaven, even an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers could not subdue me? And yet," Jiang Lu interjected, unceremoniously interrupting him, "you remain bound here, do you not?" "Had I not been deceived by the Buddha, I would not be in this predicament. You bald-headed monks deserve to perish." Sun Wukong's anger flared, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he shouted. The furious Sun Wukong began to thrash violently, as if attempting to break free from the weight of the 5 Elements mountain, causing the very mountain to tremble. Yet, in mere moments, the Buddhist seals on the mountain glowed brightly, and the weight of the mountain pressed down heavily again, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Jiang Lu recoiled in shock, astounded by the sight of the monkey pinned beneath the mountain. Although he had known of Sun Wukong's strength from the original tale, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. To nearly lift a mountain was a spectacle that left him utterly awestruck. As the mountain pressed down once more, Sun Wukong lay flat against the ground, motionless, as if he had perished. "Hey, Sun Wukong, are you still alive?" Jiang Lu, still shaken by the earlier display of ferocity, called out tentatively, brandishing a stick to poke at him. "Leave me be, do not disturb me." Sun Wukong grunted, not lifting his head as he swatted the stick away. Seeing that Sun Wukong was unharmed, Jiang Lu chose not to press further, moving aside to resume his cooking. The tremors from the mountain had kicked up clouds of dust, necessitating a fresh preparation of the meal. "Hey, monkey, I noticed you just threw your food away in your tantrum. Are you truly not going to eat my cooking? You don't want it, right? Then I shall partake myself. By the way, I have a banana here. I'll leave it by your side." Today, reflecting on the chaotic days of wreaking havoc in heaven and recalling his betrayal by the Buddha, Sun Wukong's pinned-up resentment and rage surged forth. After being subdued once more, his spirits dampened, and no matter what Jiang Lu said, he remained silent, lying on the ground, shaking his head in resignation and noting the encroaching dusk. Jiang Lu placed a banana beside Sun Wukong and then sat down nearby, crossing his legs to continue practicing the celestial dragon Zen sound technique to enhance his experience points. However, during his meditation, Jiang Lu found himself drifting between slumber and wakefulness, dreaming of Guanyin Bodhisattva. In his dream, Guanyin presented him with a golden circlet, imparting a spell to him. Xuanzang, remember this. This is the tightening spell. While that monkey is unaware, place it upon his head. This circlet will embed itself in flesh and cannot be removed. Recite the tightening spell, and he shall suffer excruciating pain. Thus he will not dare defy you. Guanyin solemnly instructed in the dream. Ding, experience points 2. Ding, experience points 2. Upon awakening from the dream, Jiang Lu noted the familiar system notifications, his experience points accumulating steadily, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. Had he fallen asleep again while practicing the celestial dragon Zen sound? Yet, as he shook his head, a glimmer caught his eye. At his feet lay a golden circlet, resting quietly, identical to that seen in his dream. Is this the tightening spell? Jiang Lu mused, bending down to pick it up and pondering its significance for a moment before deciding to stow it away for later use. For the next half-month, Jiang Lu remained at the base of the Five Elements mountain, practicing, feasting, and showing no urgency to depart, scarcely conversing with son Wukong, as if he had settled permanently at the mountain's foot. During this time, son Wukong, noting Jiang Lu's silence, ceased to engage him further, and they both treated one another as if invisible. The power of habit is formidable and unbeknownst to them. Son Wukong gradually adapted to the rhythm of life at the foot of the mountain alongside Jiang Lu. One day, after completing his training, Jiang Lu began preparing ingredients for a meal. Regardless of the importance of cultivation or the urgency of time, one must always savor their meals. Hey, little monk, why haven't you asked me if I wanted to eat these past few days? Son Wukong, with his body pinned beneath the Five Elements mountain, lay on the ground. Yet a large bowl of food was presented before him. Half a bowl of rice and half a bowl of dishes, a balance of meat and vegetables. With soup mixed in, son Wukong devoured it voraciously, his face glistening with satisfaction. Jiang Lu observed son Wukong's gluttonous feast, reminiscent of a starving ghost reborn. As a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, it was as if he had not eaten for several hundred years. Was it his prolonged hunger or the delectable nature of the food that captivated him? Ah, indeed it was delicious. You little monk, this meal is truly delightful. As son Wukong spoke, his voice slightly altered, his mouth brimming with food. Observing the sheer enjoyment on son Wukong's face, it was clear that his entire focus was on the meal, prompting Jiang Lu to set down his own chopsticks and watch him eat. After a moment's hesitation, he reached into his robe, where a cold, tight band rested against his skin. You're unlike any monk I've seen. Son Wukong suddenly lifted his head to glance at Jiang Lu, adding, when you're eating, you seem different. Different? In what way? Jiang Lu responded. Having spent half a month together at the foot of the Five Elements mountain, they had grown somewhat familiar with each other. Indeed, son Wukong's explosive temper had been startling. Yet in ordinary moments, he maintained a calm demeanor. Other monks adhere to various precepts and an array of nonsensical rules. You seem devoid of such constraints, son Wukong remarked. Perhaps it's because I never intended to become a monk from the very beginning, Jiang Lu replied, his tone slightly subdued after a brief silence. This statement caused son Wukong's eating to momentarily pause. Raising his head to regard Jiang Lu, he pondered for a moment before asking, then why do you seek the scriptures from the West? Is it because the Tathagata promised you a golden body in return? Why? Jiang Lu slightly raised his head, gazing towards the west. After a moment of silence, he replied, perhaps it is simply to enjoy a meal. Just for a meal? You endure hardships, traveling countless miles to the west for that? Indeed, just for that meal. How intriguing. Son Wukong grinned widely, using his chopsticks to finish the last morsels in his bowl. Setting his utensils aside, he propped his head on his hands, gazing at Jiang Lu with an expression akin to that of a spectator, and said, you little monks seem to have quite a tale. Share it with me. This story begins with a dilapidated golden mountain temple. Jiang Lu settled onto the ground, his gaze distant as he slipped into memories. He recounted his time as a novice at the Golden Mountain Temple, meeting Gaoyang, and the subsequent rites of incense. Summarizing the events of the past 6 months to son Wukong. Perhaps it was due to 2 months of solitary travel beyond Chang'an, with little conversation, that Jiang Lu became quite loquacious. As for son Wukong, he had been confined under the Five Elements mountain for so long that it was refreshing to hear someone share their story. Thus, Jiang Lu narrated his journey westward over the past 2 months, reaching the Two Realms Mountain, and after several hours of storytelling, much time had passed. Gagaga, how amusing. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. If I weren't restrained, I might have flipped a few somersaults by now. Monkey, what are you laughing at? Jiang Lu looked at him, puzzled by Sun Wukong's reaction. I laugh because you seem even more foolish than I was back in the day, Sun Wukong replied with a mischievous grin. And I find it amusing how the celestial deities are not only adept at scheming against others, but can also be so ruthless to their own. Amitba. Then what do you think I should choose if I were to save Gaoyang from my perspective? Jiang Lu, unfazed by Sun Wukong's mockery, countered with a question. This left Sun Wukong momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Indeed, from Jiang Lu's standpoint, saving Gaoyang seemed to require seeking the Buddha's assistance. Monkey, having heard my tale. What about yours? Are you willing to share? Noticing Sun Wukong's speechlessness, Jiang Lu decided to shift the focus back onto him. My tales are from long ago. Nothing of significance to share. I've long forgotten. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, clearly reluctant to discuss his own past. Having filled his belly and listened to an engaging story, Sun Wukong lay contentedly on the ground. And soon the sound of snoring filled the air as he drifted into slumber. With a faint smile, Jiang Lu chose not to say more. After tidying up the bowls and chopsticks and washing them, he settled beneath a nearby peach tree, resuming his practice of the heavenly dragon Zen sound. As he immersed himself in his training, gradually accumulating experience points, Jiang Lu drew closer to reaching level 20. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away. And soon the moon hung high in the night sky. In the dead of night, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Lu, scrutinizing him intently. Was Jiang Lu deceiving him? Did he intend to coax him out of the mountain to accompany him on his quest for the scriptures? Sun Wukong found this After all, with a single leap, he could discover everything about Jiang Lu and the Tang dynasty. There was no reason for deceit. Hey, little monk. Weren't you curious about my story? Since there's nothing else to do, let me share it with you. Sun Wukong's voice broke the silence as he interrupted Jiang Lu's meditation. Opening his eyes, Jiang Lu paused his training and sat beside Sun Wukong. Go ahead. My story is much longer, Sun Wukong began, his eyes glazing over as he delved into his past. Once upon a time, I was merely a stone egg atop Flower and Fruit Mountain, born from the essence of heaven and earth. As he recounted his days on Flower and Fruit Mountain, his spirits lifted. The memories of training under the Bodhi Patriarch invoked nostalgia. The tales of his escapades in the underworld, tearing up the book of life and death, seizing the Rui Jingu Bang from the Dragon Palace, and creating havoc in the Heavenly Palace stirred his passions. Yet, in the end, I was deceived, tricked by that old Tathagata. As he spoke of this betrayal, Sun Wukong's mood darkened. Deceived? How so? Jiang Lu inquired, intrigued, as this was not the first time Sun Wukong had mentioned such a thing. At that time, I engaged in a wager with the Tathagata. He said if I could fly out of his palm, I would win. If I couldn't, I would lose. How could I risk that? So I challenged him, stating that if I won, the Jade Emperor would have to give up his position to me. However, that old Tathagata deceived me, agreeing to my terms, claiming I could become the Jade Emperor, leaving me no choice but to accept. Jiang Lu felt a stirring in his heart as Sun Wukong's words resonated with truth. The Tathagata extended his palm, inviting Sun Wukong to leap into his grasp, a trap indeed. Naturally, Sun Wukong had no desire to comply. Thus, when he insisted on becoming the Jade Emperor upon winning, it was a clever ploy to force the Tathagata into a corner. Yet, despite knowing he could not be the Jade Emperor, the Tathagata still agreed, coercing Sun Wukong into jumping into the trap. Was that not a deceit? Pausing slightly, Sun Wukong's voice grew more aggrieved. At that time, the Tathagata also said that if I could not escape his palm, he would release me to the mortal realm, allowing me to refrain from causing chaos in the heavenly court. I agreed to his terms. But what happened in the end? I lost, yet he broke his promise, keeping me imprisoned beneath the Five Elements Mountain. That old Tathagata, regardless of victory or defeat, deceived me. As the Lord of Buddhism, he is still capable of such treachery. It is clear that there are no virtuous beings among your Buddhist sect.